After playing games until late last night, he had fallen asleep by 11. Yet somehow today, he found himself trapped in sleep paralysis. He mumbled drowsily in his mind. Though his body refused to obey, he struggled desperately fighting to wake up. Finally, with a crisp shattering sound, Imo Xinghong felt the pressure around him suddenly ease. He opened his eyes and found himself inside a grand stone palace. Beneath him lay a massive golden eggshell, and beneath the eggshell were piled all manner of magnificent jewels. A lucid dream. Before he could think it through, a tremendous hunger seized him. Driven by instinct, he devoured the eggshell beneath him entirely. With his hunger temporarily satisfied, he finally lowered his head to examine himself. Plump golden claws, 4 curved horns sweeping backward atop his head, a pair of fleshy wings drooping on his back, too weak to flap, and a thick, powerful tail extending behind. Not a trace of a human form. Imo Xinghong figured that in his own dream, he was probably some kind of monster. The astonishing realism, from the earlier hunger to his current sense of touch, made Imo Xinghong marvel at the wonder of lucid dreaming. He used to think people were exaggerating when they told stories online. Just give me a computer, I'll pick compression parrot with 4 stoneborns I can definitely carry, and get a pentakill. Imo Xinghong fantasized rather pathetically in his mind. But nothing around him changed. No computer appeared whatsoever. Can't I control my own dream? He felt a twinge of disappointment, but since he had finally encountered a lucid dream, he was reluctant to wake up so soon. He glanced at the gold and jade beneath him. Things from dreams can't be taken away anyway, no interest. His gaze swept the surroundings, and he spotted 4 enormous eggs identical to his own. The enormous eggs looked as though forged from pure gold, shimmering with a golden luster. Intricate patterns adorned their surfaces like works of art. Waves of hunger welled up from his belly. The eggshell from earlier clearly wasn't enough to fill him. Imo Xinghong stuck out his tongue to lick, only to realize he no longer had anything resembling lips. He sensed a sweet, appetizing aroma wafting from the giant eggs before him. It's just a dream after all, eating them wouldn't matter. He opened his maw wide, baring sharp teeth, when suddenly a gust of strong wind blew from behind him, followed by a thunderous boom. He spun around quickly. A colossal beast appeared in the distance, a massive golden dragon to be precise. Her head nearly reached the palace ceiling, her long tail dragged on the ground, sharp spikes lined her back, thick, gleaming golden scales covered her entire body, and her amber eyes were both majestic and captivating. Her forelimb held the carcass of some unknown beast as she walked gracefully into the palace. Despite her enormous size, there was an air of elegance about her. Imo Xinghong watched the great dragon approach without a trace of panic in his heart. Instead, a sense of closeness welled up. She must be the mother of these dragon eggs, and he was now a young golden dragon. The colossal golden dragon noticed the little golden dragon, who had just broken free of his shell, dropped the beast onto the ground, and gazed at Imo Xinghong with eyes full of joy. My precious little baby, what is your true name? Imo Xinghong opened his mouth to speak his name, but his body suddenly trembled, and a name he had never heard before came out instead. Onions Ansell. As though something had been awakened, an inexplicable flood of memories suddenly poured into his mind. The platinum dragon god Bahamut creating metallic dragons, the great war against the chromatic dragons, powerful draconic magic, the continent of Vassalora archmages. Countless images with narration flooded before his eyes. He was overcome with confusion, struck by a sudden zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly sensation. Who am I? I am Imo Xinghong from Blue Star, 24 years old, no car, no house, no girlfriend. An ordinary person. A 10-year veteran of the league, 10,000 Yasuo games mastery, level 7 expert, and onward, never once achieved a pentakill. Wait, no. I am Onions Ansell, from the House of Onions. I am a great golden dragon. Faced with the dragonkind's millions of years of inherited memory, his mere 2 decades of mortal memories resembled a lone boat in a raging sea, instantly overwhelmed. Ansell stood in a daze. The colossal golden dragon beside him, hearing Ansell call out his true name, could not contain her joy. Her dragon face beamed with happiness. By the dragon god, I never expected the first egg to hatch a true dragon, Olivia said joyfully. Although dragons possessed innate inheritance and powerful innate talents, their hatch rate was not high. Having even one true dragon emerge from a clutch was considered good fortune. Even if the remaining 4 eggs were all dead or contained mindless dragon beasts, she could accept it. Be a good baby and eat up, you need to grow big and strong. Unaware of anything amiss with Ansell, Olivia swung her dragon claw and as easily as cutting tofu, sliced a large chunk of slightly fire-roasted beast meat onto the ground. Letting his body act on instinct, Ansell scurried over to the meat. Famished beyond measure, he threw himself before it and began devouring it greedily. The energy required for a dragon to break free of its shell was staggering. Mere eggshell was far from sufficient, additional feeding was essential. This was when the dragon mother's feeding became crucial. Wormling stage dragons were not particularly powerful. Even slightly stronger wild beasts could pose a danger to them, making the dragon mother's protection vital. Therefore, for the sake of dragonkind's legacy, even chromatic evil dragons with their thin familial bonds would, at the behest of the 5-headed dragon goddess Tiamat, raise their hatchlings to the young dragon stage. But there were also the unlucky ones, hatchlings abandoned in the wild to be born alone. Fortunately, dragons possessed powerful digestive systems that could sustain themselves on dirt alone. Yet given the proud nature of dragons, it was understandably hard to swallow. Eat more, there's plenty of meat. Olivia gently stroked the hard-working hatchling, her eyes brimming with maternal love. As members of the Good Dragon alignment, gold dragons raised their offspring to the adolescent stage. Only when they were strong enough would they let them leave. Olivia did not notice the chunk of meat in front of Ansell suddenly vanish into thin air while his body grew a size larger. She sensed something was off. Why did her child suddenly seem a bit bigger? She shook her head, convinced she had seen wrong. What dragon grows bigger right after eating before even digesting? Ansell, now full and content, felt drowsiness wash over him. No longer pondering who he was, he lay down on the ground and fell asleep. He lowered his head, staring at his golden claws in prolonged silence. Within the mist, time itself seemed to hold no meaning. He did not know how much time had passed when he finally exhaled a long breath, his plump head wobbling slightly on his stubby neck. It seemed he had transmigrated and into the body of a dragon. At last he sorted through the dragon's inherited memories. The stark clarity of reality forced him to admit the truth of it. His games, his chips and cola, his anime wives, all of it was gone. Ansell drooped, dejectedly scratching at the ground with his claws. No online game in another world could ever compare. After a long while, he finally pulled himself out of the grief of transmigration. There was nothing to be done. Life had to go on. At the very least, he had transmigrated into a powerful golden dragon. As for being human, he did not much care. After all, according to his inherited memories, dragons all possessed transformation magic to assume human form. On the contrary, compared to humanity, where not even 1 in 10,000 could reach the legendary realm, any dragon that survived long enough would inevitably step into the legendary realm. Ansell had watched no shortage of web series and anime in his past life. He understood well that in an otherworld without much lost strength was what mattered most. At this thought, he raised his head to survey the black fog all around. Sky and earth alike were a hazy expanse. Nothing grew within the black mist. He recalled that he had eaten meat and fallen asleep and then arrived here. Ansell did not believe this was merely an ordinary dream. The dragon's inherited memories held no record of any place like this. Could this be some kind of transmigrator's essential golden cheat? At the thought, his heart could not help but kindle with excitement. With 10 years of experience as a veteran reader, he knew that one of the great purposes of a golden cheat was to let transmigrators like himself become the strongest in the shortest time possible. Although dragons possessed great talent and long lifespans, he did not wish to hole up for hundreds of years before emerging, nor did he want to outlive his enemies only to dance on their graves afterward. Ansell rose to his feet, moving his 4 limbs forward, walking toward the place where light shone. There was no concept of time within the black fog. He did not know how long he walked until in the distance he saw a stone stele standing tall amid the mist. The source of the light was directly above the stone stele. Seeing the target so close at hand, Ansell broke into a run toward it. Drawing closer, he saw that the stele was carved with a fearsome, monstrous beast bearing its claws and fangs. The beast stood on 2 legs with 2 curved horns pointing forward on either side of its head. 4 segmented antenna-like appendages sprouted from its flanks. Its great maw gaped open, revealing rows upon rows of sharp teeth like jagged saws. The more Ansell looked at the beast, the more familiar it seemed. It looked like some kind of giant bug. A giant bug. Suddenly it clicked. Wasn't this the giant bug from the League, Cho'Gath, the Void Terror? So my golden cheat is somehow connected to the League game. Ansell guessed in his heart and continued looking downward. A line of text was inscribed on the stone's steely feast. Greedily devour 1 enemy, dealing massive true damage. Damage value increases with the amount consumed. Devouring creatures can increase size and vitality. The same creature type can only be consumed 6 times for growth. Cooldown 1 day. Current stacks 1. Ansell's heart leapt with joy. So his golden cheat was obtaining the abilities of League of Legends heroes. Compared to the world-shattering magic in the Dragon Clan's inherited memories, the abilities of League heroes might not be the most powerful, but each possessed its own unique function. Not to mention a growth-type ability like Feast. In the game, the giant bug only needed to stack a dozen or so layers to grow from normal hero size into a colossal behemoth. Even if the real-world bonuses were not so exaggerated, stacking layers in reality was far easier. The dragon's body was already enormous to begin with, and adding Feast-size bonus on top of that. He could already imagine the magnificent sight of himself in the future, wings spread wide, half a continent cast in his shadow. Quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. At that level, the attacks of legendary powerhouses would be like nothing more than mosquito bites. Ordinary gods, unless they struck a vital point, would struggle to inflict fatal damage. Just as Ansell was lost in fantasy, the black fog gradually dispersed. The light from the stone stele grew ever brighter, illuminating the entire world before his eyes. Ansell opened his eyes and woke up. Dragon Mother Olivia had already caught today's meal. She lay atop a pile of treasure, counting her gold coins with her enormous dragon claws. Seeing Ansell awake, she turned her head. Baby is awake, come eat quickly. Thank you, Mama. Ansell walked toward the beast carcass. It was a 4-horned bull. Several deep claw marks marked its body, surely the work of Dragon Mother's talons. Ansell had only just transmigrated, and in his past life had never eaten raw meat, so facing the raw flesh he found it rather difficult to swallow. Yesterday his body had moved on instinct, leaving him little memory of it. Now he hesitated. After a moment, he opened his mouth. His sharp teeth easily pierced the tough hide, tearing off a small piece of beef that he swallowed. The cool cold beef entered his mouth. There was not much of the taste of blood. Instead it carried an unexpected hint of fresh fragrance and sweetness, incredibly tender and quite palatable. Ansell's eyes lit up. At the same time, the enormous hunger brought on by the massive energy required for growth made him unable to resist eating in great big bites. In no time at all, more than half the bowl had been eaten, and Ansell felt somewhat full. Remembering he could still use feast once today to increase his size, he immediately activated the skill on the bull. In an instant, the entire body of the bull between its head and hindquarters, including the uneaten bones, vanished in one clean cut before Ansell's eyes. A powerful sense of fullness overcame him. Ansell felt that he could not eat even a single grain of rice now. At the same time, his body had visibly grown another size larger. Dragon Mother caught the change from the corner of her eye. The claw-counting coins paused. She glanced at her child in confusion, then at the nearly finished bull, and suddenly understood. Ansell, as a newly hatched dragon whelp, was barely over 2 meters long, and the bull was about the same size. The child must have eaten too much and grown himself larger. Eating more was a blessing. Then cheerfully she resumed counting her gold coins. Ansell estimated his own growth in size, which was not all that much, roughly about 5%. With his belly full, he lay down upon the gold coins, sleepiness creeping over him. Much of a dragon's growth came from eating and sleeping again. The hatchling stage was especially so. In just 1 month his body size had doubled. This was even with the Dragon Mother frequently bringing back similar prey, meaning the feast skill could not be activated every day. To put it in perspective, ordinary wormlings would only double their birth size by the age of 5 when they were about to enter the juvenile stage. This astonished the Dragon Mother so much that she held Ansell in her palm and examined him with magic several times, but found nothing wrong. His vitality was exuberant. It was not a growth rate achieved at the cost of life force. The Dragon Mother could only sigh, believing that the dragon god above had bestowed upon her an exceptionally gifted child. Waking up one day, Ansell found the Dragon Mother absent from the lair with a long-dead 4-horned buffalo lying on the ground. This buffalo was indeed to the taste of dragons, and the Dragon Mother often caught them for food. The feast skill could no longer be stacked. Compared to a month ago, not only had his body doubled in size, but his vitality had also greatly strengthened. His spirit and energy were much improved, unlike when he was first born, when he was either hungry or sleepy. Ansell savored the meal leisurely, yet couldn't help feeling that his current life was rather dull. Every day consisted of eating and sleeping, with the only entertainment being lying on a pile of gold coins and counting them. Having lost interest in eating, he stood up and walked towards the palace exit. Beyond the great hall stretched a long tunnel lined with rows of magic lamps that illuminated the originally dark passage. Ansell stopped at the entrance. A towering stone door as wide as the tunnel was studded with scattered gems of red, yellow, blue, and green glinting under the light. The cave was the lair of a golden dragon filled with its aura, so ordinary beasts dared not even linger near the entrance. However, for safety, and to prevent Ansell from sneaking out, the Dragon Mother had closed the door before leaving. Ansell placed both claws on the stone door and pushed with all his might, but it didn't budge. The stone door was too heavy for him to open at his current size. Accepting this, he lost interest. He might as well go back, finish the meat, and sleep. As he turned to walk back into the hall, he suddenly heard a noise from the pile of jewels. Could a dragon egg be hatching? Was he about to have a sibling? The thought of having a playmate instantly excited Ansell, and he rushed towards the dragon eggs. Life in the dragon lair was unbearably dull. The Dragon Mother was either out hunting or sleeping and counting gold coins. Having a sibling would at least alleviate some of the loneliness. Ansell approached the 4 dragon eggs. The one closest to him was shaking violently, its complex magical runes glowing with golden light. He watched the egg nervously, wondering if the little one would hatch successfully. Given the extremely low birth rate of dragons, there was a good chance that what emerged would be a dragon beast. A dragon beast could not be considered a true dragon. It was deformed and ugly, with intelligence as low as a beast's, no true name, no inherited memories, and no ability to use magic. Such creatures were utterly beneath the notice of proud and mighty true dragons. Typically, chromatic dragons would devour the dragon beasts in their lairs or abandon them in the wilderness to fend for themselves. Metallic dragons, being good aligned, would raise the dragon beast until it reached the juvenile stage and then release it. If a dragon beast was born, it would be nothing more than a pet, like a kitten or puppy, to both Ansell and the Dragon Mother. Please let it be a true dragon, please let it be a true dragon, Ansell prayed inwardly. The innate arrogance of dragons made him look down on dragon beasts. Only a true dragon could be his playmate. Something unexpected happened. The egg that had been shaking violently and had developed cracks began to slow down. Ansell could feel the life force within waning. The egg was turning into a dead one. He watched anxiously, reaching out a claw to help it break free, but stopped midair. He hesitated. The inherited memories of dragons told him that if a dragon was assisted in hatching, it might become a dragon beast with low intelligence. Seeing the egg nearly still, he finally made up his mind. A dragon beast would be better than being alone, at least he could keep it as a pet. As his sharp claws touched the egg, Ansell suddenly felt a strange emptiness, a wave of weakness, as if his life force was being drained. Then he saw a beam of green starlight emerge from his claws, enveloping the egg. The egg, which had almost lost all signs of life, miraculously regained its strength. The egg shook violently, cracks spreading across its shell. Finally, it broke open, and a round dragon head emerged. Onions Ansell. The little golden dragon shouted its true name, proving it was a great dragon, not a weak dragon beast. The little golden dragon finished eating the shell fragments beneath it, then trotted over on its short legs to feast on the remains of the four-horned buffalo that Ansell hadn't finished. Seeing the little golden dragon hatch successfully and be a true dragon, Ansell felt a surge of joy. But the immense weakness from the loss of his own life force made him collapse onto the ground and fall into a deep sleep. The little golden dragon, having eaten its fill, also curled up beside him and fell asleep. A month later, Ansell finally entered the black mist again. He woke up beneath the steel of the void beast, looking up at the inscription. Feast, greedily devour an enemy, dealing massive true damage based on the amount eaten. Devouring creatures increases body size and life force. The same creature can only be devoured 6 times. Cooldown 1 day. Current stacks, 21. Ansell nodded. The number of stacks shown on the steel matched his estimate. He then turned his head, looking around for something. The green starlight that had emerged from his claws and the inexplicable weakness told him that he must have awakened another skill. Sure enough, not far from the feast steel stood another one. Ansell ran over and saw a humanoid creature carved on it, holding a crescent-shaped scepter with a single horn on its head. He recognized it immediately. It was the healer from the league, renowned for its healing output. The steel read, Star Infusion, consume your own life force to restore the life force of others. No cooldown. This was a divine skill capable of directly restoring life force rather than merely healing wounds. However, consuming one's own life force imposed a significant limitation. In reality, unlike in the game, one could not simply return to the fountain to recover health. Restoring life force in the real world took considerable time. If he could acquire a skill that restored his own life force in the future, it would pair well with this one. It was as if he had returned to the moment he first broke free from his shell, spending each day eating and then sleeping, waking up only to eat again. As for Mother Dragon, upon returning to the nest and seeing another true dragon had hatched from her eggs, she was so overjoyed that she circled the treasure hoard several times before composing herself. I am definitely the chosen true dragon of destiny. 2 true dragons hatched from one clutch. Olivia thought to herself, flattering herself. The last 3 dragon eggs were not so fortunate. 2 of them produced dragon beasts with stunted intelligence and underdeveloped bodies, while the third turned out to be an infertile egg. Ansell could do nothing to help in such circumstances. He had been asleep when the dragon eggs hatched, and in his current state, he was unable to assist them. Mother Dragon reached back with her claw to touch the dragon beast behind her, one without wings and without horns on its head, looking much like a golden lizard. She looked at them with pity. You poor little ones. I will raise you until your juvenile stage before sending you out into the world. That day, Ansell awoke from his slumber. Lately, he had not been sleeping soundly. The moment he opened his eyes, he looked down and saw a small golden dragonet burrowing its head against his belly, its 2 tiny claws constantly pawing at the gold coins beneath him. What are you doing, little sister? He asked with a smile, staring at the golden dragonet. Looking at this little dragon, a strange sense of affection welled up in Ansell's heart. In his past life, he had been an only child with no brothers or sisters. He would often feel envious when watching anime, seeing protagonists with sisters. Who would have thought that in this lifetime he would actually get a younger sister? The moment he realized that, his sister complex instantly awakened. The golden dragonet, who had been in the middle of her mischief, froze when she realized the victim was awake and had caught her red-handed. Her body immediately shrank backward. She then lifted her head with an extremely displeased expression and called out in a childish voice, What, little sister? I'm not your sister. How come you're my big brother? Don't think that just because you're bigger than me you can claim to be my elder. I refuse to acknowledge it. You big oaf. Besides, I was born a month earlier than you. That alone makes me senior. Ansell was not annoyed at all. He cheerfully watched his little sister. The golden dragonet eyed the towering figure before her with deep suspicion. If not for the fact that they looked nearly identical, she would have suspected that Ansell belonged to a completely different species. A month later, the golden dragonet had only grown slightly larger than when she was born. But Ansell, having been born just 1 month before her, was now nearly 3 times her size. Are we really siblings born from the same mother? I don't understand. I will never call you brother. The golden dragonet sneered, turning away to busily count the gold coins beneath her. 1 big oaf, 2 big oafs. Seeing that the golden dragonet refused to engage with him, Ansell glanced around. Mother Dragon was still counting coins with gleaming eyes, while the 2 dragon beasts lay on the ground with half-closed eyes, tongues lolling. They dozed, resembling the foolish village dogs. With nothing else to do, petting some dogs wouldn't be a bad pastime. With that thought, Ansell walked over to the 2 dragon beasts, flipped them onto their backs, and gently scratched their soft bellies with both paws. Compared to true dragons, the scales of dragon beasts were far less tough. In fact, their bellies had no scales at all, only soft, tender skin. The two dragon beasts dared not show any aggression in his presence. Their limbs flailed submissively, and they panted contentedly through open mouths. He really did feel as though he were petting dogs. Too bad that with my growth rate, I probably won't be able to enjoy this for much longer. Ansell thought to himself. The mother dragon who had been counting coins nearby suddenly stopped. She watched Ansell playing with the dragon beasts at a short distance. This child of mine is quite strange. He grows so fast, has no interest in counting coins, and prefers playing with those lowly dragon beasts. Mother dragon then glanced at Elena, who was counting coins normally, and thought, at least this child is normal. Elena secretly observed Ansell from the corner of her eye while counting. Finding him having so much fun with the dragon beasts, she felt secretly irritated. She turned around and said to Ansell, "You big oaf. Since you don't like counting coins, you go play with those brainless dragon beasts then. No matter how many times you count the coins, they'll never be yours." Ansell replied without even looking back. In truth, as a creature of dragon blood, Ansell himself also enjoyed shiny things. However, due to his human soul's experiences, gold coins did not possess the exaggerated allure they held for other great dragons. Upon hearing that all these treasures were not hers, Elena's grip on the gold coin in her hand loosened. She lay slumped atop the treasure pile, feeling rather dejected. Hearing from the sidelines that the two dragonettes were discussing her treasure, Mother Dragon raised her slender neck from atop the gold coins. "Oh, my little babies. Do you want Mother's treasure? That is impossible. Don't even think about it. This is the result of my labor over more than 100 years outside. If you want your own treasure, go earn it yourselves when you come of age." Come of age? That's still decades away. Ansell sighed. He would much rather go out and explore, but unfortunately, he was too young, and Mother Dragon would not allow him to leave. Dragons enjoyed long lifespans. Where humans came of age at 18, great dragons did not reach their juvenile stage until 26. And even then, that was the youngest age. Metal dragons permitted their offspring to venture out for training. If I truly had to wait until I was 26 before going out, I would suffocate from boredom. Ansell thought to himself. Fortunately, I possess the feast ability. In a few years, my size should match Mother's. At that point, perhaps I can persuade her to let me go out and roam freely. Having crossed over to another world, did I really have to follow the trope of the hill-slope sword god, refusing to step out of the mountains until I became invincibly powerful? Who knew when that would happen? Unaware of Ansell's thoughts, Mother Dragon assumed he was saddened by not possessing his own treasure. According to Metal Dragon customs, parents were required to give their children a modest amount of treasure before they came of age. A mere token was already considered the highest form of reverence Metal Dragons could offer the dragon god. With a resolute decision, Mother Dragon's eyes filled with tears as she reached beneath herself and produced 2 silver coins. "There now, don't be sad. From now on, I will give each of you 1 coin every month." 2 coins floated through the air toward the 2 dragonettes. Elena caught her silver coin, her eyes sparkling with delight as she rolled back and forth on the treasure pile. "Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Mother." In contrast, Ansell received his silver coin with far more composure. After offering a brief word of thanks, he gazed thoughtfully at the silver coin in his claw. He glanced at the golden dragonette joyfully rolling atop the treasure pile and raised the silver coin in his claw, tempting her. "If you call me brother, I will give you 1 silver coin every year." Elena stared at the silver coin in Ansell's claw, her expression torn with hesitation. Dragons would never submit to another unless money was involved. Ansell was lounging at the cave entrance, basking lazily in the sunlight. Gazing at the towering trees that rose far beyond the cave's height, he felt a deep longing for the free and untamed forest beyond. "Stinky brother, why do you prefer sunbathing here instead of rolling around in Mother's pile of treasures?" A small golden dragon stepped out from the cave with its tiny legs. "I'm not fond of sunbathing. It's just that staying in one place every day makes me feel like I'm going moldy." The little golden dragon tilted its head, eyeing him with confusion. Ansell's massive body shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, with even one of his claws being larger than the entire little golden dragon. Although the food Mother Dragon had brought back months ago could no longer stack the feast enhancement, Ansell's growth speed was astonishingly rapid. "Moldy? Where would I get moldy?" Ansell chuckled and shook his head. "Not physically moldy, but spiritually. I find each day unbearably dull." The little golden dragon pulled out over a dozen silver coins from somewhere and began counting them with great relish in the sunlight. As she counted, she said, "Brother, you're so strange. Isn't counting gold coins every day exciting? You're just a little sister, only 1 year old. How could you possibly understand what boredom is?" Thinking of all the online entertainment and games from his past life, Ansell felt an even deeper sense of melancholy by comparison. "If you were only born 1 month before me, what do you know that I don't?" The little golden dragon glared at him fiercely, refusing to be outdone. Watching his little sister puff up in indignation, Ansell found her utterly adorable and couldn't resist nuzzling her head with the back of his hand. "Don't touch me. I'm not a baby anymore." The little golden dragon viciously raked her claws across the back of his hand, leaving a mark. To Ansell, it felt no worse than a kitten's scratch, but not wanting to anger his little sister, he simply retracted his claw. He thought for a moment and changed his approach. "Don't you want to go out and explore? If we venture into the human world, we could collect all sorts of treasures." Hearing the word treasure, the little golden dragon's amber eyes lit up, then promptly dimmed. But we're both too young. Mother wouldn't let us go out. The little golden dragon spoke with genuine confusion. I just don't understand why against such weak creatures as humans we still have to wait until adolescence before we're allowed outside. Dragons were born with an innate pride that made them consider all other species vastly inferior. Humans as short-lived beings were regarded as nothing more than ants beneath their feet. Ansell himself did not yet fully understand humanity in this world, but his past life experiences had taught him one thing: humans were far from weak. In fact, upon reflection, it was easy to see. The humans had nearly claimed the entire Vasaroa continent while the dragons had been driven onto isolated islands. From this one could easily imagine the strength of humans. It was simply that the dragons in their pride had never bothered to carefully record such matters in their heritage. Just then a massive shadow fell across them, blotting out the sun overhead. A tremendous crash echoed through the air, followed by the ground shaking violently. A colossal figure descended beside Ansell and Elena. "My dears, what are you doing outside the cave?" It was Mother Dragon Olivia. "Mother, I've grown tired of staying in the palace. I want to go out and play," Ansell said, rising to his feet and voicing his request. "My child, you are still too young," Mother Dragon said, lifting her claw to stroke Ansell, who was hardly smaller than herself, though the words felt insincere. He was only 1 year old, yet he had already grown larger than dragons of several decades, or even a century. If she were seen carrying him around by other dragons, they would surely accuse her of keeping a pet golden dragon. Ansell wriggled free from Olivia's grasp, cutting short her wandering thoughts. He spread his wings, and his full, powerful feathers blocked out the entrance to the cave. "Mother, I'm not too small. I'll only explore around this island. I won't go far." Although Ansell was only 1 year old and still unable to use magic or breathe fire, his immense physical advantage alone meant that few beasts on this small island could pose any real threat to him. With that reasoning, Mother Dragon could only nod helplessly and grant Ansell's request. "A great dragon cannot be contained. Then you must not wander too far. Come back early," Olivia instructed, sounding remarkably like an ordinary mother reminding her child to return home before dark. Hearing this, Ansell's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Mother." Seeing her brother spread his wings to depart, Elena eagerly cried out, "Mother, I want to go out and play too." "Child, you are still far too young," Mother Dragon replied. The little golden dragon looked at her brother's body, dozens of times larger than her own, then glanced down at her petite frame and bowed her head in dejection. Ansell saw this and offered words of comfort. There, my little sister. I'm only exploring the island, and those beasts won't have any treasures on them anyway." Upon hearing this, Elena instantly lost all interest. Without treasures, there was no point. She might as well go back to sleep. Ansell beat his powerful wings and soared freely across the skies above the island. Though he lacked personal experience of flight from his past life, the inherited memories of dragons endowed him with an innate understanding of how to fly. Soon he spied a wide open stretch of ground below, bordered by a river. A number of beasts were drinking there, including a herd of four-horned savage oxen that particularly caught his appetite. Although he could no longer stack the layers of feast, a satisfying meal would do nicely. With that thought, he guided his massive body downward, landing in the open clearing. The tremendous commotion immediately drew the attention of every beast in the area. Though only 1 year old, he had not yet formed the unique dragon aura, yet his colossal size alone was sufficient to radiate overwhelming pressure. As the undisputed overlord of Dragon Island, no beast failed to feel terror, and they scattered in panic. He should have simply swooped down from the sky and snatched them with his claws, he thought. Watching the beasts fleeing in all directions, Ansell realized it was too late to take to the air again. Once they disappeared into the tall forest, they would be impossible to catch. Fortunately, a dragon's natural speed on land was no less impressive than that of any beast. Locking onto a single savage ox, Ansell bounded forward, his four limbs striking the ground with earth-shaking force, closing the distance in moments. He opened his terrifying maw and swallowed the 2-meter-long ox whole in a single bite. He patted his belly and felt nothing unusual, as though he had merely consumed a light snack. Given his current size, only larger beasts could truly satisfy him. Setting aside these poor ordinary creatures, his instinct for thrills drove him to seek out more formidable beasts to hunt. He took to the skies once more, scanning the horizon for a worthy target. Not far away, he spotted a massive, ferocious lion sound asleep atop a colossal boulder, none daring to pass nearby. That would be his target. Roar! He landed before the giant lion and let out a thunderous bellow to the heavens. The giant lion, sovereign overlord of this territory, had been sleeping soundly when it never expected another creature to come provoking it and rouse it from its slumber. It opened its eyes, crimson pupils reflecting Ansell's towering golden silhouette. Ignited by the fury of being disturbed and lacking the oppressive dragon aura that true dragons exude, it presumed the figure before it was merely an audacious dragon beast. Dragon beasts, malformed and underdeveloped creatures, possessed physiques far inferior to true dragons of the same age, and even dared not fear certain formidable predatory species. Roar! The giant lion rose to its full height and opened its massive jaws, retorting with a challenging bellow. The aura and ferocity of the Forest King pressed against Ansell. Ansell sneered coldly. A dragon would never cower before any living creature, let alone a mere beast before it. He folded his wings and his four limbs kicked up clouds of dust as he charged toward the giant lion at astonishing speed. The giant lion did not retreat. Instead, it leaped into the air and collided squarely with Answer. Both colossal beings crashed to the ground, producing an earth-shaking impact. Beasts throughout the forest scattered in terror, certain that even the depths of the woods offered no refuge from death. Deprived of substantial combat experience, the collision left Answer dizzy with stars dancing before his eyes. But the giant lion was different. It merely rose, shook its head, and immediately pounced upon Answer. From the moment of its birth, it had survived by relentless hunting and growth in the forest, its combat experience far surpassing that of Answer, who attacked purely on instinct. In a moment of carelessness, Answer was pinned to the ground. To think he would be subdued beneath a mere beast. Looking at the giant lion pressing down upon him, Answer felt an inexplicable surge of rage. The giant lion opened its blood-stained maw and snapped toward Answer's neck, seeking to eliminate in one strike the creature that had rudely disturbed its sleep and dared to challenge it. Answer's heart tightened. With both dragon claws, he shoved the giant lion off his body. He lowered his head and gazed at the fractured scales on his chest marred by bloody scratches. Though the giant lion had not managed to bite him directly, its claws had left wounds upon his body. Since transmigrating into a dragon's body, this was his first injury, his first taste of pain. To be wounded by such an animal, it was a disgrace unfitting a dragon. Fire roared within Answer's chest, and he launched himself at the giant lion once more. His dragon claws raked viciously toward the giant lion, but to his astonishment, his once invincible claws were caught and restrained. The giant lion countered, immediately sinking its fangs toward him. He was forced to quickly step backwards several paces to evade the attack. Answer's body, now over 10 meters in length, would be considered at least a juvenile dragon among true dragons. A normal juvenile dragon, even without invoking magic or breath weapons, could crush the giant lion before it through sheer physical superiority alone. But his physique had been accumulated through feast layer upon layer. While his vitality had indeed increased, his strength and defensive capabilities had not kept pace. Answer refused to accept this and charged forward again, swinging his dragon claws. Seeing him employ the same tactic, the giant lion did not dodge. Instead, it scornfully extended its paw, intending to block the attack as before. However, this time, a dark purple aura suddenly erupted around Answer's claw. The warning of danger compelled the giant lion to attempt escape, but it was already too late. Overwhelming power surged from his claw. The giant lion's paw was easily deflected, and the dragon claw tore across its brown fur, leaving a deep, grievous gash. The dragon claw struck the giant lion's body and sent it flying outward. This sudden reversal snapped Answer out of his blind fury. He glanced at his claw, still gleaming with golden brilliance, as though the dark purple aura had been nothing but an illusion. Yet he knew deep within, he had awakened another new skill. This outing had proven remarkably fruitful, yielding both combat experience and a newly awakened skill. The giant lion scrambled to its feet in panic, its survival instinct erupting as it fled toward the distance at great speed. Humph. Answer snorted disdainfully. He would not so easily let this lion escape. How dare it pin him down and wound him? He pursued the giant lion from behind, crashing through countless trees until finally closing the distance. Feast activated. In a single bite, more than half of the giant lion's body vanished, and its remaining mangled corpse collapsed to the ground. Answer's body size increased imperceptibly once more. As Feast accumulated so many layers, each subsequent increase became progressively less noticeable. The overpowering scent of fresh blood attracted numerous beasts from the surrounding forest, but none dared approach. They all recoiled before the enormous golden figure standing guard over the giant lion's remains. Answer let out a satisfied belch. Sated, and with his limbs stretched, he no longer wished to continue playing. He rubbed his belly and prepared to return home to inspect the skills he had newly awakened. Returning to the dragon nest, the dragon mother caught the scent of blood upon Answer and wrinkled her nose. She softly chanted incantations, and a gentle breeze enveloped Answer. Answer felt as though a swarm of wind spirits were tickling every inch of his body. Soon the gentle breeze turned a deep crimson and drifted outward beyond the hall. "Thank you, Mother," Answer said gratefully. "Did you have fun outside?" the dragon mother asked. She could never quite understand her child. When she was Answer's age, the greatest joy had been rolling about in her mother's hoard of treasure. What interest could there possibly be in fighting beasts outdoors? At least Elena was normal, the dragon mother thought, casting a glance at the small golden dragon nearby, foolishly counting gold coins. Upon hearing this, Answer nodded. The dragon mother's thoughts turned. Perhaps this was not such a bad thing after all. "That's wonderful," she said. "From now on you shall be responsible for providing food for your sister, and I can go out to gather with my companions." Being able to freely choose his food would make stacking feast layers far more convenient and efficient. Answer agreed, then settled upon the treasure hoard and closed his eyes. Familiar black mist materialized around him, bypassing the first two stone steels. Answer raised his head and gazed upon the newly appeared third steel. Carved upon its surface was a dog-headed humanoid figure adorned in ancient Egyptian attire, gripping a massive axe inlaid with cat's eye stones. So it's the desert death god, a dog-headed being, Ansell thought with delight. His guess about the newly awakened skill was already nearly correct. Soul Drain strike attacks deal additional physical damage. Each enemy killed through this skill permanently increases its damage output. Cooldown 10 seconds. Current layers 0. Another god-tier skill capable of infinite growth. Ansell's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Why do all these skills seem designed to make me hoard and grow stronger in secret? On a barren patch of land in the forest, Ansell's black-purple claws effortlessly cleaved a 7 to 8 meter tall, giant fire lizard chieftain in two. The attack bonus of Soul Draining Strike was originally 0. 5 times his own strength, and each layer could increase the attack power by 10 thousandths. Although compared to the 5% bonus of Feast, the 10,000th part seemed incredibly low. The cooldown of Soul Draining Strike was only 10 seconds, and any race could infinitely stack its attack power. After 4 years of accumulation, the bonus of this skill had reached a terrifying level. Even the beasts on Dragon Island, or even slightly younger true dragons, could be severed in two with a single claw if he got close. The fire lizard tribe, seeing their chieftain fallen, swarmed around Ansell's mountainous body and recklessly spewed flames. But the flames of mere ferocious beasts could hardly harm a golden dragon equally adept at fire. Mere ants. Though unscathed, Ansell was angered by the actions of these weak lizards. He swung his claws, and even without the bonus of Soul Draining Strike, he slaughtered the lizard group to near extinction in no time. Having calmed the rage in his heart, he looked at the corpses all around and muttered to himself, "Why have I been getting so irritable lately?" He had originally not wanted to kill these weak tribes indiscriminately, believing them would yield more food later and also stack layers for Soul Draining Strike. Shaking his head, Ansell grabbed the corpse of the fire lizard chieftain and flew toward the dragon's lair. Outside the lair, a small golden dragon was lying on the ground, idly counting silver coins. After 5 years of growth, the small golden dragon was twice as big as when it was born. Standing up, it was 2 meters tall, including its head. This was the normal growth rate of an ordinary dragon. In contrast, Ansell was now ridiculously huge. Over the years, he had eaten every species on the island, and now his size surpassed that of the palace. He couldn't even fit through the palace gates. Because he hadn't learned transformation magic, he could no longer return to the palace, and had to bring food to the entrance. Although Ansell possessed the skills of the League, he surprisingly couldn't learn any dragon magic or breath attacks. As a dragon, being unable to breathe fire or cast magic made him little better than a dragon beast. "Why did you take so long?" the small golden dragon said impatiently. Ansell suppressed the rising anger in his heart and said something came up. The small golden dragon took a bite of the fire lizard's meat and then spat it out. "Pa, this stinky lizard's meat is so tough and not tasty at all. I want 4-horned wild bull." A nameless rage surged within him. Ansell closed his eyes and laid down to pretend to sleep. "Eat it or not, it's up to you." He had specifically gone to catch the fire lizard chieftain because its meat was rich in energy, but the small golden dragon didn't appreciate it. "Stinky brother bullying me when mom isn't around." Ever since the dragon mother had entrusted the hunting work to Ansell, she had been leaving the island every few days. The small golden dragon grew angry, and emboldened by spite, she flapped her wings and flew beside Ansell's head. "Burn you, big stinky." The small golden dragon took a deep breath and spewed a torrent of blazing fire at Ansell's forehead. The dragon's breath of a golden dragon was far stronger than the flames of a fire lizard. Even though Alina was only 5 years old, her dragon breath was not to be underestimated. In moments, a small patch of scales on Ansell's head was scorched. "Alina." Ansell raised his head in fury, his massive dragon eyes reflecting the tiny figure. Although the pain was no more than having a hair plucked, it still successfully ignited the anger within him. Seeing her usually indulgent brother angry for the first time, Alina shrank back slightly at the sight of the colossal creature before her, a hint of fear in her eyes. "Stinky brother, you actually yelled at me," Alina said pitifully. Seeing his sister's pitiable state, Ansell's anger dissipated completely. He extended his claw to gently stroke Alina's face, but she dodged away. Ansell felt regret in his heart. He shouldn't have gotten angry at his sister. He realized that he had indeed been acting strangely lately, always getting inexplicably angry and irritable. Just then a clear female voice rang out. "My little darlings, your mother is back." Ansell quickly told the dragon mother about his recent irritability. The dragon mother laughed heartily and explained, "My little treasures, the reason you've been so easily angered lately is that your hibernation period is approaching. Once your hibernation period ends, you'll be fine. By then you'll be young dragons." Saying this, the dragon mother glanced at Ansell's body, which was even larger than her own. Good heavens, this child is only 5 years old. If I said he was an old dragon, any dragon would believe it. The dragon mother reached out and stroked Alina's little head. This small golden dragon was what a normal dragon should look like. She instructed, "Alina, you can sleep on the pile of treasures in the palace." Alina obediently nodded and went to lie down on the treasure pile. "As for Ansell, do you have a place to sleep?" As she asked this, the dragon mother's face flushed with embarrassment. Over the years, she had often been out gallivanting, neglecting her children, she didn't even know where Ansell slept after he couldn't enter the lair. Ansell nodded and pointed to a distant peak. "Mom, don't worry, I'll sleep over there." Reassuring his mother, he flew toward the highest mountain on the entire island. The top of the peak was a vast flat area, as if cut by a knife. It had been occupied by a storm giant eagle, but since he needed a place to sleep, he ate the eagle. Having crossed into another world, his draconic nature left him with no qualms about the law of the jungle, especially since the eagle was merely a mindless beast. From this spot, he could survey the entire Dragon Island. It was the place with the best scenery. Every day after waking up bathed in sunlight, Ansell's favorite thing was to gaze at the distant sea. He fantasized every day about leaving the island to find something interesting to do. Although the place offered no shelter from wind and rain, the ordinary breeze and drizzle had little effect on a dragon's robust physique. Ansell lay down on the mountaintop and soon fell into a dream. In the dream, there was no black mist nor anything from the island. He dreamed of returning to Earth, where he could scroll through videos, play games, and be free. A massive iron-hulled vessel sailed across the vast ocean, its gunnels bristling with several cannons engraved with intricate magical runes. On the pirate ship, a burly middle-aged man clad in heavy armor and wearing a broadsword at his waist held a spyglass, gazing far toward Dragon Island. He lowered the telescope, glanced at the map in his hands, and found no mark indicating Dragon Island. The burly man stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then ordered his men cease navigation. Despite the formidable magical cannons mounted on the pirate vessel faced with uncharted territory, he chose to err on the side of caution. To pirates sailing the high seas, an island absent from any chart could harbor either astonishing wealth or perilous danger. "Captain, permit me to lead the way and scout ahead." A young man in his 20s standing beside the burly figure volunteered, eagerly, his gaze fixed upon Dragon Island with a flicker of burning intensity. The captain cast a glance at the youth, a bronze-level swordsman he had recruited from the waterfront in earlier days. The young man possessed remarkable prowess for his age, yet instead of seeking service under a noble household, he had chosen to join a pirate crew. He simply sought opportunity upon the seas. Such ambition was typical of the young. Arrogant, lacking practical wisdom, convinced that fortune favors the bold, oblivious to how many pirates perished each year on desolate shores. His strength proved adequate for leadership, so the captain resolved to let the youth temper his arrogance upon the island. With this decision made, the captain ordered 2 agile sailors to accompany the young swordsman as he led the expedition. The pirate vessel anchored a kilometer or 2 from Dragon Island, while a small wooden skiff detached from the ship and sped across the water toward the island. The young swordsman possessed remarkable ability, and the 2 sailors were battle-hardened veterans. Aside from massive feral creatures and pack-hunting beasts, nothing in the forest posed a real threat to them. Within days, they had traversed nearly the entirety of Dragon Island. No treasure came to light, but at least they faced no grave danger. After years of hunting by Ansell, the smaller beast populations on Dragon Island had been significantly thinned. He had consumed many of the most powerful and combative giant beasts, leaving the remaining ferocious species extraordinarily cautious. They feared even a single misstep might provoke Ansell and cost them their lives. Thus, despite detecting the trio's presence, most of the ferocious beasts deemed them unworthy of pursuit, too slight to be worth a meal, and too swift to catch anyway. The 2 sailors were merely hired hands. Even if treasure existed, it belonged to their leader. With no danger present, they saw no reason for concern. Meanwhile, the young swordsman had encountered some powerful beasts, yet felt no real peril from the island, which only fed his growing arrogance and inflated sense of his own abilities. On the other hand, the failure to uncover any treasure had left him quite disappointed. Then one day they discovered the entrance to the dragon's lair. The overwhelming aura radiating from the great dragon suppressed all other creatures in its vicinity, creating an instinctive sense of danger that affected all 3 of them. One sailor suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should return to the ship first and inform the captain of what we have found. Let him open the door when he arrives. I fear there may be danger here." The other sailor quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord. There are not even any beasts nearby, which suggests something dangerous lies within, perhaps even a true dragon." At the mention of dragons, terror flashed across his eyes. Pirate lore spoke often of great WIRMs nesting on remote islands far from civilization. Only legendary pirate fleets could survive an encounter with a powerful dragon. Ordinary pirates would be annihilated in an instant. Still, if one managed to escape with one's life, selling such intelligence could bring a fortune. Dragons ranked among the most valuable creatures in the world. The young swordsman ignored the 2 sailors. "We have come this far. How can we not enter and see? Fortune favors the bold." The young swordsman drew his blade, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Steel flashed, and the massive stone door yielded as though it were nothing more than soft cheese before his sword. From his pouch, the young swordsman withdrew a white silk cloth and gently wiped his blade, revealing 2 pulsing purple runes etched into the steel. Any mage present would recognize them as the inscriptions of Sharpen and Sever, marking this as a second-tier enchanted weapon. "Let us go." The young swordsman stepped into the hall ahead. Fearing they might suffer the same fate as the stone, the 2 sailors gritted their teeth and drew their scimitars, forced to follow despite their apprehension. They moved cautiously through the corridor, avoiding every trap until treasure came into view. Mountains of gold and silver coins. "There really is a fortune here. We will be rich." Avarice burned in the young swordsman's eyes as he surveyed the wealth before him. His hand drifted toward his blade, weighing the possibility of silencing them both and claiming everything for himself. Roar, roar. At that moment, two drakes that had been feigning slumber behind the treasure hoard caught the scent of intruders and burst forward with fierce growls. The sudden emergence of these dragon-like creatures startled all three. Though still undeveloped, each drake measured nearly 3 meters in length. The young swordsman laughed. "Just 2 drakes," he said, and with a casual slash of his blade, both creatures fell pierced. The drakes cried out in agony and collapsed into pools of blood. This was dragon blood, no waste allowed. The young swordsman retrieved his blade and knelt greedily, drinking the dragon's blood directly from the wounds. The dragon blood surged through his veins like fire. He felt his innate talent awakening, sensing real progress for the first time in years. Delight surged within him. Born a fallen noble, he had joined these pirates precisely to seize such opportunities and elevate his cultivation. Only by reaching the rank of silver-tier swordsman could he hope to restore his family's honor and claim a title. The sailors watched the dragon blood with thirst in their throats, yet alarm bells rang louder in their minds. "My lord, if there are drakes here, this must be a great dragon's lair. If it discovers us, we are finished. Let us flee now." The young swordsman nodded at this logic. Recognizing he could not claim all the treasure alone, he abandoned his murderous thoughts. Each grabbed handfuls of jewels and turned to flee. Just then the sleeping Elena shook off the treasures covering her and rose from the hoard. The moment she awakened, she caught the acrid scent of blood. Seeing another drake approach, the young swordsman's heart leaped with joy. His breakthrough was within reach, and he charged forward alone. The two sailors exchanged desperate glances and bolted, abandoning their companion. That was no drake at all. It was a true dragon. Elena, seeing the two dragon beasts lying in pools of blood, was incandescent with rage. Though she harbored little familial affection for those foolish brothers, she would never forgive anyone who broke into her home, stole, and killed dragons. "Humans, you are doomed." Elena lunged at the young swordsman, who charged forward, her claws swiping. The young swordsman, relying on his smaller frame, evaded her attack with ease. "Ha, you'd better worry about yourself first." The young swordsman drew his longsword, leaving a bloody gash across Elena's foreleg. Elena's defenses were far superior to those of dragon beasts, yet this strike still wounded her gravely. With a pained roar, she flapped her wings and took to the sky, widening the distance between them. Pure dragon blood dripped from her arm, and the young swordsman caught the falling droplets in his open mouth. He felt a nascent true chi slowly forming within him, the hallmark of a silver rank warrior. This was a true dragon, albeit still young. The young swordsman realized he was not facing a mere dragon beast to be bullied, yet his greed only intensified. Having suffered greatly in close combat, Elena unleashed a furious blast of dragon breath at the young swordsman. Panic seized his eyes. Unable to dodge in time, he tumbled through the flames, sustaining burns across his body, the scent of seared flesh wafting through the hall. Even the breath of a mere wormling was not something a bronze-rank swordsman could withstand with his bare flesh. Amidst his agony, he reached for the scroll hidden in his bosom. This was a teleportation scroll passed down through his lineage, more precious than his longsword, and the very reason he dared seek fortune on the sea. Tearing the scroll would instantly transport him 1,000 miles away. The young swordsman gazed bitterly at Elena in the sky. "If only I could drink her blood, I would break through to silver rank. Must I truly flee now? I refuse to accept this." Elena, watching from above, wore a triumphant expression as she saw the dragon breath take effect. But soon her triumph turned to dismay and panic. The dragon's flames burned at an extraordinary temperature, causing the gold coins beneath the young swordsman's feet to begin melting under the intense heat. "If Mother returns and sees that I burned her treasure, she will be furious and make me compensate. And I don't have much treasure of my own." After only a moment's hesitation, Elena decisively withdrew her dragon breath. The young swordsman's hand stilled on the scroll as he felt the scorching flames vanish. He looked up to see Elena, eyeing the melting treasure beneath his feet with apprehension. So the legends are true. Dragons would rather die than lose their treasure. The young swordsman gripped his longsword, a magical weapon not easily destroyed. He took a deep breath, a faint silver-white battle chi swirling around him. With a leap, he swung his sword at Elena. The sky was Elena's domain. Unhurriedly, she flapped her wings and easily evaded the young swordsman's strike. Yet despite her smugness, she saw no disappointment on his face. The young swordsman hurled his longsword, and a streak of silver light pierced through Elena's thick wing. Struck by an unprecedented wound, she plummeted heavily to the ground, unable to rise. The young swordsman retrieved his thrown sword and advanced step by step toward Elena. "In the end, I am the superior one." Elena, disregarding the treasure, now spat a stream of dragon breath at the young swordsman, knowing that survival was paramount in this crisis. But now immobilized, her dragon breath was easily dodged. "I doubt you can keep spewing fire forever." Though momentarily unable to close in, the young swordsman was in no hurry. "Brother, mother, someone come back and save me. I don't want to die yet. I haven't earned my own treasure." Elena cried out in despair within her heart. Meanwhile, Ansell, who had slumbered for a long time, also awakened. Due to the effect of feast, which superimposed on his normal size, his body had grown considerably larger after this sleep. He stood up, his 40-meter-tall form perched on the mountaintop, like an extra peak atop the flat summit. The prolonged slumber left him with a languid, weary feeling. He opened his sleep-rimmed eyes and gazed at Dragon Island, where a pirate ship suddenly appeared in his pupils. He instantly became alert. Pirates have arrived. Why hasn't Mother come out to deal with them? And where is Elena? Could she be in danger in the palace? Despite his lack of understanding of humans in this world, his past life as a human had taught him one thing. Never underestimate the depths of human depravity. Moreover, he was now a dragon, an alien to humans. The thought that Elena might be in danger filled him with frantic anxiety. Ignoring whatever impact his massive form might have on the pirates, he immediately flew toward the dragon's lair. Elena, please don't be in danger. Ansell landed before the lair, and the sight of the gaping hole in its roof stoked his worry and fury. Humans. The young swordsman inside heard the thunderous crash and knew the lair's owner had returned. He had no courage to draw his sword against an adult dragon. Elena, realizing it was her brother or mother, felt a surge of hope, but she could no longer spew dragon flame and was grievously wounded. The young swordsman charged at Elena, intent on finishing her quickly and escaping via the teleportation scroll. But the palace suddenly shook with violent tremors, and countless boulders rained down from the peak, blocking his path. Ansell, unable to enter the palace, paced frantically and finally resorted to tearing it down, heedless of the consequences, when his mother returned. If only I had chosen to slumber somewhere nearby. If anything happens to my sister, I will never forgive myself. Ansell reproached himself inwardly. Empowered by soul-devouring strike, mere rock offered no resistance to his claws. The palace was ripped open, revealing the two dragon beasts lying dead in blood, and his sister equally severely wounded. Human, today is your death day? Ansell roared in fury. But more urgent than killing this insect was his sister's safety. Green starlight flowed from his claws toward Elena, and he lifted her to a safe place. Brother, those humans are so despicable, Elena said, both aggrieved and angry. As a dragon, she had never plundered human treasure, yet humans had invaded her home, stolen, and even tried to kill her for her blood. Worst of all, she couldn't even defeat them. The green starlight surged into her body, rapidly healing her injured claws and wings. Over the past 4 years, Ansell's vitality had greatly increased. Even after using star infusion, he only felt a slight dizziness. Not one of them will escape, he said savagely, but when his gaze fell upon the young swordsman, Ansell was momentarily startled. The young swordsman, staring at the colossal golden monster that suddenly appeared before him like a mountain, nearly wet himself in terror. Legends of dragons had long circulated across the human continent. As a member of the human nobility, even if fallen, he was not ignorant of dragon lore. The Elena before him was merely a wormling. A few bronze-rank adventurers could easily overpower her by avoiding her dragon fire. After all, compared to dragons' innate talents, the skills honed by humans from childhood could still gain the upper hand when the dragons were young. But all that meant nothing against this colossal dragon. Even if he stood still and let me cut him, I'd only be tickling him. The young swordsman stared at Ansell in despair. With such a size, he might even be a legendary elder dragon. That was a legendary-level powerhouse. Even the most elite pirate crews couldn't guarantee victory against an elder dragon renowned for its immense physical and magical resistance. And that's not even mentioning its terrifying dragon breath and unknown draconic magic. The only thing that gave him a sliver of relief was that this colossal dragon did not attack him immediately, but instead went to rescue the wounded wormling. The young swordsman had no courage to slay a dragon for its blood under the gaze of a true dragon. He frantically pulled the scroll from his bosom and tore it open without a second thought or hint of reluctance. Instantly he appeared on the human continent 1,000 miles away, yet his racing heart did not calm. Who knew what tricks this legendary dragon possessed? He fled wildly through the wilderness, his burned and broken body aching. Seeing the young swordsman vanish abruptly, Ansell knew it was some magical means. Unfortunately, he knew no tracking or location spells, so he could not pursue, and could only watch the swordsman escape before his eyes. However, that pirate ship did not have such a convenient escape. I will make them pay. Wait here for me to return, Ansell promised Elena. His massive silhouette swept over the forest. The once dormant predator had awakened, and the beasts beneath the shadow let out low, submissive growls. 2 sailors fled wildly through the woods, the specter of death looming close. That bastard. Why did he have to provoke the dragons? Now we're all doomed. One sailor grumbled as he ran for his life, blaming the young swordsman's recklessness for the dire peril. Fortunately, they encountered no beast attacks along the way and finally spotted their small boat. At the same time, they saw the pirate ship speeding away at full sail. A chill ran through the sailors' hearts, and a massive shadow enveloped them. Ansell casually tossed the corpses in his claws into the sea. The blood attracted fish, and the 2 sailors' bodies were torn apart and devoured. He gazed at the pirate ship almost vanishing on the horizon and flew toward it with all his might. He refused to let them off. It was their arrival that had brought the swordsman to the island, causing the death of 2 dragon beasts and his sister's grievous injury. The more Ansell thought, the angrier he grew. Unable to find the swordsman, he would vent all his fury on the pirate ship. Earlier, when Ansell had flown toward the lair, the pirate captain had spotted him through his telescope. Even a seasoned veteran like the captain broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately ordered the ship to flee at full speed and had everyone man the cannons ready for battle. A true dragon, an adult dragon, or older. This was far beyond what their pirate ship could handle. A wave of regret washed over him. He should not have allowed that brash young swordsman to lead the landing party. Now that the dragon was enraged, even escape might prove impossible. Your Dragon Majesty, we are merely passing by and meant no offense. If anything displeased you, it was entirely that young fool's own doing. We are willing to compensate you for all losses, with treasure. The captain's sweat beading on his brow negotiated with the approaching dragon. Knowing the dragon's avaricious nature, he specifically mentioned treasure. But the dragon before him was no ordinary one. It was Ansell who did not covet treasure so fervently. Words are useless. Pay with your lives. Ansell's claws wreathed in soul-devouring strike lashed out at the pirate ship. The captain gritted his teeth, white battle chi enveloping his body. He drew his broadsword and stood against Ansell. Fire. All cannons fire. Claws met broadsword. 3 runes flickered on the blade: fortitude, tenacity, and resistance. The captain's fighting style was not the sharp penetrating attacks of the young swordsman, but rather a shield-like defense. Surprise flickered in Ansell's draconic eyes. Under the soul-devouring strike, the broadsword did not shatter completely. The captain was hurled backward, smashing a large crater in the iron-plated deck. The entire pirate ship shuddered violently from the impact. Ansell also suffered. The powerful recoil severely wounded his claws, drawing blood. The captain struggled to rise, his body broken, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Bang! The ship's cannons fired, each muzzle spewing fiery spheres that exploded against Ansell's body. If he were truly an elder dragon with immense physical and magical resistance, these fireballs would be mere tickles. But Ansell was only 5 or 6 years old. His increased size did not grant a qualitative leap in defense. His scales were far tougher than Elena's, yet under the barrage of cannon fire they were torn open, exposing raw flesh. The pirate ship poured out an unending volley of flames, forcing Ansell to constantly weave and dodge in the air. But his massive frame now became a clear target, easily struck by the cannonballs. Forced to retreat, he ascended as high as possible to widen the distance from the ship. Without ranged attacks, and unable to approach the ship, Ansell watched the pirate vessel sail farther away. He feared that leaving Dragon Island too far behind might endanger his sister. Ansell calculated the possibility of enduring the cannon fire to launch another soul-devouring strike. The captain, noticing that Ansell neither used magic nor the iconic dragon breath, and was even driven back by the cannons, felt a strange suspicion, but the hope of survival overshadowed all other thoughts. If he could escape alive, selling the news of a dragon to those powerful pirate crews would fetch a reward more than enough to cover the losses of this voyage, and still leave a surplus. Such was the immense value of a mature dragon. Just as Ansell was fuming under the bombardment, he felt a sensation in his throat, like a lump of phlegm that demanded release. A massive spherical fireball erupted from his mouth, crashed onto the pirate ship, and exploded into a sea of flames. Though at sea on an iron ship with no combustible materials, the fire consumed everything. The entire pirate ship turned into an inferno, even melting steel. Pirates leaped overboard into the sea, seeking relief from the searing pain. But the fire did not extinguish, even in water blazing for 5 full minutes. In that time, a massive pirate ship was reduced to nothingness. As the dragon mother, she bore the responsibility of protecting her young offspring and ought not to have abandoned the nest. Moreover, she had ventured to the human continent under the guise of robbing the rich to aid the poor, a pretext that only deepened her unease. Having observed both dragons sleeping peacefully and knowing Dragon Island had never been discovered by humans, her momentary lapse in caution had nearly brought about irreparable consequences. How unfortunate those 2 little ones were. The dragon mother's spirits sank slightly. Though they were merely dragon beasts, they shared her bloodline, and her affection for them ran deeper than that for her siblings. My dearest children, it is mother's fault for failing to protect you. I swear, from this day forward until you come of age, I shall never depart from your side again. The dragon mother promised with evident contrition. Of course, these words were chiefly directed at Elena, who remained too young and frail. Ansell, though unable to wield magic and significantly weaker than dragons of comparable size, was still capable of safeguarding himself. The dragon mother opened her maw wide, and 2 azure rings sailed toward the twin dragons. These are spatial rings, gifts from mother to commemorate your ascension to young dragonhood. Spatial rings could only be crafted by mages versed in spatial magic. While the material costs were modest, the crafting expenditure was considerable, owing to the rarity of spatial talent rendering them fairly precious. Yet unlike glittering hoards of gold and silver, and having been acquired opportunistically, the dragon mother felt no particular pang of regret. Ansell opened his mouth and swallowed the spatial ring whole. Within a great dragon's body existed a dimensional reservoir that expanded alongside its physique. He could readily accommodate a massive carriage within himself, so storing a mere ring was naturally effortless. Though he could not yet shapeshift, and the spatial ring held no immediate utility, he was convinced that one day he would travel to the human continent. The twins accepted their gift, and their grievance toward the dragon mother noticeably diminished. The harrowing experience of being gravely wounded by humans had left a profound scar upon Elena's mind. She turned to her mother and asked, "Are humans truly so formidable? Are we not dragons, the most flawless creatures in existence?" The dragon mother tenderly stroked Elena's small head and explained, "Humans are indeed among the most powerful species in this world, yet those pirates remain feeble." Elena wore an expression of utter incomprehension. Those who had injured her were still considered weaklings. The dragon mother continued, "Within human society their strength is meticulously categorized. Black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, legend, demigod. Yet beneath legend all are but ants. Humans are a short-lived species, and with age both their physical vigor and intellect inevitably decline. Should they fail to break through to the legend realm, their span amounts to naught but a century." And the dragon mother paused before continuing, "Humans beneath legend possess no significant destructive power on their own. To us colossal dragons it is exceedingly difficult for them to inflict mortal wounds. Thus those pirates are merely weaklings. When you, Elena, reach young dragonhood you shall rend them asunder with ease. Does this mean that in a few decades I can exact bitter retribution upon these humans?" Elena exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation. Olivia smiled and shook her head. "That is exceedingly far off. Even I can only blend among humans through transformation magic. Once I encounter a legend-strength powerhouse, I must flee without delay. Perhaps only ancient dragons or primordial ancient dragons can traverse the human continent with ease, yet even they must remain vigilant against demigod-strength experts." As she spoke, Olivia cast a glance toward Ansell. Upon hearing this, Ansell drooped his head in despondency. The dragon mother's implication was clear. Despite his towering size and considerable strength, he had not yet mastered transformation magic and remained unfit to venture to the human continent. Olivia pressed on, "In truth, what truly allows humans to dominate vast territories is not merely their powerful individuals. Among our dragonkin, there are also many elder dragons and ancient dragons. What truly elevates them to hegemony is their wondrous magic and artifices." These words brought to Ansell's mind the formidable cannons aboard the pirate vessel, and he could not help but nod in assent. Ever since the human law god manifested a millennium ago, a near 1,000-year span has witnessed an inexhaustible proliferation of human magic and enchanted artifacts. Countless wicked dragons, arrogant in their overwhelming strength, have scarcely set foot in human society before being hunted and slain by various magical weapons, their bellies split open. Split open. Elena touched her tiny belly, her face draining of color. That must have been excruciating. The human world is far too perilous. Unless I reach the legend realm, I shall never leave mother's side, Elena said, terror evident in her voice. Olivia chuckled softly. "Foolish child, our great dragon magic is by no means weak. Unless employing extraordinarily costly magical detection artifacts, scrying magic beneath the legend tier cannot unveil us. As long as we exercise caution and leave no trace for humans to discover, we shall remain unharmed. Once you reach adolescence, you may venture to the human continent for adventures." Elena threw her forelimbs around the dragon mother's leg and pouted pleadingly, "No, no. Unless I become an elder dragon, I will never set foot in the human continent. It is far too dangerous. The human continent is replete with treasures, you know," the dragon mother tempted. Elena's expression softened with yearning, but her gaze quickly hardened once more. "I shall absolutely not go. It is never too late to amass treasures once I become an elder dragon." The shadow of childhood trauma wielded immense power. The little golden dragon now deemed her life far more precious than any hoard. Ansell watched his younger sister embrace a cautious path, shaking his head with a wry smile, as though she were destined to become a reclusive dragon. The dragon mother gazed upon the ruined remnants of their former lair and sighed, making a resolute decision within her heart. She interred the bodies of the two dragon beasts, then gathered the treasure. "Prepare to depart. Our home has been destroyed and humans have already discovered this place. Remaining here is far too perilous." The dragon mother issued her instructions to the two dragons. "Should news of our presence among humans spread within mere days, a horde will descend upon us, crying, 'Dragon Slayer.' An escape would be impossible." Upon hearing that they were to leave, Ansell felt a surge of elation. Having languished there for 5 years, he was thoroughly weary of the place. Elena rested upon Ansell's back, her safety shielded by his vast scales. Compared to her mother and elder brother, she was still too small, and could rely upon her brother to carry her through the skies. "Mother, where are we headed?" Elena inquired in her youthful voice. The dragon mother replied, "We shall journey to Dragon Island, the homeland of all virtuous metal dragons. Upon arriving there you shall have many companions and shall never again know loneliness or monotony." The original dragon nest was not particularly far from the human continent, which is why pirate ships had found them. But their nest was certainly not close to Dragon Island. The three dragons flew over the sea for 3 days and 2 nights, resting for a day at some nameless small island along the way. Ansell felt that his speed was no slower than the airplanes on Blue Star. He estimated that his family had flown at least 10,000 kilometers. Finally, Ansell stopped over a vast ocean at Olivia's call. Elena, gazing at the boundless sea with her 4 limbs pressed tightly against Ansell's body, said somewhat lost, "What's wrong, mother? Why are we stopping?" Olivia scanned the waters, feeling somewhat emotional. "We have arrived, children. Arrived, eh? But there's nothing here. Could it be underwater? Ansell gazed at the endless sea, equally puzzled. This is Dragon Island, though it's covered by a special magical barrier, making it look no different from ordinary waters. Olivia explained to her two country-bred offspring who had never seen the world. Constructing a magical barrier was not only troublesome, but also incredibly costly. Ordinary great dragons would never be willing to waste precious treasures on such useless defenses. After all, if they couldn't win a fight, they could always flee with their treasure. Olivia flew downward, stopping only when she was 1,000 or 2,000 meters above the sea surface. She flapped her wings while extending her forelimbs, touching the air beneath her, as if it were a liquid sea. Ripples spread across the air in concentric circles as Olivia began chanting her spell. When she finished, the space beneath her shattered like a mirror, revealing the unique scenery within. A dazzling expanse of vibrant colors. Mountains, forests, and peaks, and flocks of brilliantly colored metallic dragons soared freely, their scales reflecting metallic luster under the sunlight. This was the shared homeland of all metallic dragons, Dragon Island. Seeing this scene, Olivia could no longer restrain herself and quickly dove into the barrier. Ansell followed closely, squeezing his massive body through the barrier. Roar! Olivia let out a dragon's roar, unable to hold back as she gazed upon her homeland below. As the homeland of metallic dragons, Dragon Island saw frequent returns. Olivia's arrival did not draw much attention from the other dragons. Only a true dragon flying in the distance glanced toward Olivia before heading over. As it approached, Ansell studied him. It was a brass dragon similar in size to Olivia at 30-something meters tall. The brass dragon looked at Olivia with some surprise, saying, "Olivia, it really is you. Long time no see. Long time no see, Antoine. I didn't expect your chatty habit to improve so much. I thought you'd fill my ears with nonsense as soon as we met." Upon meeting a childhood companion, Olivia teasingly joked. What could bring a dragon greater joy than encountering a childhood friend upon first returning to Dragon Island? The brass dragon chuckled and fixed his gaze on Ansell beside Olivia, asking politely, "I wonder who this uncle is. I've never seen him on Dragon Island before." He had originally had countless things to say upon seeing Olivia, but upon glimpsing Ansell beside her, massive as a mountain, he suddenly dared not speak another word. His size was fully 1/3 larger than Antoine's, meaning he was at least an elderly dragon. If he had some unspeakable relationship with Olivia, Antoine would surely suffer a severe beating for speaking recklessly. Olivia covered her forehead embarrassedly. "He's no Uncle Antoine. He's my son Ansell. He's only 6 or so years old." 6 or so years old. That big at only 6 years old. That's terrifying. Antoine stammered in shock upon hearing Olivia's words. In a dragon's lifespan of 100 or 200 years, he had never seen any dragon grow so rapidly. "Hello, Uncle Antoine." Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Ansell hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Antoine." Elena on Ansell's back also mimicked him, calling out in a cute child's voice. Only then did Antoine notice the unassuming little Drake on Ansell's back. "Are they both your children?" Antoine asked. "Yes, mine and Ylayer's," Olivia replied. "Oh, my dear Olivia, I can't believe that in just a few decades apart you've had children, and they're not even mine. I'm heartbroken." Antoine covered his heart with his forelimbs, his face full of grief. "Do you know how much I missed you during these years you were away from Dragon Island? Every second, every minute, every hour, every day, every month, every year. I thought of you constantly. Your shimmering golden scales still shine as brilliantly as ever, captivating all who behold them. And those dragon-charming amber eyes of yours are undoubtedly the most beautiful treasures in this world. And your scent, always as alluring as ever." As he spoke, he pulled a gleaming golden dragon scale from his mouth. "Every night, I need to rest my head upon your scales and breathe in your fragrance to fall asleep." Hearing Antoine's nauseating love words, Olivia felt her scales tighten, a chill running down her spine. She snatched the dragon scale from his claw and swiftly swatted him down to the ground. "You pervert. You incessant chatterbox. After all these years you still haven't changed. Still so disgusting." Brass dragons as a race were born talkative. No dragon, nor any other race, could endure their personality. If one's strength was not inferior to theirs, they could be made to shut up obediently. But if one was weaker, they were in for a world of trouble. Antoine, during his travels, had always enjoyed kidnapping some timid humans and forcing them to listen to his monologue. His most outrageous act was kidnapping men and reciting sappy love words beside them until they went mad. Until one day a human he kidnapped became a legendary powerhouse within merely decades, vowing to hunt him to the ends of the earth should he dare step onto the human continent. Since then, Antoine had mostly stayed put on Dragon Island. "Can you behave properly in front of the children? Stop talking nonsense." Olivia watched warily as Antoine slowly rose into the air again, threatening to beat him soundly if he dared speak recklessly once more. All right, sister, I was wrong." Antoine became much more well-behaved after being struck. "You should take the children to register first. Dragon Island has changed considerably over the years," Antoine said seriously. Olivia nodded upon hearing this. It had been a long time since she last returned to Dragon Island, and she was unaware of the changes that had occurred. Antoine waved his forelimb to bid farewell to the 3 dragons. Flying into the cave, it revealed a vast and spacious chamber. As soon as Ansell air entered, a wave of scorching heat assailed him. The temperature was so intense that even he, a golden dragon, could feel its searing heat. Aoli Wei chanted a spell, and a gentle breeze swirled around the three dragons, dispelling the heat. And Cai Air fixed his gaze deeper into the cave. There a colossal golden dragon was immersed in bubbling, boiling magma. Despite the unbearable heat that would overwhelm ordinary dragons, the enormous dragon's face bore an expression of pure bliss. Hearing the sound of dragons entering, the massive golden dragon opened its drowsy, draconic eyes. A flicker of light passed through them, mingled with surprise and delight. "Oh, Li Weiya. Is that you, Ao Li Weiya?" The colossal dragon rose from the magma, its body far larger than Ao Li Weiya's and not much smaller than in Cai Air's. The key point was this, and Cai Air stared in astonishment at the massive dragon's rippling muscles. It was incredibly muscular. Neither he nor his mother, nor the brass dragon and one they had seen earlier, had ever grown through such rigorous training. They relied solely on the innate and powerful talents of dragons during slumber. Thus their bodies were inevitably somewhat bloated. But the dragon before them was the absolute fitness coach of the dragon world, his robust physique brimming with world-shattering power. And Cai Air swallowed hard, utterly convinced that if he were to fight this dragon, he would likely be torn in two. "Yes, it's me. You must be brother Ao Si Meng. It's been so many years, and you've become this strong. You must have reached the legendary realm, haven't you?" Ao Li Weiya was equally delighted. The dragon before her was their eldest brother from childhood, the most powerful golden dragon of their generation. Having entered the legendary realm at only 300 years old, truly enviable. "Ha ha, these are the fruits of my hard training," Ao Si Meng said with a hearty laugh. "Good sister, how have you been all these years? How is Eli Airc doing?" At the mention of his never-before-seen father, and Cai Air pricked up his ears. "We've been doing all right," Ao Li Weiya said with a smile. "We made some treasure as adventurers on the human continent. Then I got pregnant and found a place to raise the children. Eli Airc is still out there roaming the continent and doing good deeds." Such was the custom of dragons. After becoming pregnant, a female dragon would find a secluded place to raise her offspring alone without requiring the male to take responsibility. This tradition originated from the dragon's promiscuous nature, which sometimes left the female unsure of the father's identity. Enough about him. "I've brought my 2 children here to register. We plan to stay on Dragon Island for a while." Ao Li Weiya raised the matter at hand. 2 children. Ao Si Meng looked at an Cai Air who was even larger than himself and fell into deep thought. Little golden dragon Ai Lin Na was clearly Ao Li Weiya's child, but this huge dragon, though Ao Si Meng was a dragon of brawn rather than brains, he wasn't entirely muscle-headed. How could it be that after only a few decades, Ao Li Weiya's child was taller than him? Were dragons growing this fast these days? "Hello, uncle." And Cai Air quickly greeted him. Ever since arriving on Dragon Island, he had increasingly lamented his inability to use transformation spells. If only he could shrink a bit, he'd avoid these awkward moments. "Hello, hello," Ao Si Meng replied with an awkward smile. He had also noticed that although in Cai Air was enormous, he lacked the oppressive aura of an old dragon. His muscle density was insufficient, and his scales were shiny gold, not the dark gold of an aged dragon. Ao Si Meng produced an ancient, thick tome, chanted an incantation, and 2 beams of golden light shot toward in Cai Air and Ai Lin Na. Then in Cai Air saw a golden flash in his draconic eyes. Ao Si Meng nodded, and 2 golden beams flew out from their bodies, landing on the thick tome and transforming into 2 strings of golden draconic script. Name Ai Lin Na Aoninc. Bone age 6. Mother Ao Li Weiya and 2 Sual. Father Eli Airc Aoninc. Health good. Breed golden dragon. Name in Cai Air Aoninc. Bone age 6. Mother Ao Li Weiya and 2 Sual. Father Eli Airc Aoninc. Health robust. Breed golden dragon. This golden dragon was indeed only 6 years old. Ao Si Meng was genuinely startled. Seeing this, Ao Li Weiya said with some exasperation, "My child. For some reason, he's been growing fast since he was very young. He was already bigger than Ai Lin Na is now when he was only a month old. In just a few years, he couldn't even fit into our old lair anymore. I really don't know what to do." Ai Lin Na pouted defiantly, muttering about a magicless blockhead. Ao Si Meng upon hearing this looked at an Cai Air with a spark in his eyes. "This is a good thing, Ao Li Weiya. You should be proud of your child." It was the first time he had seen a dragon grow so quickly. In time, a single flap of his wings could annihilate a small human kingdom. What a magnificent sight that would be. Ao Si Meng's eyes grew brighter, gazing at an Cai Air as if he were a gleaming, precious gem. If he could train this young dragon to build his physique, the dragon race's revival was within reach. With this thought, Ao Si Meng said to an Cai Air, "Little one, would you like to train with me to build your body? I swear if you train for 100 years, you'll reach the legendary realm by the time you're an adult." Ao Si Meng tempted. The legendary realm. And Cai Air calculated, even if he only stacked layers of soul drain and feast while hunting and eating, within a few decades at most, the so-called legendary powerhouses would be no match for him. Training for 100 years would make a dragon moldy. No. And Cai Air refused decisively. Drawing from his past life's experience of being set up on blind dates, he knew that hesitation only invited more entanglement. Young dragons these days can't endure hardship. They all want to coast their way to the legendary realm. That's precisely why we dragons were driven off the continent. AOC Ming sighed inwardly after being rejected. But he didn't press the matter. Perhaps in a few days the little one would change his mind and beg to train his physique. AOC Ming made a mental note and said to Ao Liwei's sister Uncle and Gusi has opened a magic class on Dragon Island in recent years specifically for young dragons. You can send both your children there. Uncle and Gusi. Ao Liwei recalled the stern elder, let out a low exclamation, and was reminded of some unpleasant memories. AOC Ming continued, in these years the magical proficiency of young dragons on the island has greatly improved, all thanks to Uncle and Gusi. You wouldn't want to hinder your children's growth, would you? Ao Liwei nodded. I'll send the children there. It just so happens that my and Cai heir can't learn magic, so I can ask Uncle and Gusi for advice. AOC Ming watched in Cai heir's retreating figure, a sly smile appearing on his face, a stark contrast to his powerful build. After the three dragons left the cave under Osman's guidance, they found a vast flat ground. Ansell looked from afar at rows of small wooden tables on the flat ground, where several young children were listening listlessly to the teacher at the front lecturing on the blackboard. Olivia ordered Ansell to stop and descended to the ground. The tremendous noise caused by the dragon's landing spread outward from Ansell, but upon touching the ground it stirred up ripples. Ansell saw the barrier once again, but compared to the barrier of Dragon Island this one was much weaker, probably just to prevent dragons from disturbing their class. Children, let's wait here. Don't disturb Uncle Nichols, he is a serious dragon and hates being disturbed. Olivia instructed the children. Mom, what are they doing? Elena jumped down from Ansell and asked, looking at the scene. Olivia explained, in the human world what they are doing is called class. Class. Elena tilted her head in confusion. In dragon heritage, there was no such thing as class. Olivia nodded. A class is when a teacher imparts their knowledge, experience, and skills to students. Finally, Olivia added with a sigh, it is precisely because of class that humans, being short-lived species, can continuously pass down knowledge, giving rise to countless geniuses. Elena still didn't understand. Why have classes? Aren't all knowledge, experience, and skills already in the inherited memory? Just by sleeping and growing up one can become stronger. The dragon race's strength and weakness both lie in their talent. Their innate talent allows them to become the strongest beings on the continent without any effort, simply by sleeping and aging. But precisely because of this, the strength of most dragons is directly proportional to their age. They wait step by step to become stronger and cannot break through the limitations of dragon inheritance. Ansell squinted his eyes in pain. No dragon understands class better than me. As a transmigrator, his previous life's decade of arduous study had given him post-traumatic stress disorder regarding classes. Simply put, he gets a headache whenever he attends class. Mom, why did you bring us here? You wouldn't be so heartless as to send us to study, would you? Ansell asked. He really didn't want to have to attend classes and study even after transmigrating. Olivia said, your Uncle Nichols is the most knowledgeable dragon among us. He once went to the human continent to study magic. Learning from him will greatly improve your magical abilities. I don't want you to lose at the starting line. Especially you, Olivia emphasized, looking at Ansell. You still haven't mastered the simplest and most basic transformation spell. You really worry me. Ansell opened his mouth, but finally said nothing, hanging his head in dejection. After all, his mother was telling the truth. He seemed to have little talent for dragon-inherited magic. Elena could perform the transformation spell at 3 years old, but she simply liked her dragon form and disliked transforming. Yet he still couldn't transform. They waited from afternoon until sunset when the dragon magic class finally ended. Ansell saw the barrier disappear, and the children who had been sitting on stools stood up, transforming into dragons of various lengths, flying away in groups, laughing and playing. Don't forget to finish your homework. A mature, stern voice rang out. The young dragons trembled and flapped their wings, fleeing as if flying. Olivia and Elena transformed into human forms and led Ansell as they flew over. Olivia transformed into a young maiden with golden hair and blue eyes draped in a layer of golden gauze, revealing her smooth, slender legs. With a high-bridged nose and fair skin, she exuded a lazy, noble aura in every gesture. Elena turned into a chubby little girl in a golden dress, delicate and adorable, held in Olivia's arms. Nichols was an eccentric dragon among dragons, not only because he liked studying magic, but also because he preferred to appear in human form even on Dragon Island. However, due to his formidable strength, the other dragons had to comply with his preferences. Uncle Nichols. As they approached, Ansell finally saw the dragon mage before him. He wore an ancient blue magic robe, silver hair draped over his back, a pale mask covering his face, revealing only his mercury-like eyes. In his slender hand, he held a magic staff inlaid with a sapphire. 2 young dragons here to sign up for class, Nichols said calmly. He could tell at a glance that Agnes was still a young dragon. As expected of Uncle Nichols, even though my child has grown this big, you can still tell he's a young dragon. Olivia flattered. To be honest, she harbored some fear of Nichols. In her childhood, Nichols was already a renowned powerhouse among dragons, and decades ago, he had even broken through to demigod. In the young dragon's rumors, Nichols was like a demon, who would specifically catch young dragons to study magic. Whenever they misbehaved, their mothers would use Nichols to scare them. A true mage is not deceived by appearances. Nichols' voice betrayed no emotion. Yes, Uncle Nichols, my two little dragons also want to sign up to learn magic. Olivia brought up the matter. Nichols nodded and took out 2 books from his storage ring. Books are the ladder of progress for dragons. Learning will make you stronger. I am gratified that the young dragons of this generation have not wasted their innate powerful talents. He handed the books to Elena and Ansell. Ansell took the book that flew over to him wrapped in parchment. The book was too small compared to his body, but it was the normal size for human books. The book was printed with 4 gilded large characters, Introduction to Magic. The characters on the book were composed of a magical script allowing each race to see their own language system. What Ansell saw was dragon script, the common continental language, and his previous life's mother tongue from Blue Star. This startled him, thinking his identity as a transmigrator had been discovered. But he glanced at Nichols and saw no sign of anything unusual. After issuing his instructions, Nicholas gathered his belongings and turned to leave. Olivia called after him. Uncle Nicholas, there is one more matter I would like to trouble you with. Hearing this, Nicholas turned around, his tone still calm and even. Little dragon, is there something else? If it is unrelated to magic, I have no interest in playing house with you. As a powerful demigod, adult dragons such as Olivia were nothing more than children in his eyes. Watching Nicholas's mercury-cold gaze, Olivia felt a subtle trembling in her heart. After all, it was a shadow from her childhood, and she could not help but feel a touch of fear. Gathering her courage, Olivia said, "It is like this, Uncle Nicholas. My child. That one over there, the exceptionally large one." Olivia pointed to the towering Ansell behind her. Do not be fooled by his size. He has not yet mastered even the simplest transformation spell. Cannot perform transformation. You must take human form to attend my class, Nicholas said, fixing his gaze upon Ansell. How about this? You two return first, and I will take him back to my laboratory for study. A golden dragon that grew at an extraordinary rate, possessed a massive physique, yet could not wield dragon magic. This stirred a flicker of interest in Nicholas. Back to the laboratory, Olivia stammered. In the legends she had heard since childhood, whenever a young dragon disobeyed its mother and refused to come home early at night, it would be seized by Nicholas and dragged into his laboratory. And then he would amputate the young dragon's claws, slice open its belly, and conduct all manner of cruel and merciless experiments. Is there a problem? Nicholas said in his cold, emotionless voice. No problem at all. Olivia quickly waved her hands, afraid of offending Nicholas in the slightest. Now she was a grown dragon with her own children, and she understood that the rumors from her childhood were merely tales told to frighten young dragons. Nicholas paid her no further attention and withdrew a collar from his storage ring. The collar rapidly expanded and slid around Ansell's neck. Ansell immediately felt the world growing larger. No, he himself was shrinking. What an astonishing magical artifact. Ansell looked at the collar on his neck in disbelief. Such a tiny magical item could possess such incredible functionality. At this moment he had shrunk to roughly the same size as Elena. Previously he had assumed the magic of this world was limited to fireball spells, greater fireball spells, and various other fireball variants, never expecting such diverse and wondrous magic. Upon seeing her brother shrink to such a diminutive size, Elena broke free from Olivia's embrace and dropped to the ground, reverting to her dragon form. Taking advantage of Ansell's dazed stupor, she leaped onto him and pinned him to the ground. Ha ha ha, you rotten brother. You have bullied me for so long. Finally it is my turn to tease you. Elena. Seeing Elena frolicking on the ground, Olivia hastily called out to her, deeply fearing that such playful behavior might offend Nicholas. Elena turned her head and voiced Ansell's very thoughts. Mom, magic is so magical. I want to study hard as well. The magic Nicholas displayed did not exist within the dragon lineage. It was magic independently developed by humans. In truth, the transformation magic inherited from dragons, although difficult to discern one's true form, could only assume the shapes of various races. Just as Elena's transformation could only produce a fixed child form without the ability to alter the dragon's actual size. Then go home and look into it yourself. Nicholas brushed Elena off Ansell and led him toward a cave. Ansell followed closely behind Nicholas. The cave entrance was guarded by a barrier. Magicians' territories did not permit dragons to enter or exit freely. Nicholas lightly tapped the barrier at the entrance with his staff, and it vanished instantly. At the same moment, a clear female voice rang out. Welcome back, Master. Had this world already possessed artificial intelligence? Today was the day a country-bred dragon was shaken by magic. Open laboratory number 48. The cold command emanated from behind Nicholas's pale mask. Yes, Master. Ansell followed closely behind Nicholas into the cave. To his surprise, the interior walls were not brown stone, but silver-white metal, exuding a chill. This was the ideal temperature for silver dragons, but hardly suitable for a golden dragon who preferred warmth. Ansell could not help but sneeze twice. From the outside the cave appeared vast, but inside Ansell did not walk for long. Passing through a corridor lined with enchanted lamps, he followed Nicholas to a great door. Above the door was inscribed a series of digits 48. Stepping into the laboratory, he found counters filled with an assortment of instruments, test tubes, and potions bearing various labels. Ansell recognized only one device as resembling a microscope thanks to his 9 years of compulsory education. Along both sides of the laboratory stood glass jars, each preserving organs of various creatures. In that instant, Ansell felt as though he had dreamed himself back to a medical laboratory on Blue Star. Was the magic of this world somewhat out of place? For these country dragons who had never seen a laboratory, Nicholas was long accustomed to such reactions. He gestured for Ansell to lie upon the operating table in the center of the laboratory. Without suspicion, Ansell obediently laid down on the table the incandescent lamp directly above him, casting an uncomfortable glare. The moment he lay upon the table, 6 iron chains burst forth from it firmly, securing his neck, limbs, and tail. This was an operating table specially prepared for dragons. An uneasy thought arose in Ansell's mind. "Uncle Nicholas, what is going on?" Nicholas did not respond. Instead, he donned gloves and approached with a syringe in hand. Ansell watched in alarm as Nicholas's mercury-cold eyes transformed into a bloody red, sensing grave danger. He struggled with all his might, but the iron chains were utterly unyielding. With no other recourse, he opened his mouth, preparing to use his breath weapon, only for a mechanical arm to extend from behind and clamp his jaws shut. Was this also part of your scheme, Uncle Nicholas? This was the first time since his transmigration that Ansell felt such intense peril. He could not understand why Nicholas seemed like a completely different dragon after entering the laboratory. If he had ever heard the legends concerning Nicholas, he might have understood that the tales were not entirely fabricated. A sharp sting struck his hindquarters, and Ansell felt the world spin violently before he lost consciousness on the operating table. Nicholas calmly set down the syringe and retrieved a gleaming surgical scalpel. Yet another interesting specimen for experimentation. 4 white glowing stone steels stood towering within the black fog. The first was carved with a colossal insect bearing 6 tentacles, and the inscription upon it had undergone subtle alterations. Feast, greedily devour an enemy, dealing massive true damage that scales with consumption. Devouring creatures can increase one's size and vitality, but the same species can only be devoured up to 6 times. Cooldown 1 day. Current stacks, 427. Considering that each stack of Feast increases his size by 5%, he was now 20 times the size of Elena. The second steel bore the engraving of a humanoid unicorn wielding a half-moon staff. Star Infusion was not a growth-type skill, hence it remained unchanged. And Cair turned his head to gaze at the third steely upon which a dog-headed humanoid was engraved. Compared to when this skill first awakened, the inscription had only undergone minute numerical changes, yet its power had undergone a tremendous transformation. Soul-draining strike attacks deal additional physical damage, and each kill achieved through this skill permanently increases its damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Current stacks, 36791. Based on each stack providing 1/10,000th of his base strength coupled with an inherent 50% bonus. This skill could allow Cair to unleash an attack 5 times his natural strength in an instant. Dragon physiology grants formidable power inherently, though he could not yet match an elder dragon of comparable stature. His own strength was far from negligible. If that pirate captain had not happened to specialize in defensive cultivation and wielded a heavy sword inscribed with 3 resilience runes, he would never have withstood Cair's assault. Theoretically, aside from a handful of well-equipped warriors blessed with exceptional talent, any combatant below the legendary realm was as trivial to him as chopping through melons and vegetables, posing virtually no threat. Yet every power bore its flaw, a vulnerability that had surfaced during his previous encounter with the pirates. Newton's third law applied universally, and Cair's defensive cultivation lagged behind his offensive prowess, which was precisely why his claws had been grievously injured by the backlash force. Against opponents far weaker than himself whom he could crush with ease, there was naturally no issue. But facing foes who shielded themselves tightly within tortoise shells would surely give him a headache. And Cair found himself compelled to consider whether he should forge protective gear for his claws before his defensive capabilities fully matured. However, that would represent another exorbitant expense. For a young drake still nestled under his mother's wing and lacking his own hoard, it was simply impractical. At this juncture, the advantages of being a humanoid creature became apparent, for they were all a race that wielded weapons. If he could shapeshift into a human form, utilizing soul-draining strike would become considerably more convenient. It was far too troublesome not to have mastered shapeshifting. And Cair sighed inwardly. Had he possessed that art, he would long ago have slipped away unnoticed while his mother was absent. How could a magnificent dragon settle for huddling in obscurity? Once his strength reached a reasonable threshold, he ought to venture forth and roam the world. Below the legendary realm are all ants, below the demigod realm are all ants, below the true god realm are all ants. So the entire continent was nothing but a sprawling maze of rat holes. Life was meant to be enjoyed to the fullest. There would always exist being stronger than himself. To insist on waiting until he was invincible beneath the heavens before making his move was to let the daylilies grow cold. After indulging in these internal musings, Cair turned his attention to the fourth steel. It had materialized after his battle with the pirates, bearing the manifestation of his awakened breath weapon skill. The stone bore an engraving of a great dragon rearing its head and spreading its wings, breathing a spherical projectile from its maw that erupted upon the ground into a sea of fire. Within the alliance there were but two draconic champions, the Star Forger King and the Dragonblood Warrior. Had he awakened the Star Forger King's prowess detonating stars as his method of assault, then surely few among the legendary true gods could have stood against him. Thus he had already deduced this belonged to the Dragonblood Warrior, though he was not intimately familiar with jungle champions. And Cair gazed at the textual inscription upon the steel. Blazing breath, expel a sphere of flame that detonates upon impacting an enemy or object, conjuring an inextinguishable firescape for 5 minutes. Area scales with size, dealing continuous magical damage. This damage may be enhanced through spell intensity. Cooldown 1 hour. Among Dragonkin breath weapons were a hallmark ability, the most commonplace of skills, holding nothing particularly remarkable. Both the red dragons among the chromatic evil WYRMS and the gold dragons among the metallic benevolent ones were capable of wielding flame breath. Therefore pyromantic breath held no uniqueness, yet a firescape that refused to extinguish for 5 full minutes bordered upon a causality-altering anomaly of monstrous potency. Even if an archmage were reborn or a dragon god descended, they would find themselves powerless against this flame within the 5-minute span. Admittedly, it proved useless against truly formidable opponents, for ancient red and gold dragons alike possessed innate fire immunity. Yet it was remarkably effective for culling weaklings. As his stature expanded over time, a single exhalation from Cair would eventually suffice to annihilate an entire nation. However, Cair struggled to grasp how damage could be augmented through spell intensity. In-game spell intensity was invariably derived from equipment, but did this world likewise possess artifacts that could bolster such affinity? Or perhaps in this context spell intensity merely equated to a mage's natural aptitude for arcane arts? Shaking his head, Cair felt utterly ridiculous dwelling on such matters, given that he was nearly a magically inept dragon. Just as Cair was surveying the 4 steels, the obsidian earth before him suddenly fractured, and a 5th pillar rose from the bedrock. This marked the first occasion he had unexpectedly awakened a skill within the black fog, leaving Incy somewhat bewildered. In the past, skills had always manifested abruptly following specific actions, yet this time the awakening had occurred while he slept. Cair endeavored to recall what he had been doing before slumber, but his memories yielded nothing. He could only attribute the lapse to the inherent haze of dreaming, which obscured reality. Dismissing these curiosities, he turned his gaze toward the newly emerged steely, and a look of delight soon crossed his features. This steel depicted a captivating small beast with a long tail. In the blink of an eye, the creature transformed into a mighty dragon, and in another heartbeat it had reshaped itself into a human. As a devoted mid-lane player, Cair naturally recognized her. This was the adorable Anika, the master of disguise. The inscription read, "Innate phantasm can assume the appearance of any creature previously observed. During camouflage, strength is reduced to 10%, and sustaining significant damage will forcibly break the illusionary state." Though he had not yet learned the true shape-shifting art of the draconic race, possessing innate phantasm served as a functional equivalent. At last he could assume a human form, which meant he could venture into human settlements. A thought stirring within his mind, and Cair's physique underwent a spectacular metamorphosis. Several days ago he had fallen asleep, not long after accompanying Uncle Nicholas to the laboratory. He had no idea what had transpired during that time. Upon waking he felt aches and pains throughout his body, and had been listless for several days in a row. Fortunately, he had now awakened his innate phantom charm, achieving his goal, and finally being able to take human form. Actually, his physical discomfort was not entirely a bad thing for him, as he had been skipping classes for several consecutive days. In contrast, young golden dragon Elena was filled with enthusiasm for studying magic. Not only did she attend classes consistently, but she also immersed herself in reading about mages in her room, even during holidays. And Cair could almost forget how silly she used to be counting coins. Dragons do not have the concept of a 5-day workweek with weekends off. In fact, apart from hoarding treasure, dragons have no concept of work or study. They are all a lazy lot. Dragons like Osmund and Nicholas, who enjoyed developing their draconic talents, were considered outliers among their kind. However, as human mages grew increasingly competitive, dragons began to follow suit, and Nicholas's dragon magic class was a prime example. Of course, Nicholas, as a demigod-level mage, certainly did not have idle days. The dragon magic class operated on a schedule of 1 day of class, followed by 1 day of rest. If Nicholas had important experiments or other duties, he would grant the young dragons several consecutive days off. Nevertheless, even during breaks, homework remained plentiful, often drawing complaints from the young dragons. Watching the sun sink below the horizon, Cair calculated the time. His little sister should be returning from classes soon. He rose to his feet, reverted to his true draconic form, and spread his wings, soaring outward from Dragon Island. Mother Olivia visited her sisters every day on Dragon Island, leaving the responsibility of feeding his sister to him once again. Reaching the edge of Dragon Island, his claws, enhanced by soul-draining strike, plunged fiercely into the seabed. Although he claimed to desire strengthening his abilities, he had grown rather lazy lately, too sluggish to accumulate skill stacks, except when hunting. These past days he had caught many species of fish he had never tasted before, stacking considerable layers of feast. The marine life surrounding the island far exceeded what existed on land, and his feast skills stacked daily on Dragon Island. Several tens of meters below the surface, an 8 to 9 meter great white shark swam, with its massive jaws open, devouring the small fish before it. A colossal claw descended from the sky, piercing through the shark with effortless ease. The small fish that narrowly escaped scattered in all directions, while the blood of the slain shark drew larger predators to the scene. Ansell had no interest in the underwater developments. Clutching the great white shark, he flew straight toward his cave. His enormous form drew the curious glances of passing stranger dragons. Dragon Island was populated mostly by young dragons. The elder dragons were already legendary figures who typically maintained their own territories or preferred slumber. An elder dragon as active as himself was quite rare on Dragon Island. He had long grown accustomed to the stares of these dragons. His true draconic form was too striking to go unnoticed. Ansell sometimes wished to shrink himself, but assuming the appearance of a common Dragon Island dragon would risk being recognized. He flew directly back to his cave, tossing the great white shark onto the ground before reverting to his human form. In the distance, Elena was joyfully flapping her wings on her return flight, accompanied by a male golden dragon slightly larger than herself. They chatted and laughed all the way. Ansell glanced at the golden dragon beside Elena, pausing momentarily before eyeing him warily. Elena introduced the golden dragon to Ansell. "Brother, this is Jean, a friend of mine." Ansell gave a non-committal hum. Elena then introduced him to Jean. "This is my older brother." Jean, the golden dragon, spoke with a touch of shyness. "Hello, MMH." Ansell fixed his unwavering gaze upon the sinful golden dragon who might bewitch his lovely sister. Elena, oblivious to her brother's altered expression, turned to Jean and invited him with a smile. "Jean, my brother caught such a massive fish, and one dragon cannot finish it alone. Stay and eat with us." Noticing Ansell's hostile stare, Jean wondered what he had done to offend him and wished only to depart quickly, so he declined with an excuse. "Never mind. Your brother surely hasn't eaten either. I'll return home for my meal." Elena replied, "My brother always eats quickly, and he prefers dining alone anyway. Don't worry about him. He's surely finished long ago." Hearing Elena wish to keep Jean for dinner, Ansell hastened to say, No, I haven't eaten today. Dear sister, how could I possibly eat without waiting for you?" Elena regarded her brother with disdain, sensing something odd about his behavior today. Jean could only say, "Never mind, Elena. If I return too late, my mother will worry. Let's meet the day after tomorrow." Elena could only wave farewell to her friend. "You can come to my home earlier tomorrow as well, and help me review the magic runes from our last lesson." "All right." Jean nodded in reply, but upon seeing the murderous glare from Ansell, the words swallowed back into his throat. "Yes, if I have free time, I will surely come visit you." Staring at the hungry eyes of Ansell that seemed ready to devour him, Jean fled as though his life depended on it. After bidding farewell to his friend, Elena threw herself onto the great white shark and began devouring it heartily. Ansell couldn't help but ask, "Who is that lad?" Hearing her brother speak so casually about her friend, Elena grew somewhat offended. "What lad? He is my friend. Ansell, you were only born 1 month before me. For all you know, he could be older than you. Calling him lad is inappropriate." Ansell was rebuffed and wore a gloomy expression. He never expected that within merely a few days on Dragon Island, his little sister would already be associating with other young boys, and even talking back to her own brother on their behalf. Alone in his sorrow, Ansell vowed to teach the boy who had corrupted his sister a lesson. Seeing Ansell standing there dazed and pitiful, and remembering he was still her brother, Elena spoke up. "Didn't you say you hadn't eaten? This fish is so small. Is it enough for you?" Ansell had actually already used feast earlier that day, and was hardly hungry at all. He could only respond awkwardly, "I was planning to save it for a late-night snack." Elena rolled her eyes in undisguised exasperation and muttered, "Who cares?" Sated and satisfied, she returned to the dragon nest, retrieved a spellbook and a notebook, and began reading with keen interest. Watching his sister study with such earnest dedication, Ansell made a momentous decision within his heart. No matter how boring the classes might be, he would attend them. He was a figure who drew the attention of dragons. Wherever he went, he mused to himself. In truth, to the young dragons, he was indeed quite peculiar. For one, their human forms were merely a few years old, which in dragon years translated to infant or juvenile dragons. Only young dragons of this age would obediently follow their mothers and come here for lessons. Once they reached adolescence and gained the ability to stand on their own, the innate nature of dragons would drive them relentlessly to venture into the human continent to gather treasures. As for Ansell, judging by his human form, even converted to dragon years, he should appear as a fully grown adult dragon. No way, surely no adult dragon would actually take a liking to magic class. Secondly, Ansell's black hair and dark eyes were a rarity among all metallic dragons. Golden dragons typically boasted golden hair, and azure-eyed silver dragons possessed striking silver hair and crystalline gaze, while brass dragons sported brown fur, black hair, and black eyes. That appearance was most commonly associated with black dragons among the 5 evil chromatic dragon clans. Yet Elena was completely unfazed by Ansell's unusual features. After all, her brother had always matured early and been unattractive since childhood, so this appearance was actually rather normal. Elena took out a notebook and gently patted the small boy in front of her. "Jean, thank you for your notes. I have finished reading them all." The little boy took the notebook from Elena's hand. "It is nothing. Once you catch up with the coursework, we can do homework together." Ansell realized that the small boy seated in front of Elena was Jean and shot him a fierce glare. That wretched lad was trying to steal his little sister again. Jean noticed Ansell's murderous gaze, shrank his neck back, and whispered to Elena, "Does your brother dislike me playing with you?" "No, ignore my awful brother, he is always so strange." Elena comforted Jean. Having said that, she turned to look at Ansell and warned, "Terrible brother, stay out of my affairs. If Jean decides not to play with me anymore, I will never speak to you again." Hearing his sister threaten to ignore him forever, Ansell hastily shook his head. "How could that possibly be? I am delighted my sister has made good friends. How would I ever ruin your bond?" He pressed a hand to his chest and feigned grievance. "Sister, how can you regard your own brother this way? Am I truly that sort of overly possessive, perverted dragon in your heart?" "Humph. You know a dragon's surface, but not its heart." Elena snorted coldly and turned away. Class was about to begin, and she had no time to waste on her brother's nonsense. Ansell stared at Jean, a head murderous intent welling in his eyes. He had not slept at all the previous night, devising dozens of methods to make dragons vanish silently on Dragon Island. The killing intent in his eyes dissipated. Compared to his sister never speaking to him again, a mere small golden dragon was hardly worth it. Pondering carefully, Ansell found that Elena and Jean's conversation could not go 3 sentences without mentioning magic. It seemed the sole reason his sister played with that wretched boy was purely to learn magic. In an instant he reached enlightenment. If he could master magic better than that kid, his sister would abandon him and play with him instead. Could a university student like him truly be bested by a bunch of kindergartners? With this thought, Ansell flashed a confident smile and opened the introduction to magic that Nicholas had given him earlier. Such a familiar sensation. Every character was legible, yet together they remained utterly incomprehensible. Ansell felt as though he had returned to his high school days, studying mathematics and physics. A wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and his eyelids began drooping heavily. Forget it. Balance work and rest. He would simply nap first and study later. He laid his head upon the small wooden desk before him and drifted into slumber almost immediately. Nicholas, standing before the blackboard, had opened his textbook to begin the lesson when he spotted Ansell sleeping at his desk. Recovering so quickly, his vitality was not poor, Nicholas mused silently. But sleeping during class time was absolutely unacceptable. Nicholas produced a thick, elongated branch from his hand. Though clearly detached from its main trunk, it visibly radiated potent life energy. If other mages across the continent were to witness this, they would certainly deem it an egregious waste to use such a precious life tree branch as a teaching rod. Nicholas employed magic to silence his footsteps and approached Ansell stealthily. Upon catching sight of the rod in his hand, the other young dragons trembled with fear, holding their breath and daring not to utter a word. Elena sensed the ominous atmosphere and wished to warn her brother, but under Nicholas's admonishing glare, she found herself frozen in place. Nicholas raised the branch high and delivered a swift strike to Ansell's back, lashing him until his skin split and bled. Although he was amazed, the racial attributes of the great dragon also granted him a formidable physique, making the discipline of a young dragon a trivial matter. Ansell awoke in excruciating pain, tears welling in his eyes from the agony. He felt as though even his very soul had been whipped. He immediately spotted Nicholas standing beside his desk. The guilt of being caught napping by the teacher compelled him to spring upright from his seat at once. "Uncle Nicholas, during class hours address me as teacher," Nicholas stated solemnly. "Extend your hand," he commanded. Ansell's expression turned peculiar, yet he still extended his right hand. He never imagined he would be punished like an elementary school student. Nicholas, wielding the branch, struck down mercilessly. Hiss! Ansell gritted his teeth and sucked in a sharp breath. It hurt terribly, yet in front of his sister he refused to cry out. It would be far too humiliating. Ansell watched his right hand draw blood from the strikes, only to heal remarkably fast, and felt somewhat astonished. Nicholas, however, paid no mind to his inner thoughts and delivered 2 more lashes before ceasing. "Sit down and pay close attention to the lesson." Nicholas retracted the branch and walked to the blackboard to commence the lecture. Ansell clutched his right hand, which radiated a fiery burning sensation, yet bore no visible wounds. The wounds had already been healed by the life energy emanating from the life tree branch, leaving only the pain behind. It seemed sleeping was no longer an option. Ansell could only prop his head with his elbow and prepare to focus on the lesson. Upon witnessing his wretched fate, the other young dragons served as a cautionary example. The previously drowsy dragons suddenly perked up and sat upright with rapt attention. Nicholas observed the earnest faces of the young dragons and nodded approvingly. "Today we shall discuss the construction of magic, the fundamental basis of all spells, the formation of magical models. This hexagram matrix is the fundamental framework of a spell model. By arranging 1 primary rune and 6 auxiliary runes in a specific pattern within it, you can construct a spell model." As he spoke, Nicholas drew several peculiar symbols of various shapes at the center and the 6 vertices of the hexagram, then infused them with mana. An ice sphere materialized in his left hand out of thin air, and Ansell felt the air temperature around him plummet. "This is one of the simplest first-level spells, the ice sphere spell," Nicholas explained. "The power of a spell depends on the mage's innate affinity for mana. As a silver dragon, my affinity for ice mana is the highest. Even a first-level spell in my hands is no less formidable than a third-level spell cast by an ordinary mage. Niku's then drew another spell model on the blackboard. A fireball appeared in his right hand, yet the air remained cold. Compared to ice mana, my affinity for fire mana is very low, so this fireball is much weaker. Niku's clenched his fists, and both the ice sphere and fireball vanished simultaneously. He looked at the young dragons who were already yawning and drowsy, and a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes behind his pale mask. Over the past millennium, human magical civilization had advanced rapidly, with novel spells and creations emerging endlessly and new mysteries constantly waiting to be unraveled. Yet the dragons of today remained exactly as they were 1,000 years ago. Relying on their formidable innate gifts, they failed to realize that humans had already developed countless spells and weapons specifically designed to counter dragons. Niku's was deeply worried about the future of the dragon race. 1,000 years ago, dragons were the true rulers of the continent, and humans were merely livestock to be plundered at will. But today the chromatic evil dragons were being disemboweled across the continent, and even the metallic dragons had been driven to the islands. Long Island was indeed the ancestral home of the metallic dragons, but compared to the delicious taste of tender lambs, what dragon would want to eat fish every day? Unfortunately, these young dragons failed to understand the principle of being vigilant in peace. They had a rare opportunity to learn magic, yet they squandered their talents. As a demigod-level powerhouse, he could command respect and enjoy a comfortable life anywhere in the world. Yet for the sake of the dragon race's future, he chose to teach these young dragons magic, hoping they would lead the dragon race to rise again. Ansell fully understood the young dragon's behavior. Dragons themselves could innately use many magical spells. These innate spells were like spell models imprinted in the dragon's bloodline, accessible once they reached the appropriate age. The ice sphere and fireball spells Niku's demonstrated were basic spells, not even as powerful as a dragon's breath, so naturally the young dragon showed little interest. Although he was a demigod-level powerhouse, much like some university professors who excel in research, but not necessarily in teaching, the young dragons were not particularly keen on learning magic. Just then a sweet childish voice rang out. Teacher, are human silver and gold rank mages classified by their affinity for mana? Elena blinked her eyes and asked with curiosity. This question was not directly related to the lesson on magic. Niku's had intended to tell her to look it up in a book, but seeing her eyes, so full of thirst for knowledge unlike the other young dragons, he decided to explain. The classification of human mages is based on their mana reserves and the highest level spell they can master and cast. Humans are different from us dragons. Our mana reserves are innate, while humans must acquire theirs through meditation. Moreover, the speed at which they accumulate mana varies according to each individual's talent, with limits and rates differing. Elena nodded. The first page of Introduction to Magic described the method of meditation. As a dragon, she could also meditate to increase her mana more quickly. Niku's paused and continued. Ancient mages believed that an individual's affinity for mana was innate and immutable, determining a mage's potential. But 1,000 years ago, a human named Amos, through precise mana measurement, discovered that as a mage's mana reserves grew, they could attract and use mana more easily. He called this phenomenon the law of mana attraction, telling all mages that diligence can compensate for lack of talent. He later became the god of mages. At the mention of god of mages, a fervent reverence shone in Niku's icy pupils. The god of mages was a figure worthy of pursuit for any mage. The young dragons also perked up a bit because the god of mages was the only human described in great detail in the dragon's inherited memories. Elena nodded, half understanding. She could barely grasp these more profound theories. However, she asked another question. There are only 27 basic runes. Does that mean the number of spells is limited? Niku's looked at Elena with satisfaction, noticing that this newly arrived young dragon possessed a far stronger thirst for knowledge than the others. For a mage, what truly matters is not talent or affinity for mana, but an unending pursuit and desire for knowledge. Strictly speaking, the number of first-level spells is limited to a certain extent. However, there exist rare extraordinary runes in the world that can form new spells. The number of extraordinary runes is uncertain, and they are beyond the scope of this introductory magic course. In the human world, obtaining an extraordinary rune requires a tremendous price. Knowledge comes at a cost, and knowledge is the most precious treasure. Niku said meaningfully. For dragons, the idea of parting with their treasure in exchange for knowledge was utterly preposterous. Even Elena, who had a great interest in magic, quickly shook her head at the mention of cost. She was not yet ready to give up her treasure. Niku shook his head and continued. Within the spells formed by basic runes, first-level spells are the simplest, limited in number, and are also known as entry-level spells. 1,000 years ago, first-level spells were still treasured by mages, but now flipping through the book, Introduction to Magic, you'll find all first-level spells recorded. Ansell opened the table of contents: fireball, ice, sphere, water, arrow, earth, wall. There were roughly tens of thousands of them. So only the first few dozen pages of the book covered the basics. Although Ansell had not been particularly good at combinatorics in his past life, he knew that with 27 basic runes, taking 7 at a time, the number of permutations would far exceed that. Just as he was puzzled, Niku said, Both Ansell and Alina were young dragons still in their growing phase and needed to eat every day. Since Ansell had to attend class, Olivia finally refrained from wandering off and prepared food waiting for the two children to return. Children, how was class today? Was Uncle Nikos easy to get along with? Olivia asked. I got hit by Uncle Nikos today. It hurts so much, Ansell said with a tearful face. Serves you right for not listening in class and wanting to sleep, Alina said scornfully, looking at her brother. Besides, I think Uncle Nikos was just scaring you. You don't even have a wound. Ansell snorted and said, That's because you little sister have seen too little. The branch that Uncle Nikos holds, when it hits you, it heals the wound afterward. I don't believe a word you say, you stinky brother. Don't try to fool me. Alina rolled her eyes. Olivia, hearing Ansell's words, said, There really is such a thing. I heard about it during my travels on the human continent. A tree of life imbued with boundless life energy. Just touching a branch from it can heal all wounds. Then Olivia shook her head and denied it. But the tree of life is the deity of the elves in the elf forest. They wouldn't let other races carry anything from it. But if there really were a branch from the tree of life, how much treasure could it be traded for? At the thought of treasure, her eyes sparkled with stars. Ansell, upon hearing this, thought to himself that the branch might indeed be from the tree of life. He hadn't expected that such a small teaching rod had such a grand origin. This Uncle Nikos was truly not to be underestimated. Ordinary demigod powerhouses were not capable of having connections with the god of life. Mom, I learned a first-level magic spell today, Alina said coyly to her mother. What? Did you really understand the lesson? Ansell exclaimed in surprise. He had only listened to the first half of the class, and the more he heard, the more confused he became, so he let his mind wander. He hadn't expected his sister to actually understand it. Alina cast a disdainful glance at her brother. This foolish big brother, other than growing fast, seemed like an idiot. Couldn't even learn such simple things. She maintained her dragon form and chanted a complex incantation. According to Uncle Nikos, a mage must first carve the spell model within their own body before they can freely use magic. Before carving the spell model, one could only chant lengthy incantations. After finishing the incantation, Alina spat out a ball of ice. A fire-attributed golden dragon had spat out a ball of ice. Olivia joyfully picked up Alina and kissed her. My darling is so amazing. Ansell's eyes widened. Could it be that dragon's talents were all so terrifying? Alina shot a provocative glance at Ansell. What do you think? If you started learning a few days before me. That's not fair. I'll learn it in a few days too. Ansell offered a feeble excuse. Unable to accept that he was worse than his sister at magic, he transformed back into human form, walked into the cave, found a spot, and sat down to meditate. The meditation method in the magic book was simple, just one page long. With the inherited memories of a dragon, this meditation technique was not difficult for Ansell. He quieted down and sought the power within his soul. He perceived everything outside, including his own body, as a myriad of flickering complex symbols arranged and stacked in a wondrous manner. Beyond that, countless free-floating particles in the air caused the runes to shimmer incessantly. With each breath, Ansell tried to absorb the free magical energy into his body, but no matter how hard he tried, the magic power leaked out as soon as it entered. He felt that his body was like a small bowl that could only hold a small bowl's worth of water, any more, and it would overflow. Ansell even suspected that he might not have had even that bowl of water before, and only after visiting Uncle Nikos did he acquire that amount. In other words, he had indeed been a dragon without magical talent, because he hadn't even possessed any magical power at all. Whether casting spells or carving spell models in the soul required magical power. With only that bowl's worth, he couldn't even cast a first-level spell, let alone engage in the mana-intensive task of carving a spell model. Ansell opened his eyes and lay on the ground in despair. He truly was a salty fish dragon with no magical talent. Realizing that he indeed had no aptitude for magic, Ansell decided to just give up and lie flat. After all, he could awaken the League's skills, and his growth-type skills had infinite potential. There was no need to hang himself on the tree of magic. But the thought of his adorable sister studying every day with that ugly face of Jean made him furious. Calm down, there must be another way. Ansell pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. If he couldn't learn magic, then why not make sure that brat Jean couldn't learn magic either? It's hard to find a way to make a dragon love learning, but aren't there plenty of ways to make a dragon degenerate? As long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more methods than difficulties. Although in his past life he was obsessed with playing League of Legends, he had also played many other games and watched all kinds of shows. With his past life experience, corrupting a little dragon was as easy as turning over his hand. The more Ansell thought, the brighter his eyes became, and he couldn't help but let out a sly, sinister laugh. Alina, who was nearby carving a spell model in her body, felt a chill down her spine at the sound. The carving of the spell model was interrupted, ruining all her progress. Alina frowned and opened her eyes, grabbed the thick magic primer in her hand, and threw it at Ansell's head. Stinky brother, what's with that lecherous laugh? What bad things are you plotting? Can't you see I'm carving a spell model? The book hit Ansell on the forehead. He wasn't angry, he rubbed his brow and stood up, heading outside. Fine. My little sister has grown up and looks down on her brother. I'll go out and stop bothering you. He walked out of the cave, intending to find some materials to make a game. He already had a goal in mind, one that would surely corrupt a dragon. This damn brother, Alina muttered, ignoring Ansell and closing her eyes to continue carving the spell model. She wanted to carve as many spell models into her soul as possible so that she could learn more advanced magic once she had a foundation. 5 stone steels now towered upon the once desolate and lonely land. Another skill had awakened. Since arriving at Dragon Isle, this was already the second skill he had manifested. Last time, innate phantom charm had awakened directly in his sleep. This time Ansell had even less idea how the skill had manifested, without a single sensation. He raised his gaze to the newly appeared 5th stone steel. Carved upon it was a mage wrapped entirely in a sorcerer's hat and robes, clutching a staff in his left hand, while his right palm faced upward, as though grasping some spell. Tisk, so it was the Dark Apprentice mage. Ansell realized that since he was studying magic, another skill had manifested, but this one did not seem to be an offensive spell. He looked down at the inscription on the steel. Transcendent dark power, killing enemies with magic will increase spell power by 1 point. Current spell power 0. Another growth type skill. Ansell's expression instantly brightened, realizing the world simply refused to let him go out and indulge himself. However, reading the skill's description, Ansell found himself in a quandary. Flame Breath as a special ability probably did not qualify as magic. He currently could not cast any spells, and with his limited mana reserves, he could barely manage 2 level 1 skills at most. Compared to Feast and Soul Drain Strike, this skill was the most difficult to stack. Though he claimed he did not wish to study magic, he understood its importance in this world. Aside from Flame Breath, he severely lacked any means far surpassing physical attacks. If he waited for skills to awaken by chance, who knew how long it would take? Besides, the spell power provided by Transcendent Dark Power could enhance the potency of Flame Breath. No matter what, he still needed to learn a few spells, Ansell told himself. Following the magic class schedule of 1 day of lessons followed by 1 day off, Ansell slept in late, only waking when the sun had climbed high overhead. Jean, you were so brilliant. I did not know there was such a relationship between magic runes. As soon as Ansell woke, he heard Elena praising Jean. The little dragon had come to play with her again. It is nothing special. Uncle Nicholas mentioned it before. Elena, you would know if you read more books. Jean said modestly, but the smug expression on his face made Ansell resist the urge to punch him. Calm down, I must endure humiliation. Ansell told himself, a false smile appearing on his face. Little sister Jean, you are still studying during the holiday. Jean turned his head and saw Ansell smiling, sensing faintly that something unpleasant was about to happen, but this was better than being glared at viciously. Do you think we are lazy dragons like you, sleeping and eating all day, eh? Elena shot him a disdainful glance and said, Hey, my dear little sister, is this not exactly the life a great dragon should live? Right, Jean? Ansell knew his sister loved to retort, so he dragged Jean along. Jean, not knowing whom to side with, could only say, even so, studying magic is still very important. Ansell wrapped both arms around the 2 little dragons, transformed into children. Oh come, studying is important, but one must balance work and rest, is it not? Rest is for walking a longer journey. Elena broke free from Ansell's embrace and glared viciously at him. If you want to go play, go by yourself. Do not disturb us. Jean pondered for a moment, but found Ansell's words quite reasonable. Dragons were not inherently a diligent race, and if not for Uncle Nicholas being too strict, he would not have bothered studying magic so diligently either. Convinced by Ansell, he felt playful and urged Elena, I think your brother makes a valid point. We have been studying for so long. Why not take a rest? Hearing Jean's words, a hesitant expression appeared on Elena's face. Ansell seized the moment and retrieved the game props he had prepared the previous night from his storage ring. Come, I recently invented a game that 3 dragons can play together. It is absolutely more captivating than sleeping and counting gold coins. Hearing he had invented a novel game, Elena curiously leaned over to look. Ansell held a stack of wooden cards in his hand inscribed with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 J, Q, K, a big king and small king. Due to his poor drawing skills, Ansell had not bothered adding clubs, hearts, and other patterns to the cards. What he held was simply the most plain and straightforward deck of poker cards. Ansell had reasoned the previous night, in an era without online games, the most engaging entertainment activities were undoubtedly various tabletop games. Among all tabletop games, Dodiju had the simplest rules and the easiest props to craft. Although he did not know whether gambling games existed in this world, these little dragons had certainly never played them. Combining competitiveness and entertainment with a certain chance of winning treasure, this would be immensely attractive to dragons with little recreational activity. Ansell briefly explained the rules to Elena and Jean. Upon hearing that the winner could also gain treasure, the 2 dragons' eyes lit up with interest, never considering that they might lose treasure if they lost. The 3 dragons gathered around to play Dodiju with a minimum bet of 1 copper coin. In this world, 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins. As young dragons, they each received a silver coin from the dragon mother every month, and all 3 possessed tens to hundreds of silver coins in treasure, so a minimum bet of 1 copper coin was not high at all. As an experienced player, Ansell dealt the cards first. The 2 little dragons held 17 wooden cards in their small palms, unable to spread them out, so they had to transform back into dragon form to hold them in their claws. Ansell glanced at his hand and neatly arranged the cards in order. The 2 little dragons, still novices, were not very proficient and watched Ansell's movements with bewildered expressions. Thinking that if he scammed these two dragons badly, given the greedy nature of dragons, they might never want to play any fun games again, Ansell decided to tell them how to arrange the cards in order for easier plays later. The little dragons learned quickly and copied his method to arrange the cards. Ansell, seeing both kings in hand, confidently declared, "I call landlord." The two little dragons exchanged glances. Playing 2 against 1 would definitely be easier, and the landlord held 20 cards. Just thinking about it made it harder to complete. Both little dragons shook their heads and said, "We do not compete." What a brilliant hand. Ansell's eyes lit up. He picked up the cards and combined them with those in his hand. Now his hand consisted of 2 jokers, a pair of 2s, 3 aces, a queen, a jack, a 10, a 9, an 8, 2 7s, a 6, and 2 3s. With the jokers in hand along with 2 2s, 3 aces, and a full straight, a cautious approach would surely secure victory. Pair of 3s. Ansell played the smallest pair in his hand, intending to discard his low cards first. AI Lina and GN, new to this game, stared at their scattered cards, unable to discern good from bad, relying solely on intuition. GN, ceded to Ansell's right, followed suit by playing his own scattered low cards. Pair of 9s. Pair of jacks. AI Lina chimed in. With 3 aces and 2 2s in hand, as long as neither of them had a pair of 2s, no one could beat his pairs. Thinking this, Ansell played 2 cards. Pair. Pass. Pass. Just as expected, both young dragons shook their heads. Seizing the initiative, Ansell pressed his advantage, continuing to play his low cards. 4, 6, 9. The 2 dragons followed. 2. Without hesitation, Ansell played a 2. Now the rhythm was entirely under his control. Straight. Ansell played a straight from 6 to queen. Can't beat. Pass. Pass. Unable to beat it again, the 2 dragons drooped their heads in frustration. They still held a large pile of cards while Ansell had only 7 left. Why did he with more cards manage to play faster than them? The 2 young dragons were puzzled, not yet grasping the advantage of the first move in Dodiju. Confident of victory, Ansell began to toy with the 2 dragons. 2. Leading with a 2, the dragons couldn't beat it, watching helplessly as Ansell continued. Though unfamiliar with the game, the dragons were no fools. The fact that Ansell led with a 2 showed he was brimming with confidence. Before the round even ended, the 2 dragons were already lamenting their lost coins. 3 with a pair. Bomb. Seeing the dragon's sour expressions, Ansell wasted no more time and swiftly ended the game. The bomb doubled the base stake, meaning each dragon had to pay 2 copper coins to Ansell. AI Lina flung her cards into the pile with a huff. "I'm not playing anymore. You wicked brother, you're trying to cheat me out of my treasure." Having lost so quickly and completely, GN hadn't even processed the defeat before it was over, and his interest in the game plummeted. Though he didn't echo AI Lina's complaints, his demeanor clearly showed he had no desire to continue. This won't do. Ansell realized his showboating had backfired. His goal was to get GN addicted to the game and neglect his studies, not to make money. He hurriedly coaxed, No, let's play a few more rounds. This game was just a practice. You're still unfamiliar with the rules. I won't take your copper coins." Hearing that Ansell wouldn't take their coins, AI Lina reluctantly sat back down, ready for the next game. Ultimately, she still wanted to win some copper coins. The cards were quickly shuffled, and the second game began. Ansell looked at his hand, a big joker, a 2-2, aces, a queen, 2 jacks, a 10, a 9, an 8, 2 7s, 2 5s, and 2 3s. Despite having a big joker, the hand was fragmented and hard to play. But Ansell was secretly delighted because he needed to lose this round. As the winner of the previous round, he was the first to call the landlord. "I'll be the landlord." The 2 dragons, having seen how easily the landlord won last time, eagerly called out in imitation. "I'll challenge the landlord. I'll challenge the landlord." Ansell, wanting to be the landlord so both dragons could win money, naturally wouldn't let them have their way. "I'll challenge the landlord." He snatched the landlord roll, turned over the 3 cards, and saw a 2 of 4 and a 4. Perfect. This round was doomed to lose. Not wanting to lose too blatantly, Ansell started with low cards. Pair of 3s. The bitter lesson from the previous round taught GN that he must not let the landlord discard all his small cards by gaining priority. Pair of aces. He played 2 aces. Pass. AI Lina didn't play. Pair of 2s. Ansell continued. Pair of 5s. GN played his highest pair without hesitation. Pair of 2s. Neither Ansell nor AI Lina could beat it, so GN gained the initiative. Consecutive pairs. GN played a sequence of 3-4-5 pairs. This hand wasn't especially strong, but Ansell had nothing to match it. Pass. Pass. AI Lina seemed to be a mere spectator this round, not having played a single card. Straight. GN played a straight from 6 to 10. He now had only 2 cards left. Ansell's eyes brightened. He could actually beat this straight, but doing so would leave him powerless. 10 Jack, Queen, Ace. Now his hand consisted only of a pair of 7s and single cards, essentially unable to beat anything. Both AI Lina and GN passed, so Ansell continued. 4, 6. GN followed, now holding only 1 card. Ansell shot him a curious glance, wondering if it was skill or luck. If GN had a pair, he'd be helpless. Pass. AI Lina felt she was about to win without lifting a finger. Wasn't a free ride, just as sweet. Knowing he was doomed, and Sierra still tried to feign resistance, playing a 10 in a last-ditch effort. 10. If Gian could beat it, then no matter how he played, he would lose. And Sierra was overthinking. The two dragons were new to the game and wouldn't analyze so deeply. Even if he played an 8, they wouldn't suspect anything. Gian glanced at his own card, a 9, and frowned slightly. He couldn't beat it. Pass. And Sierra was taken aback. Couldn't he even beat a 10? He couldn't help but marvel at Gian's audacity in keeping a low card. The tide had turned, and the entire match now rested on AI Lina, who had been idling all along. Small Joker. With her teammate essentially useless, AI Lina had to step in. Big Joker and Sierra followed. Pass. Gian was now a mere bystander. And Sierra played the card just above an 8. Jack. Queen. AI Lina played without a second thought. Ace. And Sierra continued, and AI Lina couldn't beat it. Now he was on the verge of defeat with only an 8 and a pair of 7s left, while AI Lina still held many pairs. He might as well play casually. 8. Pass. AI Lina's highest card was a 10, so she naturally couldn't beat it. Pair of 7s. And Sierra made his last stand holding only a pathetic 8. Pair of 8s. And Sierra laid down his cards, now waiting for AI Lina's move. Pair of 6s. Pair of 9s. Pair of jacks. 3 with a single. AI Lina played her cards with triumphant flair, having endured the entire game to become the ultimate victor. 7. He reluctantly pulled out 16 copper coins and handed them to the two little dragons. Although Olivia gave them silver coins every month, Answer and Elena had exchanged some for copper coins with her so they could count them for longer. The two little dragons joyfully accepted the copper coins as if they were some extraordinary treasure. Besides the wealth their mother had given them, they had earned these copper coins through their own efforts. Having tasted success, the two little dragons and Answer continued playing Dodiju. Everything was under control, and Answer couldn't help but smile to himself. Though his card skills were far from exceptional, his richer experience compared to the two little dragons allowed him to basically control the outcome. Over the following hours, the two little dragons both won and lost. By the end of the morning, Elena had lost over a dozen copper coins while Answer had lost a full silver coin. The only true winner was Jean, and that was exactly the result Answer wanted. Let's play another round. Jean happily collected the copper coins from Elena and Answer, having won this round as the landlord. He felt like the luckiest dragon in the world, having won over 100 copper coins in just a short morning. That was a month's allowance. As an oddity among dragons, Answer's craving for treasure was perhaps only slightly stronger than that of a normal person. Losing a silver coin meant nothing to him. But Elena, a true young dragon with little treasure of her own, felt genuine pain over losing those dozen copper coins. She glared at Jean with a dark expression. When it came to treasure, dragons had no friends. For the first time, she found his smug dragon face so ugly that she really wanted to punch it. I'm done playing. I've lost so many copper coins. Besides, it's already noon, and I still need to practice magic. Elena tossed aside her wooden cards, walked to the back of the cave, and took out her magic book to read. Jean, still caught up in the excitement of the game, called out to Elena. Elena, let's play a bit more. It's still so early. Elena, already annoyed at having lost money to him, found his voice even more irritating. Get lost. Don't bother me while I'm studying. Jean, startled by Elena's shout, didn't know what to do. Answer showed an expression of long practice and comforted him. It's fine. My sister is just like this. You'll get used to it. Seeing that Elena had no intention of continuing, Jean lingered over the wooden cards in his hand. Shall we find another dragon to play with? Jean proposed to Answer, just as Answer was about to give him the wooden cards so he could play elsewhere as far from his sister as possible. A clear voice rang out behind him. Darlings, what are you playing? Dragon Mother Olivia had somehow transformed into her human form and walked into the cave. Looking at the wooden cards in front of Jean and Answer, she asked with confusion. Seeing another dragon arrive, Jean immediately invited her happily. Andy, do you want to play Dodiju with us? This game is so much fun. Answer had no choice but to explain the rules of Dodiju to his mother once again. Olivia's interest was instantly piqued upon hearing that the loser had to pay the winner. The innate dragon nature to collect treasure made her unable to resist joining their game. Olivia sat down in Elena's previous seat. Seeing his mother take an interest, Answer decided to play along since he had nothing else to do anyway. Olivia volunteered to shuffle the cards, and Answer was happy to let her handle it. After dealing the cards, Answer looked at his hand. King AAAAJ 77765555544. Huh, this hand actually has 2 bombs. With a hand like this, he could win easily no matter how he played. On the other side, Jean also broke into a satisfied smile as he looked at his cards. I'll be the landlord, Jean exclaimed excitedly, feeling certain he would win. Olivia seemed dissatisfied with her hand and shook her head. I pass. I'll take the landlord, Answer followed. I'll take the landlord. In the end, Jean ended up as the landlord. The 3 face-up cards were J10, O, and 9. Jean furrowed his brows. Clearly not ideal, but not a major concern either. He just needed to play more cautiously. 4 threes with 2 side cards. Jean played 4 threes, a 4, and a 9. Answer was momentarily stunned. Had he not shuffled the cards well? Why were there so many bombs? Bomb. Olivia directly threw down 4 eights. Pass. Answer felt something was off. Why were there so many bombs? Jean also sensed something was wrong, but did not play the other bomb in his hand. Pass. Olivia smiled confidently, and Answer felt a gust of wind stir. Airplane. 8 cards were slammed onto the ground. Pass. Answer prepared to watch his mother's performance. Jean's hand rested on his bomb, but in the end he could not bring himself to play it. Once he threw down the bomb, although he would gain the initiative, his remaining cards would be difficult to play. Jean watched the 5 cards in Olivia's hand, and with a moment's hesitation, he lost his only chance of victory. Pair of jacks. Pass. Pair. Pair of 2s. Pass. Olivia had only 1 card left. Now the pressure was on Jean. He could use a bomb to beat the pair of 2s, but he had a vague sense that Answer also had a bomb. Although he had not yet mastered the divine skill of card counting, he still had some impression of the cards that had been played. Rather than losing a bit more by using a bomb, he might as well just lose now. Thinking so, Jean tossed his cards into the discard pile. Pass. Olivia revealed the joy of victory. Answer also threw his cards into the pile. He secretly glanced at Jean's remaining cards. Sure enough, there was still a bomb. With 1 bomb plus 2 rounds of winning, the landlord bid Jean had to pay Olivia and Answer 8 copper coins each. He grudgingly pulled out 16 copper coins and gave them to the 2 dragons. The copper coins had barely warmed in his pouch before they were lost. Over the following time, Jean clearly felt his cards were decent, yet Olivia's cards always seemed better. Losing far more than winning along with Answer, the 2 dragons had lost many copper coins to Olivia. Answer remained composed, only secretly observing his mother. Jean kept sighing about his terrible luck, much like a gambler with reddened eyes who wanted to win back his losses. In his anxiety, he lost even more. Only Olivia maintained a cheerful smile throughout, winning numerous copper coins. Although these copper coins meant nothing to an adult dragon like her, mere drops in the ocean compared to her treasure hoard, but the money won through Do Diju brought her exceptional joy. Jean had lost himself to the point of recklessness, unaware of how much he had gambled away, only knowing he wanted to win it back. Ansel, though he held no fondness for the young dragon, and secretly wished for greater losses, knew the sky was already dark. There was Negusie's magic class the next day, and he would need to rise early. He had no intention of squandering his precious sleep. It is getting quite late, Jean. Look, it is dark outside. If you do not return home, your mother will worry. Ansel gathered the wooden cards and spoke to Jean. I do not care. 1 more round, I am certain I can win it back. Jean had lost himself to the gambling fever and could not heed Ansel's words. Olivia, whether stirred by conscience or not, felt that bullying a young dragon was perhaps going too far and spoke up as well. Let us call it a day, little Jean. I am tired too and wish to rest. We can continue tomorrow. But I have classes tomorrow, no time to play. Seeing that neither Ansel nor Olivia had any interest in continuing the game, Jean's voice took on a trembling edge. After all, he was merely a young dragon. He carefully tallied his losses. In the course of one afternoon, he had not only lost back the over 100 copper coins he had won earlier, but also 2 silver coins. That was a staggering sum, fully 2 months of pocket money. Just the thought that it would take at least 2 days before he could see his silver coins again made his heart churn with anxiety. How about this? I will give you these cards. You can go home and find other dragons to play with. We have been at this all day and are truly weary. Ansel handed the wooden cards to Jean. Jean gazed at Ansel and felt a measure of comfort upon realizing the other had lost even more than he had. Thank you. He accepted the wooden cards with a word of gratitude, never having expected that Ansel, whom he had always believed held no liking for him, would actually gift them to him. His spirits steadied somewhat as he looked at the cards in his talons and reasoned that departing now might not be a bad thing after all. His luck that afternoon had been abysmal, and continuing to play could only result in greater losses. But if he sought out other dragons to play with, his richer experience compared to theirs would surely help him win back some coin. Thinking thus, Jean no longer hesitated and bid farewell to Ansel and his family. Only after watching Jean fly out of the cave did Ansel turn to his mother. Mom, you must have been cheating with some kind of magic. Casinos existed in this world, so there was indeed a draconic equivalent for the term cheater. Olivia, upon being exposed, was neither angered nor uneasy. She simply remarked, the rules never stated that magic could not be used. Ansel found his mother's brazen exploitation of 2 young dragons utterly shameless. Mom, give me back the money you won from me. Why should I return money I won by my own skill? Sweetheart, even though you are my child, no dragon should be expected to casually surrender their treasure. Such was Olivia's reasoning. Once treasure had been swallowed into a dragon's belly, there was no reason to spit it back out. Ansel rolled his eyes at his mother, unwilling to let go of his silver coins. He had lost 5 silver coins today alone. Even if he did not treasure his hoard as avidly as typical dragons, the loss was enough to make him feel genuine pain. But Olivia had no intention of listening further. She transformed back into her dragon form and strode directly into the cave to rest. Seeing that recovering his money was hopeless, Ansel could only resign himself to his misfortune. On the other side of the island, Jean returned to his lair and recruited nearby young dragons to play a game of cards, managing to win back some copper coins. Since crafting the wooden cards was neither complex nor difficult, the game quickly spread across Dragon Island like wildfire, from 10 to 100, gaining popularity in no time. The game also incorporated a special rule of this world: the use of magic was strictly forbidden during play. Several days later, Ansell flew during a holiday to the edge of Dragon Island to a small islet unseen by other dragons. He stood upon the islet, a small book resting between his massive claws. The incantations of ancient magic were extraordinarily complex. Nagusi had taught their patterns in class, but Ansell could not understand them. Compounding his difficulties was his poor memory, so Ansell could only recite the incantations exactly as written in the spellbook. Finally, as the lengthy incantation reached its conclusion, a small fireball appeared upon his claw. No larger than a tennis ball, the tiny flame was utterly insignificant against the vast expanse of his palm, which spanned the width of a badminton court. His internal mana was too meager, and his magical affinity too low, so the power of his fireball spell was weaker even than that of an ordinary black iron rank mage. With just this tiny fireball, he discovered his internal mana had decreased by nearly half. Ansell tossed the fireball toward the sea. Hist! That was the sound of seawater extinguishing flame. The moment the fireball entered the ocean, it was snuffed out instantly, incapable of causing any harm whatsoever. Though he had long abandoned all hope for his magical talent, witnessing this scene could not help but leave him utterly exasperated. It was far too weak. Ansell thought to himself. With this level of power, there was absolutely no hope of killing anything with it. He could only use his claws to snatch up small fish, beat them half to death, and then finish them off with magic. Ansell ignited a small fireball before his talon. Pinning a 3-meter-long fish to the ground with one claw, heedless of its dying thrashes, he brought the fireball close to its head with the other. Before long, the rich fragrance of roasting meat wafted across the islet. He cast aside the thoroughly dead fish, its body still twitching from residual neural activity. Ansell closed his eyes and sensed the mana within his body. He felt there might have been a slight increase, though he could not rule out the possibility that it was merely his imagination. Though puzzled in his heart, his mana was at that moment entirely depleted, leaving him no choice but to abandon further attempts at stacking transcendent evil force. Ansell's mana reservoir was small, and its recovery agonizingly slow. After approximately an hour, he slowly sensed that his mana had recovered enough to cast 2 more spells. Having spent an entire day stacking transcendent evil force, Ansell gradually perceived an enhancement to his fireball. But the improvement was nowhere near as dramatic as that of Feast or Soul-Draining Strike. His fireball had not grown from the size of a shuttlecock to that of a basketball, it had merely swollen slightly. Ansell likewise noticed that his internal mana capacity had increased by a small margin. In this world, spell potency was not merely a measure of magical affinity and destructive power, it also represented the volume of mana one possessed, determining how many spells could be cast in succession. Of course, the skill he had awakened was not conventional magic. It consumed no mana, yet it could still grant him certain bonuses. Furthermore, Ansell realized that transcendent evil force did not amplify his mana by a percentage. Rather, each application added a single drop to his modest cup. There was no cooldown, no species restriction. Although stacking this skill was arduous at present, it would only grow easier the more it was used. Perhaps in the future, during a grand war, he could stack thousands of spell potency enhancements. The ocean teemed with diverse species, and his growth showed no signs of slowing. If anything, it accelerated with the passage of time. For ordinary dragons, their size ceases to increase once they reach old age, after which their magical resistance continues to improve. Most dragons max out at 50 or 60 meters tall, but Ansell now stood over 70 meters in height. Having spent a year on Dragon Island, the other dragons there were well acquainted with this towering colossus. Since Ansell introduced the card game, Do Diju, Olivia had been venturing out frequently to play with her friends. Sometimes when the games got especially heated, she wouldn't come home for days on end. Dragons are naturally more laid back about responsibility. Fortunately, Elena was old enough now, 5 meters tall and 8 to 9 meters long. Dragon Island posed little danger, so catching small fish for herself was well within her capabilities. Moreover, she had made considerable progress in her magical cultivation over the past year, mastering numerous spells with ease. Dragons inherently possessed strong innate talent and high magical affinity, meaning their spellcasting power was nothing to scoff at. Ansell, meanwhile, felt himself slipping into a contemplative, languid state. Since coming to Dragon Island, he no longer harbored the restless urge to roam as he had during his fledgling days. His days were filled with either sleeping soundly or arranging card games with Jin and another young dragon. The young dragons on Dragon Island had long since surpassed him in poker, leaving his experience with little room to shine. Yet facing evenly matched opponents with genuine competition at play, he found the game surprisingly delightful. With regard to stacking skill layers, he was somewhat inconsistent, more along the lines of 3 days fishing and 5 days drying the nets, except for the feast skill. Even so, the accumulation of extraordinary evil power had already expanded his mana from the size of a small bowl to that of a giant water vat. He barely understood the magic classes, and since his mother was often away from home anyway, he took to skipping lessons regularly. One day, Elena returned from class and said to Ansell, "Professor Nikos is going to assess our magical abilities. Are you going the day after tomorrow?" An exam. They actually do that. Ansell had never imagined that Uncle Nikos not only ran magic classes, but also arranged formal examinations. Did that mean there would be winter and summer vacations? Elena nodded and explained. Uncle Nikos says the young dragons these days only think about playing cards and aren't focused on their studies. Too many have been skipping class. This exam is mainly to assess how well we've grasped magic over the past year or so. The top 3 will receive rewards, and any young dragon who fails will face punishment. If you skip, he will inform Mother and deal with the idle and unmotivated dragon in her place. When she said idle and unmotivated, Elena emphasized the words particularly. In her eyes, her own brother was the very picture of a dragon who had given up on self-improvement skipping class from morning to night. The only frustrating thing was his astonishing talent. He had grown so large so quickly. Well, of course I'll go. I'm not trying to get reported to Mother, Ansell replied. But he hadn't been studying properly, and if the exam covered magical theory, he definitely wouldn't be able to answer. He looked at his younger sister with a smirk and said, "My lovely sister, consider me your dear older brother. Just help me out, and let me copy your answers." Get lost. Elena refused without a moment's hesitation. Professor Nikos said the written exam accounts for 40% and the practical test makes up 60%. Even if I let you copy with your talent, you still wouldn't pass the practical portion. As Ansell's biological sister, she knew exactly how capable, or rather incapable, her brother truly was. His talent was practically non-existent. But what she didn't know was that Ansell possessed extraordinary evil power, which could stack spell intensity. His current magical strength had undergone a world-changing transformation. Besides, Professor Nikos is far too strong. He'll definitely use monitoring magic to proctor the exam. Do you really dare to cheat right under the nose of a demigod-level powerhouse? Ansell knew Elena's words held truth, but relying on his own talent, he certainly couldn't pass this exam. With a doleful expression, he pleaded to Elena, "What should I do then, little sister? You have to help your big brother." Elena couldn't resist her brother's persistent begging and took out her own magic notes from her storage ring, tossing them to him. "Go review them yourself. How much you manage to remember is entirely up to you." Ansell caught the notes and entered full final exam cramming mode. He understood none of the material inside, so he could only resort to rote memorization, hoping the exam would include questions he'd managed to memorize. The sight was indistinguishable from a college student pulling an all-nighter before finals. 2 days later, Ansell stared at the exam paper before him, utterly lost. Question 1, Rune No. 14 Flame, and Rune No. 17 Explosive Flame share similarities yet possess distinct differences. Please provide examples of first-tier spells that incorporate both runes and analyze in detail the reasons for their respective placements within those spells. He knew how to inscribe both runes and had noted their individual characteristics, but he had absolutely no idea which spells combined them. With tens of thousands of first-tier spells in existence, how was he supposed to memorize them all, let alone analyze the reasons behind their rune placements? It was truly forcing a dragon to carry a heavy load. Ansell moved his gaze to the next question. Question 2. A bronze-level mage casts the first-tier spell, Ice Arrow. Another mage of equal level, without dodging, wishes to counterattack. Which first-tier spell is most suitable, and please analyze the reasoning in detail. Don't know it, skip. Question 3. Following the principle of skipping what he didn't know, Ansell pressed onward until he reached the final question. Good heavens, he felt the exam was already over. He looked up and surveyed the room. The other young dragons also had furrowed brows, staring at their papers for ages without daring to write a single word. He glanced at his sister sitting beside him, but she had a gleaming, confident smile, calmly filling page after page of her answer sheet with bold strokes. Truly a top student. Ansell muttered to himself inwardly, his eyes secretly darting toward her answers. Bang! Professor Nikos appeared at his desk without warning, rapping the surface sharply with his staff, made of life branch wood. Ansell was startled so badly that his pen rolled off the desk. Young dragon, keep your eyes to yourself. Caught red-handed cheating by the invigilator, Ansell's face flushed crimson, and he hastily bent down to retrieve his pen. Nikos warned him once, and then walked away. Ansell let out a long breath and dared not glance toward Elena's direction again. After all, he had graduated from university in his past life, even if his grades had barely scraped by. How difficult could a simple written exam possibly be? Ansell steeled his resolve within, and when he picked up his pen once more, there was a newfound determination in his eyes. He began writing furiously across the exam paper, desperate to pour out everything he'd memorized in one go. If he couldn't answer the questions, could he at least fill the page with something? Wouldn't that count for something? Ansell confidently handed over the exam paper, filled to the brim, to Nikos. How did you do? He asked Elena beside him. Elena replied with confidence, I think I got most of them. The teacher covered all these in class. Ansell, for reasons unknown, remarked, I thought it was all right too. After collecting the papers, Nikos led the young dragons to an open area. He took out a stone pillar over 2 meters tall from his storage ring. The pillar was embedded with blue magic stones, its surface etched with intricate magical patterns. On the magic stone was an extraordinary rune that did not belong to the 27 standard magic runes. At least Ansell did not recognize this rune. The young dragons gazed curiously at the pillar Nikos had produced, knowing that today's exam was surely related to it. Nikos explained to the young dragons, this is a device from the human world used to measure magical power. When you strike the pillar with a magic attack within its tolerance, it will display a number. The numbers range from 1 to 1000. A value of 1 represents the force needed to kill an adult human male. While the measurement isn't entirely precise, it won't be far off. Don't worry about exceeding the pillar's limit, you're not capable of that yet. The pillar Nigus had taken out was a standard device used in human magic academies to gauge students' magical power. Although he also possessed laboratory-grade measuring instruments with extreme precision, they were costly, and using them on the young dragons would be overkill. Precision in measurement is a hallmark of science. Despite Anser's poor academic performance in his past life, he had grown up under the influence of scientific thinking. In his view, the development of magic in this world closely resembled the science of his previous life, yet it was also subtly different. To be precise, magic in this world was its science. Now when I call your name, come forward to test your magic. Nigus pulled out a list, clearly knowing which young dragons were in his class. Heartback. A boy of 7 or 8 with bronze skin stepped forward. Due to Nigus's requirement, the young dragons maintained their human forms during class, a form they did not particularly like. Heartback was a brass dragon with the highest affinity for earth magic. Although the young dragons were somewhat lazy in class, they had practiced many spell models under Nigus's supervision. He raised his hand and cast a basketball-sized earth bullet. Fireball, water bullet, earth bullet, ice bullet. These were the simplest and most basic first-level spells, yet each had its own characteristics. The solid, compact earth bullet struck the pillar with a bang and shattered. A number appeared on the pillar, 132. Nigus nodded and recorded the data. Heartback was the first to test, and had no idea if his score was good. He could only scratch his head and step down. Next, Algery. The young dragons came forward one by one, unleashing their best spells. Dragons inherently possessed strong magical talent. Even without meditation like humans, their magic affinity remained high. First-level spells displayed considerable power in the young dragon's hands, scoring between 100 and 200. Soon it was Anser's turn. Anser. Nigus glanced at this rapidly growing young dragon. Black hair, black eyes, with the height and appearance of an adult, standing out from the rest. Go for it, Jean shouted from among the dragons, waving at Anser. Ever since Jean had become engrossed in Landlord and stopped clinging to Elena, Anser no longer found him so annoying. On the contrary, because they often played cards together, their bond had grown much stronger. Anser walked to the pillar, glanced at the recording Nigus, and took a deep breath. Since he had skipped classes frequently, he feared Nigus might deliberately give him a low score out of spite, so Anser dared not hold back. Over the past year, his mana reserves had increased considerably, and his magic affinity had also improved. However, lacking talent in magic, he had only inscribed 5 first-level spells: Fireball, Water Bullet, Earth Wall, Wood Concealment, and Flash. Other dragons had special affinity for specific elements: gold dragons for fire, silver dragons for ice, and so on. But his magic affinity, enhanced by the extraordinary evil power, was uniform for all types of magic. Not wanting to show off unnecessarily, Anser chose Fireball, the most suitable spell for a gold dragon. With a thought, a pebble-sized fireball appeared in his hand. Compared to a year ago, the fireball in his hand was slightly larger, but next to the basketball-sized fireballs of normal gold dragons, his was ridiculously small. I can't believe a dragon that big has such a tiny fireball. Haha, that's hilarious. From among the dragons, those unfamiliar with Anser burst into laughter. Dragons were inherently envious creatures, especially immature young dragons. They had all witnessed Anser's colossal mountain-like form, and in awed jealousy had taken root in their hearts. Jean also shrank back, awkwardly, not wanting others to know he was acquainted with Anser. It was too embarrassing. After all, they were just casual card partners. Quiet down. We're in an exam. Elena shouted at the surrounding young dragons. After all, he was her brother. She alone had the right to mock him, not others. Elena's shout drew Nigus's attention. The other young dragons knew she was one of his favorites, and a single cold glance from Nigus's icy eyes made them lower their heads in silence. Anser paid no heed to the jeers behind him. Spell strength did not correspond proportionally to mana quantity or spell size, but it greatly amplified the spell's power. Concentration was the essence. The vivid red fireball, like rolling magma, exploded violently against the pillar, sending a wave of heat. A number appeared on the pillar. 319. This number was nearly double that of the other young dragons. Oomph. Elena looked triumphantly at the young dragons who had mocked Anser earlier, though she too was astonished at her brother's magical power. The young dragons stared in disbelief at the number on the pillar. This guy either skips class or doesn't listen, yet his fireball is this strong. Is this magic device broken? How can it be so powerful? Silence. Nigus's cold voice quelled the commotion among the dragons. The device is fine. Continue the exam. With that, he cast a peculiar glance at Anser, who was returning to his place. Compared to the other young dragons, Nigus had a deeper understanding of Anser's magical talent. Nigus, intrigued by Anser's rapidly growing physique, extracted a considerable amount of experimental material from him. As compensation, he also spent precious magical artifacts to unlock Anser's source of magical power. However, the activation was not ideal. He estimated that Anser's source of power was only the size of a small bowl, and even with daily meditation and cultivation, it could at most have grown to a larger bowl. It was precisely because he knew of Anser's magical talent that Nigus turned a blind eye to his frequent absences. But he never expected that Anser's formidable growth ability would manifest not only in his physique, but also in magic. Magical innovation is not solely about laboring in a laboratory to study the principles of magic. Exploring and simulating unique creatures is also a part of magical research. Nikis's cold eyes showed a flicker of fervor as he looked at Ansell. What an intriguing experimental subject. If every dragon possessed such extraordinary growth rate, the rise of the dragons would be imminent. But remembering that the exam was still ongoing, Nikis suppressed his inner excitement and continued the exam without changing his expression. Soon he called out to Elena. He nodded with satisfaction at Elena, who stepped forward. He had a very good impression of this young dragon. She was the only one who didn't spend all day thinking about playing cards, but was passionate about magic. This reminded him of his younger self. Unlike other young dragons who grew up peacefully, Elena had been severely injured by humans on a deserted island, and since then she had developed an urgent pursuit of power. Learning magic opened the door to her pursuit of power. Instead of directly using a first-level spell like other young dragons, Elena began to chant a complex incantation. Although the other young dragons were somewhat envious of this golden dragon, who was so passionate about magic, upon hearing her chant, they also showed expressions of awe and incomprehension. This meant she was about to use a spell above the first level. Sure enough, after a 5-minute-long incantation, a gracefully fluttering fire bat appeared in her small hand. The fire bat, unlike ordinary first-level spells, had a more stable magical structure that could accommodate more mana. Go! Elena pointed her finger at the stone pillar. The fire bat slammed into the stone pillar, producing a huge explosion that blasted a large crater in the ground around the pillar. 1104. A value over 1,000. This was akin to a dimensional blow to the other young dragons. Only dragon breath could achieve such power. Not bad, you have basically mastered the principles of magical runes. Nikis rarely praised a young dragon. The second-level spell Fire Bat, he had mentioned some related principles in class, but he never expected a young dragon would actually learn it. Although Elena had not yet learned to inscribe advanced spell models, being able to cast spells through incantation was already quite an achievement. The exam soon ended, and the young dragons scattered to find partners for card games. Elena and her brother Ansell were kept behind by Nikis. Nikis took out a thick magic book from his storage ring and handed it to Elena. You have fully mastered the introductory knowledge of magic. You can first read the book to learn what comes next. Elena took the book and happily thanked him. The cover of the book bore 4 large characters, Advanced Magic. Seeing her take the book, Nikis extended an invitation. If you are interested in magical research, I can take you as my apprentice. In human society, mages are divided into 2 types. One type is the combat mage, who joins an adventurer party or noble army after graduating from a magic academy. The other is the research mage, who joins a research institute to study new spells and magical artifacts. A truly powerful mage never relies merely on picking up the magic of predecessors. Magic is about constant innovation. Lagging behind means being beaten. Only by continuously developing and updating one's magic can one become a powerful mage. This is also the reason why mages are strong. However, Nikis did not know whether Elena merely enjoyed learning magic or also had an interest in magical research. This required sufficient passion for knowledge as well as patience. This quality was extremely rare among dragons. Elena was taken aback upon hearing this, as she had only heard Nikis mention magical research in class and did not know much about it. Teacher, can I think about it? She hesitated. Becoming an apprentice to a semi-divine level powerful mage was a dream for many mages. If not for the fact that Elena and Nikis both belonged to the metallic dragon lineage, she would not have easily obtained such an opportunity. And now she was actually hesitating. Nikis, however, was not angered by this. Instead, he took the initiative to invite her. If you don't understand magical research yet, you can visit my laboratory together with your brother. Ansell, who had been standing by in a daze, snapped back to reality when he heard his name. The laboratory. I went there last time, but fell asleep before I could get a good look. He recalled his last experience, which was not pleasant. Elena thought for a moment and agreed to visit Nikis's laboratory. Ansell, of course, would follow his sister. This time Nikis did not open a separate laboratory. Instead, he opened the entire cave, leading Elena to tour and explaining his experimental equipment and materials. Nikis's laboratory was far larger than imagined. Ansell followed behind the two, observing his surroundings. He noticed a row of interesting specimens. Inside were huge dragon claws, scales, tails, and some internal organs. All were immersed in a green solution, and through the glass jars it was impossible to tell which dragon they belonged to. Ansell could only guess that this was a chromatic evil dragon slaughtered by Uncle Nikis. Judging by the size, this evil dragon was at least at the legendary realm, meaning an ancient dragon. However, he vaguely felt that he had seen these organs somewhere before. They were very familiar, yet he couldn't recall at the moment. He felt an inexplicable ache in his body. While he was observing the specimens, Nikis had already led Elena far away. Ansell hurriedly chased after them, but could not find their traces. Nikis's laboratory was quite large and the paths were intricate. He dashed around and got lost. He didn't know how long had passed when he felt thirsty. He originally wanted to conjure some water with a water ball spell, but perhaps the laboratory had anti-magic devices, so his magic failed. Fortunately, he found something like a water dispenser, filled a cup, and drank it. Ansell put down the cup and was about to continue searching for an exit when he felt a sudden dizziness. Damn, why am I fainting again? And CAI Air, drowsily opening his eyes upon hearing AI Lin Na's voice, found himself lying on the laboratory table, having fallen asleep. Seeing her brother awake, AI Lin Na respectfully addressed Nai Gusi, "Teacher, it's already very late. We'll take our leave now." Nai Gusi nodded calmly and said, "Yes. I have matters to attend to in the coming days. Once I'm done, you can come back to conduct experiments with me." AI Lin Na nodded in agreement, having already decided to pursue magical research alongside Nai Gusi. And CAI Air had no idea what Nai Gusi showed AI Lin Na afterward. He felt overwhelmingly sleepy and returned to the lair with AI Lin Na falling asleep immediately. Nai Gusi granted the little dragons a few days off under the guise of grading papers, but in truth he was studying the newly acquired materials. During the break, AI Lin Na immersed herself in advanced magic, eager to acquire more magical knowledge to assist Nai Gusi in future experiments. After returning from the laboratory, CAI Air fell into a deep slumber for several days, his body aching all over. Having blacked out inexplicably twice in the lab, he sensed something was amiss. Recalling the look in Nai Gusi's eyes as if he wanted to dissect and study him, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that my identity as a time traveler has been discovered? Or had the mysterious skill of the black mist caught Nai Gusi's attention? And CAI Air couldn't help but think this way. His identity as a time traveler and the black mist were his greatest secrets. However, he considered the latter speculation more likely, as his growth rate was too astonishing for a dragon, making it reasonable for a mage like Nai Gusi to take notice. Regardless, CAI Air had no desire to ever step foot into Nai Gusi's laboratory again, nor to attend his lessons. It was far too dangerous. Since he had little talent for learning magic, he might as well skip class. And CAI Air shared his thoughts with his mother. Ao Liwei had just returned from Nai Gusi's place. She was relieved to learn that AI Lin Na possessed extraordinary magical talent, and it was an honor for her to become an apprentice to a demigod-level powerhouse. She was also regretful that CAI Air had virtually no magical talent. Although his mana affinity was high, without a solid foundation in magical theory, he could only master a few first-level spells. Upon hearing CAI Air's thoughts, Ao Liwei neither agreed nor refused, but inquired, "All the little dragons on the Dragon Island have to attend magic lessons. What do you plan to do if you skip class?" And CAI Air revealed his plan. "I want to leave the Dragon Island and go on adventures in the human world." Exploring the human world had always been his dream. "My child, you are still too young. Venturing into the human world now would be too perilous," Ao Liwei advised. Although she was often away from home, she knew her children well. Like his father, and CAI Air yearned for the human world. "Mother, I am already larger than most elderly dragons. Ordinary weapons and magic can hardly inflict fatal wounds on me. Moreover, I am not weak, and I can transform into a human form. There will be no danger." And CAI Air was determined to leave the Dragon Island. He was not a mama's boy dragon. He had made up his mind to go out and have fun no matter what his mother said. However, he did not want to run away from home, directly causing his mother worry and sorrow. Ao Liwei knew and CAI Air had a point. When she had ventured to the human continent as a young dragon, she had not been much stronger than him aside from knowing a few more spells. After pondering, Ao Liwei said, "If you want to go to the human continent, why not go to Uncle Ao Meng? He asked you to train your body with him before." Ao Liwei recalled that a year ago, Ao Meng had invited CAI Air to learn body forging. At that time, she had not interfered with her child's decision, but now she deemed it a wonderful opportunity. She continued, "Why don't you go and learn body forging from him? He will take you to various places around the world for training. With a legendary powerhouse protecting you, your mother can feel more at ease." And CAI Air thought about it and agreed that his mother had a point. Traveling alone as a dragon offered more freedom, but having a legendary protector ensured greater safety. The two dragons flew together toward Ao Meng's cave. Ao Meng was 30 to 40 meters tall, so his cave was naturally spacious. However, with CAI Air's height exceeding 70 meters, he had to transform into human form and ride on his mother's back to enter. For a long-lived species like dragons, a year was neither long nor short. Over the past year, Ao Meng had often watched CAI Air's body rapidly expand. He was envious that the young dragon could grow so large. But as an elder, while feeling envious, he often wondered why this little dragon could endure the tedious magic class for so long without coming to him. That day he finally saw CAI Air coming to him. Ao Meng, big brother uncle. Ao Meng was delighted to see Ao Liwei finally bringing CAI Air to him, but when he saw CAI Air's black hair and black eyes, he frowned involuntarily. "Why are you still in human form here? The rules of Uncle Nai Gusi don't apply here." With the pride of dragons, they naturally disliked maintaining other forms. Moreover, this was the Dragon Island. It was best to remain in their true forms. And CAI Air pointed upward and explained, "Uncle Ao Meng, this place is too narrow. I can't get in." Ao Meng said awkwardly, "In just 1 year, I didn't expect you to grow so big." He changed the subject, "What brings you here today?" And CAI Air confessed, "Uncle Ao Meng, I want to go to the human continent for training." Ao Meng pretended not to know and said, "Then go ahead." With your current strength, as long as you don't encounter a legendary powerhouse or above, you should be fine if you're careful. Aoliweya quickly interjected, Brother, I can't bear to let such a young dragon go to the human continent alone. I think it's better if he follows you for training and gains some experience. As a legendary dragon, Ao, Si Ming naturally had his pride. Having been rejected by an CAI heir a year ago, he was not about to agree easily now. Sister, it feels like you're trying to make me a free bodyguard. No, brother, that's not what I meant. Aoliweya quickly shook her head. You are the strongest among us metal dragons. I just want my child to become stronger under your guidance. Aoliweya's flattery pleased Ao Si Ming, and he did not want to make things too difficult for them. He asked in CAI air, Little one, do you truly want to learn body forging from me? It won't be as easy as learning magic. And CAI air thought for a moment, then nodded solemnly. As the strongest among the young dragons and the only one on Dragon Island to have reached the legendary realm, Osmond had to register every dragon that arrived on the island and manage various affairs there. Now that he was about to leave Dragon Island, he naturally couldn't abandon everything and had to find a successor among the dragons. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a suitable dragon to handle the island's affairs at the moment. Damn it, I don't know which dragon invented a game called Do Di Zhu. Now the dragons on the island don't want to work anymore, they just sit around playing cards every day. Osmond snarled. Ansell rubbed his nose and turned away awkwardly. It could be said that he by himself had worsened the already lazy atmosphere among the dragons. While Osmond was searching for a dragon to take over, Ansell was also preparing to leave. He checked the contents of his storage ring. Over 60 silver coins. The dragon mother gave him 1 silver coin each month, and every year he gave one to Elena as the price for her calling him brother. Over the past 6 or 7 years he had saved up that many silver coins. There were also several dozen copper coins. He had won and lost while playing cards with the young dragons, and after all the comings and goings he still had just a few dozen copper coins. Basically a wash. As a young dragon with no hoard of his own, his storage ring didn't contain much clutter. Apart from the coins, there was the book, Introduction to Magic, that Nicus had given him at the very beginning. The book had been sitting in the storage ring for a long time, Ansell rarely took it out to read, and a layer of dust had gathered on it. He calculated that he could sell it on the human continent, and perhaps exchange it for some treasure. Then there was only some paper and pens. In the past few days Nicus's magic classes had resumed. Whether Nicus did it on purpose or not, in the previous exam Ansell had scored 59 on the practical test and 0 on the written one. Olivia was called before Nicus, and thus Nicus learned of Ansell's impending departure. His expression remained unchanged, he simply said he understood. Jean also failed this exam and was summoned with his parents. His mother sternly warned him to study hard and not to waste time playing cards with Ansell, or else she would confiscate his monthly allowance of 1 silver coin. Only then did Ansell realize that the reason these young dragons attended magic class was probably the fear of their mothers cutting off their allowances. With Ansell gone on this trip, Olivia could save 1 silver coin each month. Elena had started doing experiments with Nicus, spending her days either buried in magic books or scribbling calculations on paper. She didn't know Ansell was preparing to leave Dragon Island, as she simply thought he was skipping class again. A few days later, Osmond finally found a dragon willing to take over the island's affairs, and informed Ansell that they would be leaving soon. Ansell stopped Elena, who had just returned and was about to read. What is it? Don't bother me while I'm studying magic, Elena said, impatiently glaring at her brother, who was blocking her way. Well, little sister, your brother is about to leave. Ansell got straight to the point. Leave? Where are you going? Elena could tell from Ansell's expression that he wasn't just going for a stroll around Dragon Island. I'm leaving Dragon Island with Uncle Osmond. I might go to the human continent and take a look. Ansell replied. Anyway, you're grown up now, and your magic is so strong that you can hunt on your own. Dragon Island is safe enough, so I'll stop looking after you. Who needs you to look after me? Elena retorted defiantly. Go ahead and leave if you want. Who cares? Well, I'm leaving now. Ansell said. Now? So soon? Elena hugged the magic book tightly. Having seen Ansell from the moment she was born and lived with him for so many years, the sudden parting stirred a trace of reluctance in her heart. Actually, I planned to leave a few days ago, but you were so busy every day that I didn't tell you. Ansell explained, looking at his sister with a hint of reluctance as well. They were silent for a moment, neither speaking, both staring at the ground. Finally, Elena broke the quiet. The human world is so dangerous and you're so weak. You don't even know much magic. Don't die out there. Hearing his sister's concern, Ansell smiled. Don't worry, your brother is amazing. I'm sure I'll make a name for myself out there, and when I find a ton of treasure, I'll split it with you. Really? If you find treasure, you'll give me half. At the mention of treasure, the melancholy of parting faded from Elena's eyes. Really, if I find any treasure, I'll definitely share it with my dearest little sister. Ansell patted Elena's head and promised. Elena dodged his hand and said, Then I have to give you something too. Teacher Nicus calls it investment. A magician doesn't take things for free. Am I someone else? I'm your own brother. Though he said that, joy welled up in Ansell's heart at the thought of his sister giving him something. I got first place in the exam before, and Teacher Nicus rewarded me with 5 gold coins. Elena boasted proudly. To stimulate the young dragon's interest in learning, Nicus tailored his approach, using both carrot and stick, which had some effect on their study habits. You're actually going to give me gold coins? Ansell was overjoyed. He knew his sister valued treasure above all else. He never expected she would give him gold coins. Did that mean that in her heart her brother was more important than treasure? But Elena shook her head and said, "That's not what I mean. I mean knowledge is wealth. So what are you going to give me?" Ansell felt a little disappointed. Elena took out the magic notebook from her storage ring and handed it to Ansell. "When you have nothing to do, study some magic. Don't become a muscle-bound dragon with a simple mind." Ansell took the notebook with a wry smile. This was exactly Elena's style. Still, it was a token of his sister's affection, so he solemnly put the notebook into his storage ring. "Little sister, when I'm not home, make sure you eat every day. You're still growing. Don't hang around with those good-for-nothing young dragons. Be sure to study magic diligently. And also," Ansell spoke earnestly, giving Elena a long list of advice. Unable to bear his nagging, Elena quickly said, "Just go already. Stop bothering me. All right, I'm really leaving now. Go on." Ansell walked out of the cave and transformed back into his dragon form. "Be careful out there," Olivia admonished. "I will, Mom." After a satisfying meal, Osmond wished to test Ansayer's strength. Though he knew Ansayer was massive in size, he had no idea how his power had grown. "Attack me with all your might," Osmond said to Ansayer. He spread his two wings wide, shielding his head and vital areas. "Strike with full force, show no mercy." "Don't worry, Ansayer, you cannot harm me," Osmond said confidently. Ansayer gazed at Osmond, who had adopted a defensive stance before him. His body was sheathed in heavy dark gold scales with powerful muscles and streamlined wings that gleamed with a metallic luster in the sunlight. The entire dragon appeared forged from dark gold. For ordinary golden dragons, their scales gradually shift to this dark hue in their later years, signaling enhanced defensive capabilities. As a legendary tier dragon, Osmond's scales were already dark gold during his prime. Ansayer dared not underestimate this defensive power, channeling Soul Draining Strike into his tail. Last time he had used Soul Draining Strike on his claws, the recoil had injured them. Given that Osmond's defense far exceeded that of the previous human opponent, he naturally wanted to avoid ruining his claws. The tail muscles proved sturdier with tougher scales and duller pain receptors, making injuries less concerning. Ansayer's massive frame nearly doubled Osmond's size, his tail stretching close to the dragon's full length. With a powerful flick, his tail wreathed in purple soul light struck Osmond's body with a sound like metal clashing against stone. The earth beneath Osmond's feet fractured and split open. A deafening boom echoed through the forest as ancient trees around them quaked violently, shedding leaves in droves. One defining trait of growth-type skills was their accelerating power as they developed. Over the past year, Ansayer had not only doubled his size, but also far surpassed his former physical strength. Combined with the stacking layers of soul-draining strike, this blow carried enough force to split mountains and shatter boulders. Had he faced that pirate ship from a year ago, this single strike would have not only destroyed the pirate captain on the spot, but also sliced clean through the iron-hulled vessel beneath him. "Roar!" Ansayer howled in pain as he retracted his tail, which had been forcibly pushed back. The scales along its length were cracked and split, bearing serious wounds. With Osmond's attention diverted, he pulled his legs free from the cracked earth and cautiously examined the bruised wing he'd taken the impact on. He never expected the young dragon to possess such raw power. He had nearly lost his footing and would have been thoroughly humiliated if he'd fallen. Ansayer's strike carried tremendous force, rivaling Osmond's strength at full maturity, which genuinely startled him. If this had struck an unguarded legendary power who did not specialize in defense, even a momentary lapse could have left them severely wounded. He had no idea that Ansayer's strike was amplified by Soul Draining Strike. Under normal circumstances, the young dragon's strength would not have reached such terrifying levels. A truly promising young dragon, Osmond thought with satisfaction. "Your strength is quite good, but your defense is far too weak," he said, his expression turning serious. Hearing this, Ansayer nodded in agreement. Since that encounter with the pirates a year ago, he had felt his defenses were not strong enough. But Feast primarily stacked life force. Neither strength nor defense could keep pace with his rapid physical growth. Fortunately, his offensive power had been bolstered by Soul Draining Strike, even if his defensive capabilities remained merely adequate. More often than not, he would wound the enemy 10,000, while damaging himself 800. He had not yet awakened a skill that could enhance his defense. "Uncle Osmond, is there any way to quickly improve my defensive abilities?" Ansayer asked. Since he could not seem to awaken a defensive skill on his own, he might as well learn from other dragons and arm himself using this world's methods. "There certainly is. Otherwise, where do you think these sturdy scales came from?" Osmond said with evident pride, flexing to display his scales. Despite the massive clash, Osmond felt only the dull ache of being struck by a bludgeon. His dark gold wings bore not a single scratch. However, many of those methods are not feasible here. The only one available. "I am afraid you will not be willing to do it," Osmond hinted cryptically. "What method is that?" Ansayer hurriedly pressed. Osmond hesitated, his expression growing odd. "Eating stones." Dragon bellies possessed extraordinarily powerful digestive systems, capable of processing almost anything, even inorganic materials like rocks and sediment. Yet dragon pride meant none would resort to such tasteless, nutrient-poor food unless absolutely necessary. "Don't doubt me. The minerals in stone are what make our scales thick and sturdy. Perhaps Uncle Nakusi understands the mechanics better, but I have experienced it firsthand," Osmond explained to Ansell. To convince Ansell, Osmond even confessed to having eaten mud, a matter he considered deeply shameful for a dragon. Uncle Osmond, I trust you. I will try it. Seeing no hesitation from Ansell, Osmond's expression lightened. As long as both of them had consumed stone, Ansell would not spread this embarrassing tale. A legendary powerhouse like him eating rocks was utterly humiliating. Ansell crouched down, studying the stones at his feet with reluctance. Moss clung to the stones, trampled by countless beasts and crawled over by innumerable insects. The thought made Ansell feel nauseous, worse than the first time he had eaten raw meat. After all, the dragon heritage held no instinct for consuming stones. Feast had no effect on non-living matter, so he could not use it to quickly fill his stomach with rocks or dirt. Finally, Ansell drew a deep breath and clamped his jaws around a stone. Dragon teeth functioned like durable razor-sharp saws capable of grinding even rock to powder. Ansell's expression grew increasingly grim as he chewed. The stone was bitterly foul, confirming why no dragon ever enjoyed eating dirt. At last he swallowed the stone. Will this actually work? Ansell asked, genuinely wondering if his uncle was pulling his leg. Of course, though the effects are not immediate. You need to eat stone daily. When I was your age, I consumed. Osmond paused mid-sentence, staring at Ansell in sudden shock. Crap! Osmond exclaimed with his mouth agape. How are you showing results so fast? What is happening to you? Confused, Ansell hurried toward the shore to see what his uncle meant. His body was shrouded in a dull gray haze, and his scales had lost their brilliant golden gleam, now appearing as plain, sturdy gray-brown armor. However, he felt no discomfort in his body. This layer of mud rested upon his scales as naturally as skin. He used his claws to trace the scales covering his body. He plucked off a scale without feeling the slightest pain. Ansell brought the scale close to his eyes. It was entirely composed of stone, extraordinarily hard. Where the scale had been removed, the original golden scales were exposed. It felt as though a layer of stony scales had grown over the surface of his existing scales. Osmond circled Ansell and remarked, "So you swallowed some stones, and now this grows upon you." He tapped Ansell's stony scales with his claw. Quite hard. Ansell had no explanation for his newly manifested stone scales. Clearly, yet another skill had awakened within him. Fortunately, Osmond did not press the matter. In this world, geniuses were plentiful. He attributed it to Ansell's extraordinary talent for refining his body, unique among dragons. By the dragon god, another prodigy has emerged among our kind. One day our metallic dragon clan shall reclaim the continent from humanity and no longer cower upon this tiny island. Osmond murmured to himself. Dragons beyond the legend tier possessed far greater knowledge of humans and the world. Unlike ordinary dragons, they understood the terrifying potential of humankind. Yet their pride compelled them to crave victory over humans and restore dragonkind's supremacy. This was precisely why Osmond, a legend tier powerhouse, was willing to accompany Ansell in his cultivation. Fortunately, Osmond said no more. Ansell was content not to explain, letting it all be attributed to his own gifted nature. He tested his new stone armor once more. Just as one needed a pillow when drowsy, he discovered that this stone armor was astonishingly hard, and the scales were interconnected. When one stone scale was struck away, nearby scales would converge to cover his true body. This meant that as long as the stone armor remained intact, he would take absolutely no damage. Moreover, the armor possessed self-regenerative abilities, fully regrowing within approximately an hour. Ansell could not fathom the finer details at the moment, so he resolved to seek answers in the black mist. Having flown for a full day and night alongside Osmond, he was thoroughly exhausted and found a spot to rest. With Osmond's legendary dragon pressure radiating outward, no creature would dare approach them. Any location would suffice as a safe place to sleep. Ansell quickly entered the black mist. Within the vast, desolate black space stood 7 stone monuments. White light illuminated in all directions, making the black mist appear even more barren. Ansell approached the 7th monument, upon which was carved a stone figure bristling with spikes, looking rather foolish. Granite shield increases defense by 30%. Provides a shield equivalent to 10% of one's maximum HP, refreshed once per hour. Ansell finally understood. No wonder this stone armor felt both familiar and elusive. It was a stoneman skill granite shield. My apologies, my apologies. How could I have forgotten the skill of my dear father Yasuo? With this newly awakened defensive skill, he need no longer worry about self-inflicted damage in battle. Having resolved his lingering concern about insufficient defense, Ansell awoke within the black mist. After several days of rest, Ansell and Osmond resumed their journey. As the secret homeland of ancient dragons, Dragon Island lay far from the human continent. No human had ever discovered or set foot upon Dragon Island. Ansell and Osmond soared at an altitude of several thousand meters. The air was bitterly cold, but it meant nothing to 2 golden dragons. Ansell measured 200 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters. Soaring high above, he resembled a single drop of ink spilled across the blue sky. Those on the sea below, if they looked closely, could see a tiny dark speck among the white clouds. Dragons possessed extraordinary vision. Ansell could clearly see the scenery upon the ocean surface from the sky. At that moment, he spotted 3 iron-hulled pirate ships surrounded by 7 smaller wooden vessels. This was a formidable pirate fleet, far more powerful than any they had encountered before. Ansell abruptly halted in midair. What is it? Osmond asked. Ansell pointed at the pirate fleet below and said, there are pirates beneath us. You wish to plunder their wealth. Let me tell you, pirates always hide their treasure before setting sail. Judging by the fact that they have not yet found prey, you will find nothing of value. Otherwise I would have gone up there and taken it myself. Waste no effort on this. We will reach the continent shortly. Osmond assumed Ansell sought only riches, so he spoke thus. After all, young dragons possessed little treasure. When he first traveled alone, his greatest desire had also been to gather wealth. Ansell shook his head and gritted his teeth. Before arriving at Dragon Island, a group of pirates intruded into our nest and injured my sister. Those damned sea scum. I will not let them live if I find them. Without another word, Ansell hurtled toward the pirates. Osmond helplessly shrugged. He was never afraid of such petty pirates. He simply saw no reason to waste his time. But seeing how deeply Ansell detested pirates, he would not stop him. Aboard the pirate ships, a quartermaster, observing through a telescope, spotted a strange brown creature soaring through the sky. He rubbed his eyes. The creature grew ever closer and larger, visible even without the telescope. The quartermaster's legs trembled. D-Dragon. A dragon approaches. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The quartermaster was merely a bronze-tier warrior. He had never encountered Ansell's mountain-like bulk. After issuing the alarm, he immediately cowered and hid within the ship's hold. The pirates soon spotted Ansell hurtling toward them. His gargantuan silhouette was impossible to ignore. Cannon fire erupted one after another as the black powder smokes billowed from the pirate ship turrets. Pirates aboard the wooden vessels drew their muskets and fired the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Artillery shells along with minor spells such as fireballs and water orbs rained upon Ansell's body. Ansell glanced at the pirates with utter disdain. He neither dodged nor defended, allowing them to strike at will. His vitality was terrifying. The granite shield alone, granting a 10% boost to his maximum HP, was far more than these pirates could breach in a short time. Cannon fire exploded against Ansell's body, sending fragments of stone scattering in all directions, yet he bore not a single wound. Roar! A massive fireball erupted from his maw. Dodge! Someone aboard the pirate ships shouted. The 10 pirate ships scattered in every direction. But the infernal breath still struck one iron-hulled pirate ship and 2 smaller wooden vessels. The wooden ships were instantly consumed by flames, while the iron hull melted within the fire. Pirate crew members clad in flames leaped desperately into the sea. Yet even upon contacting the water, the fire refused to extinguish, burning the pirates until not even ash remained. Before the pirates could recover, Ansell channeled soul extraction blow into his tail. With a single sweep, he cleaved the sea asunder. A golden battle aura blazed upon one iron-hulled pirate ship, but the vessel was crushed into a flat disk of iron without any effective resistance. Along with every soul aboard, it sank into the sea. A dragon-made tsunami surged across the waters. Several wooden vessels lost control and capsized, sending pirates tumbling into the sea, weapons abandoned. Having expended 2 skills in succession and nearing exhaustion, the cautious survivors on one pirate ship erupted with golden battle aura. A one-eyed pirate clad in light armor leaped high into the air, a curved blade inscribed with magical runes held aloft in his hand. He landed upon Ansell's head and struck downward. The expected scream of pain never came. The pirate's triumphant grin froze upon his face before it could fully form. His battle aura had merely sliced through one layer of stony scales. The surrounding granite immediately healed the cut, and the blade became lodged within Ansell's head. This is bad. The one-eyed pirate cried out, attempting to withdraw his blade. But Ansell seized him with his claw. He activated his battle aura and hammered furiously against the dragon's grip to no effect whatsoever. Ansell opened his great maw. Feast! The curved blade that had been stabbed into his head had already been removed and stored in his storage ring. Not a bad harvest, all things considered. Osmond gave Ansell a nod as the golden dragon returned unscathed. Let's go. Mortals below the legendary tier were nothing but ants in his eyes. Ansell, a golden-level pirate being dispatched so effortlessly, was hardly surprising to him. Yet a thought lingered in Osmond's mind regarding the flames that Ansell had conjured, burning not merely on the surface but beneath the waves themselves. Could the golden dragon's aptitude for magic be considerable? Perhaps he had learned some advanced flame spell from Uncle Nicholas. Regardless, Ansell was now training under his guidance, so magical talent mattered little. Osmond and Ansell pressed onward through the sky. As they ventured further, the air grew noticeably colder. A thin layer of ice formed upon the sea, eventually giving way to an expanse of glacier. Flying overhead, Ansell found the plummeting temperature quite uncomfortable. We're nearly there, Osmond said. He guided Ansell downward toward the glacier. When they touched down upon the ice, Ansell could clearly feel his claws sinking into the snow. As a golden dragon who thrived in warmth, he found this climate deeply unpleasant. Osmond's scales gleamed a dark gold while Ansell's were a muted gray-brown. Both dragons were massive, their forms standing out vividly against the pristine white landscape of ice and snow. Osmond shifted into human form, and Ansell activated his innate illusion ability to take on human guise as well. It was Ansell's first time witnessing Osmond in this form. His bare torso was corded with powerful musculature, and his short golden hair gave him a rugged, commanding presence. Flying snowflakes melted upon contact with his body, rising as vapor. He walked across the snow like a living furnace, utterly unaffected by the freezing environment. Osmond explained to Ansell, "This is the northern waste situated at the northernmost edge of the continent. The climate here is harsh and inhospitable to ordinary humans. Beyond a sparse indigenous population, only mages and their attendants came seeking materials for their experiments. Even so, their striking appearances would draw unwanted attention here. On human lands, it is wisest to keep a low profile. Outside of combat, we should maintain human forms." Ansell nodded in understanding. He surveyed the frozen realm with delight. Though he detested the climate, the endless white expanses were a novel sight for Ansell, who was accustomed to barren islands and open seas. He had finally set foot on the mainland. As Ansell and Osmond trekked through the snow, Osmond shared more details about the frozen terrain. Two dominant species rule this ice wasteland: the white dragons among evil dragons and the frost giants. White dragons. I was told that dragons are hunted to near extinction whenever they reveal themselves on the mainland. Aren't the white dragons here being pursued by humans? Ansell asked, puzzled. Since childhood, he had heard his mother warn of the mortal danger dragons faced when displaying their true forms among humans. Osmond explained, the entire snowfield is blanketed in white. A white dragon can simply burrow into the drifts and become invisible to human hunters. His tone carried a hint of disdain. Evil dragons and metallic dragons were natural enemies, and white dragons were considered the shame of all dragonkind. Even so, white dragons are frequently slain by mages who come to collect experimental materials. In human markets, white dragon corpses are the most commonly traded dragon remains. Ansell nodded. Osmond continued, young white dragons must constantly shift their territories to evade human pursuit. Only white dragons who have reached the legendary tier or beyond possess the strength to establish permanent lairs. At this, Osmond sneered. Human powerhouses at the legendary tier and above have no interest in white dragon carcasses, unless they seek the title of Dragon Slayer. It is precisely because of white dragons, the lowest of dragonkind, that so many humans boast of being dragon slayers. Though Osmond's words dripped with contempt for white dragons, Ansell knew that even a white dragon who had reached legendary status would not be easy to handle. And what of these frost giants? Ansell asked. While his inherited memories held detailed records of the white dragons, ancient rivals, he knew little about frost giants. Frost giants are said to be descendants of the Titans, bearing their bloodline. Upon reaching adulthood, they can grow as tall as 20 meters, Osmond replied. They are creatures of half flesh and half element. Unlike the white dragons who mostly fight alone, frost giants gather in tribal societies across the northern wastes. They hunt across the ice fields much like primitive humans, though they lack human cunning. Yet they are blessed by the ice and snow elements. Nearly every chieftain of a large tribe commands power within the legendary realm. This is one reason they dominate the ice wasteland. Then what brings us to the ice waste this time? Ansell sped alongside Osmond through the frozen terrain, yet he remained uncertain why his companion had brought him here. When I was young and traveling the continent, I discovered something fascinating here that can enhance our resistance to ice and snow. You'll see soon enough. Osmond grinned with ill-intentioned mirth, deliberately keeping his secret. As Ansell opened his mouth to press further, Osmond suddenly halted at the edge of an icy gorge. Wait! Osmond's voice dropped low as he peered into the frozen chasm. Ansell followed his gaze. He spotted several humanoid creatures covered in long blue fur that enveloped their snow-white bodies with skin over their hearts as transparent as glass. Inside their thoraxes beat crystal-clear hearts that seemed still, as if frozen in time. These creatures stood 20 meters tall, an unfamiliar sight to Ansell. He watched as these bizarre beings conjured spears of ice and hurled them viciously at a white beast slithering through the valley floor like an enormous eel. Ansell recognized the creature immediately. It was a dragon beast, most likely belonging to a white dragon. Though white dragons were weak, their dragon beasts were even more so. Yet the only colossal humanoids capable of hunting them across this frozen wasteland were frost giants. The dragon beast fled desperately, evading the frost giants' ice spears. Though it possessed no wings and could not take to the skies, its forelegs were no less swift than the bipedal giant's pursuit. Seeing the beast about to shake off its pursuers, Osmond flashed a faint smile at Ansell before leaping from a 100-meter cliff. Still in human form, he descended upon the dragon beast's head and brought his foot down hard, driving its skull into the snow-blanketed ice below. Pale blue blood seeped from beneath the white snow. Several frost giants, upon spotting two humans, immediately shouted in their unique language, "Humans, be careful." Then they hurled their ice spears at Ansell and Osmond. Osmond stood before Ansell, neither dodging nor avoiding, allowing the ice spears to strike his sturdy chest. The ice spears shattered into a flurry of crystals, as if meeting solid rock. "Flee, I will hold them off." The leading frost giant charged at Osmond with an ice spear. The other giants did not linger and fled, seemingly accustomed to such situations. Though frost giants were among the overlords of this frozen tundra, the true masters of the continent were humans. Only the true geniuses and powerhouses among humans dared to traverse the icy plains alone. Even these adult frost giants had no choice but to flee. "Listen, we are not humans. Osmont frowned and explained in the Frost Giant's language. Cunning humans do not think to deceive the warriors of the Frost tribe. The Frost Giant, momentarily stunned to hear his own language from the human before him, nonetheless, charged forward with determination. Foolish creature. Osmont, unwilling to waste more words, dismissed him with contempt. He caught the giant's massive ice spear with one hand, crushing it to powder, then leaped and delivered a simple side punch to the Frost Giant's icy body. The Frost Giant was sent flying, embedding itself deeply into the cliff wall of the ice valley, losing consciousness. Osmont stepped on the giant's chest and slapped him awake. Kill me, take my ice heart. A Frost Giant never surrenders, never betrays his tribe. The giant, upon waking and seeing Osmont's face, knew he was outmatched and spoke with righteous defiance. "Tch, what worthless thing. Only humans care about your ice hearts. I'll say it again, I am not human. I am a great dragon." Osmont grabbed the Frost Giant's face, staring into his eyes. "So it's a wretched white dragon. I didn't expect you to kill your own kind." The Frost Giant, assuming Osmont and Ansell were white dragons, made the connection with the dragon beast they had trampled earlier. Osmont slapped him across the face. "Damn it, we are noble gold dragons, not inferior white dragons." The Frost Giant looked at Osmont, utterly incredulous. "Huh, you don't expect us to reveal our true forms, do you?" Osmont released the giant, crossing his arms with arrogance. The Frost Giant, unable to detect the scorn in Osmont's tone, nodded to himself. Instead of reverting to his true form, Osmont pulled a token from his storage ring and tossed it to the giant. "Since you're from the Frost tribe, you should recognize this." Osmont stepped off the giant, allowing him to pick up the token. The Frost Giant brought it to his eyes. It bore 2 large characters forged from ice: Frost. "Indeed, this is our tribe's token. It carries the chief's aura. You truly are guests of the Frost tribe." The Frost Giant returned the token to Osmont, rubbing his head. If only he had shown it earlier, he wouldn't have taken such a beating. Osmont nodded, but then the giant turned and prepared to leave without a word. Osmont immediately called him back. "What are you doing? Leaving just like that?" The giant turned around. "Oh, I forgot to take the dragon beast. You don't want it, do you?" Osmont rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You don't think we appeared before you just to flaunt our identity, do you? Take us to your tribe, you idiot." Oh, so you want to visit our tribe? Since you have our token, you are our guests. Follow me." The Frost Giant dragged the dead dragon beast ahead, leading the 2 dragons, looking rather dim-witted. "Come, we follow him to the Frost Giant tribe," Osmont said to Ansell behind him. Ansell nodded. He did not understand the Frost Giant's language, but from the situation he gathered that Osmont had produced some token of the Frost Giant tribe, and now the giant was to lead them to the tribe. If he had understood the Frost Giant's language, he would have known that they were not particularly bright. Ansell followed the giant through the snow, finally locating the Frost Giant tribe in a massive ring-shaped valley. Their human forms stood out sharply in the eyes of the Frost Giants. No sooner had they appeared near the tribe than an ice arrow shot toward them. Ansell easily dodged it, while the giant dragging the dragon beast raised both hands and shouted inward. "Everyone hold your attacks. They are not humans, they are honored guests bearing the token." In truth, Ansell and Osmont could have simply transformed into Frost Giants, avoiding this hassle. But dragons are an extremely proud species. The only forms they deign to take are those of humans and elves, for both have proven their might to the world. And a Frost Giant was not worthy of Osmont's condescension to change. The sentries in the Frost Giant tribe, upon hearing the shout, quieted for a moment before a snow door slowly opened. "Honored guests, please present your token." A Frost Giant over 20 meters tall, wrapped in white dragon hide, emerged from the door. "Priest." The simple-minded giant who had dragged the dragon beast respectfully touched his head. Osmont produced the token. The priest took it. A white light glowed in his hand as a surge of magical energy verified it. Confirming it was indeed the token of the Frost tribe, the priest returned it to Osmont. "2 honored guests, forgive our Frost tribe's lack of hospitality. Please enter." The priest led Osmont and Ansell into the tribe, with the simple-minded Frost Giant warrior dragging the dragon beast behind them. The priest instructed an attendant to notify the chieftain while guiding the 2 dragons on a tour. Ansell observed the Frost Giant's dwellings, all built from ice and snow, sparkling under the mild sunlight. Under the eaves hung various meats. One piece appeared to be dragon beast thigh meat, which due to its unique properties had not frozen solid in the cold wind. Several young Frost Giants a few meters tall ran about playing with small ice spears. Some of the younglings even rode white dragon beasts. Presumably the Frost Giant tribe had found white dragon eggs in the wild and raised them as pets. Everywhere busy Frost Giants could be seen. They skinned the beasts they hunted, turning them into food and clothing. Among them were ice lizards, tundra direwolves, and most commonly white dragon beasts. White dragon beasts, larger and more energy-rich than other beasts, were one of the main food sources for the Frost Giant tribe. No wonder they were called the shame of the dragons. Governing a large Frost Giant tribe with a population of over 10,000, he also had his troubles. Not far from the Frost tribe stood a frost nest where an elderly white dragon known as the Frostwing dwelled. The Frost Giant tribe and the white dragon were both overlords of the ice field, bearing a generations-old animosity, preying and hunting each other. Both being legendary-level powerhouses, Cecil and the Frostwing could not overpower each other. Yet the innate talent of dragons ultimately surpassed that of Frost Giants. Even the lowliest white dragon, if it managed to survive into old age, could attain legendary level strength. Frost giants, however, during their growth period, depended on their own talent. Only a few like Cecil could grow into legendary level frost giants. Thus, in individual strength below the legendary level frost giants were not inferior to white dragons. What troubled Cecil was that in recent years white dragons frequently abducted and hunted frost giants, while ordinary frost giants could at most bully underdeveloped drakes. He could not intervene personally, for once he disciplined the white dragons, the Frostwing would not let the matter rest. Although the chance of hatching a true dragon was low, among 5 eggs and a clutch at most one true white dragon emerged. The reproduction rate of frost giants was even lower. Moreover, as semi-elemental beings, their need for slumber exceeded even that of dragons. Indeed, no sooner had Cecil awakened from his slumber than he received bad news. The white dragons of the frost nest had swarmed out during his sleep, capturing many frost giants who were out hunting. This was a dire blow to the already sparse frost giant population. Cecil had to consider how to rescue the captured frost giants. The trouble was that once the white dragons returned to their nest with their prisoners, they ceased to venture outside. The frost nest gate was tightly sealed, as Cecil could not capture some white dragons in exchange for his kin. He certainly could not trade drakes. The dragons would not care for such mentally deficient creatures. Cecil rubbed his temples, a sense of urgency chilling even his ice-cold heart. The longer the delay, the more dangerous the situation for the captured frost giants. As he was at a loss, a frost giant burst in and said, "Chieftain, guests bearing the frost token have arrived." "Oh." Cecil pondered for a moment, then said, "Quickly invite them in. I have matters to discuss." The frost token was a token he had given to certain legendary level powerhouses, or those with the potential to become legendary, during his tenure as chieftain. Though frost giants were favored by the ice, blessed with long lifespans and formidable talents, they lacked magic, such as shapeshifting. They could not leave the northern ice field, even for a single step. Thus, despite serving as chieftain for many years, Cecil had handed out only a few frost tokens. Any being who had received a frost token and survived to the present day must have reached the legendary level. Then the plan to rescue his kin might just succeed. Hope gleamed in Cecil's eyes. Following the chieftain's orders, the priest led Osmond and Ansell, the 2 dragons, to Cecil's location. Entering the hall carved from ice, Ansell saw a 30-meter-tall frost giant seated behind a massive ice table. He sat on an ice throne draped in a huge white dragon fur cloak, which, judging by its size, likely came from a near-elderly dragon. Cecil exchanged a glance with the priest, who bowed respectfully and withdrew. "Please, honored guests, take a seat." Cecil gestured casually at the ground, and 2 ice chairs materialized behind Ansell and Osmond. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Osmond sat down, arms crossed. Ansell hesitated for a moment before also sitting, though the chair was uncomfortably cold on his bottom. "Forgive our poor memory as frost giants. May I ask who you are?" Cecil inquired. "Cecil, it's me, Osmond. Haven't seen you in 100 years, and you don't recognize me. Have you slept that soundly?" Osmond was clearly well acquainted with Cecil, his tone blunt and familiar. "Osmond." Cecil pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled an adult golden dragon who had come to the far north ice field a century ago. That golden dragon had challenged him to a fight upon their first meeting. Though Cecil was already a legendary powerhouse at the time, the golden dragon with his thick hide had managed to battle for an entire day. From discord came friendship. Since the golden dragon was also an enemy of white dragons, Cecil, after defeating him, chose not to kill him, but instead recognized his strength and granted him a frost token. That golden dragon was Osmond. "So it's you. 50 years ago, a human bard who came here mentioned that you had become a legendary powerhouse. I never expected you to come back and visit me after all these years." Cecil teased with a smile. "Why would I come here? It's nothing but white everywhere without a single shiny treasure." Osmond said bluntly. Indeed, the far north ice field held little appeal for dragons with its scarce gemstones and mineral resources. Cecil felt a headache coming on. He knew Osmond possessed legendary strength and he needed his help, but frost giants had no treasures. How could he persuade a legendary powerhouse to assist? For frost giants, merely surviving each day with enough food and avoiding being killed by beasts on the ice field was an achievement. Who cared about treasures? Cecil had to change the subject. "And this is Oh, my nephew Ansell. We came this time to broaden his horizons and also to borrow the frost formation." Osmond got straight to the point, stating his purpose. Ansell finally understood why Osmond had brought him to the northern ice field. It was for that frost formation, though he still wondered what its function was. Upon hearing frost formation, Cecil's eyes lit up. He had finally found a way to enlist Osmond's help in rescuing his people. "So you came here to use the frost formation. It seems you found a promising prodigy to inherit your body-refining secrets." Cecil praised Ansell tactfully. "Haha, of course. My nephew's cultivation talent is the strongest I've ever seen. Even stronger than the sword god among humans." Osmond raised his head with pride, extolling Ansell. He spoke from the heart, genuinely amazed by Ansell's astonishing growth rate. "Is that so? Congratulations then." Cecil replied dismissively, assuming Osmond was exaggerating about his nephew. "There's no rush for the frost formation. It's not going anywhere. We haven't seen each other for so long. How can we not have some drinks and a meal?" Cecil arranged grandly, putting on a hospitable demeanor. The dining table was laden with the meat of dragon beasts and other species unique to the ice plains. No processing was needed. It was sliced and served directly, exceptionally fresh. Having grown weary of fish on Dragon Island and CAI, Air was not in a hurry to use the feast, savoring this rare opportunity for a hearty meal. It was his first time tasting dragon beast meat, which felt somewhat peculiar. Although the origin of the five-colored evil dragons was Tiamat, and that of the metallic dragons was Bahamut, making them absolute mortal enemies, they were still fundamentally of the dragon lineage. A sense of strangeness lingered in CAI Air's mind, but once he tasted the flavor, any guilt was instantly cast aside. The unique sweetness combined with a perfect touch of coolness, the meat neither tough nor greasy. The flavor was just right. Cecil picked up a huge white dragon egg from the table, cracked a hole in its top, and poured the contents directly into his mouth. As he ate, he called out to Osmont beside him. "This is the freshest white dragon egg. I know you like it, so I had my men collect all the dragon eggs from the tribe. You still remember my taste." Osmont did not stand on ceremony. His head reverted to its dragon form, and he swallowed a dragon egg, whole shell and all. Still as sweet and fragrant. And CAI Air, give it a try. And CAI Air's innate illusion could not achieve partial body transformation, so he could only tap open a small hole and suck out the egg liquid. There was no fishy smell, and the taste was quite good. "Where's the wine? Why hasn't it been brought up yet? This is an insult to our honored guests." Seeing that the wine was delayed, Cecil shouted at the frost giant beside him. Coming, chieftain. The wine is here." A frost giant dressed as a shaman approached, holding an ice flagon. "Fill everyone's cups," Cecil ordered. And CAI Air stared in amazement at the pale blue liquid in the cup, a nectar-like wine exuding a rich, mellow fragrance. It was the first time he had seen wine since arriving in this other world, and he hadn't expected such a unique beverage to exist on the ice plains devoid of grain. With fine wine and good food, Cecil and Osmont began to chat. Cecil spoke the common tongue of the continent, so CAI Air could understand what they were saying. Cecil talked about the difficulties of managing the tribe and the dangers of the nearby dragon lairs, his words hinting at a desire for Osmont's assistance. Osmont, however, rambled on about his own adventures after leaving the ice plains to roam the continent, eventually returning to Dragon Island. Both drank heavily, the alcohol taking hold, and they grew increasingly intoxicated. Finally, their conversation converged, and they began discussing the Han Shuang's secret realm. And CAI Air, hearing something relevant to himself, pricked up his ears and listened intently while eating. "Back then, when I asked to borrow your Han Shuang secret realm, you made me accompany you to take on a legendary domain dragon." Osmont, clearly tipsy, feigned anger. "Cecil, that was a dirty trick. I was still in my adulthood back then, and that white dragon's icy breath nearly froze me to death. Old friend, I had no choice. A legendary domain dragon kept attacking my tribe every day, devouring my people. I couldn't handle him alone, so I had to ask for your help. Look at how strong your defenses are. You even withstood his ice magic, didn't you?" Cecil explained. "To be honest, this time I'm borrowing your Han Shuang secret realm. You're not going to make me fight again, are you?" Osmont asked warily. Seeing that Osmont had already guessed his intention, Cecil gave up pretense and smiled bitterly. "Well, I do have that idea. Right next to our frost tribe, a dragon named Han Shuangji. He has built a lair over the past few decades. Before, when I was in slumber, they stole many of my clansmen. I have to rescue them." Osmont shook his head hurriedly upon hearing this. "I'm not afraid to fight a white dragon, but since I'm borrowing the Han Shuang secret realm, not for myself, why should I risk my life and strength? If you need help, ask this nephew of mine." Osmont intended to test in CAI Air and see what he was capable of. Cecil was taken aback. "Your nephew? Can he really fight a legendary domain dragon with me? How old is he?" "He's currently in the hatchling stage," Osmont replied. "A hatchling? Osmont, don't joke. Even you in your adulthood nearly died from that legendary white dragon's cold. Are you trying to send him to his death?" Cecil said incredulously, not believing that a mere hatchling like in CAI Air could have any ability. And CAI Air, hearing them discuss him, wiped his mouth and spoke. "Chieftain Cecil, why must you confront the legendary white dragon head-on? Even if you could defeat him, or even kill him, your clansmen are still in their hands. If Han Shuangji dies, the other white dragons in the lair might fight to the death, and your people still won't be saved." Cecil glanced at Osmont, but he was drinking silently, saying nothing. Clearly, he had no intention of getting involved. Seeing Osmont's confidence in CAI Air, Cecil couldn't help but look at him with greater respect. "Do you have a better idea?" As in CAI Air pondered, a frost giant brought in a platter of real white dragon as the final dish. This white dragon was over 20 meters long, and it seemed to have been gutted recently, its limbs still twitching slightly. "I have an idea." And CAI Air's eyes lit up. He stepped away from the ice chair, activated his innate illusion on the ground, and transformed into a white dragon identical to the one on the table. "Chieftain Cecil, after you lure Han Shuangji out of the lair, I'll turn into a white dragon and sneak into the cave, find the frost giants, and rescue them." Cecil looked at the white dragon and CAI Air had become, which was identical to the one on the dining table. Even his detection magic couldn't find any flaw. After thinking it over, he found the plan highly feasible and agreed. "Then we'll do as you say. Once you rescue my people, I'll lend you the Han Shuang secret realm. Then he added, I won't rest easy until my clansmen are back. We need to rescue them as soon as possible. Then let's rescue them tomorrow. And CAI Air understood Cecil's meaning. Cecil was overjoyed. How could I ask this of you? You two honored guests haven't even had a proper rest, yet you're helping our tribe. Though he said this, he had no intention of letting in CAI Air rest for 2 days before acting. With everything settled and CAI Air and Cecil finalized the details and devised a plan to rescue the frost giants, Osmont quietly leaned close to CAI Air's ear and said, I didn't know you had this skill. Witnessing a colossal white dragon burst forth from its lair, locking in combat with Cecil amidst the sky, Ansell hastened toward the dragon's nest. White wings served as the finest camouflage amidst the snow and ice. Ansell flew to the front of an ice nest without encountering any trouble. Is there a dragon here? My name is Jin. I heard there is a great legendary dragon here. I wish to join you and seek shelter. Ansell called out before the nest. Away from home, he naturally would not use his true name. After some thought, he decided that the name of that lad Jin was quite convenient. An ice door slowly opened and 2 white dragons poked their heads out. Not an enemy, it's a white dragon. Let's open the door and let him in first. One of the dragons nodded, intending to open the icy gate. No, grandmother left instructions before she departed. No one is allowed to open the main gate until she returns. It would be troublesome if we let an enemy in. The other dragon countered. It's fine. Those frost giants are as dumb as rocks. They don't even know transformation magic. How could they possibly turn into a white dragon and sneak in? The first white dragon scoffed, its tone dripping with undisguised contempt for the frost giants. Besides, even if a human mage were to take the form of a white dragon, our barrier would detect the magical fluctuations and grandmother would sense it immediately. But, seeing the other white dragon still hesitating, the first one whispered in a voice too low for Ansell to hear, if another white dragon joins, our status will rise. We can pass all this dirty, exhausting guard duty to him. The other white dragon, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of temptation. All right, then let's open the gate. If he truly is a white dragon, he'll be able to come in. Rest assured, esteemed seniors. I am certainly a great white dragon, just like you. Seeing the 2 white dragons still hesitating, Ansell spoke up. We trust you. We'll open the gate now. The 2 white dragons fully opened the ice gate, allowing Ansell entry. Unlike the nest built by Ansell's mother Olivia, which was merely a makeshift resting place for hatching dragon eggs and raising hatchlings, this was different. As a legendary dragon, the nest built by Frostwing could truly be considered a dragon's lair. The most conspicuous feature was that the perimeter of the lair was covered in magical barriers, allowing her to sense any disturbance instantly. If Olivia had set up similar barriers back then, Elena would not have been wounded by a human swordsman, and the 2 drakes would not have met a tragic end. Ansell had confidence in his innate phantom glamour. According to the stone tablet, the disguise would not be broken unless the injury exceeded 1/10 of his maximum life force. He strode toward the ice door, and a layer of magical barrier washed over his entire body like rippling water. The magical barrier detected no anomaly. It found not the slightest trace of magic on Ansell. According to its detection results, Ansell was purely a white dragon. He passed through the barrier effortlessly and entered the ice door. The 2 white dragons guarding the gate exchanged a glance, and the last vestiges of vigilance in their eyes faded. Anyone who could pass through the barrier with such ease was undoubtedly a white dragon. You stay here and keep watch. I'll take this new white dragon for a tour inside, said one white dragon. Why should I? Standing guard here is so boring. The other white dragon retorted defiantly. The first dragon leaned close to his ear and whispered, if we can trick some treasure out of him, I'll split it with you half and half. That's more like it. Although the northern ice plains were a vast expanse of frozen wasteland incapable of producing much gold or jewels, with a bit of luck one might encounter a human merchant caravan of modest strength and plunder a few treasures. Even white dragons surviving in the ice plains had an unyielding craving for treasure, and those living under Frostwing's protection had even fewer opportunities to acquire wealth, so they had to cheat newly arrived white dragons out of some. When they first entered the dragon lair, they too had been deceived of their treasures by the white dragon who guided them. Young brother, my name is Cunel. Since you've come to our frost nests, we're now one family. The white dragon, named Cunel, approached Ansell. Greetings, brother Cunel. I'm called Jin. I'm sorry for the trouble. Ansell replied, courteously feigning the shyness of a newcomer. No need to worry. I'll first show you around and help you get familiar with our frost nests. Cunel led the way ahead. Ansell certainly did not refuse, as he was unfamiliar with the layout and needed someone to guide him to the imprisoned frost giants. The frost nests were far larger than any lair Ansell had ever seen before, except for the laboratory of Nicole, whose true size he did not know. Although Osmont was a legendary dragon, he was not qualified to establish a true lair on Dragon Island. The dragon lair was vast naturally, with more than one gate. Ansell spotted other gates along the way. After circling around outside, Cunel led Ansell inward. Inside, many white dragons lounged lazily on the ground, dozing. A large opening gaped in the ceiling of the lair, serving as Frostwing's entrance and exit, as well as the passage for sunlight. Along the way, some dragons greeted Cunel, showing no surprise at the newcomer Ansell following behind him. Ansell could detect a hint of envy in Cunel's eyes for those dragons who could lie on the ground at leisure. Next came a slaughtering area, which could also be called the dragon feeding zone. Here Ansell saw many of the same beasts he had encountered in the frost giant tribes, also serving as a food source for the white dragons. Yet he saw no frost giants at all. Rescuing the frost giants was the very purpose of his journey. Feigning curiosity, Ansell asked, "Brother Kunal, why are there no frost giants here? I thought they were both tasty and common." "So you like eating frost giants?" said Jin. Kunal shook his head regretfully. "Too bad you came late. We captured a large batch of them before and had a hearty feast." Ansell's heart sank. Although they had anticipated that the white dragons would devour the captured frost giants, they had not expected none to remain. As for the remaining frost giants, having already abandoned hope, Ansell perked up upon hearing that there might still be a chance and hastily asked, "What about the remaining frost giants?" Kunal, unsuspecting, merely assumed Ansell had a particular fondness for frost giant meat. He continued, "The remaining ones are being sent by grandmother to be sold in nearby human cities. Who would have thought frost giants could be traded for treasure? Now I feel a pang of regret every time I remember devouring them in the past." Ansell murmured, "Don't even think about eating frost giants, nor about the treasure. The money from selling them will definitely go to grandmother. This matter is handled by her most favored child, and they're probably almost there by now." Quiniel said, "If you really want to eat a frost giant, give me some treasure next time, and I'll sneakily catch one with you." Quiniel wrapped his arm around Ansell and coaxed him with a grin. "But Brother Quiniel, aren't dragons and humans enemies? If they find out our identities, we'll be in trouble." Ansell pulled away from his grasp, puzzled. "I don't know about that. Those are grandmother's matters, not something a little dragon like us can understand." Quiniel shrugged. "Alright, I've shown you around our lair. Now shouldn't you show your appreciation? Only a sensible little dragon can survive better in the dragon's nest." Quiniel's true intentions were revealed, his tone laced with veiled threat. "Of course, but I didn't bring the treasure I've hoarded over the years with me. Let me go out and fetch it, then I'll give half to you, brother. How about that?" Ansell followed his lead. Since there were no frost giants in the dragon's lair, he had to go back first and discuss how to proceed. "Haha, little brother, you're very perceptive. Grandmother told us not to go out, but since you're newly arrived and haven't been registered yet, I'll let you go back and fetch your things shortly." Hearing that Ansell would give him half the treasure, Quiniel patted his shoulder happily. "Hurry back." Nagus stood by the edge of the dragon's lair and instructed. Ansell nodded and turned to leave. After circling around to ensure no one was following, he transformed into human form and ran toward the Frost Tribe. Back at the Frost Tribe, Osmond glanced behind Ansell. No trace of frost giants. "Were you discovered?" "That shouldn't be." Osmond wondered. Ansell had to recount everything that happened in the frost lair. Osmond nodded. "The frost giant's ice heart is an extremely precious magical material in the human world, and it's best to extract it while the frost giant is still alive for maximum effect. I never expected a legendary white dragon to engage in such trade with humans. Truly a disgrace to dragonkind." After mocking the white dragon, Osmond continued. "On this ice field, the nearest human city to the Frost Tribe is Winterfell City. The white dragon will likely sell the frost giants there." "Are there many powerful humans in Winterfell City?" Ansell asked. If the human forces were weak, perhaps 2 legendary powerhouses plus himself could simply seize the giants by force. The humans in Winterfell are not strong at most gold rank. No legendary powerhouse would be willing to settle in such a cold place. Osmond answered thus, but his eyes held even more wariness than when he spoke of the Frost Lair. But human society is complex. Winterfell City is inscribed with a powerful magical barrier. Attacking it could provoke human retaliation. At that time, someone might issue a bounty and launch a massive purge of the northern icefield. Even a legendary powerhouse like Cecil would have to lead his tribe into hiding. Cecil was still locked in battle with Frostwing and hadn't returned. Ansell couldn't wait for him to come back and discuss. Delaying would mean the frost giants might be sold and turned into magical materials. Then I'll transform into a human and scout the city. If I find the frost giants, I'll find a way to rescue them. Ansell proposed. That works. Osmond agreed. He used magic to transmit the route to Winterfell City into Ansell's mind. Ansell set off, traversing the snow along the route. But the ice field was a vast expanse of white, and he inevitably got lost. Standing atop a peak, he scanned the ice field to confirm his bearings, only to spot a string of black dots at the foot of the mountain. A caravan. With a caravan, he could follow them to Winterfell. Ansell hurried down from the peak and ran in front of the caravan. Who goes there? The caravan guards stared intently at the sudden appearance of Ansell. They were all bundled in thick clothing and hats, leaving only their eyes visible. Ansell, on the other hand, was dressed in clothes that covered most of his body, but were not very thick. Though they were fellow humans, the guards dared not relax. On the road, the most dangerous threats besides beasts were bandits. Sometimes adventurers on the ice field would turn into bandits for treasure. I'm an adventurer new to the ice field. I've lost my way and would like to ask the way to Winterfell City. Ansell made a gesture of goodwill. An adventurer? Alone? A slightly plump middle-aged man stepped out from among the guards, likely the caravan leader. Ansell nodded. Traveling alone across the ice field. You must be quite skilled. The middle-aged man praised with a smile. Travel with our caravan. Our destination is Winterfell City. Though the white dragons on the ice field have dwindled greatly lately, an extra person means extra safety. Captain, this might not be wise, letting a stranger of unknown background travel with us. The guard beside him hesitated. Is this caravan mine or yours? The middle-aged man's genial smile vanished, replaced by a stern voice directed at the guard. Yours. The guard lowered his head obediently. Come with me. The middle-aged man personally invited Ansell to sit on the caravan's cart. This caravan is my property. What's your name? Jean. Ansell replied. Though grateful for the ride to Winterfell, he had to be cautious with humans. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man spoke to Ansell about Winterfell. Winterfell is a wonderful place. They make a potion from frost giant hearts that can alleviate pain and illness. Ansell's interest piqued. The man continued. Our caravan is passing through Winterfell to buy some of that potion. I've suffered many injuries from trading on the road when I was young, and now they've become chronic. I have to rely on the potion to ease the pain. Seeing Ansell so young, yet capable of traversing the glacier alone, the middle-aged man sought to befriend him and thus spoke at length. You can also buy some potion for your adventures on the ice field. It might save your life in a critical moment. I'll definitely buy some if I get the chance. Ansell nodded perfunctorily. After paying the entrance fee at the gate of Lingdong City, Ansell followed the merchant caravan into the city. Continuing with the caravan was not suitable for gathering information about the frost giants, so Ansell bid farewell to the middle-aged man after entering the city. Are you leaving? That's fine. If you need my help, you can come to the Otis Merchant Guild to find me. The caravan captain said upon hearing that Ansell was leaving. Thank you. Ansell smiled slightly, feeling that this human before him was not bad, far better than the pirates he had encountered. There are still good people among humans. Ansell recalled that he had a healing skill, Star Infusion. Since he used it to heal his sister AI Lena, this skill had basically never been used again. First, on the Dragon Island, no dragon was injured. Second, this skill could not be used on himself, and instead consumed his own vitality, making it quite useless in battle. He didn't know if this skill had any effect on hidden ailments. Ansell cast Star Infusion on the caravan captain. The middle-aged man turned around to lead the caravan away, but found himself enveloped in starlight, and the chronic ailments that had plagued him for years were healed. Bathed in the starlight, the middle-aged man felt as if he had returned to his childhood, lying in his mother's arms, and couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. He felt as if he had become several years younger. The caravan was not far from the city gate, where there was considerable foot traffic. Many people saw the starlight emanating from Ansell, and even just being touched by the residual glow made them feel incredibly comfortable, like a warm sun in winter. Holy light, your reverence. Someone shouted, mistaking the starlight on Ansell for the holy light of the Church of Light. Your reverence. A reverend has come to Lingdong City. The crowd snapped to attention and crowded around Ansell, pushing the caravan aside. Seeing so many people surging toward him, Ansell was startled and wanted to slip away, but then he thought perhaps this could be used to his advantage. The Church of Light was the only force on the human continent that could rival the mages' organization. Moreover, compared to ordinary mages, a priest had the backing of the church and was treated as a VIP wherever he went, especially in a border city like Lingdong City. Here there wasn't even a single priest, yet everyone knew the legends of priests. With status, it would be much easier to investigate the frost giants. Thinking thus, Ansell repeatedly activated Star Infusion. My hand. The hand that was bitten off by a dragon beast has grown back. I am no longer a cripple. A warrior who had lost a hand bathed in the starlight, and his missing limb grew back. Praise the holy light. The warrior wept tears of joy in the starlight. My leg is healed too. A man who had been lame threw away his crutch and danced with joy. A teenage boy dragged an unconscious old man, unable to push through the crowd, and wept bitterly outside. Your reverence, please save my grandfather. Seeing this, Ansell pointed a finger, and starlight poured into the old man's body. The old man's pained expression eased, and he opened his eyes to see his grandson. Grandfather, you're awake. The boy, seeing his grandfather revived, quickly hugged him and looked at Ansell with gratitude. Praise the light. Praise the holy light. According to human records, the holy light was a sacred entity that could heal all diseases and cleanse all filth. In some ways, it was indeed similar to Ansell's Star Infusion. However, Star Infusion might be even stronger than the holy light in healing, as it directly infused vitality into the body. Only the goddess of life in the elf forest could directly manipulate vitality. Ansell suddenly saw beams of pure white flames rising from the people he had healed and rushing toward his body. These were flames of faith. The Church of Light had spread the most widely and had the most followers on the continent precisely because of its all-curing holy light. Almost every ordinary person who had been healed by the holy light became a believer. However, the flames did not enter his body. Instead, they passed through and soared into the sky. Since Ansell was now acting as a priest, the flames of faith flew to the God of Light. Without a divine throne, Ansell could do nothing about it, and could only work for free for the long-dead God of Light. However, preaching was not his purpose for this journey. Although a dragon's vitality far surpassed that of humans, and he had the feast skill to enhance vitality, Ansell still felt a wave of fatigue after using Star Infusion on so many people. His hand gradually stopped releasing Star Infusion. The crowd awoke from the wonderful sensation of starlight, their expressions disappointed. Where is the holy light? Why isn't the Reverend continuing to cast the holy light? Someone asked presumptuously. At this moment, the order guard of Lingdong City finally reacted and quickly dispersed the crowd gathered near the city gate. You rabble, stay away from the reverend. The order guards on horseback lashed out at the surrounding people with whips. Only then did the reluctant crowd flee from Ansell in pain. Just disperse them, don't hurt them, Ansell said with a benevolent expression. Since he was pretending to be a priest, he had to act the part. Yes. The captain of the order guard nodded, becoming much gentler in his actions, as he dared not offend a priest. Your reverence, I should first escort you to the city lord's mansion. The captain dispersed the crowd and said to Ansell. All right. Ansell nodded. The captain commandeered a carriage for Ansell to ride in, and Ansell naturally did not refuse his kindness. He had used quite a bit of star infusion, and his vitality was significantly depleted, leaving him quite tired. The caravan captain, who had been standing dumbfounded, came to his senses. He had actually been traveling with a priest for so long. He knew that Ansell, who could be alone in the icy plains, must be someone extraordinary. Even if he were a young genius mage, he wouldn't be so surprised, but a priest had to devoutly worship in the temple for many years to obtain the holy light. Moreover, judging by Ansell's unceasing holy light, his strength was definitely not low. He might even be a bishop or something. The northern ice plains had little to offer, and the church disdained to develop there. However, seeing Ansell's simple attire, perhaps he was an ascetic, which would be understandable. Let's go. The caravan captain cheerfully led the caravan to set off again. Her skin was fair and delicate, utterly devoid of the roughness that ordinary people suffered from years of wind and frost. Kaishi, I didn't expect you to bring me so many goods this time. I'm truly delighted, Anuod said with a beaming smile. Just luck our adventuring party happened upon a small tribe of frost giants. Kaishi's face was as cold as ice, as if even speaking to this man somehow defiled her. Anuod chuckled without agreeing. He didn't believe her nonsense. As one of the overlords of the icy plains, frost giants were enormous, and even ordinary black iron or bronze rank warriors could not easily defeat one. Even if their adventuring party were all gold rank members, a tribe of hundreds of frost giants wouldn't just stand there and let themselves be captured. As for legendary level experts, they would basically disdain such tasks. Anuod had already formed a vague suspicion about Kaishi's identity, but he didn't care, because he needed more frost giants to maintain production of the potion and keep making money. Killing the goose that laid the golden eggs is not a wise move. With so many frost giants, our losses are also enormous. How are you going to set the price this time? Speaking of money, a touch of worldly warmth appeared on Kaishi's icy face. Kaishi, we've cooperated so many times, and I hope our partnership can continue. How about this? I'll increase the price by 5% from the previous offer. Anuod thought for a moment and decided to give them a sweetener first. If you can guarantee such a quantity, next time I can raise the price by another 5%. This is for the next transaction, Kaishi said coldly. The deal settled, both stood up. Anuod took out a ring filled with gold coins and gently placed it on Kaishi's hand. Don't always rush off. Life can have a little more fun, Anuod teased. Kaishi was indeed a rare beauty in a place like the northern ice plains. Kaishi gently stroked Anuod's broad face, and her icy countenance took on a hint of seductive charm, adding a unique flavor. If you give me an extra 5% just for me, maybe I'll consider staying tonight. Dragons are by nature lustful, and the most despicable white dragons are even more so. Haha, good riddance. Anuod laughed and sent her off. Kaishi shot a disdainful glance at this miser. What a coward, even greedier than a dragon, and he chickens out at the mention of money. Then she left the lord's manor with a dozen young men, and on the way they happened to bump into Ansell, who was being escorted by the order squad. Ansell looked at the dozen people with such distinct auras and knew in his heart that they were the white dragons from the frost nest. Now that they had just finished the transaction and left, Ansell realized he hadn't arrived too late. Kaishi glanced at Ansell sitting in the carriage, but showed no reaction. Her only thought was to return safely to the dragon nest. The two groups passed by each other, and Ansell entered the lord's manor. Anuod was immersed in the joy of completing a major deal. Hundreds of frost giants. How many potions could they make, and how many glittering gold coins they would sell for? My lord, a very powerful priest came to the city today, capable of using holy light. I have brought him back. Do you wish to receive him now? The order squad captain reported to him. A priest. Anuod snapped back to reality. You did well. Bring him to the hall. Oh, I'll see him shortly. After the order squad captain left joyfully upon receiving recognition, Anuod showed a troubled expression. He was a member of a noble family and had studied at a continental academy in his early years, so he naturally knew the abilities of priests. With the powerful restorative effects of holy light, his potion, though capable of delaying all injuries and pain, would inevitably see a sharp decline in sales. Anuod tidied his appearance and walked toward the hall. Reverend priest, I didn't expect you to grace our Frostwinter city today. What an honor. Anuod walked warmly toward Ansell, who was seated in the hall. You're too kind, my lord. As soon as Ansell stood up, Anuod pressed him back down. His strength was considerable, and Ansell did not resist. Reverend priest, you must be tired from using holy light today. Please rest well. I'll have them prepare some of Frostwinter City's delicacies to entertain you. No need to waste, my lord. I eat very simply. Pretending to be a priest was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and Ansell didn't even have a priestly robe. Now he could only pretend to be an ascetic practicing austerity. So you are also a hermit. I have truly been remiss. Annuode said apologetically, finally noticing the thin clothing on Ansell. After some polite exchanges, Annuode feigned an invitation. May I ask how many days the Reverend Priest plans to stay in Frostwinter City? If you wish to establish a church here, I will fully support you. Ansell waved his hand and said, I'll leave after resting a few days. Annuode was overjoyed. As long as he didn't plan to stay long in Frostwinter City, his worries could be put to rest. Yet he still feigned regret. That's a great pity. When I came to Frostwinter City, I heard that the Lord uses frost giants to make a miraculous potion that can delay the onset of any injury. Could you show me around, my lord? Hearing that Ansell wanted to visit the potion-making site, Annuode hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Holy light was the mark of a priest's identity, impossible to fake. Merely visiting the potion production site without the actual formula would incur no loss. Annuode led Ansell into the basement of the Lord's Manor through a narrow, long corridor and opened a magical barrier, entering a vast room. Annuode lit a magical lamp, and Ansell felt a chill rush toward him. In the front of the room were several alchemists working, and a lit alchemy furnace. At the back was a prison cell. Ansell had been curious before frost giants were several meters to over 10 meters tall. How did humans imprison them? Now, looking at the tragic scene before him, he finally had the answer. He saw that all these frost giants had their limbs severed and lay on the ground like large chunks of meat frozen in a freezer. Ansell finally understood why Kungur had said they had feasted on frost giants before and still had some to sell. To keep them barely alive and preserve the potency of the ice heart, a freezing array chilled their bodies, allowing them to cling to life. The frost giants looked at the humans with eyes filled with anger, pain, and despair. Even Ansell felt some anger at the Lord's atrocities. After all, his principle was to kill, but not to torment. Ignoring Annuode's incessant chatter along the way, Ansell pointed at the frost giants and said angrily, You've gone too far. They are also living beings. This is too cruel. Seeing Ansell's anger, Annuode quickly said, Reverend Priest, they are merely beasts and outsiders. They are going to die anyway, so they might as well make some contribution. There is no species that is not selfish. Finally left alone, Ansell was at a loss about how to rescue these frost giants. Hundreds of frost giants, each far larger than a human. If he used star infusion to heal them, he would likely exhaust himself to death. Moreover, even if the frost giants were uninjured, this was Winter City human territory. There was no way they could escape. Helpless Ansell could only transform into the likeness of a servant in the city lord's mansion and sneak out. Innate glamour was a remarkably useful disguise skill, leaving no flaw in appearance. After leaving Winter City, Ansell hurried toward the Frost Tribe. Returning to the Frost Tribe, the battle between Cecil and Frostwing had already ended. Cecil sat high on the chieftain's throne with a few bruises on his body, and the pure ice heart in his chest had turned a deeper blue. Both were legendary realm experts. Neither could overpower the other, and each had sustained some injuries before retreating. Ansell recounted everything he had seen and heard in the city lord's mansion to Cecil and Osmond. How could this be? These humans are utterly outrageous, treating my kin like this. Upon hearing that his people had their limbs severed to serve as materials for potions, Cecil flew into a rage. His originally blue-green face flushed crimson. I will charge into Winter City this very moment and rescue my kin. Let me see who dares to stop me. Osmond frowned at this, crossed his arms, and said, Cecil, don't let anger cloud your judgment. You are the chieftain of your tribe. Osmond, if these humans treated your people the same way, would you rest easy? They must pay. Cecil, still seething with rage, refused to listen to reason. Make them pay. Osmond sneered. And then what? The moment you breach Winter City, the true human experts will mobilize. Then there will be no place for the frost giants to hide in the entire northern ice field. Over the past 1,000 years, how many races have been completely wiped out? Humans had rapidly developed over the millennium, encroaching upon the living space of other beings on the continent. Any tribe that posed a threat to them was doomed to extinction. Even the mighty dragon race could only dwell in distant seas. I know that humans have always regarded our ice hearts as a precious magical material. Truly possessing a treasure invites calamity. Cecil calmed down and sighed. The ice heart was the source of a frost giant's magical power and the reason for their strength. Yet precisely because of this, frost giants became prey for human hunters. Let's think about how to rescue them. Seeing this, Ansell suggested. I don't know any transformation magic, and I'm unfamiliar with human cities. I have no plan. Cecil was at a loss. Osmond thought for a moment and said, since the frost giants are imprisoned underground, why not have Chieftain Cecil dig a tunnel beneath the ice to rescue them? Digging a tunnel is easy, but Winter City has a magical barrier. That would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even if we manage to rescue them, if the battle causes mass casualties among civilians, it would be a serious problem. Cecil pointed out the difficulty in the plan. Osmond glanced at Ansell and said the magical barrier can be deactivated. The deactivation device should be on the city lord. Ansell nodded and responded, I understand. Tonight I'll find a way to deactivate the barrier from the city lord. You dig the tunnel and wait for us. What if the plan fails? Cecil asked. The plan was too hasty and its success rate uncertain, but time was too short to dwell on other options. Then we will coordinate from inside and out, joining forces to try to break the barrier by force. It seems we have no choice. Cecil finally agreed to the rescue plan. Ansell hurried back to the city lord's mansion. No one noticed his absence. That night Ansell found Arnold in the great hall. "Reverend, is there something you need at this late hour?" Arnold looked at Ansell with curiosity. Ansell lowered his voice and whispered in his ear, "The Pope sent me to the northern ice field for a special mission. Dismiss the guards around you. This matter must be known only to you." Arnold was startled at first, then relaxed. Why would a reverend come to this godforsaken northern ice field? It must be that the church was planning something major. The Church of Light had harbored a deep grudge against magical organizations for a millennium, and there had been frequent skirmishes over the past 1,000 years. In the northern ice field, aside from adventurers, the most numerous were mages collecting materials. Now the church was about to make a move here. In an instant Arnold thought of many secrets. The northern ice field, as a remote corner of the continent, had always been far from conflicts. Honestly, Arnold didn't want to take sides, as he couldn't afford to offend anyone. "All of you leave now." Arnold ordered his men to withdraw from the hall. "Reverend, you can speak freely now." "The Pope says." Ansell leaned close to Arnold's ear and punched him in the head. Although he had only 10% of his strength after transformation, his punch was still formidable. Arnold, though a gold-level warrior, was knocked unconscious instantly by the sneak attack, as he hadn't used his battle aura to defend. Ansell gently placed Arnold on the chair, removed the storage ring from his finger, and put it on his own. He then used his transformation skill to take Arnold's appearance. Ansell had a speculation innate glamour might even be able to mimic the same soul aura. A storage ring once bonded to its owner could only be opened by someone with the same soul aura. With a thought, Ansell successfully opened the storage ring. Delighted, he extended his spiritual sense into the ring and saw piles of treasure inside. Jackpot! Ansell's eyes sparkled at the gold coins. Remembering his mission, he found the city lord's token among the treasure. Walking out of the hall, Ansell now and Arnold's guys commanded the guards guard the hall. "No one is to enter without my order." He then made his way to the basement. Several alchemists were busy extracting ice hearts from the frost giants and placing them into alchemical furnaces. The floor was strewn with ice blue blood from the frost giants. "Stop the alchemy for today. You may leave now." The alchemists exchanged glances, surprised that their city lord, who had always worked them like slaves, was letting them go early today. Nevertheless, they didn't overthink and left happily. After all, they were just following formulas. Ansell opened the prison cell and walked in. The frost giants glared at him with hatred. The frost giants couldn't understand Ansell's words, so he didn't waste time. To their astonishment, he deactivated the entire magical barrier of Winter City. Was it really this easy? Ansell himself was surprised by how smoothly things went. The reason everything went so smoothly was that humans had been dominant for a millennium. Arnold never imagined that a dragon would boldly waltz into the city lord's mansion to steal the token. After an unknown period, Arnold awoke from his coma, clutching his head in pain. He noticed that the storage ring on his hand was gone. The loss of gold coins within was trivial, but losing the city lord token was a grave matter. Without it, activating the magic array would be exceedingly difficult. Arnold hurriedly strode out of the hall. "My lord, when did you return?" The guards stationed outside the hall were astonished to see Arnold emerging from within. They had been faithfully standing guard, certain that no one had entered and that the city lord had not returned. Arnold's heart jolted at their words. "When did I leave? Where did that priest go?" "What priest, my lord? During this time, you were the only one who left. You ordered us to guard the hall and allow no one inside, and no one else came out." The guard replied. "A shapeshifter." That was Arnold's first thought. A creature capable of assuming another's form. How could a shapeshifter exist in the Jibei ice realm? Moreover, it could wield holy light, which would be the first thing to annihilate it. Arnold shook his head. Dwelling on this was useless. He had to find that priest immediately. "Then did you see where I went after leaving the hall?" We only saw you heading that way." Though the guards felt it strange, they pointed in a direction. Arnold looked. It was the direction of the basement. His expression darkened instantly, recalling how Ansell had specifically requested to go to the basement and made those remarks after seeing the frost giant. So this man had long been colluding with the frost giant. Arnold selected a few guards and charged toward the basement. The barrier had been left open, and he entered. The cauldron was bubbling with potion, yet no alchemist was adding herbs. The vast cells were empty, devoid of any trace of frost giants. A city lord token lay quietly on the ground. Ansell had ultimately decided not to take it to avoid incurring greater trouble. Arnold picked up the token, his expression improving slightly. With so many frost giants rescued, he had not only suffered a huge financial loss, but also would be unable to fulfill many potion orders. Arnold keenly noticed a section of the cell floor that looked conspicuously out of place. He drew his longsword and thrust it fiercely. The blade sank into the ground instantly. "This is snow." After rescuing his kin, Cecil had no interest in restoring the floor of Lindau City. He merely piled up snow to block the passage and left. There were also mages in the city lord's mansion, albeit low level, but moving snow was simple enough. The tunnel was soon cleared. After them. With so many crippled frost giants, they couldn't have gotten far. That was Arnold's thought. He led the guards into the tunnel, emerging onto a snowfield outside the city. Under the night sky, the snowfield showed no trace of the frost giants. Arnold had not anticipated that a legendary powerhouse had personally come to rescue his kin. Snowflakes fell upon him. Even with his gold-level warrior constitution, Arnold felt a chill. Those frost giants. I won't let you off easily. Arnold swore darkly in his heart. Meanwhile, Ansell had already returned to the Han Huang tribe with Cecil and the frost giants. I can't express my gratitude. Without you I could never have rescued them in Lindau City. Cecil looked down at Ansell, his eyes brimming with thankfulness. It's nothing. We also had a request of you, so it's a fair exchange. Ansell scratched his head, still mindful that their purpose was the Han Huang mystic realm. Haha, I'll keep my promise and open the Han Huang mystic realm. Rest assured. Cecil laughed heartily. What about your kin? They've had their limbs severed. Even if rescued, they're still crippled. How will they support themselves? Ansell asked, hesitating whether to use Star Infusion to help these frost giants. After all, Star Infusion consumed considerable energy, and the frost giant tribe had nothing that interested a dragon. Don't worry about that. We frost giants are half flesh, half elemental beings. We have special healing magic, Cecil explained. With that, Ansell felt relieved. So Uncle Osmond, can you tell me now what exactly is inside the Han Huang mystic realm? Ansell asked. From the start, he had no idea what the Han Huang mystic realm was. So you haven't told him about the Han Huang mystic realm? Cecil looked at Osmond quizzically. Osmond shrugged. Alright, I can now tell you some things about the Han Huang mystic realm. The Han Huang mystic realm is a massive magical array left in the Jibei ice realm 1,000 years ago by the divine mage while he traveled the world exploring the mysteries of magic. Legend has it that the divine mage comprehended the secrets of frost magic in the Jibei ice realm. To repay the realm, he left all his insights within the magical array. As the masters of the Jibei ice realm and the favored children of ice magic, the frost giants possess the ability to open the magical array. The Han Huang mystic realm of the Han Huang tribe is one of the array's nodes, or a sub-array. Ansell's understanding of magic was shallow. He only grasped the gist, a frost magic array left by the divine mage, and couldn't see how it related to Osmond's path of body refinement. Cecil added, this magical array has the effect of concentrating frost magic power, which is why we established our tribe here and grew strong. It was only after passing through the Han Huang mystic realm that I awakened my domain and became a true legendary powerhouse. Alright, you'll understand what the Han Huang mystic realm is once you enter. Osmond ended the conversation. Yes, Cecil smiled. I'll take you to the Han Huang mystic realm now. Then you'll understand everything. Cecil led Ansell and Osmond to the altar at the center of the Han Huang tribe. It was a massive circular platform built of ice and snow surrounded by 6 ice pillars engraved with intricate magical runes. Under Cecil's arrangement, 6 frost giant priests placed their hands on the 6 ice pillars. Frost magic power poured into the pillars, activating the runes, which emitted a deep blue glow. The magic power reached the tops of the pillars, shooting beams that converged at the center of the altar. A pale blue vortex immediately appeared at the center. Cecil extended his hand, and a thick stream of blue magic poured into the vortex. The ethereal swirl solidified considerably. Go, the Han Huang mystic realm is open. Cecil gestured to Ansell. I'm going. Ansell nodded, flew toward the altar, and approached the vortex. He gently extended a claw. The claw passed through the vortex as if entering another dimension. The snow and ice on the ground need no mention. It is the characteristic landscape of the northern ice field. However, the white mist permeating the air is especially peculiar. Though there is no sunlight, the secret realm is not shrouded in darkness. This scene inevitably reminded Cai Air of the black mist in his dreams, which was the exact opposite. Could there be some connection between the two? Before he could think further, Cai Air suddenly heard the sound of a magic spell being chanted within the white mist. The voice was full and round with a rhythmic cadence. The archaic incantations, though obscure, flowed smoothly, as if singing a magnificent movement. Under normal circumstances, Cai Air could not understand these magic spells. But this particular spell he recognized because he had used it before when fishing with explosives on Dragon Island. It was the first-tier spell, Ice Ball. Sure enough, an ice ball materialized in the white mist and struck Cai Air on the head. He was still maintaining his human form through natural glamour. For such a paltry first-tier spell, Cai Air did not even flinch. The ice ball shattered on its own. Still, the icy chill on his face was somewhat unpleasant. He wiped the ice and snow from his face, but little did he know that this low-level spell was merely the calm before the storm. One after another, the sounds of magical incantations rose from the white mist, overlapping in waves. Cai Air felt as though he was surrounded by an entire legion of mages, a scene he had only seen in inherited memories. Such occurrences typically happened only in large-scale wars or during the siege of dragons above the legendary rank. Damn it! Cai Air cursed under his breath as he saw countless spells about to take shape in the white mist. He knew no flight magic, so he could only rely on his formidable physical prowess to dodge and weave between the gaps of the incoming spells. But the ice spells were too dense, he could not evade them all. Ice balls, ice arrows, ice spears, ice crystal swords. Individually, these low-tier spells were beneath Cai Air's notice, but their sheer number was overwhelming. His resistance to ice was not particularly strong. Before long, he reached his limit. Taking damage exceeding 10% of his health, the natural glamour immediately dissipated. Roar! Cai Air transformed into his true form, a golden dragon. A colossal golden dragon hundreds of meters tall and 200 to 300 meters long appeared in the Frost's secret realm. His size surpassed the cognitive range of most dragons. Yet even so, soaring through the sky and CAI air could not see the boundaries of this Frost secret realm. His granite shields had all shattered, falling from his body onto the ice, kicking up a layer of snow. His scales were no longer as tender as before, now bearing a darker golden hue. The attacks did not cease because he took flight. Unable to escape the shroud of white mist, his massive frame became a living target. With no other choice, and CAI air landed on the ground, reasoning that only 3 sides would be exposed to attacks. But the white mist seemed to anticipate his thoughts, and sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground. Fuck! Countless magical attacks, as if driven by the persistence of dripping water wearing through stone, pierced through in CAI air's lustrous scales, hammering him down onto the icy plain. Before his dragon blood could even flow, the wounds were frozen by the cold. A peculiar ice magic seemed to possess the ability to heal wounds, and in CAI air was tormented by the cycle of attack and recovery. No wonder Osmond had been so evasive about what lay in the Frost's secret realm. It was simply a place of suffering. And CAI air recalled Osmond's words: the way to improve defense was to endure hardship. So this time the method to enhance his ice resistance was to be continuously attacked by ice magic. So Osmond's idea of body training was just to seek out torture and abuse. And CAI air couldn't help but suspect that Osmond might have some hidden perverse hobbies. The ice magic in the white mist was varied and bizarre, most of which in CAI air did not recognize. Suddenly an ice spell exploded on his wing, encasing the entire wing in transparent ice crystal. This might be a type of ice anti-flight magic. And CAI air instantly lost the ability to fly and tumbled toward the ground. Seeing the ice spikes growing closer, he hastily belched a torrent of flame onto the ground. Even being roasted by fire for a moment was far better than crashing into the ice spikes. The blazing breath struck the ice pillars and exploded, the intense heat melting the surrounding snow and ice. But beneath the glacier was even deeper ice with no sign of the ground. And CAI air fell into the fire, smashing a large hole in the glacier and causing it to crack in all directions. He staggered to his feet, the unquenchable flames wrapping around him as the ice on his wings melted. Countless low-level ice spells could not penetrate the flames, they melted away before reaching him. But at the same time, the healing effects of the ice magic vanished entirely. Dragon blood flowed across the glacier, and in CAI air let out a pained roar. This was undoubtedly the worst injury he had ever suffered in his life. It also instilled in him a sense of awe toward human mage legions. A swarm of ants could kill an elephant. He was still not strong enough. Nevertheless, at last he had a moment to catch his breath. 5 minutes later the flames died out. The anticipated attack did not come, and CAI air opened his eyes. Was it over? He could hardly believe it. Hiss! A 200 to 300 meter long ice serpent emerged from the white mist, revealing its form. It flicked a tongue of frost, its size perfectly tailored for an CAI air, a pure elemental being forged by magic. After enduring so much punishment, he could finally fight back. Without hesitation, and CAI air channeled his soul-draining strike into his tail and lashed out, cleaving the lunging ice serpent in two. But before he could savor the triumph, a sharp pain struck his back. An ice dragon had appeared from nowhere, its claws clutching golden scales stained with blood. Enraged, and CAI air spat out a fireball, one of the few spells he possessed. The ice dragon responded with a blast of frigid air, extinguishing the fireball. Failing that, and CAI air attempted to take flight and engage the ice dragon in close combat. But a long icy tail coiled tightly around him. The ice serpent he had cut in half had already reconnected its tail. It wrapped its body around, and CAI air opened its massive jaws and bared its fangs, aiming for his neck. At the critical moment, a granite shield materialized, covering and CAI air's entire body. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had passed since the attacks began, and the granite shield had refreshed. Biting down on the rock, the ice serpent broke 2 of its icy fangs. Seizing the opportunity, and CAI air strained and snapped the serpent's body, then crushed its head with a claw. Only then did the ice serpent cease moving, presumably not to regenerate. But before CAI air could breathe a sigh of relief, the ice dragon had already launched a sneak attack. With the granite shield in place, he suffered little damage. However, being ambushed by the ice dragon time and again truly got under his skin. So you like to ambush, do you? He was unaware of how long he had remained in the Frost secret realm, only knowing that his granite shield was constantly refreshing and shattering. It seemed he had experienced every form of ice magic available. With a thunderous crash, Ansayer's massive body encased in thick ice materialized upon the frost giant's altar. Osmond had anticipated this scene long ago and harbored no concern for Ansayer's predicament. He unleashed a torrent of dragon flame, melting the ice that encased Ansayer entirely. This frost was actually a miraculous enchantment that could slow injury progression and prolong life. Anything sealed within would be frozen in time, though its casting conditions were stringent and difficult to fulfill. The ice shell itself could be shattered from the outside with relative ease. Ansayer awoke from the ice imprisonment, his vision still clouded with confusion. Upon catching sight of Osmond, he instinctively lashed out with a claw. Osmond chuckled softly, effortlessly deflecting the attack with minimal effort. He gently guided Ansayer's paw to the ground and laughed heartily. You're safe now. Rest if you're tired. Bleeding and exhausted, Ansayer finally collapsed onto the altar and fell into a deep slumber. The ice-based healing magic was still actively working rapidly, mending his wounds. He'll be fine sleeping on your altar, won't he? Osmond asked. Osmond explained that the altar served as a sacred space for divine worship, and some tribes held it in such reverence that they considered it more vital than their own survival. Though he too had fallen into slumber soon after emerging, his size was nothing compared to Ansayer's. The dragon consumed the entire altar with his enormous frame. It doesn't matter, Cecil replied with a smile. The wind and snow goddess has been dead for a millennium. This altar serves almost no purpose other than opening the Frost secret realm. That sacrificial meat would be better fed to the tribe's children. Cecil said with a smile, speaking openly about the gods his tribe once worshipped without any hesitation. After 1,000 years without any response from the gods, Cecil understood that his tribe's survival depended entirely on themselves and their people, not on any deity. Cecil, I never expected you to lack faith. I've always believed that Lord Bahamut will one day return and lead us metallic dragons back to the continent. At the mention of Bahamut, Osmond's eyes filled with reverence. This was the advantage of dragon lineage. Even after 1,000 years, faith in the dragon god remained unshaken. Ha ha ha, enough of this. Let's go drinking. Cecil laughed heartily, cutting off the conversation about deities. Until we're thoroughly drunk. Osmond and Cecil departed the altar, leaving Ansayer alone in slumber. Meanwhile, in Winterhold City, the governor's mansion. Arnold, why are you seeking me out so soon? The trading time hasn't arrived yet. A silver-haired woman with folded arms and an icy demeanor spoke. She was the white dragon Casey, an adult dragon and right hand of the Frost Wings. Having lost over 100 frost giants, Arnold shed his usual playful demeanor, his expression darkening. The frost giants you sold me last time were rescued by someone. Rescued? Within Winterhold City? How is that possible? Casey exclaimed in disbelief. Casey's expression darkened. You didn't bring me here thinking we were the ones who rescued those frost giants, did you? Arnold shook his head. I'm not suspecting you. It was someone disguised as a priest. A priest. Casey recalled the person she had passed earlier. Word had spread throughout Winterhold about a powerful priest who had arrived. They had watched him enter the governor's mansion, but never saw him emerge. Many had come seeking the priest's healing touch, only to be driven away by an furious Arnold. That fellow isn't a true priest. He merely possesses advanced shape-shifting and healing magic, Arnold explained. This was merely his speculation. A noble priest would never associate with lowly frost giants. With the church's power, the frost giant clan was but ants beneath their feet. So what do you need from me? Casey's lips curved into a cold smile as she regarded Arnold. Supply fell short of demand. A perfect opportunity to raise prices and increase profits. Several surrounding cities are pressuring me for frost giant potions. I need to acquire over 100 frost giants quickly, or I'll face severe penalties for breach of contract. Arnold confessed his predicament. 100 frost giants. Do you really think they're that easy to catch? I can increase the price by 20%. And if I fall, where will you find another trader to work with? Arnold said, half threatening, half tempting. Casey fell into thought. The profit was indeed substantial, but the process was extremely difficult. Now that the frost giant chieftain had awakened from his slumber, and with the recent incidents serving as a warning, he would surely strengthen protection for his people. Capturing a few isolated frost giants wasn't hard, but over 100 at once was another matter entirely. Seeing Casey hesitate, Arnold spoke again. I know you've discovered a large frost giant tribe. I can send troops to help you capture them, and the payment will be yours alone. Absolutely not. Casey rejected the proposal outright. The Frost Wings' nest wasn't far from the frost giant tribe. Bringing humans there would be like inviting wolves into their home. I'll be straight with you. We did find a large frost giant tribe. We have legendary experts on our side, but they have legendary powerhouses guarding them as well. Without dealing with their legendary expert, sending more troops would just be throwing away lives. I see. Casey's assessment matched Arnold's expectations precisely. He withdrew an ancient scroll from his new storage ring, crafted from some unknown hide that proved exceptionally durable. What is this? Casey asked, eyeing the scroll in Arnold's hands. Have you ever heard of an anti-magic domain? Arnold played with the scroll proudly, knowing it came from a great human mage. Casey's gaze hardened with wariness as she studied the scroll. How could I not know such a renowned legendary mage? It's just a pity he was assassinated shortly after breaking through to legendary status. He was a mage who specialized in suppressing enemies' magical abilities, earning the title of mage's greatest enemy. After achieving the anti-magic domain, upon reaching legend, no mage of legendary rank or below could wield magic within his territory. Tragically, he was soon slain by a veteran legendary assassin. This is the anti-magic scroll he left behind. I happened upon it by chance. It can suppress a legendary powerhouse's magic for a quarter hour. In 15 minutes, you should be able to bring me over 100 frost giants, correct? Casey took the scroll from him. Though the sunlight in the frozen north did not bring much warmth, merely its bright radiant presence was enough to uplift his spirit and fill him with tranquility. Perhaps the Frostvale realm truly did possess some miraculous properties for Answer, felt this icy world was no longer as bitterly cold as before, the strange discomfort having faded away. Osmond was engaged in a game of landlord with Cecil and a frost giant shaman before Answer. Dragon's Roar. Osmond triumphantly tossed down his final 2 cards. Both frost giants tossed their cards into the pile and reached for the wine beside them. The frost giants had little interest in hoarding gold coins, so their wager was simply that the loser drank. Cecil's face had taken on a deep azure hue, clearly from consuming quite a bit of ice wine. Osmond turned back and patted Answer's dusty granite scales. I was truly wrong about those little dragons. I misjudged them completely. This game actually has its merits. In this rare moment of peace and tranquility, Answer couldn't be bothered to even lift his eyelids. His injuries had fully healed, with new scales growing beneath the protective granite shield. Answer had no intention of dwelling on the brutal beating he'd endured in the Frostvale realm, though there were certain matters he needed to clarify. Uncle Osmond, your body refinement plan doesn't involve wandering around to get beaten up, does it? He would rather die than set foot in a place like the Frostvale realm again. Answer had begun to wonder if he was somehow the protagonist of some grim narrative, since he seemed to spend all his time either taking blows or heading toward another beating. He had always dreamed of roaming freely across the continent, but humanity's overwhelming strength had left him constrained at every turn, unable to sustain his true form for extended periods. After spending so many years as a mighty dragon, he was finding it difficult to adjust to the fragility of human flesh. Did his author not worry about reader backlash or concern himself with whether such a story could even generate income? Answer shook his head to clear away these absurd thoughts. Certainly not by getting beaten. Osmond replied with an embarrassed chuckle before growing serious. It's about shattering the body's limits through the crucible of mortal danger. Noticing the look of disdain on Answer's face, Osmond quickly added, please don't dismiss this out of hand. I've read countless biographies written by humans. All of them tell the same tale. At the moment of crisis, when life and death hung in the balance, the protagonist would suddenly recall their companions, family, and loved ones, and in that instant comprehend the secret of magic or battle energy, achieving a breakthrough that allowed them to vanquish their enemy. Biographies. Hearing Osmond speak this way only reinforced Answer's conviction that his method was utterly absurd. And based on this worn-out formula, Osmond seemed stuck in centuries past. Osmond continued without waiting for a response. After the Glacier trial, we'll face the Abyss, Purgatory, and Thunderstorm trials in succession, challenging powerful warriors along the way until we attained true strength. The more Answer listened, the more wrong it sounded. Wasn't this just another way of saying he'd be sent off to get beaten? He began calculating how to escape his unreliable uncle and begin his journey across the continent. Answer sometimes genuinely suspected Osmond of being cunning and malicious, deliberately concealing the true nature of the Frostvale realm from him. But at other times he came to see his uncle as nothing more than a muscle-bound dragon with no brain matter whatsoever, someone who would actually believe human tales. Still, perhaps that old saying about the slow bird needing to fly early held some truth, for Osmond's prowess ranked among the finest of his generation, with few legendary powerhouses on the continent capable of besting him. As Osmond and Answer discussed his body refinement plan, dark specks began appearing like a swarm in the distant sky, visible through Answer's dragon eyes. What is that? Answer asked in puzzlement. Cecil applied a divination spell to peer into the distance, and his expression hardened instantly as the ice wine's effects nearly vanished from his system. Something's wrong. Dragons from the Frost Nest are attacking. Quickly send word to all adult frost giants and shamans in the village to prepare for battle. The Frost tribe had established magical barriers, but given their capabilities and resources, these defenses only ensured concealment rather than providing any meaningful protection or counteroffensive capability. If the White Dragons made the Frost tribe their battleground, the elderly, weak, and young among the Frost giants would face utter annihilation. I must depart immediately. My apologies for the poor hospitality. Oh, I never anticipated these White Dragons would grow so brazen recently. Cecil ground his teeth together as he spoke. Go quickly, your people need you. We'll be there shortly, Osmond replied. Every White Dragon from the Frost Nest had sallied forth, hundreds of them racing toward the battle, with Frostwing leading the charge at full speed. The Frost giant warriors of the Frost tribe were no pushovers either. They seized their ice spears and followed Cecil outside to confront the White Dragons upon receiving news of the attack. The two forces from different races collided upon a vast expanse of ice. Frostwing, I haven't forgiven you for stealing my people and selling them to humans. Yet here you come seeking your own destruction. Cecil pointed his ice spear at Frostwing. She was a white dragon towering over 30 meters tall, with a length nearing 100 meters, her wings encased in a layer of pale blue ice crystals. Unlike golden or red dragons, white dragons remained comparatively small, even in old age, rarely exceeding 40 meters in height. A genuine dwarf among dragonkind. Haha, Cecil, today marks not only the annihilation of your Frost tribe, but also your own death. Frostwing's icy gaze held Cecil's reflection, her eyes already counting him among the dead. Arnold was merely a golden-ranked warrior after all, and only one in 10,000 could hope to ascend to the legendary domain. He had no real understanding of what made legendary powerhouses so formidable, nor did he grasp the true value of a mana-nullifying scroll. As a favored child of ice and snow, Cecil drew his strength from the boundless magical energy of the frozen plains, giving him the power to overwhelm ordinary beings. Yet this scroll could strip away his magic entirely, rendering him unable to wield even the most basic domain abilities that defined a legendary powerhouse, leaving him forced to rely solely on physical strength. In just 15 minutes, Frostwing could have slaughtered him repeatedly. Arnold merely sought over 100 frost giants to refine into potions, but Frostwing's aim was far more ambitious: to kill Cecil and eradicate the entire Frost tribe. As rival overlords of the frozen wasteland and bitter enemies, neither could tolerate the other's existence. Frostwing saw this mana-nullifying scroll as the perfect tool to eliminate his greatest threat, while the captured frost giants could be sold for substantial wealth. Cecil died. Frostwing opened her maw and unleashed a torrent of icy breath towards Cecil. Cecil summoned a colossal ice shield through magic to block the attack and protect the frost giants beside him. Then let us fight. Cecil rose into the sky against the dragon's breath to clash with Frostwing. Ansell watched the frost giants with their doors sealed shut within the tribe, shaking his head. With a great enemy at the door, this was nothing more than ostrich behavior, burying one's head in the sand. If the frost giants outside emerged victorious, there would be no cause for concern. But should they fall in battle, these huddled giants would scarcely escape their dire fate, even locked behind closed doors. Yet maintaining composure in such dire straits was no easy feat. Ansell set aside his thoughts of those frost giants and blinked at Osman, asking, "You don't intend to join the fray against those white dragons?" "I hardly believe that's the sole reason. The disdain for evil dragons runs deep within metallic dragon lineage, ingrained in their very memory. Even devoid of material gain, metallic dragons and chromatic evil dragons clash at first sight. Wait a while longer. I fear she'll flee if we spook her prematurely. After all, she's a legendary powerhouse, and this terrain offers white dragons an unparalleled advantage. Once she's resolved to escape, there's little I can do to stop her." Osman chuckled, his expression laced with arrogance, his words dripping with contempt for white dragons. Despite Frostwing being a legendary white dragon, Osman never accorded her any real respect. "And what of you? Why aren't you joining the battle? Those young white dragons stand no chance against you." Osman countered with a half-smile. Ansell glanced at his imposing frame and replied, "I'm equally concerned about scaring them off." The two dragons exchanged a look, burst into hearty laughter, and rose to make their way toward the battlefield, where white dragons and frost giants clashed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, white dragons and frost giants were locked in fierce combat on the ground. Though the frost giant warriors were towering figures wielding ice spears, they proved formidable against ordinary dragon beasts, but appeared remarkably ineffective against true white dragons. Every white dragon in the Frostfawn clutch was at least an adolescent, meaning all possessed the ability to wield magic. Moreover, compared to frost giant warriors who relied solely on ice spears, the white dragon's physical prowess was equally impressive. Therefore, despite the frost giants' numerical advantage, they found themselves at a disadvantage in combat against the white dragons. Only the frost giant shamans, blessed with greater magical talent, could match ordinary white dragons. As the shamans channeled their magic, a faint blue glow enveloped the nearby frost giants, bolstering their resistance to ice magic and accelerating the healing of their wounds. Kill. Empowered by the shaman's magic, the frost giants gained ground against the white dragon's assaults. Damn it. Kashi tore a frost giant shaman in two. As an adult dragon, she was nearly unmatched on this battlefield. Her draconic features remained impassive as she casually exhaled a torrent of icy breath, freezing a frost giant warrior solid. The great dragons typically fought individually, with limited inheritance of group buffing spells. Through the shaman's efforts, the frost giants gradually began to turn the tide. Kashi could only exert her full power to hunt down the more formidable frost giant shamans, but she soon encountered an opponent worthy of her. Among the 6 high shamans who had opened the Frost secret realm, each possessed magical talent equal to that of dragons. With their subordinates engaged in bloody combat, the two legendary powerhouses naturally remained far from idle. Frostwing and Cecil each deployed their magic, unleashing countless dazzling spells that rained down crystalline ice from the sky. Both were legendary powerhouses, their magical prowess and resistance to frost magic nearly matched. As in countless prior battles, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. But this time the tide was finally about to shift. Frostwing drew forth a spell-dispelling scroll and tore it open, sending a gray beam streaking towards Cecil. Cecil, mid-cast, felt his mana suddenly stall and his face drained of color. It was as though he'd been severed from the very fabric of heaven and earth, unable to draw even the faintest trace of magical power. Cecil's flight magic failed, and he plummeted straight toward the ground. Elder. The frost giant warriors below reacted swiftly, catching him as he fell from the sky. Surrounded by attacking white dragons, the frost giant warriors secured Cecil's safety. With his internal mana sealed, Cecil couldn't cast spells or even manifest his domain. He was reduced to nothing more than an enhanced frost giant warrior. His only advantage lay in the trials of the Frost secret realm, which had heightened his resistance to ice magic. Cecil watched in despair as Frostwing soared through the sky, chanting spells as she flew. She paid no mind to the frost giant warriors, her sole focus was Cecil. With his high resistance to ice magic, she intended to exploit his powerlessness and end his life with a single devastating spell. A storm began to gather across the ice plain. As Frostwing chanted her incantation, ice and snow magic churned restlessly in the air. An immense pressure descended upon them. Sensing mortal danger, the frost giant shamans immediately unleashed their magic against Frostwing. Frostwing merely cast a disdainful glance at the frost giants, and a colossal ice shield effortlessly deflected their attacks. Against a legendary powerhouse, their magic was dreadfully weak. As magical energies surged wildly, the white dragons grew anxious and instinctively distanced themselves from the frost giants, unwilling to suffer collateral damage from their matriarch's assault. Cecil, Heart of Frost, have you prepared yourself to die? Ha ha. Frostwing let out a wild laugh, her magic fully amassed. A hurricane-force storm swept across the ice plain as a colossal ice tornado materialized, spinning violently towards Cecil with the intent to shatter everything in its path. Cecil slumped helplessly amid the ring of frost giants, watching the tornado close in. The spell's devastating range made escape futile. At that critical moment, a golden flash barreled headlong into the tornado without flinching. Frostwing furrowed her brow, detecting an unwelcome scent. The tornado spun with ferocious speed, determined to pulverize whatever lay within. Yet the golden light persisted, flickering through the ice and snow, dimming only slightly. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted amid the raging storm, forcing both the white dragons and frost giants to shield their eyes. What? Frostwing cried out in shock. Her transcendent spell had been withstood. As the storm cleared, Osman revealed his massive muscular frame. His lean body was crisscrossed with scars as though carved by 1,000 blades, and fragments of his dark golden scales shattered and drifted downward. Satisfying. Osman roared with unrestrained exhilaration. Since returning to the Dragon Isle, he had not experienced such a visceral impact. Damn golden dragon. Frostwing glared at Osman with seething anger, her brows knitted in fury. You dare intercept my spell? You golden dragon is far too foolish. Good. I'll kill you first, then, Cecil. You're not worthy to kill me. Cecil, I'll handle this old white dragon for you. Her horde will serve as my payment. Many innate spells were cast instantly, and Asiming couldn't be bothered to dodge, allowing the Frostwing's magic to strike his body. His physical defense was astonishing, and his magic resistance was terrifyingly high. Only high-tier magic could harm him. Most of the Frostwing's spells felt like mere tickles. Put some force into it. Haven't you eaten? I'm standing here letting you hit me, and you can't even break my defense. Asiming taunted mercilessly. Damn golden dragon. Enraged, Frostwing began chanting a complex incantation, intending to unleash a powerful transcendent tier spell once more. But this time, Asiming had no intention of standing still for her. After all, she wasn't his mate. He flashed forward, his body rapidly closing in on Frostwing. As a heavy claw strike came, Frostwing had no choice but to abandon her incantation and summon an ice shield to block. The shield held for only a moment before crumbling, but that brief instant allowed Frostwing to expand her domain and swiftly retreat from Asiming. Within the domain, Asiming's dark golden scales became coated with an indelible layer of white frost, slowing his movements. This was the domain most commonly manifested by elder white dragons, the freezing slow domain. Foolish golden dragon. Why don't you expand your domain and fight me? You're not worthy. Asiming declared domineeringly as the white frost on his body continuously broke apart and reformed. Hurry, kill Cecil before he recovers his magic. After a brief stalemate with Asiming, Frostwing commanded the white dragons below. A quarter of an hour wasn't long, and she had spent a considerable amount of time chanting the incantation for the transcendent tier spell. If Cecil regained his magic, her entire operation would not only fail, but also result in heavy losses. With two legendary powerhouses neither inferior to her besieging her, Frostwing had no choice but to abandon these young white dragons, fleeing with the treasures from the Frostwing's nest. Kathy, who had served under Frostwing for years, naturally understood this logic. Kill! She roared, leading the dragons from the Frostwing's nest as they lunged at Cecil. Seeing the white dragons charging in, the frost giant priests enveloped Cecil at the center, while the frost giant warriors formed the outermost layer. The battlefield quickly divided into two sides, the white dragons piercing like a sharp blade, and the frost giants desperately shielding their chieftain. Even with the magic enhancement from the frost giant priests, the outermost frost giant warriors were no match for the adult white dragons. The outermost layer was easily torn apart. But as the white dragons advanced, they encountered the frost giant priests and could push no further. Every adult white dragon was besieged by several priests, and as many as 3 high-ranking priests were blocking Kathy. Prime white dragons would never serve as Frostwing's minions, so the strongest among these white dragons were adults like Kathy. Damn it! Blood seeped from Kathy's dragon maw as she recklessly launched a powerful strike at Cecil, only to be severely wounded by the frost giant priest's magic. Cecil's expression was grim. As a clan leader, he could only sit helplessly in the center watching his kinsmen fight and bleed to protect him, only to be slaughtered by the white dragons. This time the entire Frostwing's nest had mobilized, and even Quinel the gatekeeper joined the fray. He was still a juvenile dragon. After tearing apart the frost giant warrior before him, he felt a chill wind approach. An ice spear was about to pierce him through, but he had no new strength to dodge. Not good. Quinel cursed inwardly, preparing to meet his death. Fortunately, at that moment, a nearby white dragon suddenly appeared, shattering the ice spear with a claw and sweeping away the surrounding frost giant warriors with its tail. Seeing he was safe, Quinel looked closely and exclaimed in astonishment, "Jean, how are you here? You've been gone so long, I thought you were dead out there." This white dragon that had appeared was none other than Ansell in disguise. He had slipped into the white dragon ranks while Awaken's dramatic entrance drew everyone's attention. "I encountered some humans on my way back after retrieving the treasure, which delayed me. Just as I was about to return to the nest, I saw a large group of dragons, so I followed you here," Ansell explained. With the war raging, Quinel had no time to ponder Ansell's words. "You've come at just the right time. I nearly died just now, you saved me," Quinel said, parrying a frost giant warrior's ice spear and spitting out a dragon breath. Ansell defended against the frost giants behind Quinel, his strikes measured, only knocking them down and sweeping them aside, never inflicting serious injury. "I think we're losing. The frost giants still have so many. Once their chieftain recovers with 2 legendary powerhouses, we won't even have time to flee." Quinel glanced toward Cecil. A quarter of an hour had nearly passed. Cecil's magic was only slightly disturbed and was rapidly recovering. "What should we do?" Quinel asked. "Let's fly toward grandmother and escape," Ansell suggested. "Good." Quinel and Ansell flew together toward Frostwing. Seeing the tide turning, the other white dragons followed suit. Kathy, trapped deep in the enemy's midst, glanced at them and cursed. "A bunch of idiots." At that moment, Cecil had recovered his magic and a massive ice claw seized Kathy tightly. Cough. Blood gushed from Kathy's mouth. Her breath was weak. "Frostwing!" Cecil roared, crushing Kathy and glaring at Frostwing, who was dodging Awaken's attacks in the sky. With the battle lost, Frostwing only wanted to escape. "Go and stop him," Frostwing ordered the white dragons, flying toward her, pointing at Awaken. The white dragons hesitated. A legendary powerhouse was beyond their ability to handle. But Awaken paid them no heed, swatting the young dragons one by one. Frostwing controlled her domain to remove her negative buffs from the white dragons. As the dragons delayed Awaken, she spat out a dragon breath that froze him solid. Before she could gloat, a small white dragon she hadn't noticed crept up on her. "Feast." Ansell reverted to his true form and unleashed his feast skill. Feast was the only skill he had that could threaten a legendary powerhouse. It dealt true damage but required proximity. Frostwing's 100-meter-long wing was devoured by Ansell. "Roar!" Frostwing cried out in pain, losing her balance. She had never suffered such a grievous wound. "You!" Quinel stared in horror at the suddenly transformed Ansell. Ansell crushed him with a single claw. His colossal size gave him nearly overwhelming power over any being below legendary rank. So he never bothered to bully the young dragons. His target was always Frostwing. At 200 or 300 meters long, clad in gray armor, even Frostwing and Awaken seemed small before Ansell, let alone the other white dragons. With a mere flick of his tail, Ansell sent dozens of white dragons tumbling. The white dragons scattered in all directions, their will to resist completely shattered. Awaken, freed from the ice, spat out a flame to melt the frost. He sped toward the off-balance Frostwing. "Finally, I've got you." Awaken grinned savagely, ignoring Frostwing's desperate magical struggles, and tore with both claws. Awaken grinned savagely, ignoring Frostwing's desperate magical struggles, and tore with both claws. Hundreds of frost giant warriors and shamans had fought bitterly for hours, yet they had only managed to slay about 100 white dragons. But all he needed was to infuse soul-draining strike into his tail. As his 100-meter-long tail swept across the battlefield, over a dozen white dragons were instantly crushed, and dozens more plummeted from the sky, gravely injured. And these were the relatively powerful dragons. If it were ordinary human soldiers, or other weaker races, Ansell might have accumulated thousands of layers of soul-draining strike in just one battle. The reason soul-draining strike had accumulated so slowly before was that he found stacking it layer by layer far too tedious and exhausting. He had never been particularly diligent in his past life, and after becoming a dragon, combined with the inherent laziness of dragonkind, he often worked in fits and starts. Sometimes Ansell would tell himself he could no longer slack off. Only by growing strong enough could he enjoy a carefree life. But within 2 days he would remind himself that he needed to balance work and rest. The surviving white dragons, seeing that Frostwing had fallen, scattered in all directions. Although the frost giants pursued and killed many, a few white dragons still managed to escape. But regardless, the war between the white dragons and the frost giants had ended in victory for the frost giants. The surviving frost giants wept with joy. Their valiant fight had protected their tribe, their wives, children, and parents. Though the frost giants had also suffered heavy losses, Cecil, who had lived for countless years, was no stranger to death. Only the future of the frost tribe truly concerned him. A faint smile appeared on his face. Frostwing was dead, and the frost nest had crumbled. In this frozen wasteland for 100 miles around, there was no longer any legendary creature that could pose a major threat to the frost tribe. The wounded frost giants would be healed by magic, and the dwindling population would be restored in the peaceful life to come. Ansell and Osmond sped toward the frost nest after dealing with the white dragons. Osmond already considered Frostwing's treasure his own. He hadn't come for free. A legendary dragon who had once traded with humans. How much wealth could he have? Just thinking about it made Osmond's heart burn with greed. He was not like Nikyu's, that aloof dragon who scorned wealth. Upon arriving outside the frost nest, they found that the magical barrier within had not vanished with Frostwing's death. Uncle Osmond, this magical barrier only allows white dragons to pass. How about I go in and retrieve the treasure for you, and you give me half? I did contribute to killing Frostwing after all. Ansell suggested, not entirely uninterested in the treasure. Silly child, there are no kin when it comes to treasure. You actually expect me to share half? What a fantasy. Osmond shook his head, coldly refusing. Even without you I could easily take down that white dragon. Don't think I used my full strength just now, did you? With treasure at stake, Osmond turned his back on his kin. Watch closely. A mere magical barrier cannot stop a dragon from reclaiming his hoard. Osmond flew toward the frost nest. The magical barrier trembled as it sensed the threat. His claws erupted with golden light, some kind of barrier-breaking magic. Osmond plunged his claws into the barrier and tore it apart. With a thunderous roar, the magical barrier shattered like a peeled egg. Without the barrier's protection, the frost nest revealed its full form. This was Ansell's first time seeing it from the outside. To accommodate such a number of white dragons, the frost nest was no smaller than the frost tribe. At the top of the frost nest was a large opening where sunlight streamed in and where Frostwing used to enter and exit. But today that entrance did not welcome its master. Instead, 2 golden dragons appeared. Ansell had not explored the entire frost nest last time, so he was a little curious. Osmond, however, had no interest in the white dragon's lair. He could already smell the treasure. Osmond led Ansell straight toward Frostwing's palace, easily breaking any magical seals along the way. Brute force overcame all subtlety. Osmond tore through the palace's magical barrier, and immediately before his eyes lay an endless pile of gold coins. I'm rich. Osmond's eyes glittered as he rolled around in the piles of gold. All mine. These gold coins are all mine. He showered the treasure over his own body. Even with his legendary domain power, he still could not resist the allure of these shiny things. Ansell watched Osmond frolicking in the gold like a newborn WIRM, utterly speechless. This uncle really had no sense of dignity. It took Osmond a long while to calm down. He gathered all the gold coins and gems, leaving only a pile of magical artifacts. Osmond said with feigned generosity, "You did contribute to this battle, but don't even think about the treasure. I'll give you these magical artifacts instead." These magical artifacts all shared one trait: they were dusty and unappealing, which was why Osmond had no interest in them. Ansell picked up one of the rings and infused it with magic. A small fireball appeared in the air, not even a tenth the size of his own fireball spell. Trash. Ansell grumbled inwardly. If these magical artifacts were truly useful to a dragon, Frostwing wouldn't have left them to gather dust in the palace. Nevertheless, he still stored them in his storage ring. They might come in handy someday. Speaking of which, the ring he had obtained from the Lord of Winter City contained not only a pile of gold coins and gems, but also a teleportation scroll, presumably for emergencies, a few martial skill manuals, and other useless magical items. Martial skills required battle chi to unleash their power, but dragons could not cultivate battle chi. Only humanoid forms could activate it. So these manuals were useless to Ansell. There were also several bottles of ice blue potions, probably the frost giant concoctions mentioned earlier. Once again he arrived in the black mist. The 7 stone tablets stood tall, seemingly unchanged. Ansell looked at the tablets curiously. Why had he entered the black mist without awakening a new skill? When his gaze fell upon the tablet of the Dragon Blood Warrioress, he finally noticed the difference. Beneath the description of the Flaming Breath skill, a new line had appeared. Another skill also belonging to the Dragon Blood Warrioress. He had previously thought each hero could only grant one skill. Dragon's Wrath increases damage against chromatic dragons by 20%. Participating in the killing of a legendary or higher chromatic dragon increases magic resistance. Current kill Frostwing. Good heavens, a full 20% damage bonus against evil dragons. That left them no chance at all. Ansell grumbled inwardly. Against a dragon below legendary, he could cripple them in a single blow. The latter part, increasing magic resistance by killing legendary or higher evil dragons, was a blatant hint for him to go slay more evil dragons. Suddenly, an enormous human hand appeared, slapping him across his dragon face while hurling abuse. "Stop sleeping, you lazy dog. I gave you so many growth-type skills. Can't you be a bit more diligent?" Ansell jolted awake and cursed inwardly. Well, if I can easily become a legendary demigod by just lying around and putting in a little effort every day, why would I bother? Hadn't he worked hard enough in his past life? Did he have to keep grinding in this one? A dragon's life is long, he should enjoy some comfort. He was now sitting in a carriage. The wheels rolled over a thin layer of frost, and after the ruts passed, the resilient green grass sprang back up. Ansell and Osmond had already left the northern ice field and officially entered the territory of the northern kingdoms. "Brother Ansell, time for breakfast." Ansell pulled back the carriage curtain. Outside, a gaunt boy of about 10 carried a wooden tray with simple dishes. Ansell stretched and stepped down from the carriage. He took the tray from the boy and casually sat down on a clean spot. This was a merchant caravan, and the boy was assigned to serve him. After leaving the northern ice field, Osmond planned to take Ansell to the kingdom of Ferrol, where an old adventuring friend of his resided. They had encountered this caravan shortly after setting out. Ansell, a dragon who loved novelty and excitement, suggested traveling with them to the capital of Ferrol. Osmond showed no interest and declared, "The path of the strong is a solitary journey." Ansell silently mocked his Chinibu tendencies. However, once Ansell offered to cover all expenses, Osmond instantly dropped his objections, found a carriage, and fell into a deep sleep. A dragon's spending habits were truly baffling. Gold coins were meant to be looked at, not spent. Traveling with the caravan, they passed many human city-states, and Ansell witnessed the peaceful, harmonious life of humans. In an era when dragons could not freely gather their clans, they had to hunt for food themselves. Humans, as the dominant race of the continent, enjoyed peace. "Right, you're so thin. Eat more meat." Ansell handed a bowl of minced meat porridge to the boy. "Thank you, Brother Ansell." Wright took the porridge happily. As a hired hand in the caravan, he rarely had a chance to eat meat. He was an orphan who had been traveling with the caravan since he was a little older. "Tell me more about the legend of the magic capital." "It's fascinating," Ansell asked Wright. Though young, Wright was well-traveled and had been explaining the current state of the human continent to Ansell along the way. What intrigued him most was the legendary magic capital. The entire continent was divided into east and west by the Church of Light and the Magic Alliance. The magic capital could be considered the heart of the Western continent. It was a paradise for all mages, where every legendary mage worthy of the history books and world-changing magic spells were born. It was the cradle of powerful mages undergoing earth-shattering changes every day. Only mages recognized as geniuses by the Magic Alliance were eligible to reside in the magic capital, a place both mysterious and alluring. Although only a few could enter, its legends were known across the entire continent. The magic capital is said to have been first established by the god of magic. After finishing his porridge, Wright animatedly told the legend of the magic capital, waving his hands and speaking vividly. His eyes were full of longing. It was said that even the lowliest pauper could return from the magic capital and rise to become a noble royal mage. Actually, Ansell had first heard of the magic capital in the magic classes taught by Nigus, who was one of the academicians of the Natural Sciences Academy in the magic capital. As one of the core forces that had driven dragons off the continent, Ansell was very interested. After breakfast, the caravan set off again. They were already close to the capital of Ferrol. Seeing the tall city gate looming ahead, Ansell called Wright over and stuffed a martial arts manual into his hands. It was completely useless to Ansell, and he had no idea of its value, so he didn't mind giving it away. "This is too precious, I can't accept it." Wright nervously waved his hands. A bowl of porridge was one thing, but a martial arts manual was valuable. "Just take it. Stop talking nonsense." Ansell put on a fierce expression and shoved the manual into the boy's thin clothes as a tip for his service along the way. Wright had endured the hardships of traveling with the caravan not only for food, but also in hopes of a chance to turn his life around. But even slightly stronger warriors looked down on Wright's frail body and refused to take him as a disciple. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Wright stopped refusing. "Thank you so much, Brother Ansell." He joyfully hid the manual in his clothes and ran toward the back of the caravan. He couldn't feel at ease carrying the manual on him. In his excitement, Wright tripped over a stone and fell. He quickly hugged the manual to protect it from falling. The stone flew up and hit the wheel of a nearby ornate carriage. "How dare you hit my carriage?" A petulant voice came from inside the carriage. A 16-year-old girl in a noble dress stepped out. "Oh no, this kid is dead. He offended the granddaughter of His Excellency the Sword Saint. Her temper is notorious. Know that and still say it. Do you want to die?" Ignoring the murmurs around him, Wright looked up at that moment and felt the world stand still. The girl's delicate face was slightly flushed with anger, her knitted brows carried a hint of valor, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Everything was so beautiful that Wright didn't even notice the girl had already raised her longsword high. Fortunately, Ansell appeared in time and grabbed the descending blade. The girl was not very strong and Ansell's hand wasn't even cut. But if that sword had struck the frail Wright, he might have gone to see the departed gods. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" Women were the greatest enemy to a rogue, and feelings were taboo. So Ansell unhesitatingly replied, "I'm your father." He wasn't about to indulge this spoiled girl. She wasn't his cute little sister. "You." The girl's face turned red with rage. She had never been so humiliated in her life. She tried to pull the sword free, but it didn't budge in Ansell's grip. "Let go, you commoner. You peasant," she cursed. Ansell shrugged and released the sword as she wished. The girl, caught off balance, fell to the ground. "Miss." Seeing the girl fall, the surrounding guards finally stepped in and surrounded Ansell. Fighting right at the city gate might not be a good idea. Ansell wasn't worried about these bronze and iron rank warriors, but there was a legendary sword saint in the capital. "Stop. What's going on here? Martina, what are you doing here?" An old man with white hair and a slightly stooped figure spoke. "Lord Sword Saint. Why is Lord Sword Saint at the city gate?" The onlookers waiting in line at the gate identified the old man. "Grandfather." The girl cried out joyfully, then pointed at Ansell. "He bullied your granddaughter. Teach him a lesson." The old man looked troubled. This granddaughter had been doted on since childhood, making her hot-tempered and prone to making a fuss over trivial matters. Seeing the little boy protected behind Ansell, he could roughly guess what had happened. Go back and swing your sword 10,000 times. Stop disgracing yourself here, the old man said sternly. Grandfather. The girl tried to cozy up to him, but this time he didn't give in. He glared at her and said, Go now. Did you think I came here today to stand up for you? If my old comrades knew I had such a troublesome granddaughter, they'd never stop laughing at me. Fear the worst, grandfather. Feeling that everyone was picking on her, and that her own grandfather wouldn't defend her, she felt wronged. Crying, she ran toward the city. Miss, wait for us. The guards hurried after her. Ansell turned around and asked, Are you okay? But Wright was staring blankly at the girl's retreating figure. Oh no, this kid is hopeless. That was Ansell's inner thought. Only when the girl completely disappeared from sight did Wright hug the manual tighter, his eyes full of determination. How cliché, Ansell thought, covering his face. Awaken finally got off the carriage after sleeping for so many days. Awaken, old friend, ever since I received your magical letter, I've been waiting for you every day. The old sword saint's eyes lit up the moment he saw Awaken, and he embraced him warmly. The people crowding at the city gate eager to enter were astonished to see the renowned sword saint so warmly greeting the burly man before him, and they began to speculate about their relationship. The captain of the merchant caravan that Ansell had traveled with, upon seeing this, stomped his feet in regret. If only he had known that these two were connected to the sword saint, he would not have charged them a fare, but instead would have cultivated a good relationship. In the end, he was too short-sighted. Ansell was not too surprised. Many years had passed since Awaken came to the continent for training as a young dragon, and any old friend who was still alive must be at least at the legendary level. The only legendary powerhouse in the Devour kingdom was the old sword saint before him. As a dignified legendary being stared at like this was somewhat undignified, so Liobode immediately ordered his guards to clear the way and escort them to his own duke's mansion. After dismissing the guards, Liobode dropped a bombshell. Awaken, how have things been on Longdow Island all these years? Why haven't you come back to the mainland to visit us old friends for so long? Ansell was startled when he heard this. This was the first time a human had directly called out their true identity. I've been doing well on Longdow Island naturally. Every day aside from eating and sleeping, I just manage the idle dragons on the island. Awaken replied with a smile. I truly envy you, dragon kind, possessing such a long lifespan. Even though I have already advanced to the legendary realm, I only have about 300 years of life. Liobode said with some envy. Yes, all those old friends we used to adventure with are no longer here, only you and I remain. Awaken sighed, recalling the close friends he once fought alongside, and he felt a touch of sorrow. Ansell poked Awaken's waist and whispered, Aren't we dragons not supposed to reveal our identities on the mainland? How does he know we are dragons? At that moment he felt he might have been deceived. Actually, on second thought, it made sense. Evil dragons were infamous on the mainland, and being captured and disemboweled was common. But they were metallic dragons, righteous and good dragons. Who would bother attacking them? Liobode, with his excellent hearing, heard Ansell's words and laughed heartily. Haha, this must be your nephew, a lively young dragon. You know, I knew he was a dragon the very first day I met Awaken. Why? How could you tell? Ansell asked, puzzled. Hey Liobode, it's not nice to bring up my embarrassing past. Upon hearing that Liobode was about to mention his youthful dark history, Awaken immediately snapped out of his grief over his deceased friends. Awaken, if you don't want me to say it, I'll say it even more. Consider it a warning for this child, since you dragons are all the same. Liobode, without further ado, launched a sweeping attack, bombarding the entire dragon race. You dragons are all terrible at disguising yourselves. Lazy, arrogant, and stingy as a miser. Those are still understandable. But every one of you lacks battle chi, yet possesses innate divine strength. Your magical talent is exceptionally strong, but your spells are extremely old-fashioned and archaic. Battle chi is a gift from the god of war to humanoid creatures, used to counter species with naturally powerful physiques. Although dragons possess shape-shifting abilities, their internal structures are indeed different, making it impossible for them to cultivate battle chi. As he spoke, Liobode took out an old-fashioned booklet from his storage ring and handed it to Ansell. Ansell glanced at the title and was speechless. On the 1001 characteristics of dragons in human form. What does that have to do with us dragons? It's all because you humans are too cunning. Awaken retorted, insisting that his true identity was discovered because he was upright and scorned disguise. Liobode rolled his eyes at Awaken, then turned to Ansell and advised, Child, I hope you won't easily reveal your true identity on the mainland. The Church's tradition is to eliminate all non-human intelligent species, and although the Magic Alliance has recently advocated protecting species diversity, there are always some mages who treat the entire world as their magical materials. Moreover, there are adventurers seeking the title of Dragon Slayer, and merchants who only care about profit. They don't care whether you are a good dragon, they only care about their own interests. Awaken also nodded in agreement. The human heart is unfathomable. Unlike us metallic dragons who are all kind and good. Among humans there are good people and especially bad ones. If you meet a good friend like Liobode, you can reveal your identity and form a bond, but if you encounter a bad person, the trouble will be great. Ansell had decades of experience as a human in his past life, so he more or less agreed. What is this protecting species diversity all about? Ansell asked. The term felt familiar to him. Asiming was also not quite clear. He hadn't been to the human continent for a long time, and from a human perspective their changes were huge. Liobode explained to the two dragons. Over the past millennium we humans have massacred and driven away other intelligent races. You dragons still have your overseas Longdao Island, but many weaker races were not so fortunate. They could only under the leadership of their tribal chieftains enter the harsh underground world and barely survive. Now on the continent, only a few places with peculiar or harsh environments remain unconquered by humans, such as the Elf Forest, the extreme North Ice Realm, etc. However, the mages of the Magic City have studied and indicated that this has led to severe consequences, so in recent years, they have proposed a stance to protect vulnerable races. Neither the human nor the two dragons were proficient in magic, so they could not understand the so-called severe consequences. Ansell just asked curiously, why don't humans continue to hunt them into the underground world? Long before humans began their mass slaughter of these tribes, they had already been operating in the underground world for many years. After fleeing to the underground, they cut off all contact with the surface world. Asiming added an explanation. Alas, Liobode suddenly sighed. It's a pity that although our ancestors drove away all other tribes, they still could not guarantee eternal peace. The human heart is always greedy and insatiable. There are still many conflicts within our own kind. Ansell had most often heard about the conflict between the Church of Light and the Magic Alliance, but Liobode was clearly not troubled by such grand racial matters. He wasn't qualified for that. Our kingdom's national strength has been declining in recent years. The Duaminigia kingdom has stationed hundreds of thousands of troops on the border. It's not easy being a sword saint like me. Osmond comforted him. This will not do. The dukedom was inherited from our ancestors, and I cannot simply abandon it and bring shame to their glory. Leopold shook his head. Fortunately, the king of Dominica is a man with both ambition and patience. In a war between two sides, neither can claim to be the ultimate victor. Therefore, he proposed that the kingdom of Farrell select one warrior below the legend tier to duel against the third prince who had just returned from the magic capital. If Farrell wins, a 10-year non-aggression treaty will be signed. But if we lose, we must cede 3 border cities. How could you possibly agree to that? This is clearly just robbing you of 3 cities. Hearing the words, magic capital, Osmond blurted out. Only true powerhouses could understand the immense weight behind those 4 words. It represented the formidable strength of half of humanity dominating the world. We of course know that under fair conditions no one could possibly defeat a magician from the magic capital, Leopold said bitterly. Therefore the king of Dominica proposed that we may use magical artifacts below the legend tier, while the third prince of Dominica would fight unarmed. Even so, your chances of winning are slim. Osmond shook his head, harboring no confidence in the kingdom of Farrell. We have no way out, we have no choice but to agree. But the trouble is my eldest disciple with the strongest talent in swordsmanship encountered a white dragon that smuggled across from the extreme North Ice realm a few days ago, and is now injured. Osmond furrowed his brow. The duel is in 3 days, and his magical injuries cannot yet fully heal. What about that white dragon? Ansell asked. Oh, it was slain with a single sword strike by my eldest disciple. Ansell, a disgrace to dragons. Osmond, a disgrace to dragons. I am currently considering who to send for the duel, but the odds of winning are already slim. Why don't I give it a try, eh? Ansell proposed. He had heard many times about the mystery and power of the magic capital, and a strong curiosity about the magicians emerging from there had taken root within him. You? That will likely not work. Leopold explained. It is not that I doubt your strength, but apart from my eldest disciple, anyone else I send to fight would not convince the people. And if you were to lose, you too would be unable to bear that responsibility. May I take a look at your eldest disciple? Ansell thought that simply transforming into the appearance of Leopold's eldest disciple and taking the fight would suffice. He requires quiet rest at the moment, Leopold said somewhat awkwardly. Osmond quickly grasped Ansell's intention and spoke up to persuade him. It's all right, we'll only take a glance from the doorway. Leopold, would you really not let your old friend see your disciple? Fine, I will take you to see my ill-fated eldest disciple. Leopold led the 2 dragons to a room where a handsome young man with resolute features lay on a bed with his eyes closed in pain. His lips were purple-black and his face was as pale as frost. Alas, he was hit by the white dragon's dying breath. Although treated with magic and out of danger, Leopold sighed. He cannot possibly wake within 10 days or half a month, let alone pick up a sword to fight. A subject who partakes of the ruler's provisions must remain loyal to the ruler's affairs. The kingdom's burdens weighed heavily upon this legend-tier sword saint, causing him often to recall his youthful days of wandering and adventuring across the continent. Though his swordsmanship was not exceptional and his strength was modest back, then every day was filled with freedom and joy. Coming back to his senses, he turned his head and saw his eldest disciple standing beside him perfectly fine, as though the person lying in bed was not him at all. Leopold could not help but rub his eyes. Before him stood his eldest disciple, yet when he looked back at the bed, there was another eldest disciple lying there. What was going on? Leopold, isn't my nephew's transformation magic amazing? Osmond boasted, watching Leopold completely dumbfounded. Ansell chuckled and transformed back to his original form. It is incredibly alike, even the aura is identical. Your dragon clan's transformation art can achieve this, Leopold said in disbelief. This is the ability of our great metal dragons. The wicked dragons you saw before did not possess such power. Although only Ansell alone could accomplish this, Osmond shamelessly claimed it as the pride of the Metal Dragon clan. Although even I cannot clearly discern your transformation without the ability to ignite battle chi, relying solely on physical strength in combat, the Dominion side will likely grow suspicious. As soon as Leopold finished speaking, Ansell instantly transformed into his eldest disciple's appearance and unleashed a brilliant golden battle chi enveloping his entire body. As a skill of a master of disguise, the camouflage ability of Born Phantom Charm was simply heavenly. Ansell discovered he could even disguise battle chi, though the chi appeared imposing, it possessed no actual combat utility. Truly miraculous. Leopold exclaimed, his conventional impression of giant dragons shattered by Ansell. Now it was not only Leopold who was stunned, but even Osmond was taken aback. Could Uncle Nicholas have developed a magic that allows dragons to ignite battle chi? Next time I return to Dragon Island, I must learn about it from him. Osmond was shaken deep within his heart. Indeed, mages on the continent did research battle chi, but generally they only used it to tempt more knights into following them. Yet Ansell's transformation art broke the boundary that battle chi must belong exclusively to true human-like beings. Leopold, let my nephew represent you in teaching that outstanding student from the magic capital a lesson. I believe that with his strength your kingdom of Feral will absolutely not find anyone who can defeat my nephew. Osmond had considerable confidence in Ansell's abilities. After all, when dragons transform into humanoid forms, their strength is greatly reduced, generally only able to exert 30% of their power. And Ansell's Born Phantom Charm imposed an even greater restriction, allowing only 10% of his strength to be exerted. Yet Ansell's physical growth rate was incomparable to ordinary dragons, his body already reaching 300 to 400 meters in length. Only powerful bones and muscles could support such an enormous physique. Therefore his inherent strength was also extraordinarily astonishing. Even at only 10% of his power after transforming into a human, ordinary gold rank warriors, even when igniting battle chi, were far from matching Ansell's prowess. Added to that was the enhancement of soul draining strike. Any warrior below the legend tier would be injured upon contact and fatally wounded by the slightest graze. Leopold, observing Osmond's unwavering confidence, ultimately gave his agreement. Both sides had legendary powerhouses personally overseeing the duel, which was held under the witness of both parties. Leopold, I heard your senior disciple was wounded by the White Dragon. What a pity. He lost the chance to spar with a future demigod. Cyril, the Knight Commander of the Dominigia Kingdom, spoke. He was also a legendary powerhouse, barely over 100 years old in his prime. You're well-informed, Knight Commander, but don't trouble yourself over my disciple. He has been healed. Leopold said calmly, but inside a storm of shock was raging. He had strictly sealed the news of his disciple's injury, or did Cyril learn of it? The Dominigia Kingdom had already planted spies in the Feloer Kingdom. The king of Dominigia had been scheming for years, and now he was ready to strike and seize this juicy piece of land. Winning 3 cities in this duel was trivial. The real goal was to make the nobles of Feloer Kingdom panic and switch sides. The duel must not be lost, or it would be a catastrophic defeat, allowing the Dominigia Kingdom to march straight in. Leopold drew his sword, which was inlaid with 5 magical patterns extending from the hilt to the tip. It's in your hands. Leopold turned and handed the sword to Ansell. Ansell took it and transformed into the appearance of his senior disciple. Standing opposite Ansell was a prince with beautiful long golden hair, handsome features, and an arrogant gaze. His name was Augustine. As agreed, he wore no magical artifacts, not even the iconic mage robe, hat, or staff. He stepped onto the field in an ornate ceremonial suit, leading onlookers to think he was going to compete with Ansell in musical skill. I am. Ansell bowed in the manner of a noble duel and began to announce his name, but Augustine cut him off. Enough, I have no interest in hearing a dead man's name. Hurry up and die. I have magical research to finish. Damn, father, I just got back from a 2-day break, and he sends me to duel with a boring fool. Augustine's face was full of arrogance, his eyes brimming with impatience. Ansell also grew angry. The pride of the dragon within him was stirred. Damned human, you will pay for your arrogance. Augustine did not bother with Ansell's address. He was already completely immersed in the research world in his mind, ignoring Ansell's words entirely. He was being ignored by a human. Ansell activated his battle chi all over his body. Though it was useless, he had to put up a show. He charged at Augustine, raising his sword and slashing down fiercely. In Ansell's understanding, mages had weak defenses, but he clearly underestimated Augustine. Augustine extended a hand as white as jade, trying to block Ansell's long sword. Repulsion. Ansell felt as if he had struck an invisible wall of air. Fortunately, brute force overcame skill. Augustine felt the immense force in his palm and retreated 8 or 9 steps. Ansell stood on the spot where Augustine had been, but felt no joy in gaining the upper hand. He looked at Augustine with grave seriousness. The moment they clashed, he realized how different mages from the magic capital truly were. The magic he had encountered before was flashy but single function, yet Augustine's magic felt eerily bizarre. Ansell dared not let his guard down. He immediately applied soul draining strike to his long sword and charged at Augustine. Augustine's eyes lit up with excitement at the purple-black glow on Ansell's sword. His keen magical perception told him this was no ordinary spell or martial technique. Not daring to meet the blade, Augustine decisively used magic. He smiled mockingly at the charging Ansell and vanished. Ansell lunged at nothing. A strong sense of danger made him roll away to dodge an attack. Several huge cracks now scarred the ground where he had been. A space mage. Ansell is in trouble, Osmond said with a frown, arms crossed. Space mages were the most sought after on the continent. The weaker ones could make essential space rings. The stronger ones could create teleportation scrolls, anti-air arrays, and even build teleportation arrays between distant cities. Augustine didn't need teleportation scrolls. He could perform short-range spatial jumps. Combined with his all-cutting spatial slash, he could defeat ordinary gold rank mages even when he was at bronze rank. This was what mages called knowledge is power. If Augustine wanted, Ansell couldn't even touch him. Ansell focused his mind and sent several basin-sized fireballs flying in all directions. Augustine, thinking they came from a magical item, leaped through space repeatedly. It's useless. You can never hit me, Augustine sneered. Space mages were extremely troublesome. The only way to counter them was to be a space mage yourself or set up a formation to seal the space in advance. A spatial slash swept across Ansell, cutting through his armor, but drawing no blood. If the granite shield were broken, the innate illusion would also be forcibly dispelled. Ansell was furious. He couldn't land a hit, only suffer passively. If the granite shield broke and his true form was revealed, it would be trouble. Augustine looked at Ansell in astonishment. His spatial slash had caused no damage. Stop hopping around, you jumping grasshopper, Ansell roared at Augustine. Augustine had just sneered at Ansell's impotent rage when he suddenly froze. A blue runic cage suddenly enveloped him. Augustine desperately channeled his space magic, but received no response. Overjoyed, Ansell seized the opportunity and thrust his sword at Augustine's chest. The sword strike was empowered with soul-draining strike, and Augustine's repulsion couldn't negate the damage. Stop! Ansell saw a hand clad in armor suddenly appear and grip his sword firmly. Soul-draining strike was no joke, and the sword was engraved with sharpness runes. Blood trickled from the hand gripping the blade, yet it still held the tip tightly, preventing any further advance. We lose this time. The man was Cyril. Compared to a 10-year peace treaty, losing a future demigod would be a far heavier blow to the Duominigia kingdom. No, I did not lose, Augustine said frantically, having just brushed with death. The runic cage had vanished, and Augustine teleported to a distance. He took out a spellbook and chanted loudly, the pages flipping rapidly. Countless chains appeared on Ansell's body, and a black hole opened beside him, trying to suck him in. Oh no, that's space sealing technique. How does he know that? Osmond shouted in alarm and rushed toward Ansell. Space sealing technique was an extremely advanced space magic. It required a magical medium and strict conditions. Once the chant began, the caster could not move. Moreover, if forcibly interrupted, the caster would die instantly from magical backlash. The power of space sealing technique was renowned. Legend said that the gods themselves were sealed in endless nothingness by the Archmage. Osmond was not skilled in space magic and could do nothing about the chains on Ansell. His only option was to disrupt Augustine's chant. But Cyril would not let him succeed. He blocked Osmond. Move aside, Osmond shouted and exchanged a punch with him. As fellow legendary powerhouses in human form, Osmond only managed to draw. Without further hesitation, Osmond transformed into his dragon form. A dragon. Leopold, you have allied with a dragon, Cyril shouted. So what? They are metallic dragons, not evil ones. Leopold came to Osmond's side and picked up his own sword. Old friend, I never thought we would fight side by side again. Facing two legends alone, Cyril's pressure skyrocketed. The officers and soldiers also came to their senses, and an anticipated battle suddenly became imminent. Osmond was the first to activate his domain. The soldiers of the Duominigia kingdom were crushed to the ground by gravity, unable to approach him. Leopold followed suit, with chaotic sword aura wreaking havoc around him. Cyril was actually a knight specializing in defense. His domain enveloped the surrounding soldiers, but still could not save them from being pierced by the sword aura. Helplessly, he had to link all his power with Augustine. Osmond tried to break through several times, but was forcefully blocked by Cyril. Leopold seized the opportunity to charge at Augustine and thrust his sword. Yet Cyril spat blood while Augustine remained unharmed. Cyril, under siege by two legends, was instantly at a disadvantage, forced to endure blows while protecting Augustine. Meanwhile, Ansell, who was being sealed, was not idle. The sealing technique caused no physical damage, so his innate illusion remained unaffected. Still, when Osmond reverted to his true form, Ansell immediately transformed into a dragon. 100 meters tall and 400 meters long, the sight struck terror into the soldiers beneath him, who seemed like ants. But the chains on his body also grew larger, and he was inevitably dragged toward the black hole. Augustine was also sweating profusely. The spell was imperfect and consumed enormous energy. Finally, Ansell was pulled into the black hole, and the book before Augustine flipped to the last page and closed. After casting the spell, his face was pale and his stamina depleted, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He had actually managed to cast it. Osmond finally broke through Cyril's defense. He pressed Augustine to the ground, his enormous dragon eyes fixed on him. Hand over the sealing book. That spell book was the medium for the sealing technique. As long as he got the sealing book and found a powerful space mage, the seal could be undone. How do you really dare to kill me? I am the genius of the magic capital, a student of Professor Alfred. Augustine looked at Osmond fearlessly, a taunting expression on his face. Humans are the only masters of this world, you stinking reptiles hiding in the sewers. Osmond was furious, but before he could act, Augustine's expression drastically changed. He took out the spellbook from his storage ring. A flame sprouted from the center of the book, rapidly expanding to consume the entire sealing book. What is this? Osmond demanded. It's over my space sealing technique, 10 years of painstaking work, all gone. Augustine's face turned pale, losing all his previous smugness. Osmond's expression shifted. Ansell, where did he go? Gone. The sealed space was damaged. I don't know where the contents were exiled. Augustine answered, utterly dejected. Damn it. Osmond tore Augustine to pieces. No. In the distance, Cyril spat blood, already powerless to resist, and could only watch Augustine die. A genius mage had fallen just like that. Osmond was not feeling well either, he thought weakly to himself. It was an utterly dark void with no distinction between up and down, left and right, perhaps even without the concept of time itself. Ansell felt as though he were floating in midair with no foothold to grip. He attempted to use soul-draining strike, but there was nothing around to attack. He then tried to cast a spell to illuminate the space, but he could not summon any magical power at all. This space seemed to block magic entirely. With spells completely unusable, Ansell could only rely on his skills. He unleashed a torrent of flame breath. Due to his increased size and the magical enhancement from transcendent evil energy, the fireball he expelled was now as large as a small mansion. The fireball cast light across the dark void, yet it proved utterly useless. Ansell could see nothing. This space seemed infinite and boundless. After leaving Ansell's draconic maw, the fireball sped forward rapidly. The skill description stated that the fireball would explode upon contacting an enemy or obstacle. Ansell watched the fireball soar into the distance, curious about what would happen to it in this seemingly endless space. In truth, this space was not infinite after all. Or rather, this space's infinity could not withstand the fireball's property of remaining unexploded and unvanished until it struck an enemy or obstacle. Time held no meaning here, and Ansell had no idea how long had passed when he finally heard a sound. A great blaze erupted in the distance. Though this space should have contained nothing visible, the flames only grew more ferocious rather than diminishing. A towering wall of fire engulfed Ansell, and he realized this boundless void was being consumed like paper burning to ash. Gravity suddenly returned to Ansell, and he felt himself plummeting into an endless abyss. He beat his wings fiercely, but it made no difference. This was not ordinary gravity. It was an inexplicable pulling force. After futile struggles, Ansell could only shield his vital areas with his wings and let the force carry him away. He felt as though he had entered a void tunnel. Beyond the material plane of Wassalia lay an endless void. The void constantly drained the energy of material beings. Even powerful demigods could not dwell here for long. Only gods wielding divine power were immune. Ansell felt he was traversing such a void tunnel, his energy depleting rapidly, followed by his very life force. Fortunately, the entire process did not last long. Suddenly, Ansell felt enveloped by some invisible membrane, and the nauseating sensation of rapidly losing energy immediately ceased. He opened his eyes to find himself high in the sky, descending rapidly. Boom. He crashed onto a plane, carving a massive crater into the earth. Spiderweb cracks radiated across the ground around the pit. The intense vibration drew the attention of every creature nearby. Hungry. So hungry. Ansell's eyes burned red, driven to the brink of starvation. The enormous size of dragons demanded far greater energy expenditure, yet normally a single complete meal could sustain them for a month. But this time Ansell had expended excessive energy, traversing the void tunnel, leaving him insufferably famished. He climbed out of the deep crater, shaking off fragments of his granite armor. The colossal impact had shattered all the granite on his body. His golden scales were riddled with cracks, and his internal organs had suffered severe trauma from the force. Covered in blood and wounds, he emerged from the crater to find it surrounded by a ring of all manner of beasts. Raptor drakes stood over 20 meters tall, resembling Tyrannosaurus rex, yet possessing the bloodline of red dragons. Shadow lizards stretched nearly 40 meters in length, their tails dripping with potent venom. Stingtail lions combined the bodies of lions with the tails of scorpions, their size equally astonishing here. While none of these creatures were particularly rare, every single one was several times larger than any Ansell had ever encountered before. Excellent. A proper feast. No more worrying about going hungry. Ansell licked his lips. His body towered over 100 meters high, with a length approaching 400 meters. These tiny creatures only reached his abdomen. As the dark clouds dispersed, the blood-red moon shed its murky glow. These beasts, facing an Ansell whose size far exceeded their own, showed not a hint of fear. Instead, their eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty madness. A feast. Before the raptor drake beneath Ansell's foot could so much as struggle, it vanished instantly, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. Not enough. This was far from enough. After devouring the raptor drake, Ansell's size increased slightly, yet the hunger remained unsated. The beast herd erupted into frenzy, charging toward Ansell en masse. They tore and bit, slashed with razor-sharp claws, or drove their poisonous tail stingers toward him. But they were far too short and feeble, managing only to reach his claws. Ordinary physical attacks could not pierce Ansell's defenses whatsoever. Even covered in wounds, the draconic aura of a great Wyrm was something mere unintelligent beasts could never hope to shake. No matter how massive they appeared, they were still only a pack of wild animals. With a casual flick of his tail, Ansell sent countless beasts sprawling, yet those on the periphery recklessly charged onward, fearless of death. Soul-draining strike infused his claws, and with casual sweeps of his draconic talons, swathes of beasts fell dead on the spot. Ansell scooped them up and threw them directly into his mouth. These beasts were no threat. They were merely a buffet to choose from at will. A stingtail beast was pierced deeply by Ansell's razor-sharp talons. It lashed its tail relentlessly against his claw, yet could not even scratch the skin. All it could do was watch helplessly as its entire body was shoved into a crimson maw. The overpowering stench of blood drew even more beasts. Some gnawed on the carcasses Ansell had already slain. Others suddenly pounced upon them, devouring them instead. The entire plain descended into chaotic bloodshed centered around Ansell, with countless beast corpses littering the ground. As Ansell feasted, more beasts continuously stepped upon the bodies of their kin below him, climbing upward step by step. Ansell sensed something odd atop his head. Reaching up with a claw, he discovered a mere 10-meter serpent daring to perch upon him, gnawing at his scales. Sated and drunk, Ansell burst into rage. He gave his entire body a violent shake, sending numerous beasts tumbling to the ground. Ansell took to the skies, his 400-meter wingspan raising a fierce gale across the ground. He expelled a fireball, his flame breath once more. The fireball detonated upon the ground, birthing an inextinguishable hellfire that would rage for 5 minutes. Upon contacting the greasy hides of the beasts, the flames burned even more ferociously, and many creatures feasting nearby were caught in the inferno, consumed by fire. 8 stone steels stood tall within the black mist, their tops emitting a dazzling white light. He suddenly realized that the size of these steels seemed to change along with his own body. Despite towering at 100 meters, he still needed to crane his neck upward to discern the patterns and text upon the steels. No introduction was needed for the first 7. Ansell's gaze went directly to the 8th. The 8th steel bore the engraving of a bald mage, bare-chested, holding a spellbook in one hand and a scroll strapped to his back. As a professional mid-laner in the Iron Tier, Ansell immediately recognized this figure as the Wanderer Rise, revised countless times. Though this hero's abilities had undergone innumerable adjustments, large and small, the core effect of his W skill remained largely unchanged. During that earlier confrontation with the spatial mage, the ability Ansell had suddenly unleashed to immobilize his foe was precisely the Wanderer's W skill, Rune Prison. Though these Awaken skills bore an uncanny resemblance to those in League of Legends, they diverged in numerous details. Take Star's Infusion for example. In the game, the healer's skill consumed a percentage of her maximum health, whereas Ansell's version drained health proportionally to its effect. Subconsciously, Ansell sensed a deeper significance hidden within these discrepancies. He shook his head, pushing those speculations aside for the moment. Ansell turned his gaze to the text carved into the steel. Rune Prison traps a single enemy within a bounded spatial zone for 5 seconds, preventing all movement. Cooldown 30 minutes. Though this ability lasted only a brief 5 seconds, it proved decisive at critical moments. It was also the sole means Ansell had against foes possessing spatial talents. Sighing heavily, Ansell reflected on his dragon life and realized that his years of ease and lack of diligence had left him vulnerable. He had been sealed by the space sealing technique and now found himself stranded somewhere unknown. On the small island where he was born, the beasts were weak and posed no real threat. On the Dragon Island, conflicts between dragonkin were exceedingly rare. The pirates he had encountered were merely the discarded remnants of human society, lacking any formidable power. The white dragons in the frozen northern realm were equally stagnant, their abilities nothing remarkable. He had once believed humans were far less terrifying than the elder dragons claimed, but his short-sightedness had proven costly. The mage from the magic capital had left an extraordinary impression on Ansell, one of profound helplessness. In humanoid form, without the fortuitous awakening of Rune Prison, he would have been utterly unable to lay a finger on that spatial mage. Had he transformed back into his dragon form, his overwhelming size might have left the spatial mage nowhere to flee. Yet the space sealing technique that followed shattered his assumptions entirely. Under the space sealing technique, even reverting to his true dragon form could not free him. The sheer weight of his body seemed suspended in the air, leaving him completely immobilized. This was merely a golden rank mage from the magic capital. Facing a legendary rank mage, Ansell would struggle even to escape. And this outcome still relied on Ansell's formidable advantage and the skills of the heroes trapped within the black mist. At that moment, Uncle Nike's resurfaced in Ansell's thoughts, the magical dragon who had journeyed to the magic capital and returned. He finally grasped why a semi-divine powerhouse like Nike's would deign to teach magic classes to dragons. Given the rapid pace of human magical advancement, if they did not destroy themselves, the catastrophe would likely befall the dragons instead. I can no longer remain so lazy and drift along. I must change, Ansell told himself. He possessed so many scalable abilities: Soul Drain, which could infinitely amplify his physical power; Feast, which could endlessly expand his size and vitality; and Otherworldly Power, which could continuously increase his spellcasting prowess. Any of these abilities in another's hands with mere effort and diligence would yield rapid ascension to legendary or demigod status. Yet he was nearly 8 years old and still lacked the true strength to contend with legendary experts. Becoming stronger is the only way to roam freely. Ansell understood that his inherently playful nature was no excuse for laziness. Only those truly powerful could enjoy absolute freedom. War? I need war. Only through conflict can I grow stronger. Ansell gazed at the silent steels, standing motionless in the darkness, his voice echoing hysterically within. The obsidian steels gleamed with a biting cold light. His colossal frame combined with soul drain meant that a single strike on the battlefield could reap countless lives. Before death, all life stood equal. Each fall added just one layer to soul drain. And with otherworldly power, the more it accumulated, the greater the mana surged through him. The greater his mana reserves, the more spells he could unleash, and the deeper his stacks would grow. Whether he had swept across the White Dragons during the Frost Tribe conflict or carved through the beast tide upon his arrival, Ansell had accumulated substantial skill stacks. This rate of growth far surpassed what he had ever achieved through daily hunting. But the pressing question remained: where exactly was he? The crimson moon hung high above while colossal creatures roamed the ground below. It was unmistakably not his original world. Having navigated the void, Ansell understood he had arrived in a small world orbiting the prime material plane. I pray this realm harbors sentient beings. Should it be nothing but beasts, I fear I'll be lost forever. Ansell thought to himself. He established two objectives: first, to grow swiftly to legendary, and beyond, securing the strength necessary to roam free. Second, he needed to find intelligent life, determine his location, and most importantly, discover the path home. Though wanderers set their sights on distant horizons, home remains a warm harbor all the same. Metal dragons held deep familial bonds. As a brilliant flash pierced through the black mist, Ansell opened his eyes to reality. He lay sprawled across a cliff edge atop a small hill, watching the distant sun slowly rise. Unlike the radiant brilliance of the prime world sun, this celestial body emitted a pure white light devoid of any other color or energy. The granite shield had once again enveloped his entire body, concealing his still unrecovered flesh. Whether battling the space mage or being sealed, Ansell had not suffered much damage. Only when crossing the void tunnel did he lose a significant amount of vitality, and then falling from a great height, he was heavily injured. Ansell, standing 100 meters tall, lay draped over a small hill, his gray-brown granite scales making it appear as if a new peak had risen from the earth. As he awoke, this small peak began to tremble. Ouch! A green-skinned little creature tumbled from Ansell's body. He was so tiny that Ansell, upon first awakening, did not even notice something clinging to him. Ansell turned his gaze toward the sound. A long-nosed, long-eared, green-skinned, ugly creature. The creature was gripping one of Ansell's scales, barely holding on. A fall of several dozen meters would have crushed him into pulp. Although Ansell loathed having something crawling on him, the creature appeared to be a sentient being. Remembering his need for directions, Ansell restrained his temper. He extended his enormous dragon claw, his palm vast as a flat plane, to the tiny, ugly creature. This green-skinned dwarf was a goblin named Shandi from a small goblin tribe near the hill. As the finest warrior of the small hill tribe, every morning he would climb the hill alone to point out dangers and scavengeable food for his kin. Today Shandi climbed the hill as usual, but somehow the hill had grown taller. Instead of worrying, he rejoiced. Climbing higher gave a wider view, revealing carcasses left by beasts. Moreover, the newly formed stone scales were layered and easy to climb. Yet halfway up, the hill suddenly shook violently. He lost his balance and fell, but luckily caught a stone in time. Otherwise, the bravest warrior of the small hill tribe would have become the tribe's evening meal. Just as he tried to climb down, his foot landed on a flat surface. With a brain the size of a chicken, Shandi could not fathom the reason, only sighing that the mountain god had manifested. Ansell did not know what the green-skinned dwarf was thinking. He brought Shandi before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, Ansell recognized him as a greedy, vile, cunning, and deceitful goblin. This was the first time he had truly seen a goblin. Under human persecution, aside from those kept by mages for experiments, such sentient beings had become scarce on the continent. But this goblin in his hand seemed rather dim-witted. Shandi stared in disbelief at Ansell's colossal form. Though the land was home to giant beasts 10 to 30 meters tall, he had never encountered a behemoth like Ansell. A single head alone was 20 meters high, and the immense dragon palm was a flat ground to him. Ansell's amber dragon eyes were like massive blocks of gold, and his two nostrils resembled caves inhabited by the wind god. Each breath sent a gust of wind over Shandi. To be honest, as a metallic dragon of the good alignment, Ansell did not particularly care for evil species like goblins. Before he could speak, the goblin prostrated himself in worship. "Oh God, great stone god, Have you descended in your divine form because you saw Shandi, the bravest warrior of the small hill tribe? Your body is so majestic, each breath of yours is a baptism for my body and soul. You shall be the only true god I worship. The goblin burst out with flattery, making Ansell feel reluctant to kill him after asking questions. A dazzling flame appeared and shot straight into Ansell's body. Ansell felt something within him ignite. He vaguely sensed a connection forming between him and this goblin. He could perceive the goblin's soul fluctuations and even his thoughts. So powerful, so worshipful, so huge. I can't take it, I'm suffocating. Shandi's mind was extraordinarily simple. Ansell was certain this goblin had a defective brain. Ansell had a guess about the sudden change within him. The flame that leaped from the goblin was the flame of faith. He had seen it before when he disguised as a priest in Winter City. But back then he had falsely borrowed the name of the light god, and the priests were his earthly representatives, so the flame of faith had passed through his body and flown into the sky. Now, however, he had received the goblin's flame of faith and ignited the divine fire within himself. The conditions for igniting the divine fire were unclear to Ansell. It was a secret every deity kept tightly sealed. After all, no god wished for another deity to compete for faith. Even the legendary mage god, said to be deeply interested in all secrets, had supposedly seized his divine throne by slaying the original magic god. No new gods had arisen on the continent in the past millennium, though perhaps someone had ignited the divine fire, but lacked enough faith to condense a divine essence. Mages across the continent generally held no faith, or rather believed in magic and truth. The dominant faith was the Church of Light, which eradicated all heresies without mercy. It was said that after the Divine War 1,000 years ago, when the gods vanished, the Church of Light was the only congregation that could receive divine responses. To study this, some mages had even voluntarily joined the church, but the truth remained unverified. Ansell had never imagined that simply asking for directions would lead to igniting the divine fire, and judging by the goblin's demeanor, he was a fanatical believer. The faith of a single fanatic equaled that of 100 casual believers. A small flame also emerged from Ansell and merged into Shandi's body, leaving a mark of a great insect on him. But neither Ansell nor Shandi noticed this change. Putting aside the matter of igniting the divine fire, Ansell had his own business to attend to. He spoke to the strange goblin. Rise, do not kneel. A gust of wind blew from Ansell's mouth, knocking Shandi flat. The deafening voice rang in his ears. Shandi, fearing he had offended the god, knelt and hurriedly said, Great God, please calm your anger. Shandi only wished to gaze upon and praise your majestic form. I meant no offense. Ansell glanced at him helplessly and let him remain kneeling on the hard granite. Who are you? Divine Lord above, I am Shandi, the most valiant goblin warrior of the Shaoshan tribe. Shandi prostrated himself with fervent devotion as he spoke to Ansell. The Shaoshan tribe. Where am I now? Ansell continued to inquire. Divine Lord, you are in Shaoshan, right beside the Shaoshan tribe. Shandi replied. It was entirely a redundant statement. Ansell, restraining his patience, asked, What I mean is, which world is this? World? Are there many worlds? Divine Lord, Shandi does not know. Shandi hesitated for a moment, then his fervor for the Divine Lord's profound wisdom grew even more intense. This was a goblin of shallow understanding and questionable intellect. Ansell sighed helplessly. What do you know then? Shandi pondered for a moment, then suddenly noticed an anomaly in the distance. Pointing into the distance, he said, Divine Lord, you must be careful on this mountain. Large birds often fly over. Ans turned his head, his amber pupils reflecting a colossal monstrous bird. The bird had a wingspan of over 10 meters, a hard sharp beak gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its eyes were fixed on Shandi and Ansell's palm, seeing the goblin as nothing more than a green worm. As the bird approached, Shandi showed no sign of panic, but instead knelt joyfully and cried out, I beseech the Divine Lord to unleash divine power, slay the monstrous bird, and bestow upon us food. This was what the chieftain of the Shaoshan tribe had told him, that in ancient times the gods would display their divine might unstoppable, granting endless sustenance. Ansell rolled his eyes at Shandi, yet he did not allow the monstrous bird to snatch Shandi away. After all, he was a devout follower, providing a steady stream of the fire of faith each day. Moreover, how dare a beast devoid of wisdom prey from the grasp of a majestic golden dragon? Ansell was somewhat irritated. The beasts of this world seemed utterly reckless and unafraid of death. A massive fireball erupted from Ansell's maw. It was not a flame breath, but merely a first-level fireball spell. Yet, empowered by Ansell's transcendent sinister force, this first-level spell had undergone a transformation. In his human form, wielding merely a tenth of his power, his fireball spell was already the size of a wash basin. Now in his true form, the fireball was as large as a room, radiating scorching heat like a miniature sun. Unfortunately, the sun in Shandi's eyes was not even this hot, otherwise he would have surely deemed Ansell sun god. The colossal fireball hurtled toward the monstrous bird, which despite the unbearable heat was provoked into ferocity. It screeched in pain and charged headlong into the fireball. The fireball exploded, shattering the bird's beak into fragments, leaving only half its skull. Its body erupted in flames as it plummeted. A feast. Ansell devoured the monstrous bird, his body swelling slightly. Shandi's wish remained unfulfilled as Ansell consumed the bird himself. But at that moment Shandy had no time to dwell on such thoughts. The heat waves churned the air, and a fierce gust sent him clinging desperately to Anser's claw to avoid falling. Anser lifted him with his claw, and blood seeped from Shandy's back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Divine Lord, please be gentle. What a fragile creature. Anser sighed inwardly. He had only intended to steady Shandy, but with a slight miscalculation of his strength his dragon claw could easily pierce the goblin's body. Anser brought Shandy directly before his eyes. In Anser's amber dragon pupils Shandy saw his own reflection. For the first time he realized how immense he appeared. Anser paid no heed to the bewildered goblin's thoughts and commanded, "Go back and summon all your tribesmen. I have questions for you." Since this little goblin knew nothing, there was no point in further questioning. But surely someone in his tribe would know something. As his devoted follower, Anser had no fear that Shandy would flee with his tribe. Anser's words were like divine oracles to Shandy. Seeing Shandy nod repeatedly, Anser dropped him to the ground. He had tried to control his strength, but Shandy still tumbled head over heels. Anser shook his head helplessly. How could his devout follower be such a weakling? Compared to humans, even commoners except those who had cultivated, they were at least healthier and stronger than this goblin. His injuries had not fully healed, and after eating a small snack Anser felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. This really isn't me slacking off. Anser drifted into a dream. Black mist, the ninth steel. Upon it stood a six-winged angel named Kyr wielding twin swords. Path of Ascension. The effect of divine power strengthens with the increase of followers. Stage 1. Ignite the divine flame. Requirement: at least one devout follower. Blessing: devout followers receive a weakened version of the skill. Stage 2. Faith network. Requirement: at least 100,000 devout followers and 1 billion ordinary followers. Creator's authority: a certain degree of omnipotence. Stage 3. Earthly divine kingdom. Requirement: possess an entire large world as a foundation of faith. Lord of gods. Within the divine kingdom, you cannot be harmed. Outside the divine kingdom, you will not be harmed until the faith power is exhausted. Good heavens. Anser stared at the words on the steely, speechless for a long time. If the skills awakened earlier were merely slight modifications of the original League of Legends champion skills, then this skill was essentially a name only. In the game, Path of Ascension provided attack speed, attack effects, and attack range, but these attributes were nearly impossible to manifest in this world. Thus, presumably to adapt to the fundamental laws of this world, the skill description of Path of Ascension underwent a massive overhaul. However, what remained unchanged was the skill's weakness in the early stages. The first phase offered no increase in personal strength whatsoever. The second phase's omnipotence and the third phase's invincibility were undoubtedly powerful. But the development cycle was far too long: 100,000 devout followers and 10 billion ordinary followers. In an era where gods still existed, this was already the status of a deity with high divine power. The main issue was that devout followers were exceedingly rare, not even 1 in 1,000. Moreover, the continent was ruled by mages who did not believe in gods, and the Church of Light, which worshipped the God of Light. Most importantly, Anser himself had no idea how to spread his divine name. God of giants. God of stones. Dragon God. Anser shook his head vigorously. If he dared to call himself the Dragon God, the metallic dragons would surely come to purge him first. Although the gods had vanished for a millennium, aside from gold, the metallic dragon's most revered was the platinum dragon god Bahamut. Shaoshan tribe was a small goblin settlement of fewer than 100 souls. Surrounded by massive beasts in this perilous world, they struggled daily to secure enough food and shelter. Luin Daofu watched as Shan-Di failed to return from the mountain, uncertain whether he had fallen to his death or been devoured by some passing bird. If eaten by a bird, it would be a waste, but at least it would spare a goblin's ration. If he had fallen and died, then tonight's dinner would be secured. Just as Luin Daofu was about to send another goblin to investigate, Shan-Di suddenly appeared before the tribe. Elder, a divine spirit appeared on the mountain. This big. Excitedly, Shan-Di traced an enormous circle with his hands. But his arms were far too short. Shan-Di felt he had completely failed to convey the enormity of an Sai air. Anyway, it's a mighty stone spirit that breathed a fireball and effortlessly killed a strange bird. If only I knew where the bird fell, then we'd have had our dinner. Shan-Di was slightly disappointed, but quickly raised his voice. But it doesn't matter, Elder. If we go together to pray to the spirit, we shall surely receive abundant food. As Shan-Di reached for Luin Daofu, the two stronger goblins on either side hurriedly restrained him. One was missing his left hand, the other his right. They looked at Shan-Di with resignation. Though physically unimpaired, this scrawny goblin was notoriously dim-witted. Thus, despite having few physical defects, Shan-Di had been exiled from his original tribe. And precisely because of this, he was assigned the perilous daily task of mountain reconnaissance. A divine spirit. Luin Daofu exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had been exiled here to eke out a miserable existence in his old age, his long years had granted him considerable experience. And he was also a shaman. Divine spirits had vanished a millennium ago. How could one appear here now? Clearly, some powerful and unknown intelligent creature had been mistaken for a deity by Shan-Di. Luin Daofu immediately deduced the truth. He let out a bitter smile, knowing what good would it do. A powerful sentient being was far beyond what such a marginalized, weak tribe could possibly resist. They couldn't even defeat the local beasts and could only survive by keeping a low profile due to their small stature. With no choice, Lun Daofu ordered the remaining tribe members to pack their usable belongings and be ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. As the tribe's elder, Lun Daofu was carried up the mountain by Shan Di to confront this sudden unfamiliar visitor. Shan Di set him down on level ground before in Cai air. Lun Daofu scanned his surroundings, but saw nothing beyond the small hill blocking his view. Could Shan Di be deceiving him? Turning around, Lun Daofu found Shan Di kneeling and repeatedly shouting toward the small hill. "O stone spirit, O divine one, I have brought your elder." Lun Daofu gave him a speechless look. Perhaps it was the moonlight, but the boy seemed increasingly dim-witted these days. Leaning on his staff, he approached the small hill. Though goblins often competed with granite scales, this was Lun Daofu's first time witnessing such a remarkable geological formation. He couldn't help but tap the massive stone before him with his finger, and felt a sharp sting. How hard? Lun Daofu marveled. His gaze then fell upon a dark golden boulder. The stone gleamed with a metallic luster. Could it be gold? Or perhaps brass? A trace of greed stirred in Lun Daofu's heart, making him momentarily forget his precarious circumstances. Goblins were inherently a greedy and base race, possessing an intense craving for treasure just as much as any other. Such a massive chunk of gold. Lun Daofu couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. The golden surface reflected his own aged and frail figure. Suddenly he felt the ground tremble violently. The gold before him was rising rapidly. Lun Daofu lunged desperately, but couldn't grasp it, crashing hard onto the ground. The divine spirit has awakened. Shan Di danced wildly, shouting in ecstasy. Lun Daofu looked up and beheld an unimaginably colossal form. Its razor-sharp claws could effortlessly tear apart beasts dozens of meters long, while its enormous gray-brown scales radiated unyielding toughness. Spanning 400 meters, its ash-gray wings unfurled against the sky, blocking the sunlight and casting a vast shadow. Its elongated weathered neck was so long that one had to tilt one's head back completely just to see the creature's head. Above that abyssal maw sat a pair of amber eyes. Sharp, hard, earthy spines protruded from its face, pointing toward the sky, while twin dragon horns curved backward from its crown, shrouded in a brownish hue. Lun Daofu had never encountered such a behemoth in his life. Yet he possessed more experience than Shan Di and recognized the creature before him as a true dragon, though he had never heard of any dragon possessing such scales or such massive proportions. By the heavens! Lun Daofu fell to his knees, utterly stunned. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from Cai air's mouth, sending a devastating sound wave that toppled both Shan Di and Lun Daofu. Waking from slumber was an offense no dragon could tolerate. Simply put, Cai air had a terrible case of morning temper. With its dragon claw, Cai air lifted both Lun Daofu and Shan Di and placed them before its face. The scorching breath from its nostrils washed over them, searing their skin. "Speak. How do you wish to die for disturbing my rest?" Shan Di and Lun Daofu felt as though their windpipes were being crushed, gasping for breath. "Divine One, it was you who commanded me to bring my people. This is Lun Daofu, the wisest elder of our tribe." Shan Di's face turned crimson from lack of oxygen. He struggled desperately to pry open the dragon's claw, but to no avail. Compared to Cai air, his strength was utterly negligible. "Humph. Next time you wake me from my sleep, you shall not live." Recalling that he had indeed summoned Shan Di to bring his tribe, and Cai air's fury subsided slightly. Feeling the dragon's claw loosen, Shan Di eagerly gasped for air. "Never again, Divine One. We swear we will not disturb your rest." Lun Daofu stammered in terrified agreement. Only then did he realize that the gold deposit he had seen earlier was merely in Cai air's golden claw. And Cai air regarded Lun Daofu. This goblin was clearly ancient, certainly not many years left for him, but his knowledge and experience undoubtedly far exceeded Shan Di's. "Tell me everything you know about this world." "Yes," Randolph said, as such, secretly observing Ansayer's expression, wondering if he came from the same place as himself. Ansayer shook his head. The world Randolph spoke of was not the prime material plane. Randolph continued, "Our tribe was cast out due to various defects, and we have only been in this world for a little over a month. This world is dangerous, filled with enormous beasts everywhere. When our tribe first arrived, there were over 100 goblins, but now there are only 70 or 80. Randolph spoke these words with a touch of melancholy. "Yes, many goblins have ended up in Sandy's belly, keeping him from going hungry." Sandy laughed heartily without a care. "You big fool." Randolph rebuked him angrily. He then turned to Ansayer and explained, "Those goblins were all trampled to death by beasts. We would never kill our own kind to eat and survive." Ansayer had little interest in this. For a vile and despicable race, he found nothing surprising about anything they might do. In ancient times, races like goblins were typically the followers of the five-colored evil dragons, while metallic dragons' followers were usually elementals such as stone men and wind giants. Ansayer naturally harbored no fondness for evil races like goblins. "Go on, what else do you know?" Seeing that Ansayer had not reacted much, Randolph continued, "There seems to be something wrong with the moon in this world. When night falls, the beasts go completely mad, especially during a full moon. Even intelligent races like our goblins are affected by this. Many of our kin went mad and ran outside only to be trampled to death by beasts. Ansell nodded. On this point he had already experienced it firsthand the previous night when he first arrived in this world. As for the rest, Randolph knew little. He had only arrived 1 month earlier than Ansell. The gigantic beasts and various plants were immediately recognizable to Ansell. The only notable thing was that Randolph mentioned the place they had previously stayed. Was there a large population of goblins like you in your former place? Were there any other intelligent races? Ansell asked. Yes, there were several large goblin tribes there, each with over 10,000 goblins, as well as other tribes like kobolds and gnolls. Though somewhat puzzled, Randolph answered truthfully. Ansell had previously heard from Ozzyming and Libod that on the continents of the Prime World other intelligent creatures were rarely seen. They had retreated into the underground world 1,000 years ago. Ansell began to suspect that the place he was currently in might be the underworld. The only thing Ansell couldn't quite understand was why Randolph claimed their previous world lacked such gigantic beasts and such a strange moon. At the end of the day, Randolph was merely a weakling abandoned by his own kind. Perhaps in the small hill tribe he was knowledgeable and could serve as a tribal chief, but his understanding of the entire world was far from sufficient. These 2 goblins were already useless. Ansell was wondering how to deal with them. Sandy was foolish, but was also his devoted follower, so he could still be kept to study the power of faith. But the other goblin. Unfortunately, Ansell had already used Feast today and could only stack Soul Drain or superhuman evil power now. Seeing Ansell's unfriendly gaze, Randolph felt a chill in his heart and quickly said, "My lord deity, I mean no offense. I speculate that you may be a great dragon. I wonder if you would be willing to accept our small hill tribe's devout offerings and take us in as your followers." Randolph's scheme was clever. If they became Ansell's followers, he wouldn't kill him right away. Moreover, the small hill tribe was backed by a massive mountain, making any fierce beast trivial prey. But Ansell naturally would not grant his wish. He sneered, "Become my followers. Do you deserve it? You're a bunch of ugly, despicable goblins. You are like insects to me. Tell me, would you expect insects to do anything for you?" Insects. Insects can be eaten, they're very nutritious. Sandy suddenly chimed in. He remembered that in their previous world there were still insects to eat, but since coming with the small hill tribe, he hadn't seen any small bugs. "My lord deity, Sandy can also be eaten by you. If you're hungry, please eat Sandy." Sandy puffed out his chest, as if willing to become Ansell's food. Hearing Sandy speak, Randolph instinctively wanted to reprimand him, but when he opened his mouth, no words came out. Sometimes he truly thought Sandy was a fool, but Sandy was indeed right. Weak goblins might only serve as Ansell's rations. Seeing Sandy volunteer, Ansell was exasperated. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp teeth. "Are you as big as my front teeth? You're not even worthy of getting stuck in them." Sandy looked at Ansell's teeth, which were at least several times larger than him. What a pity. Perhaps when Sandy grows a bit bigger he can satisfy the Divine Lord's hunger. Sandy lowered his head with some regret. He probably felt that being eaten by Ansell was an honor, and it would demonstrate his courage and fearlessness. After Sandy's antics, Ansell temporarily set aside his thoughts of killing the chief of the small hill tribe. He placed the 2 goblins on the ground and commanded, "Go and summon all your tribe members to come up. Don't think about running away. If you disobey my orders, you will witness the wrath of a dragon." After warning them, Ansell let Sandy carry Randolph back down the mountain. When Randolph returned to the small hill tribe, the remaining dozens of goblins had already packed their belongings, waiting only for a command to flee at any moment. Although abandoned by their original tribe, and so lowly and weak, the desire to survive was their instinct. Sigh. Randolph sighed deeply, glancing at the still energetic Sandy. He didn't know what Ansell truly thought, nor whether the future of the small hill tribe would bring joy or sorrow. "You are far too slow," Ansell said impatiently. A majestic voice echoed in their ears, and all the goblins looked up instantly, holding their breath. Ansell's massive figure like a mountain brought an irresistible oppressive force upon them. The goblins knelt on the ground, and some of the timid ones even wet themselves, creating a puddle on the ground. With utter disgust, Ansell extended his claw imbued with soul-draining strike, and with a gentle pinch he ended this goblin's life. Killing these goblins was no more difficult than squashing ants. These goblins were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. The only seemingly normal one, Sandy, was also a goblin with a problem in the head. One claw swipe could unleash dozens of layers of soul-draining strike, but Ansell was not in a hurry to kill them. The dead goblin's corpse lay on the ground like a discarded cloth. The other goblins were all prostrated on the ground, trembling with fear, daring not to make any sound. "Please spare your wrath, O God," said Randolph the clan chief under immense pressure. "Oomph." Ansell snorted coldly before speaking. "You foolish and despicable goblins, if you wish to become my vassals and receive my protection, you must prove your worth. May I ask, O great God, how can we offer the loyalty and worth of the little hill tribe?" Randolph asked respectfully. "Each of you must lure a beast to prove that you are not worthless." Ansell said. He needed to rest and recuperate now. These goblins could not possibly defeat a beast, so he would let them lure it and then kill it himself. "What?" Randolph's face showed difficulty, and the other goblins trembled in fear. The beasts here were at least over 10 meters tall. How could these weak and disabled goblins lure them? "Oh God, our people are not strong. Can we request your divine grace to enable us to withstand brave beasts? Randolph pleaded. Ansell opened his huge mouth. A fierce wind swept through, and the goblins pressed tightly against the ground, afraid of being blown away. When the wind subsided, they opened their eyes and saw some sharp weapons and magical items before them. A miracle. Truly a miracle. The goblins exclaimed excitedly. They had never even seen a storage ring. Of course, these were taken by Ansell from his own spatial storage. These items had been found previously in the Frost Nest and the Winter City Lord storage ring, and they served no purpose for a being like Ansell. But for these weak goblins, this was undoubtedly a blessing sent by a deity. These greedy goblins could not resist the temptation of power and rose up, reaching toward the magical items before them. I haven't told you to act yet. Please calm your wrath, O God. The goblins dropped the magical items in fright and immediately prostrated themselves. Ansell spoke only after they had properly prostrated themselves respectfully. You must go one at a time, each goblin alone. The goblins glanced at each other. They were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. If they used the magical items together, they might be able to harm a beast. But going alone, that would be nothing but throwing away their lives. Ansell made this requirement because he trusted such a race as goblins not at all. He feared they might take the magical items and flee directly. But he had no means to forge a contract. He could only let them go one by one while the other goblins remained as hostages. However, Ansell would not leave them without any hope. His massive dragon claw pointed at one of the healthier goblins, and green starlight surged into his body. He was relatively strong among the goblins, but missing a left arm. As the starlight flooded into his body, he felt warm all over. The stump of his left arm tingled slightly, and an arm slowly grew back. With Ansell's current vitality, helping a mere goblin regenerate an arm was nothing at all. My arm is healed. My arm is healed. Thank you, O omnipotent God, for bestowing your priceless divine grace. The strong goblin said gratefully. The other goblins looked at this one with envy. Faint flames of faith emerged from their bodies and flowed into Ansell. These goblins had only superficial faith, not even qualifying as ordinary believers. The strong goblin, however, emitted a much denser flame, representing a devout follower. To think that regenerating an arm only earned him an ordinary believer. Ansell wondered internally. He had expected at least one fanatic. He had underestimated the nature of faith. A fanatic places their God as the foremost in their life, but beings are often selfish. Faith in a deity is merely hoping to gain benefits, essentially still putting themselves first. Ansell couldn't help but look at Sandy. This foolish goblin knelt devoutly on the ground, as if anything Ansell did seemed perfectly normal to him. Having merely glanced at Ansell once, Sandy had already fervently believed in him simply because of his enormous size. Ansell had to sigh. Perhaps fools truly had an advantage in matters of faith, surpassing ordinary people. Superficial faith was the most unreliable. Many people, including mages, might believe in a god for a moment at some point, only to forget it in the next breath. Those goblins who were disabled or had old ailments looked at Ansell with reverence, hoping he would bestow divine grace again to heal them. Although Ansell was a good dragon, he would not do charity for an evil race. He spoke. For every goblin who passes the trial, I will heal the next one. Do not think of abandoning your race and fleeing. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Do not try to challenge the wrath of a deity. Ansell said, half temptingly, half warningly. I will go lure the fierce beast. I want to be the first goblin to pass the god's trial. I am the most heroic goblin warrior. Sandy volunteered as if he did not realize the danger at all. The other goblins were naturally pleased to have someone this foolish to take the lead. Ansell stopped him. You are not allowed to go. You have already passed the trial. You are the most valuable goblin among them. This was Ansell's only fanatic. He still needed to conduct some research, such as the skill blessing from the first phase of the ascension path. Ansell pointed at the goblin whose left arm had just been restored. You go first. Ami. He first picked up a suit of armor, but the goblin was far too short, merely half the height of a human, and it simply would not fit. The strong goblin had no choice but to grab a small round shield for his left hand. He then picked up several magical items to equip on his hands, but without any instruction manuals, he had no idea what they were for. Daring not to ask Ansell, he felt an incomparable oppressive aura radiating from the giant's massive body. The strong goblin could only judge the functions of the items by the patterns etched upon them. He put on a pair of feathered boots and adorned all 10 of his fingers with rings. These rings bore various runes, some depicting flames, others waves, all designed to store first-tier magic. Without an external mage to replenish their power, such magical rings could only be activated once or twice in quick succession. Moreover, their power was merely mediocre. Ansell looked down upon them with disdain. Finally, the strong goblin picked up a pirate's curved blade. Though 3 runes were carved upon it, the goblins possessed no battle energy to activate them. Nevertheless, the weapon remained exceptionally sharp. Having selected his weapons, the strong goblin turned to Ansell with reverence. Divine Lord, I depart now. He turned to leave, but Randolph suddenly stepped forward and called him back. Wait. The strong goblin turned his head and gazed curiously at his aging, declining chieftain. I was after all once a priest. Randolph chanted a lengthy incantation, and the strong goblin felt his body grow somewhat lighter. Randolph's aptitude was far from exceptional, and the magical heritage of goblins in the eyes of other races was akin to trash. After casting the spell, Randolph panted several times, clearly having expended considerable effort. Ansell merely glanced at him and said nothing. "Thank you, chieftain." The strong goblin cast a grateful glance at Randolph before turning resolutely and departing. A raptor with short forelimbs, powerful hind legs, and sharp teeth in its mouth was forging through the forest. It had not yet reached full maturity, standing only a dozen meters tall, but to the goblins it was undoubtedly a monstrous behemoth. The fully armed strong goblin swallowed hard as he lay concealed within a patch of tall grass. Beasts in this world grew to enormous sizes, and plants thrived with equally impressive vigor. Towering trees 20+ meters high could be seen everywhere, and even the grass grew over a meter deep, allowing the goblins to hide within without being detected. Their ugly green skin proved useful here. But the strong goblin's purpose this time was not to avoid becoming prey. He intended to lure the beast toward the small hill. Concealed within the grass, the strong goblin seized a moment of distraction and slashed the raptor's leg with his curved blade. The sharp edge sliced through skin and blood flowed. The raptor let out a ferocious roar, its murderous instincts fully awakened. "Run!" The strong goblin roared in his heart. The magical boots on his feet activated, and in an instant he covered over 100 meters. The raptor would not so easily let go of the ugly creature that had wounded it. This was merely its appetizer. The strong goblin watched the towering raptor chase him at incredible speed. Its legs alone approached 10 meters, and it ran far faster than any goblin ever could. Ice orb. The ring on the strong goblin's hand glowed faintly, and a fist-sized ball of ice hurtled toward the raptor's head. Ice shattered against the creature's skull, causing it to pause briefly before shaking its head to flick away the frozen fragments. The strong goblin seized the opportunity to flee. But the raptor was not so easily dismissed. Having completely drawn its hatred, the beast broke into a full sprint. The strong goblin could feel the thunderous impact of the raptor's footsteps behind him, and his heart pounded relentlessly. Fireball. Another ring glowed faintly. It was a fireball spell. The fireball's power was slightly greater than that of the ice orb. The raptor raised a claw to block it, but its fur caught flame and blackened. Roar. The raptor roared in fury. Thus the strong goblin ran in front, while the raptor pursued relentlessly behind. Whenever the beast drew near enough to catch him, he activated another magical ring. To run faster, the strong goblin was forced to discard the pirate blade in his hand. After all, there was no way he could turn and fight. It would be certain death. In a place where he could not see, a withered green hand appeared and picked up the pirate blade. Goblins possessed only 10 fingers, so the number of magical rings they could wield simultaneously was strictly limited. The strong goblin had reached the edge of the small hill, but all his magical items were already exhausted. The raptor was now right behind him, swinging its massive claws. Danger! A chill ran through the strong goblin's heart. He turned and raised his round shield just in time to block the raptor's strike. He was tossed aside violently and crashed against the base of the hill. The strong goblin felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, but he stubbornly pulled himself up. The raptor was already within arm's reach, and the path up the hill seemed so distant. Suddenly he saw a burst of crimson light erupt from the mountain peak in the distance. A colossal fireball approached rapidly, engulfing the raptor completely in flames. The strong goblin gazed in shock at the scene before him. The power and size of this fireball far exceeded anything a magical ring could produce. After letting out a curse-filled roar, the raptor was instantly consumed by the flames. "Is this the power of a deity?" the strong goblin exclaimed within his heart. Meanwhile, atop the small hill, Ansell had just used a fireball to add another layer to his transcendent dark energy. The heat wave generated by the spell's extreme temperature sent the goblin tribe tumbling in disarray. How utterly weak! Ansell regarded them with distaste. At that moment, a green-skinned goblin suddenly appeared before him. Sandy reverently presented a curved blade in his hands, the ring on his finger now dimmer. Ansell would certainly not allow the goblins to enter the trial without proper provisions. If they fled, he would suffer a tremendous loss. Therefore, he had given Sandy a magical ring capable of concealing one's presence, instructing him to follow the other goblins in recovering magical items, relaying messages of death, and dealing with traitors. Ansell still placed considerable trust in his fanatic follower, able to sense his thoughts through the soul mark. Ansell retrieved the magical ring, infused it with magical power, and tossed it back to Sandy. This magical ring had strict size limitations for its subjects, and any mage could sense the magical fluctuations, a severely restricted condition. It was utterly useless on the human continent, yet here it proved invaluable. Seeing how deeply Ansell trusted Sandy, the other goblins could not help but show envy. At the same time, any lingering thoughts of fleeing with the magical items were completely extinguished. Ansell extended his golden dragon claw, and starlight surged toward a certain goblin. They were all too frail. Even with the magical artifacts provided by Ansell, more than half could not complete the trials. Among them, one goblin attempted to flee, but was discovered and captured by Sandy. In the presence of all the goblins, Ansell devoured the would-be escapee, instilling dread in the remaining goblins. Shandy watched with envy as the goblin was consumed, wondering how fortunate it would be if he himself could become sustenance for the Divine Lord's body. Time was dwindling and dusk approached with many goblins yet to face the trials, but Ansell felt no urgency. In the darkness of night, this world would become ferocious and perilous. Sending the goblins out now would be sheer suicide, with not a single one likely to survive. A proper rest before continuing the next day would suffice. Though Ansell harbored no fondness for goblins, since they sincerely sought to become his followers as a benevolent dragon, he could not simply send them to their deaths. Ansell had felled numerous beasts, each enormous enough to sustain the entire goblin tribe for days on end. Ansell had already feasted 2 days prior, and having consumed a large bird today, he felt no hunger, allowing the goblin tribe the rare luxury of not worrying about food. The beasts were far too massive to carry whole, so the goblins carved portions with their swords and blades to haul back to the mountain peak for dinner. Shandy kindled a fire and prepared an enormous pot brimming with meat soup. As the beast meat churned within, a rich aroma washed over him, and he could not help but lick his lips. The little mountain tribe subsisted entirely on what nature provided, occasionally stumbling upon the carcass of a beast too large for others to finish meant they could feast. Thus they lived from meal to meal, uncertain of their next. Now following Ansell, they tasted fresh meat in quantities never before imagined in this world. Every goblin wore a wide grin, especially those who had passed the trials. Though they bore significant wounds, survival itself was cause for celebration. Randolph sat apart from the others, clouded in melancholy. His keen mind allowed him to foresee further into the future than the other goblins. Already so aged, Ansell's stellar infusion could not restore his youth. He feared he could not complete the trials, and death awaited him soon. Ansell could see wisps of faith flame drifting toward him. Merely filling the goblins' bellies earned such devotion. Faith here was indeed cheap. Goblins whose disabilities Ansell had healed had all become his ordinary faithful. This prompted Ansell to reflect. No wonder the Church of Light spread so extensively across the continent. Just as Ansell was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a gaunt little goblin rapidly swelling. That goblin was Shandy, his most fervent devotee, whose wits left much to be desired. Shandy had never felt such ravenous hunger before. He felt certain he could devour a non-mutated massive bison whole. Shandy devoured every scrap of Therizinosaur's meat from the pot, his frame expanding noticeably. Still so hungry, he roared within himself, his eyes turning crimson as a blood-red moonlight pierced the sky. However, the moon was missing a segment compared to the night Ansell first arrived. A frenzied impulse stirred within his mind, prompting even Ansell to furrow his brows and cast a frost orb to calm his thoughts. "Give it to me, I'm starving." Shandy snatched the meat from a burly goblin's bowl and shoved it directly into his mouth with his bare hands. "Don't think just because the Divine Lord favors you that you can steal my food. I'll kill you." Under the influence of the blood moon, the strong goblin's fear of Ansell diminished, and rage surged within him. Shandy neither dodged nor avoided, letting the strong goblin's fists land upon him, his size growing further with each bite. Ansell had already discerned that Shandy's transformation resembled the effects of feast, yet differed in some aspects. This must be the effect of the grace skill from the first stage of the divine ascension ladder. Having finished the meat in his bowl, Shandy remained unsatisfied and shoved the strong goblin aside. The strong goblin stared in astonishment at Shandy. He was no longer the scrawny goblin of before. He now stood fully 2 meters tall, nearly twice the size of an ordinary goblin. So hungry, Shandy slammed his massive chest and bellowed outward. The other goblins clutched their bowls defensively, eyeing this altered goblin with caution. "Enough." Ansell finally intervened, casually crushing a strange bird that flew nearby, and then searing it with a fireball. Goblins lack the formidable digestive systems of dragons, and raw meat often caused them trouble. Ansell placed the cooked bird before Shandy, who threw himself at it without a word. The strange bird measured some 20 meters in length, yet Shandy alone consumed nearly half of it. Now he finally let out a satisfied belch. Ansell lifted Shandy. He had scarcely been clothed to begin with, wearing only a pair of shorts that had now burst from his dramatic size increase. Shandy, bewildered, was hoisted by Ansell. To his astonishment, he noticed the Divine Lord's claws seemed somewhat smaller. "Divine Lord, why have your claws become smaller than before?" Shandy asked foolishly. Ansell did not reply. Instead, he noticed a large insect-shaped tattoo branded upon Shandy's rear. His guess proved correct, as N's most fervent worshipper Shandy had received a weakened version of Feast. Shandy now stood fully 6 times his original size, a 2-story tall giant. His fellow goblins looked upon him with envy. Big, so incredibly big. Ansell set Shandy back on the ground and asked, "Can you still eat?" Hearing this, Shandy vigorously waved his hands. "I can't eat anymore. I'm truly full, Divine Lord." Ansell nodded upon hearing this. Shandy's body had grown at an extraordinary rate. When Ansell himself used Feast, each layer only added 5%, yet Shandy had multiplied 6-fold. However, since it was stated to be a weakened skill, Shandy reaching this size was likely his limit. He glanced around at his kin and found they had all become smaller. "Why do you all seem smaller?" Shandy asked in confusion. "It's that you've grown larger," one goblin replied, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Why did this foolish goblin enjoy such good fortune? first gaining the Divine Lord's favor, and now growing this enormous. Where are my pants? But before Ansell, these so-called giant beasts were nothing more than puppies and kittens easily manipulated at his whim. During the day, many beasts had died at the foot of the small hill, and the thick scent of blood attracted several more. However, before Ansell could even intervene, they had already begun to fight and tear at each other. Ansell finally understood how the cowardly goblin tribe, as timid as insects, could survive perilously at the feet of so many beasts. Bathed in the blood moon, these beasts, already low on intelligence, acted purely on instinct. Ansell transformed into a fixed artillery piece, hurling colossal fireballs that illuminated the endless night, incinerating the beasts at the mountainside. The corpses of the slain beasts attracted even more, which surged forward in a relentless charge up the hill. Ansell was naturally delighted. All he had to do was lie atop the summit and spew fireballs to reap a vast harvest of supernatural evil power. This was the dream of every small-scale mage player. But the dazzling fireballs attracted a flock of strange birds soaring in the sky. They circled around Ansell's rock-like massive body, occasionally pecking at him with their beaks. Yet their attacks were nothing more than tickles to Ansell. He only shed a few fragments from his outer granite shield, while the birds' beaks were bent out of shape. Even if these strange birds kept at it for an hour, they might not wear down Ansell's granite shield. After an hour, the shield would refresh, rendering all their efforts futile. But these birds were stubborn. They ignored the weak goblin tribe below and insisted on fixating on Ansell. The goblins all prostrated themselves, trembling in fear like ostriches burying their heads in the sand when danger approaches, utterly unable to change their precarious situation. Shandy, as usual, had a dull mind and cheered loudly from below for Ansell. Now standing 6 meters tall, he was no longer the inconspicuous skinny goblin he once was. The strange bird soon noticed this large green-skinned bug and flew toward Shandy. The magical artifacts Ansell had previously provided were all designed for humans. Compared to Shandy's current size, even a greatsword had become a mere embroidery needle. Shandy could only brace himself with both hands against the bird's beak, stumbling back several steps. He had not only grown in size, but also gained tremendous strength. But 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Besides their beaks, the strange birds also had sharp hook-like claws. At the critical moment, Ansell noticed Shandy and struck his dragon claws with soul-stealing strike, sweeping them horizontally around him. Under Ansell's immense force, many strange birds had half their bodies smashed into their bellies. The bird in front of Shandy was also flattened. These birds kept buzzing around his ears like flies, severely disrupting Ansell's ability to unleash magical attacks on the beasts below. Ansell stood up, spreading his 2 enormous rock-like wings, blocking the blood moon behind him. Bathed in the eerie moonlight, Ansell raised his dragon head high. Ansell flapped his wings, his dragon claws gradually leaving the ground. A fierce wind immediately swept across the top of the small hill. The strange birds, over 10 meters in length, were like butterflies in a gale, unable to steady themselves, drifting helplessly with the wind. Ansell gathered the strange birds together and then infused his wings with soul-stealing strike. With a gentle sweep of his wings, the birds exploded into clouds of blood in the air, falling to the ground like dumplings dumped from a pot. Foolish goblins, at a time like this, they couldn't even open their eyes to dodge, but instead let the falling birds crush a number of them to death. Ansell looked disdainfully at the goblins, who had their eyes shut tight and faces buried in the ground. He could barely accept them as his vassals only because Shandy was his devout fanatic. But these goblins were stupid, weak, and lacked devout faith. Once Ansell healed his wounds, he would search for the way home. As for these goblins, Ansell stopped paying them any mind, diving down toward the beasts at the foot of the hill. Using Fireball to clear the troops was too slow. He decided to take personal action. With the boost of soul-stealing strike, a single dive left a bloody path of beast corpses on the ground. Ansell charged from the foot of the hill all the way to the nearest forest, knocking down several ancient towering trees before coming to a halt. Ansell looked back at these puppies and kittens. His amber dragon eyes glowed a crimson red under the moonlight. He no longer needed to suppress the wild blood surging within him. A craving for bloodshed lingered in his mind. The beasts fearlessly launched attacks at Ansell, and he welcomed them all. In his eyes, they were nothing more than nourishment for soul-stealing strike, stepping stones on his path of growth. Flame breath, fireball, iceball, soul-stealing strike. He used his dragon claws, his wings, his solid chest. A raging fire engulfed the forest. Bathed in the flames, Ansell was like a demon god, descending, slaughtering every beast in the entire forest. Roar! Ansell let out a satisfied cry, and the whole world turned into a slaughterhouse in his eyes. A mighty power rapidly grew within him, and the increase of this power was intoxicating to the dragon. But soon, perhaps because the world perceived the forest burning, dark clouds obscured the moon, and a torrential rain began to fall from the sky. Without the influence of the moonlight, Ansell calmed down considerably, and the intense killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. The surrounding beasts seemed to snap out of their trance, gazing at the towering Ansell. Their survival instincts exploded, and they fled into the distance. Ansell dragged his weary body back to the cliff and lay down. The surviving goblins, feeling the raindrops on their skin, finally opened their eyes. The area around the cliff was a mess of devastation with scorch marks everywhere and many large bird carcasses lying nearby. Beneath one of the bird carcasses, more than a few of their own kin were crushed. The joy of survival outweighed the grief of their kin's deaths. The goblins smiled at the remaining members of their tribe. With so many beast carcasses, they would not go hungry for a long, long time. Praise the great divine Lord. Randolph led the goblins in speaking, hoping to earn Anser's favor and avoid dangerous trials. But Anser merely glanced at Randolph. At that moment, he even felt like abandoning the entire goblin tribe. Praise the great divine Lord. The other goblins also knelt on the ground, speaking with feigned piety. Shandy scratched his bald head and joined in. Streams of faith fire entered Anser's body, but he was not satisfied, for the goblins were not sincere. All several dozen of them together were not worth a single shandy. Ainsley felt extremely exhausted with waves of pain coursing through his body. Although dragons possessed formidable recuperative abilities, they could not fully heal from grievous wounds after merely a night's rest. If one were to peel back Ainsley's granite shield, one would find countless cracks marring his golden scales. Despite having stacked numerous layers of soul-draining strike and transcendent malevolence the previous night, his injuries had somehow worsened. Ainsley calculated that complete recovery from his injuries would require at least a month of strict rest and recuperation. With such a lengthy recovery period ahead, he considered venturing out to hunt nearby beasts and accumulate more layers of soul-draining strike and transcendent malevolence. Furthermore, he longed to depart this world as swiftly as possible and find his way home. He only wished Starfall Infusion could work in reverse, consuming his own vitality to restore others rather than the other way around. Ainsley glanced at the goblins before him, busily dissecting the monster bird's flesh. At least they weren't entirely useless. Observing the goblins devouring their meal, Ainsley suddenly recalled he hadn't yet activated feasts. He promptly consumed a nearby monster bird. As an unfamiliar creature, this monster bird allowed him to stack multiple layers of feasts. Though feasts enhanced vitality capacity, it could not restore depleted life force. Two fundamentally different mechanisms. Ainsley's physique swelled by an almost imperceptible margin. Given his already considerable mass, each layer of feasts produced only a marginal visual effect. Yet juveniles still underwent significant growth phases, typically reaching 10 meters tall upon maturing into adolescent dragons. At his current developmental stage, juvenile dragons measured roughly 6 or 7 meters, meaning Ainsley would grow another third of his size upon entering adolescence. He could not continue squandering time without taking action. When he first obtained Starfall Infusion, Ainsley had fantasized about pairing it with a healing ability. The scarcity of severe injuries and limited uses of Starfall Infusion had never made this a pressing concern before. Now, however, he resolved to address this weakness. The path to power had only two routes: sharpening one's strengths and eliminating one's vulnerabilities. Unbeknownst to him, Ainsley had harbored vague suspicions about the extraordinary abilities that had accompanied him since birth. The ability feasts manifested from his hunger at birth. Starfall Infusion emerged from his desperation when his sister's life force waned, and soul-draining strike awakened from his desire for greater physical power. Reviewing each instance, Ainsley deduced two pathways to skill acquisition. One required intense longing, the other came from encountering special objects or achieving extraordinary feats, such as awakening Dragon's Fury after contributing to the slaying of the Frostwing. The latter was unpredictable and beyond his control, so Ainsley harbored no expectations there. As for the former, intense longing, Ainsley closed his eyes and mentally murmured his desire for swift recovery, though the admission brought a flush to his draconic features, a detail concealed beneath his granite shield. The mere thought felt mortifying, like a charlatan hoping for non-existent deities, almost deranged. Despite its absurdity, Ainsley genuinely noticed the pain ebbing away. To his surprise, the method actually worked. Ainsley's inner voice erupted in delighted astonishment. He quickly closed his eyes and drifted into the black mist. The 10th stone materialized within the black mist, the very ability Ainsley had yearned for to restore his vitality. The stone bore an illustration of a muscular man with his tongue lolling out and syringes protruding from his shoulders, appearing somewhat unhinged. Ainsley's heart surged with elation. It was Dr. Mundo, the champion known for his absurd, yet potent healing prowess. This hero possessed nearly the most formidable recovery abilities in the entire game. His ultimate ability, Desperate Reach, could restore 60% of his health within 10 seconds, making him nearly invincible in combat unless inflicted with grievous wounds. Within the magical realm of Ainsley's ancestral memories, the concept of grievous wounds appeared absent, though he could not entirely rule out that mages from the magic capital might have devised devastating spells capable of such injury. Nevertheless, Ainsley had achieved his goal of rapid recovery. With delight, he examined the inscription on the stone tablet. Adrenaline recovers 0. 1 of maximum health per second. Though lacking the instant game-breaking potency of Desperate Reach, Adrenaline proved remarkably effective nonetheless. This passive ability operated without cooldown or additional costs. At 0. 1 per second, it accumulated to 6 per minute, enabling recovery from near death within minutes. Only high-tier spells capable of instant death could overcome his regeneration. Given his massive frame, even legendary warriors would struggle to inflict meaningful damage before he recovered. Though severely wounded this time, adrenaline would restore him within minutes. Encouraged by his successful test, Ainsley began envisioning other powerful abilities. He contemplated Cassidon's Voidwalk Thresh Dark Covenant that stacked defense indefinitely through soul harvesting and Echo's Chrono Break to reverse time, alongside the Starforger's constellation-based arsenal. Despite his prolonged mental efforts, the surrounding black mist remained unchanged and no new stone tablets manifested. The attempt failed. Disappointment crossed Ainsley's features as he realized intense desire alone could not awaken skills. Ainsley opened his enormous dragon eyes and emerged from the black mist. Throughout the dream, his injuries had completely healed. Though unfamiliar with this world, Ainsley detected no threat among the creatures he had encountered thus far. He glanced at the goblins happily devouring their meal, his expression soured with barely concealed disgust. With his condition improved and a new recovery ability at his disposal, Ainsley prepared to depart and seek his way home, taking the opportunity to stack his soul-draining strike, Transcendent Malevolence, and Feast Layers. As for the utterly useless goblins, Ainsley had already promised them that completing the trial would earn them his acceptance as followers. He had no intention of breaking his word. After all, he was a virtuous metal dragon. Ainsley told himself this, setting aside thoughts of abandoning them. If this was indeed an underground world, it likely harbored numerous non-human intelligent species, making the acceptance of companions rather practical. Ansell ceased the bestowal of stars. Lundefu was the final goblin to face his trial. Before him, only over 20 young and vigorous goblins had passed. They rejoiced in their survival. The deaths of their comrades brought only momentary grief. The bestowal of stars primarily restored vitality, yet it could not halt aging or reverse it. Lundefu's affliction was not a physical disability, but a body rendered impossibly frail by age. Even now, climbing down the small hill left him gasping, let alone luring ferocious beasts. O Divine Lord, I am far too ancient. To lure beasts in this state means certain death. I beseech you, show mercy upon my advanced years and grant me a boon. Lundefu knelt upon the ground and pleaded to Ansell. The deity's colossal head rose high into the sky, his voice descending through the clouds like thunder from heaven. Wretched goblin, how dare you question my trial? At least death would prove your loyalty to me. Ansell showed no mercy. His injuries had fully healed, so he naturally had no intention of lingering. Whether he roamed the boundless world slaughtering beasts or sought his way home dragging along a group of feeble and useless goblins would be nothing but a burden. Ansell did not notice that the Crimson Moon's radiance had intensified his restlessness. Were it not for that influence, the metal dragon's natural benevolence might have moved him to honor the elderly and spare poor Lundefu. No, Divine Lord. I would never dare question your decree. If only death can prove my devotion, I shall never shrink from it. Lundefu cried out loudly. Ansell's trial still offered a sliver of hope, who defying the deity, however, would leave only the path of death. Humph. Ansell snorted coldly. There was no escaping what lay ahead. Lundefu understood deeply that he could not avoid the trial. He approached the magical implements. The swords, axes, and shields were far too heavy for his frail arms, so he abandoned them outright. These artifacts had already been recharged with mana by Ansell. Lundefu did not take the magic boots that would grant him greater speed. Instead, he stole a glance at Ansell and proceeded to cover both his hands and feet with enchanted rings. Ansell barely restrained the urge to swat him dead with a single claw. Lundefu had not violated the rules of the trial, yet his actions made the dragon profoundly disgusted. I shall distribute those trinkets among the goblins anyway. They serve no purpose for me, Ansell thought with visible revulsion. After selecting his magical items, Lundefu did not depart immediately. He walked toward Shandy and the goblins who had survived the trial. Elder, the goblins seemed to realize Lundefu stood almost no chance of returning. Sorrow flickered in their eyes. They recalled how during their own trials the elder had blessed them with magic, yet when he faced his test, they could do nothing to help. Lundefu glanced over the gathered goblins and nodded with quiet satisfaction. They were goblins exiled from their original clans due to disability, weakness, and other misfortunes. Because Lundefu possessed rudimentary magic and broader experience, they had elected him as chieftain of the Hill Tribe. Though their time together had been little more than a month, they had endured countless dangers throughout. So many goblins had survived. That meant his leadership had not been in vain. Lundefu felt a sense of fulfillment within. Without Ansell's protection, these dozens of goblins would have perished sooner or later in this perilous world. Though Ansell's trial had drastically reduced the Hill Tribe's numbers, the survivors would no longer live in perpetual terror. Lundefu himself was already ancient. Even without Ansell's trial, he knew his days were numbered. You are now the favored kin of the Divine Lord. Even without me, you will surely survive in this world. Obey the Divine Lord's commands and follow his arrangement without question, Lundefu instructed the young goblins before him, their faces drenched in tears. He then approached Shandy and looked up at the towering 6-meter-tall goblin, whose expression remained ever so vacant and simple. A faint smile crossed Lundefu's lips. Shandy truly did not comprehend the meaning of death. I may never understand why the Divine Lord values you so, but the future of the Hill Tribe rests upon your shoulders. Me, Shandy pointed at himself, clearly not understanding what Lundafu meant. Lundafu had once wanted to pat his head, but now he could only reach Shandy's shin. Farewell, everyone. Lundafu turned and walked resolutely down the hill. Ansell patiently awaited their goodbyes. After all, he was not entirely without mercy. Because of Shandy's tremendous growth, the earlier invisibility ring was useless. Ansell had not assigned any goblin to accompany Lundafu, for he trusted none of them. Ansell watched Lundafu descend the hill and vanish into the forest. In truth, he did not mind if Lundafu simply fled. The old goblin was near death anyway, and Ansell knew the trial itself was designed to be fatal. An hour passed with no sound from below the hill. Ansell's patience finally waned. He rose at the cliff's edge, his massive frame blotting out the sky. The hill trembled violently, and the goblins toppled to the ground. Grasp my claws, we must depart. The goblins reluctantly gazed down toward the hill's base, hoping against hope that their elder would somehow survive. Yet such miracles belonged only to legends if their hopes would remain unfulfilled. Shandy was the first to wrap his arms around Ansell's enormous golden dragon claw. Even now at 6 meters tall and 6 times his former size, he reached only as far as a single digit. The other goblins snapped out of their daze and hurried forward to cling to the dragon's claw. Their bodies were far too small. Ansell's claw resembled a thick tree trunk impossible to embrace, so they grasped tightly onto the granite-like scales that covered it. Ansell beat his powerful wings and soared through the heavens at great speed. The goblins held on, desperately fighting against the fierce winds that threatened to tear them away. While hiding within Ansell's scales would have been far more comfortable, he would never permit such a filthy race to tarnish his pristine armor. As expected, not long into the flight, one goblin was swept away by the turbulent air and plummeted from the sky. Up. The falling goblin screamed in terror, but Ansell merely cast a passing glance and paid no further attention. The remaining goblins struggled to maintain their grip, though their strength was gradually fading. These small hills were not tall, only a few dozen to 100 meters, and Ansell was like a moving mountain among them. He placed the goblin from his claws on one of the slopes. Shandy released his grip on Ansell's massive hand, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The high-altitude flight had exhausted his stamina. Several sturdy goblins tumbled from his embrace, all looking at Shandy with gratitude. Without him, they would have fallen from the sky and perished. Ansell counted, including Shandy, only 5 goblins remained. These 5 goblins could be considered the elite of the Little Hill tribe. Though they were still a burden to Ansell, perhaps they might prove useful in the future. Ansell decided to spare these remaining weak goblins and grant them the shelter they yearned for. He retrieved a martial arts manual from his storage space, one he had found in the Frost City Lord's storage ring. As a dragon, he could not cultivate Dookie, so the manual was utterly useless to him. He tossed it to the goblins. The manual contained the basic incantations for cultivating Dookie. You are all too weak. I need no feeble subordinates. This is a martial arts manual. Take it and cultivate. Thank you, Divine Lord, for your blessing. The goblins joyfully accepted the manual bestowed by Ansell. In their former tribe, only goblins of high status or exceptional talent had the opportunity to practice Dookie. However, when they took the book and looked at it, they were all stunned. The text in the manual was human language, and having been isolated from the main world for a millennium, these goblins could not understand it. Divine Lord, we do not recognize these characters. Ansell frowned. He could only retrieve the book, flip through it, and then directly transmit the knowledge from the manual to Shandy through a soul imprint. Shandy was lying on the ground, breathing heavily, when suddenly, he felt something new appear in his mind. Though vague and indistinct, it felt strangely familiar. What is this? How interesting. Shandy immediately began cultivating according to what appeared in his mind, sensing a kind of invisible, intangible energy within his body. He had only just begun his cultivation when he nurtured Dookie. Although the Dookie was very faint, it meant he had reached the black iron level. Dookie at the black iron and bronze levels could not be projected externally, but it could strengthen the body internally and allow the use of martial techniques. During the duel earlier, Leopold had given Ansell a sword inlaid with 5 runes, but without Dookie, Ansell could not activate its indestructible power. Shandy felt an inexhaustible power within him. He punched a large rock on the hillside, and the rock immediately shattered into pieces. Shandy is so strong, but his hand hurts so much. Shandy covered his swollen, painful hand, grinning and speaking happily despite his grimace. The other goblins stared at Shandy with shock and envy. Ansell rolled his eyes at Shandy. Though Shandy was quite foolish for a goblin, he seemed to have some talent for cultivating Dookie. Shandy, you are to teach the other goblins how to cultivate Dookie. Ansell gave the instruction, then rose and flew away. The blood moon was approaching, an excellent time for hunting. Beneath the crimson moonlight, the entire world seemed to boil. Countless beasts fought recklessly both on the ground and in the sky. In just a short flight, Ansell had casually killed 5 or 6 large birds circling around him. His soul-shattering strike and transcendent evil force grew rapidly in this world. Ansell felt that he had truly arrived at the starting zone, where he could level up without restraint with no powerful bosses to trouble him. But such a life was inevitably monotonous and dull, so he still had to find a way out. The moment Ansell landed on the ground, countless beasts surged toward him from all directions. Compared to other beasts, Anser's mountain-like figure was monstrously huge, standing out starkly under the moonlight. He stood on the plain as if he were the center of the world, countless beasts circling around him. The beasts either bit with their teeth, clawed with their talons, or lashed with their tails. Some even tried to use their mere 20-meter height to knock Anser over, attempting to topple an elephant. Anser did not retaliate immediately. Killing these beasts was as easy as moving a claw, but he did not forget to continue attempting to awaken new skills. He speculated that to awaken a skill besides intense desire, one also needed a certain environment or state of mind. Surrounded by countless beasts, what did Anser need most at this moment? A skill for large-scale crowd control. Anser thought that with his massive size and the bonus from soul-shattering strike, wiping out large numbers of enemies was not too difficult. Although these beasts were sizable and somewhat troublesome to clear, it was still not difficult for Anser. What he truly wanted to try awakening was a counterattack ability. In the game, there was an item called Thornmail that could reflect enemy attacks. There was a hero skill with a very similar effect, and Anser was trying to activate it. Roar! Suddenly, countless spikes burst out from Anser's body. The beasts closest to him were instantly impaled, their blood staining the spikes. These spikes were not evenly distributed, but arranged in a peculiar pattern, as if forming a magical array. Besides the physical piercing damage, there was also a certain rebound magical damage. It worked. Anser felt the change in his body and cried out in surprise in his mind. The spikes covered his entire body, wrapped within his granite shield resembling earth thorns. The beast, seemingly oblivious to the spikes on Anser, struck him with a claw. But in an instant its claw was pierced by the spikes, and a surge of magical energy rebounded from Anser, sending the beast flying. The magical energy was not strong. It merely knocked the beast back, not killing it. As the beast fell to the ground and tried to get up, the surrounding beasts immediately pounced on it, tearing it apart. With a thought, Anser retracted all the spikes. Testing complete, he no longer held back. He lashed his tail with a violet-black soul-shattering strike, sweeping across the entire battlefield. At the same time, he spat out 5 or 6 fireballs from his mouth, blasting them in all directions. These were ordinary fireball spells, causing no widespread flames, but many beasts still perished in the explosions. A massive shadow fell from the sky upon the ground, and the beasts raised their heads in unease, yet, without fear, letting out neighs. A crimson full moon was slowly setting on the horizon, while the sun, devoid of any energy, revealed a faint glimmer to re-illuminate the world. Torrential rain poured down, moistening the scorched earth. Countless colossal beast carcasses were rapidly decomposing into nutrients, while vegetation in the forest sprouted tender shoots like bamboo after rain, growing at an astonishing pace. Herbivorous beasts grazed with their heads buried in 2-meter-tall grasses, while carnivorous predators had already been lying in wait in the shadows. Anser had witnessed this strange ecosystem for quite some time in this world. After each full moon, the frenzied beast herds turned on one another in deadly combat, their fallen bodies quickly decomposing, while the surviving young grew swiftly and strongly, preparing for the next blood moon slaughter. This was perhaps the unique law of this world, as Anser understood it. However, this special law of rapid physical growth seemed to have no effect on sentient beings. Anser's enormous size was solely due to the feastability. The 4 regular goblins had not grown in size, and Sandy still maintained his 6-meter height. But the berserk effects brought by the blood moon's irradiation had a tremendous impact. Anser was now lying beside a small river. This year had been the most diligent since his transmigration, and almost every day he had to use feast to increase his size. Now his body size was nearly twice what it had been before, 18 meters in height and 700 meters in length, towering beside the river like a colossal mountain. This world was exceptionally suitable for Anser's growth, as if tailored specifically for him. The cooldowns for soul-draining strike and extraordinary evil power were shorter with fewer restrictions, and their stat counts had multiplied several times over. Anser felt that with his current tail swipe, he could topple an entire mountain range. If he were to fight his past self from a year ago, he was confident he could tear himself in half with a single claw strike. Anser couldn't help but shake his head to dispel these strange thoughts. Tear himself in half. The blood moon's irradiation activated the berserk factors within his body, arousing an irresistible urge to spill blood. This explained why so many beasts attacked Anser without regard for their lives, perhaps even experiencing a supreme ecstasy before their deaths. However, with the defensive power of Anser's granite shield, no beast could truly harm him. Aside from himself, no creature in this world could draw his blood. Since these berserk thoughts could not be eradicated, leaving his heart unusually restless, he could only suppress them temporarily through slumber. Anser entered a deep sleep, regaining absolute calmness within the black fog. In the black fog, 2 additional stone tablets had appeared, the result of Anser's continuous experimentation. One tablet was carved with a turtle covered in sharp spines. This was the armored dragon Tortoise Ramos, whose spine defense skill possessed effects remarkably similar to Thornmail. The inscription on the tablet reads, "Spine defense significantly enhances physical defense and magic resistance, reflecting 50% of physical damage received through magical means." Anser had no clear sensation of the improvements to his physical defense and magic resistance, since none of the beasts here could penetrate his defenses. The damage reflection via magical attacks later on was somewhat impractical given that Anshir's casual claw strikes dealt terrifying damage. Yet this skill might prove invaluable in large-scale brawls. The second stone tablet depicted a wraith brandishing a lantern and scythe. Following the skills that allowed limitless growth in physical attack and magical potency, Anshir had finally obtained a skill capable of endless defensive escalation. Hellish Curse: upon killing an enemy, there is a 50% chance to drop a soul. Absorbing souls will increase defense. Though he had not yet awakened the Dragon Clan's signature domain, due to his young age, Anshir felt confident that he would not falter against any legendary powerhouse. After a year of slaughter, even Osmond could no longer withstand Anshir's attacks infused with soul-draining strike. Moreover, unless Osmond took to the skies, he could only reach Anshir's claws. In the face of Anshir's colossus frame, all dragons appeared insignificantly small. Perhaps only certain extraordinary mythical creatures from legend could rival him in sheer size. Anshir had a premonition that upon leaving this world and returning to the main realm, even demigod-level powerhouses would tremble beneath his dragonic aura. Over this year, not only had Anshir's strength multiplied several times over, but the goblins had each made their own progress. Sandy had demonstrated formidable cultivation talent, reaching the bronze tier in human ratings within merely a year. The remaining goblins had also cultivated their battle aura. They were no longer so weak and useless. They could finally do something for Anshir, such as cleaning the bloodstains from Anshir's granite scales. Phew, I'm so exhausted. Sandy sat on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Anshir measured 700 meters in length, his tail alone spanning hundreds of meters like a mountain range. Sandy was already utterly drained just from washing the beast blood from his tail. The other goblins felt equally weary and exhausted, with a restless agitation stirring within their hearts. The blood moon's irradiation affected them as well. Their bodies were covered in wounds, all self-inflicted during their usual squabbles. Brother Sandy the deity doesn't know how long he'll rest this time around. Why don't we go hunting beasts in the forest? It's too boring right now. One goblin proposed. Ever since Sandy had rescued the four of them from the skies, they had come to call him Big Brother. Sandy truly lived up to the title. His fist, large as a sandbag, could crush a goblin to death. Thus, despite their restlessness, the other goblins never dared to provoke him. Indeed, brother. I also want to test how my martial techniques have improved. Another goblin rose from the ground and spoke. In his hand, he held a long sword inlaid with a sharp rune, and several low-level magical rings adorned his fingers. These goblins were clad in iron plates forged by Sandy's brute strength after Anshir had torn apart human armor with his dragon claws. The cultivation of martial techniques and the acquisition of equipment had dramatically boosted these weak goblins' combat strength, giving them the confidence to challenge towering beasts. They had engaged in such activities frequently while Anshir slept. Anshir turned a blind eye to this. If all these feeble goblins perished, it would hardly matter. A month ago, it witnessed the boundless moving mountains crashing into its mother, shattering her into pieces. Since then, it began its solitary journey of foraging and survival. It was unaware that it had already been targeted by several green-skinned goblins. Brother Shandy crouched down a bit. You're too tall and easily spotted. A goblin whispered softly into Shandy's ear. The grass was only 2 meters tall, but Shandy stood 6 meters high. Even when crouching, the grass couldn't fully conceal him. My legs are so numb. I don't want to crouch anymore. I'm going out to fight it alone. Shandy ignored the advice and stood up from the grass, charging straight out. He was already not very bright, and the influence of the blood moon made him even more reckless. Hey, wait for us. Seeing Shandy already charging out, the other goblins had no choice but to follow. However, they were too short. The Black Panther only saw a small green-skinned creature suddenly rushing toward it with the grass behind him rustling. It thought it was some kind of tailed creature, otherwise why would it be so small? Roar. The law of the jungle, the strong prevail. The Black Panther felt provoked, opened its massive jaws, and let out a furious roar. It pounced on Shandy, its huge body instantly pinning him to the ground. Because human armor was too small, Shandy only wore a layer of tough beast hide. But compared to iron, the defensive power of beast hide was still insufficient. The Black Panther's sharp claws easily pierced the beast hide on Shandy's shoulder, leaving a scratch on his skin. Roar. Shandy imitated the Black Panther and let out a loud roar. Not only did he not feel pain, but he even felt exhilarated from the bleeding. If Asiming came to this world, he would surely find many kindred spirits. Shandy used his barrel-thick arms to hold back the Black Panther's head with its gaping jaws. His face flushed bright red. The Black Panther was extremely strong. Even with the weakened version of Feast enhancing his strength, Shandy struggled greatly. Boom. A fireball the size of a basketball exploded on the Black Panther's flank, scorching a patch of fur. Ow! The Black Panther cried out in pain. Seizing this opportunity, Shandy mobilized the Do Chi within his body, his strength instantly surging, and pushed the Black Panther off him. The Black Panther crashed into a large tree and fell to the ground. It shook its head and stood up. Just as it was about to glare fiercely at Shandy and the other goblins, a coldly gleaming scimitar appeared before its eyes, growing from small to large. It hurriedly closed its eyes, but the scimitar easily pierced through the eyelid and stabbed deep into its eyeball. Roar. The Black Panther, now blind in one eye, entered a berserk state and flung the goblin hanging from its eye off. The goblin was wearing steel armor, so his injuries were not severe. Shandy, helped by the other goblins, also got up and came to this goblin's side. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." The goblin stood up with a grimace, his back a bloody mess. The Black Panther, with its one remaining seeing eye, pounced on the 5 goblins, its claws raised high for a sweeping strike. Shandy quickly blocked the panther's claws. The blow was so powerful that he was forced to one knee. With one claw restrained, the Black Panther's other claw was not idle. The other goblins saw the danger and immediately scattered. Attacked separately. Shandy quickly pushed away the claw he was holding while dodging the other. If he were hit with full force by the Black Panther, even Shandy would be severely injured. These few goblins in this dangerous world were still at the bottom of the food chain. Only by being cautious could they survive. Facing danger, the 5 goblins felt not fear, but intense excitement from the rush of adrenaline. The moon in this world was extremely dangerous, instilling a self-destructive tendency in all living creatures. Fortunately, this group of goblins was not new to hunting. They even had their own division of labor. Shandy, as the tallest and strongest among them, naturally took on the role of tank, drawing the enemy's fire. 2 goblins were poised around the Black Panther, ready to use a magic ring on their fingers to temporarily attract the panther's aggro whenever Shandy was in danger, helping him escape. The other 2 goblins, one holding a long sword, occasionally sneaking forward to leave a bloody cut on the panther, and the other wielding a pirate scimitar while concealing his figure. He waited until the Black Panther was covered in wounds and its stamina was mostly drained before striking suddenly. He leaped off the goblin with the long sword's shoulder, the pirate scimitar in his hand, glowing faintly as the runes on it lit up. He poured all his do-chi into the weapon. The pirate scimitar sank into the Black Panther's skull like a knife through tofu, slicing off nearly half its head. The Black Panther collapsed to the ground, its limbs twitching continuously. Phew! The 5 goblins lay exhausted on the ground, their eyes filled with excitement and joy. A year ago, they could only tremble under the feet of beasts, worrying about food every day. Now they could even hunt such a massive beast as a group. For Ansier, this might be a trivial matter, but for them it was a tremendous achievement. Just as these goblins were rejoicing, they suddenly heard faint footsteps in the grass, and their expressions froze. In this world, even newborn beasts were at least 5 or 6 meters tall and could never hide in the grass. "Someone's here." A goblin let out a loud shout, and suddenly a rain of arrows fell from the sky. The 5 goblins had expended much of their stamina in the previous battle and were unable to stand up and counterattack in time. Fortunately, Shandy quickly rolled over to shield the other goblins beneath him, letting the rain of arrows pour down on his body. Roar! Shandy hurt so much. The arrowheads pierced through the beast's hide and into his flesh. Even his current physique felt excruciating pain. One goblin quickly reacted, taking off his own armor and placing it on Shandy's head to prevent him from being shot in the head. The arrow rain soon ceased, and Shandy collapsed weakly to the ground. His face was pale, and he had little life left. Shandy left his final words to his companions. "Take my body back and offer it to the Spirit Lord. Shandy is very fresh now. This kind of meat is the most delicious." "Brother Shandy, what nonsense are you saying at a time like this?" The goblins were both saddened that Shandy was gravely wounded and dying to save them, and anxious about the impending danger. "Go back." "Where to?" "None of you are leaving today. Stay and become our food." A powerfully built gnoll emerged from the grass, followed by a dozen gnolls carrying wooden bows. Though they also bore signs of mutilation, it was merely broken tails or missing toes. The jackal leader before them, aside from a single blind eye, had no other disfigurement. He carried no bow in his hand. His sharp claws were his finest weapons. Jackals stood nearly as tall as ordinary humans, even far more robust, and could never be compared to these feeble goblins. The jackal leader wondered why these goblins were fully armed, even possessing magical artifacts, and why one goblin was absurdly large. "Humph, you are surrounded. Be sensible and lay down your weapons. Tell me where you obtained these arms, and I will spare you." The jackal leader crossed his arms, confident in his control of the situation. "You, ugly, despicable jackal. We will tell you nothing." The goblins helped the gravely wounded Shandy to his feet, glaring resentfully at the jackal leader. They regretted sneaking away. If they had stayed by Ansar's side, they would have faced no danger except him. When there was no danger, Ansar himself was the greatest peril. That was the truth for these goblins. "Foolish goblins. It seems you need a lesson." The jackal leader extended his claws and advanced toward the goblins. The goblin wielding a curved blade stepped forward. Though his internal battle chi was exhausted, he still swung at the jackal leader. The jackal leader dodged the blade, recognizing it as no ordinary weapon. A fine blade. Greed flickered across the jackal leader's face. Silver-white battle chi coiled around him, and with a single claw stroke, he tore open the goblin's armor. The goblin slammed heavily to the ground, his curved blade skittering away, his fate unknown. Impossible. Silver-tier battle chi. The goblins stared in disbelief. How could such a powerful jackal have been exiled to this world as well? The jackal leader wore a smug expression before the stunned weak goblins, yet deep in his eyes lurked a trace of pain. "Little goblins, your knowledge of this world is far too shallow." The jackal leader sneered, then pressed on. "Speak now. Where did you get these weapons and armor? I have no time to play with you." If night falls, things will get troublesome. The goblins' expressions grew complicated. Their equipment had all been given by Ansell. Of course they did not fear that the divine being could not handle these jackals, but if they woke Ansell, none of them would survive. If they refused to speak now, the jackals would not spare them either. Death either way, better to drag these jackals down with them. Just as a goblin was about to speak, the sun was suddenly blocked by a shadow. A majestic voice thundered from the sky, exploding in the ears of all goblins and jackals. Are you looking for me? The jackal leader's face changed dramatically, his arrogance vanished. He looked up at the sky in terror. Ansell's enormous head emerged from the clouds. Even the seasoned jackal leader felt his legs go weak. The other jackals fared even worse. They collapsed to the ground, panting uncontrollably as Ansell appeared. His immense size brought them overwhelming pressure and fear. A cluster of starlight poured into Shandy and the other goblins. The arrow embedded in Shandy's back was expelled, and his wounds began to heal. With adrenaline, Ansell could use star infusion without restraint. Thank the great divine being. The four goblins, along with the groggily awakening Shandy, prostrated themselves in devotion. In their hearts they marveled at their luck. Ansell was not angry. Shandy felt a pang of regret. It seemed he would not become the divine being's dinner tonight. Jackal. Ansell grabbed the jackal leader. He had sensed a strong fluctuation from Shandy's soul mark while sleeping, so he rushed over. Over the past year, Ansell had encountered other races, but they were all like the small hill tribe. A bunch of weak, disabled beings, likely the lowest of their former tribes, knowing nothing. Ansell had no patience to toy with them. He simply turned them into nourishment for Soul Harvest Strike. The jackal leader realized the danger and erupted with Silver Tier Battle Chi, but still could not break free from Ansell's dragon claws. Silver Tier Battle Chi. It seems today's harvest is not bad. Ansell was somewhat pleased. At last he had encountered a slightly higher-ranking intelligent being who might provide some answers. Great divine being, may we jackals be of any service to you? Seeing struggle was futile, the jackal leader spoke with deference. Inside he was uneasy, for he had attacked Ansell's underlings, those weak goblins. But Ansell was in a good mood. The skirmish between jackals and goblins seemed to him like a scuffle between dark vermin. Finding the way home was the only truly meaningful thing. Tell me, jackal, what do you know of this world? Ansell asked. It seems you are not a creature of this world. The jackal leader, apparently knowledgeable, replied without surprise. I myself do not know much about this world. However, before we came here, we and these goblins were likely in the same place. The moon here makes creatures irritable, and the place we were before gradually cripples those who are not strong enough. The disabled are then exiled here. The jackal leader explained to Ansell why these jackals, goblins, and other races had been exiled. And you, Silver Tier Battle Chi, you are not weak. The jackal leader gave a bitter smile before answering. That world was dull, so tribal chieftains enjoyed sending subordinates to duel. I lost a duel, lost an eye, and was exiled by the chieftain. Ansell nodded, gaining some understanding of the world the goblins and jackals came from. Do you know how to leave this world? Ansell asked without much hope. As expected, the jackal leader shook his head. I do not know. Seeing the slight disappointment in Ansell's expression, the jackal felt a chill of fear and pleaded. These goblins are so weak. Would the divine being be willing to accept the devout offerings of us jackals? Oh. He gently placed the Knoll chieftain on the ground, yet the chieftain still stumbled. All are ants, yet must they be divided into strong ants and weak ants? Ansell's left claw seized the gnolls, their bows and arrows clattering to the ground. His right claw snatched up the four small goblins, leaving only Shandy on the ground. Starlight surged and Shandy's wounds were completely healed. He slowly rose from the ground, gazing at the Knoll chieftain before him. Since your previous world delighted in arenas, now I shall grant you a fair duel. If the goblin wins, I slay the Knoll. If the Knoll wins, I slay the goblin. Only the victorious race shall have the worth to live and become my subjects. Ansell revealed a cruel smile. This world held nothing but savage beasts, and Ansell found it unbearably tedious. He truly disliked being a mere novice grinding weak monsters. Now that he had encountered a slightly stronger Knoll, it could serve as a practice target for Shandy, alleviating the monotony of draconic existence. The Knoll chieftain showed no fear before the towering Shandy. Silver Battle Chi erupted, and his sharp claws glinted with a cold light. Foolish goblins, surrender now, and spare yourself needless suffering. Shandy will not surrender. Shandy must fight for the Divine Lord. Shandy replied, defiantly glaring at the Knoll chieftain with fury. How dare he vie for the chance to serve the Divine Lord? Enough talk. Prepare to die. The Knoll chieftain charged at Shandy, his claws tracing an arc of Silver Battle Chi that struck Shandy from a distance. This was a combat technique. Once one possessed Silver Battle Chi, it could be projected from the body to inflict short-range damage. Shandy lacked agility. As he raised a massive boulder to hurl at the Knoll chieftain, two bloody lines suddenly appeared on his chest. Blood splattered. Gritting his teeth, Shandy flung the heavy boulder at the Knoll chieftain. The stone was too massive for the chieftain to risk blocking, so he leaped back to evade. Over the past year, Ansell had fed Shandy well, so he was no longer gaunt. Thanks to the protection of his fat and the flow of his own battle chi, Shandy's chest merely stung. The wound was not severe. Roar! You've hurt Shandy. Shandy bellowed and charged the Knoll chieftain. The chieftain, instead of being afraid, was delighted. His agility was superior, and he had worried Shandy would keep his distance. He dodged Shandy's massive fist, leaving a deep gash on Shandy's belly. Then he slipped between Shandy's legs and raked his back furiously. Ha ha ha. The Gnoll chieftain let out a triumphant mad laughter. Shandy collapsed, clutching his stomach as blood gushed forth. Shandy's back was a bloody mess, yet the Gnoll chieftain continued his assault without pause. Enough. Ansell had seen enough of the spectacle, though it felt brief. The Gnoll chieftain had utterly crushed Shandy. There was no help for it. Despite Shandy's enlarged form from the weakened feast ability, he lacked weapons and armor, and had only trained in battle chi for a year. Solo combat was not Shandy's forte. His massive size was better suited for cleaning up lesser foes on the battlefield. Of course, Ansell cared little about their relative strength. They were all far too weak. Even if one were slightly stronger, he could discern no real difference. A thunderous voice boomed from the sky. The Gnoll chieftain's heart tightened, and he regained his senses, ceasing his attack. Shandy had just recovered from the grievous arrow wounds on his back, and now he was once again at death's door. A truly tragic sight. Ansell shook his head. His fanatical follower was still too weak. Divine Lord, please accept the loyal offerings of we Gnolls. The Gnoll chieftain knelt devoutly. Ansell's immense size prevented the chieftain from recognizing him as a dragon. In truth, the chieftain did not truly believe Ansell was a god. He was merely compelled by the overwhelming power Ansell displayed. Ansell non-committally used Star Infusion. This time he did not prioritize healing Shandy, but instead healed the Gnoll chieftain and the other Gnolls in his left claw. Their disabilities were minor, and now they were fully restored, bringing them a measure of joy. Ansell gained a small wave of faith flames. The Gnoll chieftain's eyes could see again, filling him with elation. His joy was not solely for his sight. Ansell's gesture meant he had accepted the Gnolls, and they would not die here. Ansell lifted the Gnoll chieftain with his left claw and abruptly asked, "Are these all of your Gnolls? No other tribesmen?" The Gnoll chieftain, overjoyed, answered bluntly, "We have already slain the weaker ones. They would not trouble the Divine Lord." Indeed, a truly evil tribe. Disgust surged in Ansell, and his purplish-black left claw clenched suddenly. He had never planned to let these Gnolls live. "Divine Lord, what are you doing? You go back on your word." The Gnoll chieftain struggled, his face flushed crimson, speaking in agony. "Weak scum." Ansell hurled the Gnolls' corpses to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Several green orbs drifted from their bodies and flew into Ansell. Star Infusion promptly healed Shandy, dragging him back from the brink of death. The other goblins watched Ansell in trembling fear, their eyes filled with terror. Perhaps due to the influence of the mad moon or the swelling of his power, Ansell felt himself inexplicably drifting toward the nature of an evil dragon. But good and evil are but shackles the weak impose upon themselves to protect their own, while the strong enjoy absolute freedom. Ansell felt no desire to be a sanctimonious dragon nor a murderous tyrant. He simply wished to be himself, a joyful and free dragon. That was the core of his identity as a level 7 Yasuo player. Any creature that dared obstruct his path to freedom and happiness would be torn asunder. Ansell felt his state of mind suddenly elevate. He placed the goblins together with Shandy. "I shall go seek the way home. You now possess the ability to survive in this world. From this moment on, you must fend for yourselves." The 4 small goblins felt a mix of relief and fear, but none spoke. Only Shandy cried out, "Divine Lord, am I too weak, so you abandon me? Grow stronger, Shandy. Struggle to survive. Perhaps one day I will need you, and will come to find you." Ansell flapped his wings. The heart of a good dragon compelled him to offer Shandy some hope. Perhaps he had already felt some regret when he tested the goblin tribe. The emergence of the Divine Ascension stairway ignited his desire to gather faith. But in a land where beasts roamed rampant and other intelligent beings were scarce, gathering faith was nothing but a pipe dream. Moreover, the Divine Ascension stairway was a skill that only became useful in the late game. At the very least, it would need to reach the second stage before it could be of any help to Ansell. The second stage required 100,000 devout followers and 100 million ordinary believers, a feat not easily achieved. Ansell would have to wait until he returned to the main world to begin spreading his faith effectively. Having spent a year in this world, Ansell was already terribly bored. He desperately sought a way to leave. Even if he couldn't return to the main world, just getting out of this place would suffice. But bringing those little goblins along would undoubtedly slow him down. In truth, Ansell already had some inkling of how to find a way out of this world. He noticed that when he traveled in a certain direction, the beasts he encountered grew larger. When he first arrived in this world, beasts only reached 20 meters in height at adulthood. But as he kept moving in that direction, the beasts grew from 20 meters to 30, 40, even 50 meters tall, their size nearly doubling or tripling. Of course, to Ansell, they were still no more than kittens or puppies. By now, he had already surpassed 200 meters in height. After leaving the goblins, Ansell greatly reduced his hunting frequency, feeling that his strength was already sufficient to roam the continent unchallenged. He flew with all his might, searching for a way out. After an unknown span of time, he finally saw in the distance a circle of towering stone pillars densely covered in magical runes he could not decipher. His heart leaped with joy. Perhaps this was the formation to leave this world. Since all other intelligent beings had come from other worlds, there must be an exit here. Ansell descended from the sky, casting a massive shadow before the stone pillars. Countless towering trees 40 to 50 meters high were snapped beneath him as he sat down. The granite-like scales on his rear were now so hard that the trees failed to even register a sensation. Just as he was about to step into the formation, a strange pitch-black creature blocked his path. This creature was the largest Ansell had ever seen, standing over 100 meters tall. It bore the horns of an ox, the wings of a bird, the scales of a dragon, the hooves of a goat, and the gills and fins of a fish. Such a bizarre creature immediately made Ansell think of a flesh golem. Flesh golems were creations favored by certain mages, or rather dark mages, who stitched together various creatures, a practice widely condemned across the continent. Since the flesh golem was right before him, the dark mage must be nearby. The golem bowed its head, showing no intention to attack. Ansell turned his massive head to scan the land before him. Soon he spotted a humanoid figure entirely wrapped in a cloak. The figure knelt on the ground, staring at him with a dazed expression. From the two wisps of soul flame flickering in the figure, Ansell recognized it as a lich. Suddenly a flame of faith burst forth from the lich and entered Ansell's body, while a mark appeared on the lich's skeletal frame. Ansell was taken aback. Could it be that his sheer size made the lich submit to him instantly? The lich's faith flame rivaled that of Shandy, condensing into a soul mark in Ansell's spiritual space. Another devout follower. Truly, when one door closes, another opens. Ansell relaxed his defensive stance slightly. Since this was his own follower, it would not harm him. A series of fluctuations came through the soul mark. Do you believe in love at first sight? This question immediately left Ansell speechless. However, it seemed that this lich could actually use the soul mark to communicate telepathically with Ansell, making it far more intelligent than Shandy. Who are you? Where's this place? It was still the same old questions. Ansell asked, his voice booming across the sky. Well, you actually spoke to me. I'm so moved. The soul mark transmitted another wave of emotion, and Ansell saw the lich covering its face in excitement. Ansell's expression darkened. Could it be that all those who believed in him were simple-minded? If so, that meant Star Infusion could not cure idiocy. Fortunately, the lich didn't remain slumped on the ground. It flew up, landing on the flesh golem's enormous head, and looked up at Ansell. Ansell's body was nearly twice the size of the flesh golem, so the lich still had to crane its neck to see him. The distance was too great. Ansell extended his claw and signaled the lich to stand on his palm. "CC, can I really stand on your hand?" The lich stammered in excitement. Ansell felt that this lich's affliction was far worse than Shandy's. "Hurry up," Ansell transmitted through the soul mark. "Why, yes. I'm just too overwhelmed by your majestic form." The lich replied respectfully. It calmed its racing heart and carefully stepped onto Ansell's claw, as if standing on a vast flat plain. Ansell brought it close to his eyes and examined it. The black cloak appeared plain on the surface, but was actually a magical artifact. Apart from the two wisps of soul flame in its eye sockets, Ansell could see nothing else. Yet being able to control such a massive flesh golem meant the lich's strength was far from simple. Creating a flesh golem was not difficult. Even a magic apprentice could stitch together small animals if they understood the principles. But a golem of this size required not only rare materials, but also a tremendous amount of magical energy to prevent its form from collapsing. A flesh golem was not a living creature and could not absorb magic on its own. Its power came entirely from its master. Moreover, flesh golems were inherently inflexible. This one, made from the corpses of ordinary beasts, had nothing special about it except its size. Creating such an enormous golem yielded little practical power. It was likely a mere hobby. Ansell looked at the lich, trembling with excitement on his palm, and began to form a guess. In his past life, he had heard of people who were fascinated by colossal creatures. This lich must be one of them, which explained why it was so thrilled upon seeing him, and even became a devout follower on the spot. The ancient giant beasts had long gone extinct. Reaching Ansell's size through ordinary magic was simply impossible. "You actually have a demigod." Ansell widened his dragon eyes, staring incredulously at the palm, where a lich was constantly rubbing its face against him. This lich, resembling a little dog, was actually a demigod-level powerhouse, and had become his fanatical follower. "Yes, my lord. All the underground guardians possess at least demigod-level power. Demigod is merely the beginning of strength. This is but a trivial power to you." The soul fire in the lich's pupils blazed as he flattered Ansell with reverence. His detection magic revealed that Ansell was only 10 years old. A 10-year-old dragon. A 10-year-old dragon was still in its juvenile stage, at most 10 meters tall. Yet the Ansell before him had reached a terrifying 200 meters, containing power sufficient to easily shatter mountains. Sandrew felt as if he were gazing upon the offspring of Jormungandr. Only such an ultra-ancient being could possess such a colossal form. His lifelong dream was to create an ultimate being rivaling a world, and now he finally saw hope. Though he had not crafted this magical creature himself, being able to personally serve such a formidable life on its ascent to the peak stirred his soul with excitement. Ansell listened to Sandrew's words, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Classic legendary ants, starting with demigod. What is the underground guardian? Ansell seized the key term and asked. The underworld is divided into 7 layers, each with a guardian protecting the passage to the next layer. This was an agreement signed by the tribes 1,000 years ago when they entered the underworld to resist the incursion of human experts. Sandrew paused before continuing. Fortunately, spatial mages are rare, and they rarely attempt to enter unfamiliar spatial coordinates. Only a few legendary mages have stumbled in, and they couldn't even get past me. If I want to leave the underworld and return to the main world, do I have to defeat all of you underground guardians? Ansell asked. He felt this scenario resembled many dungeon games from a decade ago. That's not necessary, Sandrew explained. If a human demigod expert intrudes, they must face all 7 guardians simultaneously. If it's a demigod expert in the legendary domain, they must defeat each guardian in single combat. Good heavens, this rule was definitely designed against humans, a hellish difficulty. Whether it's 1 against 7 or a legendary versus demigod, it's hard to turn the tide, since those who reach this level are no weaklings. However, if you are not human, you only need to persuade the underground guardians. Sandrew suddenly spoke with excitement. You have conquered me, my king. Let me follow your steps to the end of the world. Faced with the Lich's sudden heartfelt confession, Ansell's claws trembled involuntarily. He quickly placed Sandrew back on the flesh golem, communicating only through the soul imprint. He couldn't help it, Ansell felt Sandrew was like a pervert. That moon above which drives dragons mad, and all those massive beasts, you created them? Ansell asked through the soul imprint. Master, they are insignificant before you, utterly unworthy of mention. A fierce wave of emotion surged through the soul imprint. Enough. Stop flattering me, though it pleases this dragon, answer my question first. Ansell scolded, feeling he had met his match, a lich with a sycophancy level rivaling his own. Forgive me, I was too excited. Sandrew's soul imprint calmed slightly before he spoke. The moon of this world is not my doing. The living conditions in the underworld are extremely harsh. The entire realm is like a shadow of the main world. The moon of the first layer is called the moon of rage. I believe you have experienced it firsthand, my lord. Under this moonlight, any creature becomes frenzied, bloodthirsty, and prone to self-destruction. Thus, despite other conditions being favorable, no race is willing to settle here long-term. Ansell nodded, having already guessed this. Then the crippled goblins, jackalmen, and other races I encountered, did they come from deeper layers? Indeed, that is correct. My king, you possess not only the mightiest physique, but also the highest wisdom in this world. Sandrew flattered before continuing. The moon of the second layer is called the moon of mutilation. If one is not strong enough, their body becomes maimed during the maturation process. Even with healing magic, the deformity soon returns. The tribes do not kill these crippled members, they exile them to this layer as nourishment. Ansell found it hard to believe. If it causes deformity, why do these races still live there? Only the weak become deformed. The chieftains and priestly lineages are unaffected, and this layer is the most habitable place in the entire underworld. Sandrew replied. As for those massive beasts, they are merely a little trick of mine. Before becoming a lich, I was devoted to biology. Sandrew was modest before Ansell. An effect that could engulf the entire world with gigantism was certainly no small trick. Such was the power of a demigod. After entering the underworld, the races signed a pact of mutual aid and peaceful coexistence. This layer serves as a slaughterhouse, and one of my duties is to provide meat for the creatures below. The guardian of the second layer provides grain. These 2 layers are the most livable areas in the entire underworld. Sandrew's soul imprint fell silent for a moment before continuing. They hoped to gather strength in the underworld, awaiting the return of the gods to counterattack humanity. But the harsh environment is slowly driving them to extinction. Though Sandrew appeared somewhat chaotic and mad upon seeing Ansell under normal circumstances, his mind was clear, capable of judgment and prediction. Having a high-ranking guide was indeed helpful. Ansell finally gained a clearer understanding of this unfamiliar underworld. Now that he had found a path to the main world, his inner restlessness subsided. Ansell pointed his massive dragon claw at the towering magical stone pillar behind the flesh golem. Is this the formation to the next layer? Perhaps I should shrink a little, for I seem too large to enter. By no means. My king, how could I allow you to demean yourself by accommodating the formation? Please remain as you are. Seeing Sandrew's fervent and unwavering devotion, Ansell found it unwise to argue further. Though this was his devoted follower, Sandrew was still a demigod-level lich. Ansell was not entirely confident he could defeat Sandrew. Sandrew was no easy prey like Sandy. He decided to wait and see how Sandrew would resolve the issue, while also witnessing the power of a demigod mage. Previously, Uncle Nikos was a demigod-level magic dragon, but Ansell had been too young then to witness Nikos display any formidable magic. Thinking of Nikos' laboratory, Ansell wondered if all mages were somewhat obsessed with their own bodies. This thought sent a chill down his dragon's spine. How revolting. Sandrew floated in the air, his cloak billowing in the wind. Under Sandrew's control, the 100-meter-tall, giant flesh golem hoisted the stone pillar behind it. Ansell's brow twitched. Was this really the solution, so brute force? The stone pillar towered impossibly high, as if connecting heaven and earth. Even Ansell could not see its peak. That was why he hadn't simply flown over the pillar and descended. Logically, the pillar should be immensely heavy. Could the flesh golem really move it by sheer strength? A blue ripple spread outward from Sandrew, expanding in all directions. Ansell did not dodge. The ripple passed through his body without any effect. However, he could sense the surrounding magical energy stirring. Ansell resembled a massive vortex pulling at the ambient magic. Yet the magic around Ansell remained utterly still. Ansell glanced at Ansell in astonishment, sensing the immense magical reserves within him, a walking magic crystal mine. This was the fruit of Ansell's year-long labor in stacking extraordinary evil power. Truly a dragon worthy of my recognition. Ansell was stunned only for a moment before redirecting his gaze to the stone pillar. He extended a flawless jade-like arm from beneath his cloak, long fingers, well-defined joints, and tender skin, nothing like a lich's hand. Shouldn't a lich be a skeleton monster? Ansell fell into deep thought. A dragon's memory is exceptional. Of fragments of countless web novels from his past life surfaced in his mind. Gazing at the lich Ansell couldn't help but suspect whether he was actually a she. After all, liches communicate through soul voices indistinguishable in gender, like the hoarse whisper of wind through bones. While Ansell was still pondering Ansell's gender, Ansell's hand erupted with a massive surge of magical power. The runes on the stone pillar blazed with dazzling light, as if resonating with Ansell. Ansell's cloak swelled as if filled by a sudden gale. Ansell truly witnessed the flesh golem painstakingly shift the enormous stone pillar. The flesh golem was a mindless construct acting solely on its master's commands. Its four monstrous arms simultaneously unleashed incredible force, but as it moved the pillar, its limbs constantly festered and tore. Finally, the pillar was moved just enough to allow Ansell passage. The soul flame in Ansell's eyes dimmed noticeably, indicating considerable expenditure of energy. Exhausted yet joyful, he telepathically addressed Ansell. "My lord, I have not failed your trust. Please enter the formation quickly. I really could have shrunk. There was no need for such trouble." Ansell shot Ansell a helpless look before finally stepping into the formation. Was all this effort really necessary? After Ansell's 200-meter-long tail passed through the stone pillar and into the formation, Ansell commanded the flesh golem to move the pillar back into place. The flesh golem could not roar, but its skeleton creaked and groaned. Ansell severed his connection with the golem and entered the formation alone. Seeing this, Ansell couldn't help but ask, "Are you abandoning this flesh golem?" "My lord, with you by my side, I need nothing else." The lich clasped his hands together and looked up at Ansell, his two soul flames morphing into the shape of hearts. Scram! Ansell roared at the soul mark. Damn! His sycophantic level surpasses mine. Ansell couldn't be bothered to dwell on whether Ansell was male or female, though after all he was a lich, a dead person. Ansell. The name suggests a male, doesn't it? Ansell straightened his robe and began chanting a spell. The magical patterns on the surrounding stone pillars shimmered, complementing the central formation. A blinding flash of light ensued, and Ansell felt a sensation of weightlessness followed by a compression of the surrounding space. This feeling was oddly reminiscent of riding an elevator, but far more unpleasant. Fortunately, the entire teleportation process was swift and without incident. Ansell stretched his neck. His 200-meter-tall frame allowed him to see far-off objects unimpeded. He had now arrived at the second layer of the underworld, standing within the formation. The surrounding buildings were low, small tents, and wooden huts. Beyond the tents and huts stretched an endless expanse of farmland where countless minotaurs toiled diligently. Their faces beamed with happy smiles, for stealing food was truly a joy. In the middle of the farmland stood a massive stone structure shaped like an arena. Ansell suddenly felt a slight tremor on the scales of his belly. He looked down. Two dog-headed humanoids were hacking at his scales with their axes. "Don't they usually send meat? Did they drop a mountain on us today?" One doghead grumbled. He channeled his bronze rank battle chi, making the single rune on his axe glow, and struck Ansell's granite shield with all his might. To be honest, Ansell didn't feel even the slightest pain. The granite shield only shed a bit of dust from the blow. But the doghead, due to the recoil, lost his grip on the axe, which flew off and nearly decapitated him. He quickly shook his hand, his palm split and bleeding. "Oh, that hurts." He closed his eyes in pain. The other doghead had just raised his axe, but seeing his companion's plight, immediately lowered it. "Let's go back and ask the priest what's going on." These two dogheads were usually in charge of handling the meat that Ansell threw down. Besides them, several other dogheads wielding long axes surrounded Ansell. Just as Ansell was about to stand up, a hard object struck his head. He turned around irritably, only to see Ansell, who had arrived a little later. Ansell was rubbing his head, still wrapped in his cloak, muttering to himself. A massive cloud of dust billowed up, blocking their vision. In that moment, a creeping sense of dread settled into the kobolds' hearts, and they knew something was terribly wrong. The kobolds standing outside the magic array watched in stunned silence as the mountain before them suddenly opened its eyes, a pair of enormous amber orbs reflecting their own terrified figures. "Quick, go find the high priest." Finally, one kobold snapped out of his shock and rushed to alert his superiors. None of them had ever witnessed anything like this. Ansell made no effort to stop them. He had not come to invade this world. He simply wished to borrow the magic array to descend further. Such decisions were far beyond the reach of these feeble kobolds, yet Ansell hoped they would go directly to summon the guardian of this level. Shander hovered in the air with his hands clasped together, the twin soul flames in his pupils transformed into heart shapes. Ansell could feel waves of spiritual energy radiating from Shandor's soul mark. Our leader is magnificent. Our chief is mighty. Shandor watched with excitement as the kobolds trembled uncontrollably beneath Ansell's dragon claws. However, perhaps because Ansell took no further action, the kobolds steadied themselves and immediately rose to their feet. Shandor's soul flames shifted dramatically, his eye sockets now resembling two pillars of roaring fire. Kneel scum! A soul-piercing shriek erupted from Shandor's position. The kobolds beneath Ansell felt as though a violent gale had struck their very spirits, leaving them teetering on the brink of collapse. They collapsed to their knees, pupils losing focus, their dark skin paling as though stripped of all vitality, resembling some grotesque plant-like creature. That is more like it. Before my king, no being below a demigod may stand without his permission, Shandor said boastfully to Ansell. Ansell ignored him, his thoughts drifting instead to matters concerning dragons. Though his magical talent was not exceptional, he was ultimately a dragon, not a mere dragon beast. All true dragons possess their own draconic pressure, but he was still too young. It would take at least an adolescent dragon to awaken such aura. Thus, even though Ansell's size far exceeded anything a gold dragon could comprehend, apart from the oppressive weight of his enormous frame, he lacked true draconic pressure against these weak creatures. Shandor, bullying my young and timid kin is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. A rich, magnetic voice echoed from afar, and Ansell sensed a formidable power approaching. This power far surpassed anything he had previously witnessed in Wu Simming. Aside from Nikos and Shandor, who rarely revealed their strength, this was likely the most powerful being he had ever encountered. Ansell focused his gaze, his granite-shielded draconic face drawn tight with solemnity. He saw a tall kobold clad in a suit flying swiftly toward them. Ansell's expression faltered for a moment. The figure felt strangely familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. The kobold wore a monocle over his right eye with upright curly hair, tufts of whiskers beneath his snout, dressed in a suit with a white shirt and bow tie and a tall top hat perched firmly upon his head, as if glued there, unyielding even against the wind. In his hand, he gripped a silver antique staff. What an oddly human appearance! Ansell suddenly recalled. Wasn't this the bachelor skin for that kobold character from League of Legends? What set him apart were the explosive muscles concealed beneath his shirt, revealing strength far beyond that of an ordinary kobold. Vok, I did not expect you to arrive so quickly. Shandor observed the approaching kobold. Vok first cast a glance at the towering Ansell beside him, then removed his hat. He offered an elegant bow to both Ansell and Shandor. Who could have guessed that Ansell would perceive the word elegant applied to a kobold? Even he found it hard to believe. Is this truly the underworld? Vok said with gentlemanly propriety after completing his bow, then replaced his hat. Shandor, I had just finished reading the 189th chapter of Lamanka's Secret Affairs when I suddenly sensed two powerful energies passing through the magic array into this world. I feared you had already fallen to two demigod cultivators, so I hurried over at once. Vok's face broke into a smile. He considered himself far from a stern noble, but rather an elegant new aristocrat, full of passion and charm. In response to Vok's jest, Shandor shot back. If two demigods had truly come, I wouldn't have survived either, and you'd be running for your life just the same. Vok's expression hardened, and he spoke solemnly. Even then I would never flee. I would fight alongside my people until our final breath. Enough. Drop the seriousness and spare me the drama. Let me introduce you. This is my new lord, my sovereign. Shandor turned toward Ansell and announced excitedly. Ansell looked at the kobold and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Ansell. Hello, I am Vok. Vok removed his hat again and bowed. In truth, Ansell held little fondness for this particular kobold. Ordinary humans were generally physically weaker than humanoid races, yet their capacity for comprehension far exceeded theirs. No ordinary kobold could ever grow to become a demigod. From the kobold before him, Ansell could detect the scent of chromatic dragon. This one appeared to be a dragonborn. Those five-colored wyverns whose minds were consumed solely by base desire had provided tremendous assistance to what mages called species diversity. Metal dragon. Vok replaced his hat. He could sense the metallic dragon essence upon Ansell as well, but due to the latter's enormous size and the granite shield covering him, he could not determine exactly what Ansell was. Gold dragon. Ansell stated bluntly, fully prepared at any moment to face this dragonborn kobold demigod in combat. Relax. As long as you are not human, everything is fine. As long as you are not human, we are allies. Vok smiled at Ansell, though his words dripped with loathing and killing intent toward humanity. He added, I wonder if that ignoramus Shandor has ever reminded you. Never use transformation magic to assume human form in the underworld, or you will likely face pursuit from the entire underground world. Ansell nodded upon hearing this. Though Shandor rarely spoke on such matters, preferring mostly to flatter and praise him. Yet from those scattered words Ansell could gather one clear truth: every race in the underworld harbored an intense visceral hatred toward humanity. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a golden dragon of such immense size. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought you were the offspring of some legendary creature. Vok graciously offered Ansell a compliment. My master is still young. He will surely grow larger than a world in the future. I adore my lord so much. Sandra's words made Ansell feel quite queasy. He could hardly contain himself and reached out with his dragon claw, gently flicking Sandrew. The moment Answer's dragon claw touched Sandrew's wizard robe, he felt a powerful force rebounding back. As a demigod powerhouse, although Sandrew had some character flaws, his strength was unquestionable. So Sandrew was instantly sent flying. He neither dodged nor counterattacked, which rather moved Answer. Answer suddenly recalled that when he used to kiss his sister, she seemed to react much the same as he did now. Why make things difficult for fellow simps? Boss, let's do that again. Sandrew rapidly flew back toward Answer, as though that single strike had unlocked a new attribute for him. Get lost. The voice exploded like thunder in the air. A fierce gust of wind blew from Answer's mouth toward Sandrew, causing his figure to hesitate slightly. Enough, Sandrew. Your peculiarities remain as perplexing to the dog-headed folk as ever. Vok watched the dragon and lich duo and chuckled. Sandrew found his opening. He couldn't retaliate against Answer with words, but he could certainly fire back at Vok. Vok, you're still the same as before. More dog than man, lacking any trace of what a doghead should look like. I'll take that as a compliment. Vok adjusted his tie and said shamelessly. You. Sandrew was about to retort when Answer stopped him. Enough, Sandrew. Don't forget why we are here. Sandrew finally recalled their purpose. They had come to borrow the portal array from Vok to reach the 3rd underground level. Vok, I'll skip the pleasantries. We need to borrow your portal array. Borrowing the array is no problem since you are not humans after all. But allow me to play host properly and show you the sights of our 2nd underground level first, Vok invited. Save it. Hurry up, we're in a hurry. Sandrew said. Vok then looked toward Answer. He knew that when it came to Sandrew, only Answer held real authority. Sandrew, I'm not in a hurry. Since Vok sincerely invites us, I would also like to see the scenery of the 2nd underground level. Answer smiled. Although Vok was a dog-headed creature and a dragon blood descendant, that inexplicable aroma of nobility was not entirely displeasing to Answer. In truth, Answer was in no rush to return to the main world, for the human mages there were far more dangerous than those in the underground realm. He had simply grown bored of the 1st level, though he had never seen the 2nd. Please follow me. Vok took to the sky gracefully, his scepter in hand. Answer followed closely behind, and Sandrew naturally had no choice but to trail along. Only then were the 3 utterly forgotten dogheads dragged away for treatment. No doghead dared interrupt the conversation of demigods. Among the powerful, the weak always lacked presence. A righteous young male minotaur was diligently working in his fields. As a minotaur, farming was a gift bestowed by the god of cultivation, a talent and the joy of their lifetime. Hey, you little green worm. How dare you eat my vegetables? The minotaur deftly pinched the tiny green worm between his thick hoofs. The worm writhed and struggled on his hoof, utterly confused as to how it had suddenly been lifted into the air while enjoying its lunch. With a firm squeeze, the minotaur crushed the little worm into a puddle of green blood. I told you not to eat my vegetables. The minotaur growled viciously. He grieved over the chewed-up leaves before him. Glancing slyly around, he confirmed no other minotaurs were watching. The minotaur bent his head toward the damaged vegetables. So sweet, so fragrant, truly worthy of my own cultivation. Not satisfied with just the leaves, he accidentally devoured more than half the head of cabbage. Oh no, I may have eaten too much. Guiltily, he scanned his surroundings and quietly attempted to slip away. Suddenly, a colossal shadow fell across the field. The minotaurs alike felt as though the sky had darkened instantaneously. The sun completely eclipsed their vision, severely limited. The snacking minotaur turned around. Since I've already eaten half, I might as well finish it all. Besides, it's dark now, no one can see me. He lay down in the vegetable field and happily continued eating. Above, Answer's mountain-like form passed overhead. These are the vegetable fields cultivated by the minotaurs specifically to provide produce for other races. Vok introduced them much like a tour guide. The 1st underground level provides meat and the 2nd provides vegetables. That is the foundation of the entire underground world. Due to the binding contract, the underground world had lost normal commerce and instead operated on equal distribution of supplies. This equitable distribution was not based on labor, for the minotaurs' greatest joy was farming. They had essentially monopolized all the vegetable fields. The final allocation of supplies fell upon the shoulders of each demigod. Answer gazed upon the acres of lush green fields below and found the scene rather soothing. Vok led Answer onward, and they arrived at a massive arena nestled among the vegetable fields. The brick and stone coliseum was packed to capacity with various creatures locked in bloody combat within. Whenever a combatant fell, the stands erupted with deafening cheers. Answer rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on at the noisy, frenzied atmosphere. The scene reminded him of the frenzy moon from the 1st underground level. Having spent a year as an executioner there, Answer felt he had nearly killed enough beasts to vomit. He had zero interest in such bloody spectacles. Vok, however, continued to introduce the arena to Answer. This arena was built jointly by various clans. Since the underground world lacks entertainment, many esteemed races come here to watch the fights. Vok adjusted his hem before continuing to speak. However, there was indeed nothing worth visiting on the 2nd underground level. Ansell gazed afar from the sky, seeing beyond the endless rice paddies the houses of various tribes. The terrain of the 2nd underground level was remarkably flat, unlike the 1st level with its towering mountains, forests, and waterfalls. The rivers here wound their way slowly and steadily, their origins unknown. However, when Vok mentioned the place he was most proud of, the gentleness on his face diminished, replaced by strong pride and an eagerness to share. Ansell found himself involuntarily aroused with interest. But Sandrew was also a demigod powerhouse. Having dwelt in this underground world together for 1,000 years, he had naturally been to the place Vok spoke of. He scoffed dismissively. "Isn't it just a rundown little house? You always treat it as if it were some magnificent high-tier magical artifact." Upon hearing this, the usually gentle and refined Vok's expression darkened with anger, his tone turning cold and harsh. "Humph, Sandrew, you may frolic and banter with me freely, but you shall not speak ill of my library." Library? Ansell paused in surprise upon hearing this. Was it perhaps a place filled with martial arts manuals or magical tomes? For a place that Vok, a demigod powerhouse, cherished so dearly, Ansell's interest grew even more intense. If there was anything that could pique his interest in this draconic existence, absent the convenience of computers, it was journeying to different lands and discovering all sorts of novel wonders. "Sandrew, since we are guests, we should show some respect to our host. How can you speak ill of others? Behave yourself," Ansell admonished Sandrew. Vok, greatly pleased that Ansell was speaking on his behalf, gradually recovered a warm smile upon his face. Watching Vok's smug grin, a grinding sound of teeth echoed from beneath Sandrew's cloak, sending chill down one's spine. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Ansell felt he might have been too harsh with Sandrew. After all, the latter was at least a legitimate demigod powerhouse, entitled to his own dignity. His massive dragon mouth parted slightly, on the verge of offering some conciliatory words to give Sandrew an honorable way out. But what he saw made him pause. The soul flame beneath Sandrew's cloak dripped like tears, intermittently falling, yet vanishing before reaching his collar. "Woo woo woo, the Lord actually scolded me for a stinking lizard man. I won't speak to them for the next full minute." Sandrew let out a chilling wail, complaining grievously. Had he been a maiden, and a lovely, beautiful dragon maiden at that, Ansell might have felt a twinge of guilt. But alas, he was nothing but a lich. Ansell watched Sandrew and shook his head in exasperation. Why were his fervent followers either foolish goblins or mad liches? 59, 58, 57. Counting voices drifted from beneath Sandrew's cloak. It seemed he truly intended to ignore both Ansell and Vok for a full minute. Not wishing to deal with Sandrew further, Ansell turned to Vok. "Then please lead the way." Vok, far more accustomed to Sandrew's eccentric nature than Ansell was, nodded at him with evident joy and contentment. "Follow me." Vok took flight, leading Ansell toward his own tribe, while Sandrew lingered silently behind him, trailing along without a word. Humanoid intelligent races such as goblins, gnolls, and lizardmen were not like frost giants, beings favored by the elements. Thus, although their populations were vast, the difficulty of nurturing powerful individuals was correspondingly greater. Vok was not the chieftain of any single lizardman tribe. Yet in a certain sense, during the age when the gods had vanished, he was the deity in the hearts of all lizardmen. He could coordinate the entire lizardman race. As the guardian of the second underground level, he also bore the responsibility of administering this realm. However, beyond distributing food according to population, Vok never interfered with the survival ways of other races. He had his own unique hobbies and no time to bother with such ants. Ansell soared past the numerous dwellings of lizardmen. Many of them craned their necks upward, gazing in terror at Ansell's colossal form. Even without any aggressive intent, should he merely fall from the sky, he could crush countless houses and many lizardmen. Yet upon catching sight of the refined gentleman beside Ansell, the lizardmen gradually relaxed. That man was their godlike figure in their eyes. Ansell could clearly see that Vok was quite pleased. Beaming with excitement, he led Ansell to a colossal magic array, much like a child eager to show off a treasured toy to friends. "With all your possessions, no one would steal them even without this formation." Sandrew, who had remained silent throughout the journey, finally could not resist remarking. Vok merely shot Sandrew a disdainful glance, and then ignored him, turning his gaze instead toward Ansell. "We have arrived." Upon touching the formation, lightly ripples surged across its surface. The formation dissolved, revealing an exquisite 3-story wooden house within. This house was by no means small. It was only that before Ansell's tremendous size it paled, even compared to a doghouse. "Lord Ansell, your stature is truly enormous. I fear you may not be able to enter. Would you mind reducing your size?" Vok removed his hat and hung it upon his staff, speaking politely. At this point, he had fully assumed the role of host. Compared to the entirety of the second underground level, this was truly his domain. "Absolutely not." Sandrew protested loudly, his emotions boiling over to the point where the soul flame within his pupils became unstable. "Vok, you already let the Lord reprimand me, and now you seek to trick our king into shrinking. What is your true intent? I will kill you." True to his words, a bolt of black energy shot forth from Sandrew's body. Vok appeared unprepared for such an extreme reaction, his expression shifting dramatically. Behind him stood his treasured library. Even if death awaited, he would intercept this attack, though he would hardly suffer any grave injury regardless. "Enough, Sandrew. Compose yourself." Ansell extended his massive dragon claw before Vok, completely shielding him and the wooden house behind. The black energy struck Ansell's dragon claw with a tremendous explosion. Had this strike landed upon Vok, it might have left a wound. Respecting the principle that smoke without casualties, Ansell merely lost some of his granite shields with no harm to himself whatsoever. Oh, what have I done? I actually harmed the great lord. I deserve to die. Sandrew fell into utter chaos, appearing even more dangerous. All right, I'm unharmed. Please calm down. With a sigh, Ansell gently tapped Sandrew's head with his dragon claw. He couldn't help but lament why, as a deity, he possessed no means to punish his followers. Perhaps this was due to the second stage of his omnipotent power remaining unawakened. That was Ansell's only speculation. Fortunately, Sandrew responded well to Ansell's calming gestures and gradually grew tranquil. Meanwhile, Vok gazed at Ansell with a grave expression. Although Sandrew's attack barely reached the strength of a demigod, he never expected that Ansell would remain completely unscathed. Ansell used his innate charm to transform into a miniature version of Jean, a golden dragon about 2 or 3 meters tall, his size shrinking 100-fold in an instant. Even though the innate charm limited Ansell to only 10% of his original strength within this youthful form, he still felt a sense of restraint, somewhat uncomfortable, yet still tolerable. Boss, you're so adorable. Give me a kiss. Sandrew extended his jade-like arm and hugged Ansell's short, thick neck. Get off. Ansell used his blunt claws to push Sandrew away from him. He knew exactly what Jean looked like, a simple-minded, foolish golden dragon. Vok observed Ansell with slight astonishment. During Ansell's transformation, he had not sensed a single trace of magical fluctuation. He wondered whether Sandrew was long accustomed to this, or simply too thick-skulled to react. Vok shook his head, adjusted his cravat, and a smile spread across his face. Please, Lord Ansell, enter. You are too kind, Sir Vok. Ansell replied politely, then followed Vok into the wooden cabin. The entire cabin, aside from the wooden table in the center, was lined with shelves crammed full of books. Ansell felt as if he had stepped into a library or a small book repository. It was the first time he had seen so many books in this world, for apart from a few diligent dragons, most were indolent creatures who lived off their hoards without learning anything. Ansell surveyed the books, a glimmer of shock passing through his amber pupils. From the moment Ansell entered, Vok had been carefully observing his expression. He was satisfied with Ansell's reaction, a hint of pride showing on his face. Are these all powerful martial techniques or magical tomes you've collected? Ansell walked around the room and asked. At this, Vok revealed a disdainful look, but before he could speak, Sandrew cut in. My lord, you overestimate this kobold. These books are worthless trash in the human world. No one would even pick them up off the street. Sandrew's merciless words flushed Vok's scholarly face crimson. He gripped his staff, veins bulging, but then remembered this was his own library. If a fight broke out, it would be ruined. Vok calmed himself slightly before speaking through gritted teeth. What martial or magical scriptures? They hold no value for demigods like us. These books are far more precious than any combat manual. Vok exclaimed with a devout expression. They are the crystallization of wisdom, the precious treasures left by the goddess of art upon the world, the condensation of endless history and time. Sandrew, if you speak to Vok like that again, get out. Ansell could see how much Vok treasured these books, so he warned Sandrew. Fine, I won't say anything. Sandrew crossed his arms, turned his face away, yet secretly stole glances at Ansell. Seeing Ansell rebuke Sandrew, Vok's mood improved considerably. He said to Ansell, Please make yourself at home, Lord Ansell. You may browse any of these books freely. Ansell smiled and nodded at him. He had a relatively good impression of this demigod kobold. It is my honor. Ansell had been continually glancing at the book placed quietly on the wooden table. He walked over to the desk, picked up the volume titled Secrets of Lamanca, and leafed through it gently. Since Sandrew and Vok both said these weren't martial or magical texts, judging by the title, it must be a historical esoteric record. The dragon bloodline's inherited memories had a huge gap concerning the history of 1,000 years ago, so Ansell was somewhat interested. However, as he read the content, his expression gradually turned strange. The book meticulously detailed the anecdotes of the Lamanca kingdom from a millennium ago. In simple terms, the human king of Lamanca was a furry enthusiast. He was indiscriminate, with jackalmen, minotaurs, and kobolds. Intermarriage between humans and humanoid races was not common. In fact, such relationships could only be conducted in secret. But this peculiar fetish was discovered by the queen of Lamanca. The book vividly described how sorrowful and jealous the queen was, believing all along that she lacked charm, when in reality the king himself had the problem. To take revenge on the Lamanca king, the queen found a kobold. Ansell quickly closed the book, feeling that his pure eyes had been tainted by this filthy volume. Although dragons possessed an aesthetic appreciation for all races, Ansell had not yet reached the age of mating. Well, isn't this book well written? I think the psychological portrayal of characters and the shifts in their personalities are excellent. Vok enthusiastically shared his thoughts on the book with Ansell, but Ansell remained noncommittal. He pulled another book from the shelf at random. A Few Affairs of the Archmage in the Elven Forest, the tangled love and hate between the Archmage and the God of Light. These books were essentially of the same tone as Secrets of Lamanca. Ansell glanced at Vok. Outwardly he seemed decent, but his private tastes were evidently such. Truly others are hell. Ansell's hand brushed over the covers of these books. He could guess their contents just from the titles. Until he came across one book, his hand involuntarily trembled. The Archmage and his 108 female disciples. Ansell hastily took it out and flipped through it, his expression growing darker with each page. Damn it. Guard against external foes, but the traitor is within. That old dragon Nygos. Could he have ulterior motives toward my beloved sister, luring her away to study some academics with him? I knew it. Why would a demigod dragon like him have the leisure to teach a young dragon magic? He must have such a perversion. I treated you as an uncle, but you want to be my brother-in-law. The more Ansell thought, the angrier he grew. He shoved the book back onto the shelf. Are all these books poisonous? After reading so many, even my eyes have become colorblind. Ansell stared at the incessantly talking Vok with a look of contempt. No wonder he went to such trouble to set up a magic circle. If any other race discovered that Vok enjoyed reading such books, they would probably laugh their heads off. Ansell couldn't help but worry about the future of the kobolds and the other races on the second underground level. The only demigod among them seemed so unreliable. He glanced at Sandrew again. Could it be that all the guardians of the underworld were a bunch of lunatics? Or did only lunatics become demigods? Fortunately, the books on the second floor were marginally more respectable. Autobiographies of various figures and collections of legendary tales. As for what autobiographies truly amount to, well, those who know. Ansell pored over these volumes with some care, though his chief impression was that they felt remarkably formulaic, much like the martial arts fiction that had captivated readers on his previous world decades ago. A protagonist burdened by tragedy and vengeance, encountering all manner of extraordinary fortunes along the way before ultimately overcoming every obstacle to achieve the triumphant ending where retribution is served. The princess becomes his bride, and he ascends to the height of worldly glory. All those familiar tropes. A metallic dragon companion transformed into a human, a stunningly beautiful elven mentor, and ancient manuals of martial arts or magic plucked from the depths after a cliffside tumble. These conventions bored Ansell to tears, their narrative poison, making them completely unwatchable. Yet Valkyr took a genuine interest in them, which was precisely why they were consigned to the second floor. Upon ascending to the third floor, Ansell found the scene quite different. These volumes were genuine literary classics and historical masterworks or geographical treatises chronicling the continent of Vashroa. Some of these books were even referenced within Ansell's inherited memories. Not all were composed by humans or other sentient races, as some were said to have been handed down directly by the gods themselves. Valkyr, however, held little genuine interest in such works. He appeared to be driven only by a collector's compulsion. A thick layer of dust coated every volume on the third floor, evidence that they had gone unvisited and unopened for ages, a stark contrast to the books on the first and second floors. Having given Ansell a cursory tour of his study, Valkyr settled behind the wooden table on the first floor. To be honest, he said, though these volumes are treasures, there is one matter I find utterly distasteful. The majority are authored by humans, featuring human protagonists, and they always seem to lack a certain vital spark. Valkyr delivered his assessment with mock solemnity. The world appears to harbor a peculiar fondness for humanity, bestowing upon them not only peerless magical aptitude, but also unrivaled artistic genius. Valkyr tugged irritably at his collar, wrenching off his tie and casting it onto the wooden table as he pressed on. A millennium we have languished beneath the earth, our centuries slipping by in endless tedium, yet our bloodline has grown so frail. Not a single descendant has ever climbed to the rank of demigod. Ansell cast a sidelong glance at Sandrew, who remained unusually quiet, offering no rebuttal to Valkyr's grievances. Ansell's limited exposure to the underworld left him with sparse understanding, so he could only absorb Valkyr's recriminations. And what is even more exasperating, Valkyr continued, casting a look toward Ansell. Not one of my kinsmen or subordinates possesses any creative spark, and I have devoured these stories countless times. I am starving for something new. So the issue was straightforward. Valkyr had exhausted the available works and was desperate for fresh material, yet the underworld offered no worthy authors. Ansell instantly grasped the plight and felt genuine sympathy for Valkyr's predicament. Nothing escapes the grip of monotony forever, whether it be a pursuit, a place, or a possession. That is precisely why wanderers must perpetually journey onward, constantly chasing the thrill of something unfamiliar. I can truly empathize with your predicament, Lord Valkyr, Ansell said with sincere understanding. Before crossing paths with Sandrew, I spent an entire year wandering the ant colonies on the first underground floor, a fate no dragon could endure without losing their mind to boredom. I understand your plight intimately, so pray tell, what might I do to assist you? Upon hearing those words, Valkyr's canine features melted into barely concealed delight, for this was exactly what he had been anticipating. He had shown Ansell only a cursory glimpse of his realm and library, not out of any genuine hospitality, for he was no kobold devoid of self-interest. Valkyr fixed Ansell with an earnest, glowing gaze. I would offer my treasures in exchange for any volumes you possess that are absent from my collection, Lord Ansell. Rather than producing any texts at once, Ansell posed a question. Have all these volumes been acquired through trade with other races? Not at all. Some were gathered by me 1,000 years past, while others I acquired through exchanges with Sandrew, Valkyr replied. Boss, I told you before, when I was guarding the first floor, some humans broke in. I found all these books on them, though I never traded for a single one. Sandro stumbled over his words, volunteering what he had done before Ansell had even pressed him for details. Wasn't that the very definition of a guilty admission? Ansell found himself intrigued about what trade Sandro had made with Valkyr, especially since he had long sensed an adversarial dynamic between them that suggested something deeper was at play. Then tell me, Valkyr, what exactly did Sandro exchange with you? Ansell asked. Ahem, truly nothing of consequence, Valkyr answered. Sandro shrank under the weight of guilt, his agitation palpable. Having endured Sandro's relentless provocations throughout the day, Valkyr saw no reason to temper his response. Let me recall. It was reportedly an egg of Jormungandr, that legendary serpent. Valkyr rubbed his chin in thought. Ansell found this entirely predictable, though such an obsession with colossal beings was precisely the sort of thing Sandro would pursue. My liege, please believe me. No matter what I have done in the past, my loyalty now rests entirely with you. I care nothing for this Jormungandr egg. Take it. Ansell felt nothing, but Sandro's response was immediate and fierce. He yanked a white gem from his storage ring and hurled it toward the ground. Hold. Ansell lunged forward, intercepting the gem with his clawed grip. Jormungandr, the world serpent of legend, could devour entire realms, and this ancient mythic beast was something Ansell had never before laid eyes upon. He fixed his gaze upon the so-called gem cradled in his palm. The egg of a creature whispered to consume both earth and sky, yet it was no larger than a human thumb. I must ask, are you certain this isn't merely a pigeon's egg? Ansell could not suppress the question. Were it not for the uncanny esoteric markings adorning the shell, he honestly would have dismissed it as anything but the egg of Jormungandr. Valkyr intoned with scholarly pomposity, shaking his head emphatically. As the humans say, greatness germinates from the humblest origins. Though this egg is minuscule, once it breaks free and awakens, it shall swiftly mature into a god capable of devouring all the world. Ansell gazed down at the so-called pigeon egg in his grasp and offered a non-committal nod. You have the gall to lecture me. This is a lifeless egg, and yet you attempted to barter it with me. I nurtured it for what felt like an eternity with nothing to show. I am absolutely livid. Sandro retorted furiously at Valkyr. Of course, a lifeless egg could never produce offspring. No wonder, despite possessing a Jormungandr egg, Sandro had still bowed to Ansell as his lord. For a half-divine lich, you certainly lacked discernment. You could not even tell this was a dead egg, and the mere mention of Jormungandr sent you into such a frenzy that you lost all composure. How can you place the blame on me? Valkyr fired back without yielding an inch. So the root of their strife lay here. Ansell pondered for a moment, then simply swallowed the egg in one gulp. Warwick clasped his hands together on the wooden table, his tone laced with a mixture of anticipation and resignation. Ansell delved his consciousness into his own storage space. He had barely set foot in the human world before being transported here by that spatial mage, and the only spoils Ansell had ever claimed were part of the collections of Anuo, the lord of Lingdong City, and Hans Huangzi. As it happened, neither of those two seemed to have any interest in literature or art, so Ansell found nothing at all. Damn it, couldn't those two have at least a shred of literary refinement like Warwick? The only books Ansell had found aside from the Introduction to Magic that Nigusi had issued to every young dragon were his own chaotic notes scribbled in a daze during class and the notes given to him by his sister Elena. He wondered how his sister was doing now. Ansell suddenly felt a longing to return to the Dragon Island, but seeing Chandello's obsequious demeanor, he suspected that his sister probably didn't think much of him either. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Ansell promptly took out all 3 books. Warwick took the Introduction to Magic, his brow furrowing. A human mage's book? Such things are forbidden in the underworld. You're a demigod, so it's fine, but if it were to fall into the hands of those weaker races, they would be attacked from all sides. Warwick returned the book to Ansell with a hint of disdain. Besides, this book is rather dull. I have no interest in magical tomes or martial techniques. If the goddess of art were to return to the prime world, she would be astonished to find a fanatical kobold convert in her ranks. What do you think a goddess so enamored with beauty would think upon seeing such a hideous kobold become her devout follower? Warwick Chandello seized the moment to taunt. Your vision is too narrow. My faith lies solely in literature, not in any deity. Warwick shook his head with pride. But Chandello did not continue the exchange. His attention was entirely captivated by the book and 2 notebooks in Ansell's hands. As a demigod lich, he was naturally a mage as well, and magical books held a certain allure for him, especially the new works of human mages from the past millennium. Ansell handed the books to Chandello. Apart from his sister's notes, which held sentimental value, all these items were essentially useless, destined to gather dust in his storage ring. Chandello flipped through one of the notebooks and couldn't help but complain. Whose notes are these? Such a mess. I can't even tell if this magic rune is the 16th or the 23rd. Ansell's face darkened with embarrassment. He snatched the notebook from Chandello's hand and tossed it back into his storage space. These are my notes. What, you have a problem? These are your personal notes, master. Chandello's initially dismissive tone underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Your notes, such a precious treasure. Please entrust them to your most loyal subordinate for safekeeping. Get lost and go study your magic book. Ansell pushed Chandello aside. Do you have anything else interesting? Warwick tried to maintain a smile, but the anticipation in his eyes had noticeably dimmed. I really didn't bring anything, Ansell replied truthfully. Warwick lowered his eyes in disappointment, forcing a smile, but his initial enthusiasm was clearly gone. Never mind. I'll escort you to the teleportation array leading to the third underground layer. Perhaps we'll meet again, and I hope you'll bring something more interesting then. It's true that I didn't bring any, but that doesn't mean I can't write one. Ansell shifted his tone and broke into a smile. Suddenly, he recalled his identity as a transmigrator. What was the greatest advantage of a transmigrator? When technological advancement was impossible, wasn't the greatest advantage the myriad entertainment models in his mind that could easily surpass this world? Ansell thought of how the simple card game he had casually developed on the Dragon Island had captivated so many dragons. Now, by casually writing a web novel and becoming a literary copycat, he could surely eclipse the traditional literature of this world. In matters of entertainment, Ansell was confident he could not be outdone. Write one yourself. Give it up, Lord Ansell. You're just a righteous golden dragon. If a storytelling brass dragon said that, I might find it credible. Warwick said bluntly. He simply couldn't believe that a rigid golden dragon could possess any artistic sensibility. You don't believe me. If what I write surpasses every book in your collection, what price will you pay to trade with me? Ansell countered confidently, bolstered by the collective advantage of 20 million web novel authors. Don't you dragons all love gold and jewels? My payment will be gold coins, Warwick replied. Let me make this clear, I will never bow to a handful of gold. Ansell admitted that although he was a golden dragon, his craving for riches was not as extreme as that of normal dragons. With a flash from Warwick's storage ring, the wooden table was piled high with gold. The dazzling golden light blinded Ansell. Warwick gave a wry smile and said, I've tried my hand at creation before. It's truly agonizing. So no matter how you write, I'll pay you in gold equal to the weight of your book. How about that? In the underworld, this gold was utterly useless to a demigod. Warwick's offer was essentially a testament to his disbelief that Ansell could produce a novel. Deal. Ansell pulled out a stack of parchment and began writing furiously. Warwick's eyelids twitched at the sight of Ansell's actions. In truth, these books were usually written on ordinary paper, but Ansell deliberately used parchment to increase the weight, and thus the payment. That alone was tolerable, but what really got to Warwick was that Ansell started a new paragraph every dozen or so words, wrote the characters especially large, and finished a sheet of parchment after only a few lines. Nevertheless, Warwick leaned back in his chair and relaxed. Never mind. Writing is so painful, this kid will surely give up soon. Just as he was thinking that, Ansell suddenly looked up and asked, I only write on parchment. Do you have enough parchment here to supply me? Warwick recalled Ansell's earlier notes. Definitely written on ordinary paper. Fine, I have as much parchment as you need. A grin spread across Ansell's draconic face. Indeed, after much deliberation, he had ultimately decided to write this pioneering work of web fiction. In truth, Ansell had initially wanted to write a Western fantasy story, as it would be more compatible with this world. But this presented a massive problem. The details simply did not align. Ansell was not known as a writer in his past life. While one might call him a literary plagiarist, he merely transcribed the general plot. Any modifications to the details would far exceed his capabilities. From this perspective, Vox's reasoning held merit. Should Ansell attempt to write independently from his own abilities, he would likely only manage to pen his own autobiography as a dragon. Nevertheless, Ansell was not entirely devoid of original creation. He made a far-reaching alteration by replacing all the humans with dog-headed folk. Earning gold coins was nothing shameful. This kind of era-defining web novel masterpiece was something Ansell had consumed extensively in his past life, so he remembered the plot quite clearly. Writing came naturally to him, and the narrative flowed like water in a steady stream. Quite watered down. Ansell wrote using the continent's common language, and his pen was no ordinary instrument, but rather a magical artifact, so his writing speed was not slow at all. Even so, Ansell still spent 2 hours to complete the 7th chapter. Phew. Ansell exhaled deeply, revealing a satisfied smile. He always felt that entertainment facilities in this world were remarkably backward. Aside from fighting and cultivation, it seemed dining and sleeping were the only diversions available. Although this was his own writing reliving the web fiction from his past life, brought Ansell pleasure once again. With just this, he would absolutely devastate this world on a different level. Ansell tapped the parchment in his hand and handed it to Vox, who had been quietly seated nearby reading the Archmage and his 108 female disciples. I told you that you couldn't do it. You only wrote for 2 hours, and even with a magic pen you could only produce a few tens of thousands of words. Vox took Ansell's manuscript and glanced at it with disdain. Dochi 3rd stage. Vox looked at Ansell with a puzzled expression. Had people from the outside world made new discoveries about Dochi in the past 1,000 years? Ansell used his plump dragon claw to turn the parchment in Vox's hand to the cover, then pointed to the synopsis beneath the title and spoke. The setting of my book is not this world we live in now. It is a story that takes place in my imagined world. Do you understand what a fictional world is? Far surpassing your books by countless versions. Ansell's confident words left Vox utterly stunned. Only then did he notice there was a synopsis below the book title. He had assumed that since Ansell was so eager to earn gold coins, he would have written the title and synopsis on separate pages. Unexpectedly, Ansell was not such a greedy dragon after all, and Vok's evaluation of him improved somewhat. Little did he know that Ansell already considered all of Vok's treasures, as already his showing no concern for such trivial gains. The writing style and atmospheric description are quite good. Although the language is not particularly ornate, I did not expect you as a golden dragon to actually have some creative talent. Vok pretended to offer the critique of an expert. But as the plot unfolded, Vok gradually became immersed in the story. He removed the single-lens glasses from his right eye and pressed his face almost against the parchment. Curious, Ansell picked up Vok's glasses and examined them, discovering that the lenses had not been polished at all, just a flat piece of glass. This dog-headed folk appearance was quite well crafted. It made sense though. Even after reaching demigod status, he still had poor eyesight. What a fine line. 300 years east of the river, 300 years west. Do not bully the young dog for being poor. Vok's eyes squinted together as if savoring the moment. Although races like the dog-headed folk lack the magical talent of humans, their lifespans were far longer, especially after reaching legendary or demigod status, so Vok felt no sense of incongruity. The writing is decent, but I feel like 1 or 2 10,000 words have not said much. Vok shook his head. In other words, he thought Ansell was padding the content. This is not saying enough. In 7 chapters, I not only introduced the protagonist's trash background and identity, the character relationships, explained the basic situation and professions of the world, but most importantly, I built anticipation for his future rise. Anticipation. Vok adjusted his non-existent glasses. The continent had never published any writing guidebooks, so he was completely unfamiliar with this term. Look at Xiao Yin, who went from genius to trash, and was even engaged to be broken off. He must strive to grow stronger and reclaim his dignity within 3 years, slapping the faces of other dog-headed folk who looked down on him. Ansell briefly spoiled some details for Vok, further piquing his interest in reading. However, Vok said something oddly. It is just becoming trash and getting a broken engagement. I think it is fine. At least there is no family destruction and death, and then the childhood sweetheart marries someone else. And when you finally marry and have children in the future, you discover your son is actually the child of your enemy. Vok readily shared these familiar tropes from his reading with Ansell. If this were placed on the blue star from his past life, it would make him like a Shin gnome who had tasted 100 poisons. The readers of this world seem to have few requirements for toxic elements. If it were his past life. Ansell had once studied web novel creation, but he abandoned it after understanding. He felt that if his dragon life after transmigrating were adapted into a story, there would surely be a bunch of readers criticizing him. A noble dragon unable to defeat humans and the skills from the Alliance not allowing him to instantly become stronger than a creator god would be considered abusive to the protagonist. Although Ansell believed he could hide and grow weak until he became invincible before emerging, who knew how long that would take? It was too boring and went against his free-spirited nature. At this thought, Ansell could not help but pat Vok on the shoulder. This was a wealthy reader with few demands, but generous tips. Ansell stretched lazily, and the sky outside was gradually darkening, with the crescent moon rising slowly. The moon was orange-yellow, not so vividly red. Ansell felt no discomfort at all. Indeed, this was a place where the strong survived. He pulled Sandro, who had been quietly reading Introduction to Magic, beside him, and walked out. Lord Ansell, where are you going? Your work has not finished updating yet. Seeing Ansell wanted to leave, Vok gripped the parchment in his hand tightly, and stood up, calling out to Ansell. The place where he lived was also a distance away from the nearest kobold tribe, so Ansell directly ran outside the wooden cabin, transformed back to his original form, and laid down on the ground. Between Waerk's cabin and the kobold tribe, a mountain peak suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking the way. This is much more comfortable. Ansell murmured contentedly as he lay on the rock. Maintaining Jian's form felt too cramped. Boss, are you going to sleep? I'll sing you a lullaby. Shondelu put the magic book into his storage ring, stroked the scales on Ansel's belly, and said excitedly, I shouldn't have brought you out. If you're not sleeping, don't disturb my rest. Ansell extended his dragon claw and flicked lightly, sending Shondelu flying back into the small cabin. Now I can have a good sleep. It's been so long since I last slept so carefree. Pillowing on the cool moonlight, Ansell drifted beautifully into a dream. On the other side, Waerk was still admiring over and over again the work Ansell had left behind. His library had not been replenished with fresh material for a long time, and what's more, this book written by Ansell was very much to his taste. The only fly in the ointment was that the kobold girls appearing in the story were still few. He didn't try to persuade Ansell to come back and continue writing. After all, disturbing a dragon's sleep was always a dangerous thing unless one had prepared enough gold coins in advance. Waerk was still waiting to spend gold to have Ansell write more, so he dared not waste gold coins here. Good steel must be used on the blade. Waerk was gently stroking the bookshelf while browsing the words on the parchment when Shondelu suddenly rushed in from outside and crashed onto the ground. Ansell hadn't struck hard, and besides, Shondelu was at least a demigod lich. Although he acted a bit mad, his control was definitely far beyond that of an ordinary demigod. He merely hit the ground, not even leaving a pit. Shondelu stood up smoothly from the ground, casually flicking the dust off his robe. Are you really determined to follow him? I see that although he is huge in size and incredibly strong in vitality, he doesn't have the distinctive aura of a demigod or even a legend. Warwick put down the parchment and said solemnly, "He has already ignited the divine fire, and I have offered my soul mark. Of course I will follow him. As for the rest, to be honest, do you think an ordinary dragon in its juvenile stage could grow this big?" The soul flame in Sean Delu's eyes was calm and solid without any trace of the madness he showed before Inseer. I didn't expect him to be a deity. Except for the god of life, all the gods disappeared along with the god of magic. I never imagined he could ignite the divine fire. It's indeed hard for a kobold to believe. Warwick was stunned. No one knew how to ignite the divine fire and become a deity. The gods in the world seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. However, he was only slightly stunned. Inseer had hardly any followers, not even qualifying as a minor divine power. As an established demigod, Warwick had personally experienced the era when the gods still existed. His understanding of deities far surpassed Inseer's. Deities with minor divine power were not necessarily weak. For example, the Platinum Dragon God and Tiamat, dragons rarely had devout faith, and both dragon gods were only minor divine powers. But their true forms were ancestral dragons that had existed for unknown millennia, and their strength alone ranked among the top of the gods. On the other hand, deities with major divine power were definitely very powerful, and the most representative among them was the God of Light, who had almost all humans as his followers. Let's put aside the matter of our Lord for now. We're in big trouble, Sean Delu said in a grave tone. I never expected that even without the god of magic those old fellows could simplify magic to such an extent. We have been in the underworld for 1,000 years. Now the threshold for becoming a mage in the human world has been greatly lowered. Coupled with their large population, the number of powerful individuals they breed is unimaginable. I'm afraid the church people have greatly underestimated the mage's strength, still treating them as evenly matched enemies. Mentioning the Church of Light, Sean Delu's tone was disdainful. Warwick understood the implication of Sean Delu's words and sighed. The environment in the underworld is too harsh, completely unsuitable for the development of our tribes. Each generation is worse than the last. Staying here is merely a struggle for survival. Fortunately, they haven't put their energy into finding the underworld and wiping us out. Sean Delu shook his head, a hint of fervor in his soul flame. You simply don't understand the ambition of us mages. Pursuing the ultimate truth of the world is our goal. I'm afraid those mages outside are actually hoping for the return of the gods. So what truth are you pursuing? An infinitely vast life force. What's the point of that? Warwick teased the atmosphere, easing slightly, no longer as heavy as before. You don't understand, Warwick, you brute. How could you possibly comprehend the pursuit of us mages? Our Lord's body is so perfect, his very existence is the embodiment of laws. He is a deity worthy of my lifelong devotion. The soul flame in Sean Delu's eyes turned into a heart shape. His words even made Warwick, who had maxed out poison resistance, feel a chill. So you're going to leave the underworld with him? Warwick asked. Sean Delu nodded firmly. 1,000 years have passed. What can't be avoided must eventually be faced. We'll see. There's still time anyway. But old friend, once you leave, I'll have a headache dealing with things. Warwick avoided the heavy reality and changed the subject. Now that Sean Delu was leaving, he still had to arrange for his subordinates to hunt on the first underground level and prepare meat to distribute to the tribes. Warwick wasn't too worried about the huge beasts. As long as they had no intelligence and couldn't use magic, they were just lambs to the slaughter. The problem was that the Moon of Frenzy on the first underground level also had a huge impact on intelligent beings. The timing and personnel arrangements had to be reasonable. Perhaps you should really try to learn human magic. You can hate the harm humans once inflicted upon you, but you cannot deny the power they possess. Sean Delu suddenly shook the Introduction to Magic in his hand and said to the troubled Warwick, Sean Delu, although you can be crazy sometimes, I know you have never abandoned the rationality of a mage. But our tribes cannot achieve such rationality as yours to regard humans calmly. Even if I am a demigod, I am unwilling to force my people to do things they dislike. This hatred is etched in their bones. Having said that, Warwick picked up the parchment and read it carefully, again a smile spreading across his face. Is this to be my extra meal? Perhaps because he had slept for too long, Ansell felt a bit hungry. He casually grabbed a large group of kobolds with his powerful dragon claws. Well, the fierce beast has woken up and wants to eat poor kobolds. Mom, I won't be able to return to support you in your old age. Bart, Mom can't bring food back to you anymore. You must work hard to survive on your own will. These kobolds kept crying in Ansell's dragon claws. Ansell felt as if he were holding a handful of flies buzzing around, causing him to frown with a touch of disgust. Fierce beast, let go of my people. A silver-level kobold erupted with silver battle aura, his long blades slicing through the air like white silk, striking at Ansell's dragon claws. Ansell neither dodged nor avoided, simply letting the kobold's long blades strike against his claws. Success! The silver-level kobold felt a surge of delight, but that joy swiftly turned into overwhelming fear. He discovered his blade had struck the hardest stone imaginable. Even with silver battle aura enveloping it, a massive chip broke off. My blade. Without you, what will I do in my next duel? Let me go with you. The kobold couldn't accept the massive dent on his beloved blade. Kneeling on the ground, he held the long sword with a grief-stricken expression, as if his wife had died. Boring little fly. Ansell glanced at the kobold, too lazy to pay him any mind. That strike of his hadn't even had the strength to trim Ansell's toenails. But the kobold wouldn't give up. Gripping his long sword tightly, he rose to his feet and charged at Ansell with the resolve of a man facing death. Today, even if I risk my life, I'll show you what I'm made of. Ansell couldn't even hear the kobold shouting. He was somewhat annoyed by the crying of the kobolds in his hands. Suddenly, he felt a slight tickle in his nose and involuntarily sneezed. The kobolds on the dragon claws felt as though a level 12 typhoon had swept past them. All they could do was cling desperately to Ansell's claws. If they fell to the ground, they'd become kobold pie first. The passionate kobold charging toward Ansell on the ground was equally caught in the force of the sneeze. He drove his long sword into the ground, trying desperately to steady himself, but it was all for naught. In the end, he was blown away along with his long sword that had a massive dent in it. After sneezing, Ansell opened his massive mouth, preparing to devour the kobolds clutched in his claws. The kobolds stared in terror at Ansell's bottomless throat, continuously praying to the gods for salvation to overcome this terrifying beast. Spare the kobolds. A powerful shout echoed from behind. Ansell paused, closing his gaping mouth and turning to look behind him. It was Vok who had arrived. He had been reading in his study when Ansell suddenly woke and immediately went after the kobolds. Though Vok despised being associated with these weak-skinned kin, they were still his people at the end of the day, and he couldn't possibly stand by and watch Ansell devour them. Lord Ansell, I understand you may be hungry after sleeping so long, but please spare my people. I brought them here to build a palace for you. Vok said helplessly. Yes, my lord, these kobolds are smelly and filthy, not worth you eating them. I'm afraid you'll get a stomachache. Sandro suddenly appeared from nowhere and chimed in. That makes sense. Ansell glanced at Sandro and then set down the kobolds in his claw. Although the dragon's digestive system was incredibly powerful, he didn't enjoy eating such dirty things. These kobolds had black grimy fur that looked far from clean. The kobolds fell from the claw screaming loudly, but Vok ignored them and let them drop. Suddenly, from the edge of the kobold group that Ansell hadn't caught, several well-dressed kobolds cast spells to rescue them. These well-dressed kobolds all possessed golden-level power, yet when the others were nearly devoured by Ansell, not one of them intervened, except for that pitiful silver-level warrior whose sword had shattered. They had all been warned that they served a great figure, one that even Lord Vok treated with equal respect, so they dared not interfere with Ansell, terrified of provoking him with even the slightest misstep. Next, Vok quickly had the kobolds bring out various meats for Ansell to feast on. He also took the opportunity to use feast, growing slightly larger again. Vok merely frowned slightly, sensing that Ansell's vitality had strengthened somewhat, while Sandro keenly detected the changes in the dragon's size. He hugged Ansell's toe tightly. My lord, you are truly magnificent. Ansell ignored Sandro. Having finished his meal, he was finally recovering. Earlier he had awakened and immediately tried to eat Vok's people. He felt he had done something terribly rude, essentially slapping Vok's face. But Vok hadn't reacted much. Ansell could only sigh inwardly. It seemed that apart from demigods, none of them, himself, Vok, or Sandro, paid any real regard to these weak lives. The feeling was like looking at insects, utterly devoid of emotion. Alright, why did you say you wanted to build me a palace? Ansell suddenly recalled what Vok had said. Vok clapped his hands, and below the mass of kobolds guided by their higher-ranking kin, began constructing a massive foundation. You should still have quite a lot to write right. As your host, how could I let my guests sleep outside? No need. I grow very quickly. Your kobolds building a palace would be a futile effort. Ansell shook his head and declined. It's fine. These kobolds have nothing better to do anyway. Having the honor of building a palace for a demigod is their privilege. Vok explained. His true motive was to make Ansell comfortable in the underworld so he'd stay longer and produce more writing. If you hadn't written so well, even if you were a demigod, I'd still dare to fight you for eating my people. His true body was so colossal that these little kobolds would have no idea how long it would take to walk from the front of Ansell's head to the back of his tail. For them, building a palace for Ansell was an absolutely monumental project. Fortunately, this world possessed magic and fighting spirit, and the higher-ranking kobolds not only directed the operations, but also significantly accelerated the construction progress. These kobolds walked beside Ansell with extreme caution, their hearts pounding violently without cease. Ansell's initial actions had dealt them a tremendous shock. Without the kobold deity they revered in their hearts, this giant beast would undoubtedly have annihilated the entire kobold tribe. Such was the oppressive force that Ansell imposed upon them. Another characteristic of his immense size was his extraordinary weight. Whenever Ansell shifted his body slightly, the ground trembled incessantly, and the feeble kobolds could barely stand, let alone work on the palace construction. Thus the gold-rank kobold priests had no choice but to devise magical arrays to stabilize the ground. Within their own tribes they were highly revered figures, but before Ansell they were nothing more than laborers. In these traditional tribes, only strength could secure status. Warwick undoubtedly held the most supreme position throughout the entire second underground layer, though he usually paid little heed to such trivial matters. Lord Ansell, please do come to my study to continue your writing. Warwick removed his hat and bowed in invitation, his voice elegant and sincere. And Cair was too lazy to trouble these pitiful kobolds, so he used natural illusion to transform into the appearance of Awaken. Unfortunately, that fellow Gian was far too weak, and Cair felt quite uncomfortable. The other kobolds felt the oppressive presence suddenly ease, and the grayish-brown giant beast turned into a magnificent golden dragon with robust muscles. And Cair flapped his powerful wings and lifted off the ground. Awaken's body made him feel much more at ease. There's no need to enter the study. I don't need to refer to your books anyway. I'll just find a place to write. And Cair said indifferently he was a wandering dragon who had no great desire for so-called magnificent palaces. Of course, if splendid palaces could be built for him all over the world, he wouldn't object. That works as well. I happen to have some matters to attend to recently. Lord and Cair, please make yourself at home, Warwick said politely. And Cair could roughly guess what Warwick meant by the matters he had to handle, especially since Sandrew had left the first underground layer with him. He pondered for a moment, then called out to stop Warwick. If you send kobolds to the first underground layer, and they encounter a goblin much larger than usual, please do not harm it. It is one of my minions. Though it had been many days since he parted with Shandy, the occasional echoes from the soul mark assured Ansell that Shandy was still alive and doing well. I will instruct them to be careful. Warwick paused briefly before agreeing. As Warwick flew away, the ever-silent Sandrew suddenly burst into loud wails. My master, you actually have a goblin on the side. I'm so heartbroken. Watching Sandrew's soul flame drip downward, the hair-raising sound of his weeping made Ansell's face darken. Why are you crying? I haven't abandoned you. Besides, by the order of arrival, you should be the newcomer, shouldn't you? No, what am I even saying? And Cair covered his forehead with a dragon claw, speechless. All right, stop crying. I have other things to do with you. And Cair said, sweeping his gaze over the kobolds below. Upon hearing this, Sandrew instantly recovered, because Ansell did not intend to ride alone, but decided to take Sandrew to explore other places. Master, please command as you wish. Even if it means breaking into the undead empire or plunging into the demon abyss, I will not hesitate. Sandrew declared firmly. These two places were renowned perilous lands in the world where even a demigod would face near certain death if they ventured in rashly. Of course, Sandrew said this only because the underground world had no such locations. And Cair saw through his little trick immediately and merely said helplessly, enough, it's not that complicated. I just want you to cast a spell so that other kobolds see us as fellow kobolds. The reason Cair lingered in the second underground layer was not only for the gold coins earned from writing, but also to observe the lives of these races in the subterranean world and find some amusement. After all, once he truly left the underground world and returned to the main world, coming back here would not be easy. And Cair was reluctant to remain in his dragon form as it drew too much attention. However, he was also unwilling to transform into a kobold using natural illusion, for from a dragon's perspective such races were hardly worth mentioning. I understand, master. I will cast an illusion spell now. Sandrew chanted the incantation, and a wave of magic enveloped him and Ansell. And Cair saw that both he and Sandrew still retained their original forms. Is this enough? And Cair's proficiency in magic was shallow, still stuck at the first level. Yes, my king. Now only I can appreciate your perfect physique, Sandrew said, gazing at Cair with a besotted expression. Although he couldn't see Sandrew's face, the air of infatuation was overwhelming. And Cair nodded, trusting Sandrew's judgment and magic. He did not choose to return to the site where the kobolds were building the palace, as there were too many overseers there. If they mistook him for an ordinary kobold, it would be troublesome. Though flaunting his power and humiliating others could be satisfying, Ansell had no intention of fishing for trouble. He led Sandrew straight toward the gathering of kobold tribes, landing on a patch of grass and walking over. Most kobold tribes lived in small wooden huts, each just a single room. These huts were rather dilapidated, having endured much rain. Walking among them, Cair felt as if he had arrived in a slum-like area. The kobolds here were clearly malnourished with dark, emaciated faces. All these kobolds stared at Cair in shock. And Cair thought it might be a problem with Sandrew's illusion spell and frowned, asking, "What's going on?" Sandrew hesitated for a moment before reluctantly answering, "My king, perhaps it's because your current size is too large. When you walk, it appears to these kobolds as if you are flying." Ansell observed the kobolds along the way. Although each had their own small hut, they all sat at their doorsteps staring vacantly into the distance, a clear sign of malnutrition. Even though Ansell had only taken a stroll along the edge of the northern border, the lower class humans there, though not wealthy, could at least manage to barely feed themselves. From a single glimpse, one could imagine the prosperous human core societies must be a different, splendid sight. Yet the state of ordinary kobolds on the second underground level made Ansell feel deeply uneasy. Ansell watched a gaunt kobold mother trying to nurse her cub, but she could not squeeze out any milk. The tiny kobold kept crying in her arms, yet the mother remained unmoved, merely patting its back with hollow, numb motions. Ansell couldn't help but ask Chandela with some confusion, "Why are these kobolds like this? It shouldn't be. With so many giant beasts on the first underground level, there should be no shortage of meat. And with so many crops planted on the second level, the kobold tribes shouldn't be worried about food and drink, right?" With the entire first underground level as a slaughterhouse and the second level as a granary, Ansell simply couldn't understand how these kobolds could be starving like this. Moreover, the only demigod on the second underground level is the kobold Werka. If even his own people are like this, one can imagine the state of other tribes. As a demigod, Shandelu naturally wouldn't pay attention to such impoverished lives. Hearing Ansell's question, he was also a bit at a loss, and could only shake his head as he replied. The second underground level is not under my jurisdiction. I'm only responsible for transporting the meat down. I don't know how it's distributed. Shandelu gave Ansell a strange look, clearly not expecting that he had been planning to fill his stomach with kobolds in the morning, yet now he was concerned about whether they could eat their fill. Ansell was merely curious about this strange phenomenon. He didn't say more, planning to ask Werka about it after returning. He could actually lend a hand to these kobolds. It would not be difficult for Ansell, but he couldn't muster much sympathy in his heart. Hey, that's not right. They are all so weak. Why haven't they become disabled under the influence of the crippled moon? Ansell suddenly stopped and asked Shandelu. Fortunately, Shandelu could answer this question. He happily explained to Ansell, "My lord, you have finally asked the right lich. Actually, crippled moon is just named after the result it causes because the races here aren't smart enough." While answering Ansell's question, Shandelu also took the opportunity to mock Werka and the other races. According to the mage's observations, it should accurately be called the waning moon. Waning moon. Ansell murmured this name. It was still daytime, the sunlight had a bit of warmth, and night had not yet fallen, so the moon was not visible. Waning moon, as the name suggests, will drain the life of all beings exposed to its moonlight. However, when normal life is in its growth phase, growth outweighs the draining. So generally these races do not become disabled during their juvenile years, and various plants can grow until harvest. Shandelu's explanation incidentally resolved a previous doubt of Ansell's why the disabled tribes he encountered on the first underground level had no cubs. Although growth outweighs the draining itself still has an impact. While it is negligible for us, the races here can no longer give birth to a demigod-level powerhouse. Shandelu sighed as he said this. Although he was not particularly friendly with these tribes, they shared a common enemy, humans, so he still hoped his allies would be stronger. These weak kobolds won't last long. This weakness will accelerate their draining. Ansell nodded, feeling a pang of melancholy about the future. The human world was still developing non-stop, while the lazy dragons had hardly any growth to speak of, and the other races of the underworld were almost regressing. At that moment, Ansell suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders. He realized that perhaps his black mist was designed precisely for other races to resist the rapidly growing humans. This startling conjecture exploded in his mind, lingering for a long time. Looking back, although he had never fully devoted himself to improving his strength in just 10 short years, he had already reached the pinnacle of this world, possessing power no less than that of an ordinary demigod. Although demigods were only the beginning of true power, the weakest demigods could merely crush legends, while the strongest could rival high-power deities. However, a normal dragon relying on its own growth could at best become a magic dragon like Nigus. Even so, it still took him 200 or 300 years. Ansell shook his dragon head, casting aside the Chinibu notion of leading other tribes to resist human invasion and save the world. Right, he was a transmigrator with a golden finger, and in the profession of transmigrators, becoming one of the strongest within 10 years could at least rank him in the middle tier. But he just wanted to wander around. As for the heavy burden of becoming the leader of other tribes, let other dragons handle it. Setting aside the burden in his heart, Ansell and Shandelu continued walking toward the center of the kobold tribe. It was a more prosperous area, their houses adorned with magical lamps, clearly a different class from the outer kobolds. Stop! How dare a lowborn approach the residences of the esteemed lords? Several sturdy kobolds thrust their spears at Ansell and Shandelu. Compared to the kobolds they had seen earlier, these were far too healthy. Smooth-skinned, glossy faces, and neatly dressed. Shandelu was an illusion controlled by Ansell's thoughts. To other kobolds their appearance was not particularly weak, but certainly not magnificent or noble. Thus these kobold guards naturally jumped out to stop them. Ansell raised an eyebrow, not expecting to encounter such a classic scenario. Werka had left in a hurry and hadn't given Ansell any token. After all, with the strength of demigods, 2 demigods, they could almost walk sideways through the entire underworld. Why would they need a token? The soul flame in Shandelu's eyes flared up, clearly angered. Mere ants dare to block my king's path. Shandelu's low, hoarse voice rang out, sending a chill down the spines of the kobold guards. Forget it. These few are not even worth the trouble of a minnow. They are merely following orders, and they know nothing of our identities. Ansell whispered beside Sandru's hat brim. The magic around Sandru calmed, and the dark energy in his hand dissipated. He touched his shoulder where Ansell had patted him, murmuring in a voice barely audible. The master touched my shoulder and spoke so gently in my ear. I can't bear it. These kobolds had no idea they had just brushed past death, and they spoke to Ansell. What are you gawking for? Get lost. Ansell was about to turn away when he heard the kobold speak to him so rudely. He spun around sharply, gazing down at these minuscule lives with the innate arrogance of a dragon, as if they were grains of sand. Sandru was still immersed in his joy, utterly unaware that Ansell was now angered and had changed his mind. The kobold guards recoiled from Ansell's gaze, but then they put on fierce expressions. How could they common kobold plebeians be intimidated by a mere doghead? What kind of look is that? What do you think you're doing? If you don't leave by the count of 3, we'll execute you on the spot, you wretch. Ansell simply sat down on the ground, crossing his forelegs like a pair of arms. He looked at the kobolds with a sardonic expression. If these kobolds dared to strike, he would have the perfect excuse to devour them as a post-meal snack. 1. A kobold guard raised a finger. Ansell remained unmoved. 2. The guard gripped his spear, tightly pointing it at the motionless Ansell ready to attack. 3. An arrogant voice suddenly shouted. Even for a kobold guard, it was not Ansell. Though his strength was evident, Ansell always considered himself a humble and good dragon. He frowned and turned around only to see a kobold in ornate attire with a gem-encrusted longsword at his waist. 2 kobold guards followed behind him, and one of them carried an unconscious female kobold on his shoulder. The female kobold was thin, but by human standards, she would be a petite beauty. This extravagantly dressed kobold with obvious status was likely snatching a lady dog. Ansell instantly thought to himself, though dragons have an aesthetic sense for all races, Ansell was too young to appreciate it. He had always thought that metallic dragons were a good dragon race that valued beauty above all. For instance, when encountering a beautiful human or elf, they would transform into righteous avengers. But when it came to kobolds like these, Ansell couldn't muster even a shred of so-called justice. Unfortunately, Ansell didn't want to act, yet this kobold princeling was deliberately provoking him. Just as Ansell had no intention of entrapping anyone, the kobold guards had already mocked him. Seeing that the newcomer was a kobold of rank, the previously fierce guards suddenly became respectful. Master Marvin, you've returned. Oomph. I was having a fine day catching a decent-looking girl, but then I come back to find a plebeian blocking my path. My mood is completely ruined. What are you lot good for? If you can't do your job, replace yourselves with other kobolds. There are plenty waiting to eat here. This kobold princeling named Marvin spoke to Ansell and the others with his nose in the air, his arrogance so overbearing that Ansell wanted to punch him. Ansell glanced at Sandrew beside him only to find him still lost in his own world. The master must like me. Should I go warm his bed tonight? Oh, how embarrassing. Sandrew muttered, his mind wandering to who knows where. Ansell couldn't understand at all why just patting his shoulder and saying a few words had turned this lich into a daze. He could not fathom the logic of a mad lich. Master Marvin, we'll impale this insolent wretch with our spears right away. Hearing Marvin threaten to replace them, the kobold guards panicked and snarled at Ansell. No need, I'll do it myself. Haven't seen blood today. Marvin drew his ornate longsword and approached Ansell. This kobold was truly a useless princeling. His sword bore not a single magical rune. Ansell looked at the blade with disdain. The sword was studded with gems and gold. No dragon could tear their eyes away from it. Holding that sword, one would be the most dazzling creature in a dragon's eyes. Ansell had been worrying about how to get that shiny sword, and now Marvin had arrogantly delivered it to him. Marvin was not entirely useless, and Ansell could still sense a trace of battle chi from him, though whether it was bronze or iron he didn't know. Either way it was but rubble. The 2 guards behind Marvin, apparently accustomed to this, crossed their arms and watched coldly as Marvin approached Ansell, as if they already saw him falling under Marvin's blade. You wretch, die. Marvin raised his sword high, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. In his eyes, Ansell seemed frozen in fear, sitting motionless on the ground. Ansell smiled contemptuously. Marvin's sword was far too slow, there was no need for soul drain. He easily caught the blade while still seated. What? Marvin stared in shock as Ansell seized his sword. He pulled with all his might, but the blade wouldn't budge. Get over here and help. Marvin's face reddened as he shouted to his guards. The guards quickly dropped the female kobold from their shoulders, drew their long sabers, and slashed at Ansell with silver battle chi. Hearing Marvin's command, the kobold guards also thrust their spears fiercely at Ansell. Such weak and nauseating lives. Disgust flickered in Ansell's eyes. He couldn't even be bothered to dodge their attacks. They would barely scratch his granite shield. Ansell simply activated Spike Defense, a magical array of spikes that could reflect damage. 2 lizardman guards quickly scrambled back to their feet from the ground. Deep wariness flashed in their gazes as they looked at Ansell, yet they showed no hint of retreat. You bastards, did you not eat your fill today? You cannot even rise after a single strike. Mawin's forehead veins bulged as he cursed at the other lizardmen, while loosening his grip on his sword and backing away from Ansell. Though he was a frivolous young master, that did not make him a fool. In the current situation, even an idiot could see that Ansell was not someone to be trifled with. Mawin crept behind the fallen lizardman gatekeepers, then sprinted toward the bustling area while shouting as he ran. You stinking brat, just you wait. I'm going to fetch reinforcements. You lot hold him off. Give your lives if you must, or your own lizardman families will suffer. Upon hearing this, the lizardman gatekeepers could only grit their teeth and force themselves to stand, while the lizardman guards fixed their eyes on Ansell with unwavering determination. They were merely ordinary lizardmen of low rank. Should they offend Ma, when their own families would face the same retribution? Though they knew deep down they stood no chance against Ansell, they could not yield. Ansell examined the sword in his hand with mild interest before casually storing it in his spatial ring. He cast only a dismissive glance toward where Ma Wen had fled, his eyes devoid of anything but scorn. "Kneel you ants." A powerful soul shriek erupted, and in Sandro's eye sockets his soul flames blazed with fury and distress. He had been too complacent, lost in his own thoughts, allowing Answer to be attacked by such scum. The silver battle aura unleashed by the two lizardman guards was swallowed instantly by this soul storm like a small boat consumed in a raging tempest. They collapsed to their knees, eyes rolling back, already on the brink of death after but a single exchange. Several lizardman gatekeepers fared even worse. Moments ago they had postured with bravado, but now they lay sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of any life force. Ma Wen screamed desperately as he ran for his life, yet no lizardman answered his calls today. The higher-ranking lizardmen here had mostly been dispatched by Vok to construct the palace or attend to matters on the basement level. Ma Wen gritted his teeth and glanced back to see his subordinates, all lying defeated. What a bunch of useless idiots, he cursed inwardly, but the next moment a soul surge overwhelmed him. His vision went black and he collapsed unconscious. "Boss, are you unharmed? How dare these despicable, ugly, filthy lizardmen attack you?" Sandro growled through gritted teeth, his delicate hands reaching toward Answer with evident concern. "That's enough. What could a handful of weak lizardmen possibly do to harm me?" Answer said with exasperation, using his dragon claw to brush aside Sandro's hand. "I knew it. My lord is the greatest." Sandro clenched his fists and gazed at Answer with utter adoration. This lich never missed an opportunity to flatter the dragon. Answer helplessly turned his head away, unwilling to meet Sandro's eyes. He found it exhausting to maintain humility amid such relentless praise every single day. Suddenly Answer noticed two beams of light, one black and one green, emerging from the corpses of the fallen lizardman gatekeepers. The green light was a soul born from the hellish curse, capable of bolstering his defenses. The black beam shot directly toward Sandro, who seemed completely unaware of it. Only Answer could perceive the thin wisp of black mist now coalescing around Sandro's hand. It suddenly struck Answer that as his devout follower, Sandro should have inherited a weakened version of the blessing skill, a power he had simply failed to notice until now. With a mere thought, Answer extended his dragon claw, attempting to lift the hem of Sandro's robes to examine the markings etched upon his skeletal frame, seeking to determine what boon he had received. But to his surprise, Sandro, who had always been so eager to please, vanished in an instant. Clutching his robes tightly, he peeked out with only his twin soul flames visible, speaking timidly. "My lord, why the rush? If you wish to, we should return somewhere private first, out here in the street." Observing Sandro's coy resistance, Answer drew a deep breath. Too hasty, he realized. After a moment's thought, Answer decided to ask directly. "How do you feel right now, eh?" Sandro lifted his gaze to look deeply at Answer, before quickly lowering his head again. The sound of bones scraping against the ground echoed as he spoke hesitantly. "I feel rather warm. My heart pounds so fast. My very soul trembles in your presence." "That's not what I meant. Besides, you're a lich. How could you possibly have a heartbeat or body temperature?" Answer covered his dragon face with his claw and continued. "Test whether your strength has increased or if your defense has been enhanced." Regarding this black mist, Answer speculated that Sandro had acquired a weakened growth-type skill. "So you were asking about that. I had thought." Sandro released his grasp on his robes with a hint of disappointment and cast a detection spell upon himself. A faint glow flickered across his robes before vanishing. Sandro sensed it briefly and reported, "Nothing significant has changed, though there appears to be an imperceptible boost to my magical reserves." Why has it stopped increasing? Could using magic earlier have caused fluctuations in my mana?" Sandro fell into confusion. In his 1,000 years as a lich, he had never before encountered such instability in his magical core. As the black mist in Sandro's hand dissipated, Answer combined this with Sandro's account to deduce the nature of the ability he had acquired. It was most likely a weakened variant of transcendent dark power. It functioned similarly. Killing creatures granted stronger magical power, though it appeared to last only for a limited duration rather than providing permanent enhancement. Even so, given Sandro's semi-divine power as a lich, if he could amass sufficient transcendent dark energy on a battlefield filled with enough enemies, his capabilities would see a significant leap forward. Enough speculation. As my faithful follower, this blessing is mine to bestow upon you. Answer shared his deductions about the skill with Sandro. "My lord has left something within me. Such joy overwhelms me." At these words, Sandro's dual soul flames danced with delight inside his eye sockets. He appeared utterly indifferent to any enhancement of his power. Anything Answer gave him, even a worthless stone, would be treasured as an extraordinary treasure. The conviction of a sycophant was indeed formidable. Answer knew full well that he had to concede this particular quality to Sandro. Ansyrel inquired. "Lord Ansyrel, do you mean the soul-searching art?" Sandro replied. The name hardly came as a surprise to Ansyrel. The art of soul manipulation was precisely the lich's forte. Ansyrel nodded, pointing at Ma Wen, who lay in the distance, and grinned with his dragon maw. "Use the soul-searching art on him and see. Though this fellow possesses little power, he may well know more about the affairs of the underground clans than we, or even Wallach, do. Per custom, there might be some amusing revelations within his mind." "Understood, my lord." Though he could not fathom why Ansell would care so much for such a pitiful creature, Sandaru knew that Ansell's command was his only guide. Come. Sandaru extended his hand and growled toward Ma Wen's direction. The prone figure of Ma Wen instantly materialized in Sandaru's grasp, his neck tightly gripped by long pale fingers. Ansell's brow furrowed. He had distinctly felt a spatial disturbance just now. Having once fought a spatial mage and suffered for it, he was well acquainted with such phenomena. As a lich who had existed for over a millennium, Sandaru's magics were evidently vast and unfathomable. He squeezed Ma Wen's neck harder, and dark purple veins spread from his neck up to the crown of his head. Ma Wen opened his eyes, white and pupilless, and met Sandaru's soul flames in a stare. The spectral fire behaved like living eyes reflecting Ma Wen's likeness. Gradually images of Ma Wen's memories surfaced in Sandaru's mind. The kobold's brief span of merely a few decades meant little to the ancient lich. Through the soul brand, both Ansell and Sandaru shared Ma Wen's memories. The sensation resembled watching a grand film upon an enormous screen, a starkly different experience from the immersive 360-degree impressions of inherited memories. Ansell even longed for a bucket of popcorn and a glass of cola. Alas, such things had not yet been invented by even the humans of the main world, let alone the denizens of the underworld. Ma Wen's existence as a kobold was exceedingly simple. Ansell could summarize it in 4 characters: eat, drink, sleep, gamble. Naturally, neither Sandaru nor Ansell possessed any interest in the reproductive systems and processes of kobolds, so they skipped over those episodes entirely. From Ma Wen's perspective, food was abundant and even diverse, though the cooking methods were rudimentary, conforming to the customs of the underground world. As for drink, a portion of the grain cultivated by minotaurs was fermented into coarse liquor reserved exclusively for the high-ranking members of each clan. Drinking was also one of the few entertainments available to the underground clans. Ansell suspected this might be one of the reasons ordinary kobolds suffered from food shortages. Though lacking expertise in winemaking, Ansell understood that brewing was a grain-intensive endeavor, especially given the primitive alcohol production apparatus of this world. However, his assumption proved entirely wrong. When Ansell reached the point where Ma Wen had reached adulthood, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. After coming of age, Ma Wen was often taken by his father, an altar-serving priest of Golden Tier, to the Colosseum, where warriors from various clans engaged in fierce duels. This was the foremost pastime of the second underground realm, surpassing the other 3 in popularity, for even the most formidable legendary tier champions, after a millennium of years, had grown frail. Procreation was no longer their greatest joy. One of the greatest thrills in the Colosseum lay in wagering on who would triumph. Bets could take many forms. Rations allocated to each clan, inherited martial techniques, gold and jewels, weapons, magical artifacts, and more. These stakes were tolerable enough, but what rendered the combatants truly fascinating was that they were all volunteers. Some sought to acquire martial arts, while most fought simply for sustenance, or to ensure that a maimed family member would not be exiled. The bottom-tier kobolds remained perpetually hungry, not because of a scarcity of grain, but because the ruling elite deliberately hoarded food to motivate them into gladiatorial combat. Only those who volunteered for the arena could unleash their full combat potential. Of course, it was impractical to compel every kobold to fight. Another means of obtaining food was to render service to the upper echelons of kobold society, for instance by constructing palaces for Ansell or by. Ansell turned his gaze toward the unconscious female kobold lying by the roadside. Although Sandaru's sole impact was an area of affectability, he had deliberately spared the pitiful female kobold. How interesting. Was this truly a world governed by the law of the jungle? Ansell murmured softly within his heart. As a golden dragon, and one blessed with a remarkable advantage, he had been born near the apex of this world, forever cast in the role of a dominant predator. The brutal law of the jungle, it seemed, was only visible through the eyes of the weak. Ansell shook his head with a sigh. Had he still been in his past life, he might have been consumed by righteous indignation. But he was now a golden dragon, not one of these frail kobolds. Thus he felt only a faint sense of melancholy. A discarded stratagem of humanity from a millennium ago, yet these vermin have picked it up. These underground pests display absolutely no ambition. Sandaru exclaimed with a mixture of frustration and exasperation. He never expected his own allies to have been driven into hiding beneath the earth by humans. At the very least, they could have learned something worthwhile. No wonder none of them had advanced to the legendary tier over the past millennium. Are you not keeping countless large pets in the first underground layer yourself? Aside from wasting a millennium, you've accomplished absolutely nothing. Ansell quipped with a smile, ever maintaining the carefree attitude of a wandering traveler. Boss is so mean, saying such things about me. Isn't it true that I also provide meat for the other races below? Sandaru retorted indignantly. These are your concerns, I hardly care to meddle. Ansell replied dismissively. Then my lord, shall we return and inform Wallach of this? This is his territory, and he ought to manage it properly. Sandaru asked. Not yet, Ansell replied, shaking his head as a cunning smile spread across his face. Let us continue a bit further inward and bring those several along. Bring them. Sandaru followed the direction of Ansell's dragon claw and spotted 2 kobold guards barely clinging to life. Indeed, Ansell's body surged with starlight as he activated the art of starlight infusion. Beams of stellar radiance erupted from him, dividing into three. Two portions landed upon the kobold guards, healing their external wounds, though the trauma inflicted upon their souls would prove more troublesome to mend. A third portion fell upon the female kobold by the roadside who had sustained minor injuries during her resistance. Ansell had originally intended to ignore her, but after all, he was a benevolent dragon. He could consider it an act of daily kindness. It cost him virtually nothing anyway. Under Sandrew's illusion magic to the other kobolds, Marvin had simply snatched two fine young kobold maidens, and nothing seemed amiss. Sandrew finally unleashed the Dark Lich's signature skill, Soul Control. With his power, controlling three kobolds who hadn't even reached gold tier was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut utterly insignificant. Ansell surveyed the exquisite and ornate houses along the street. The streets were neat and clean, lined with finely crafted magical lamps that would keep the area brightly lit even at night. Evidently, the crippled moon had no effect on the kobold nobles residing here. They still indulged in their nightlife. If Fock hadn't mobilized them to assist Ansell in building the palace, these kobold nobles would likely be either watching duels in the arena or engaging in some other entertainment at home. A young kobold child cloaked in a robe and holding a small wooden staff ran past Ansell. "Don't run, evil human mage." 7 or 8 little kobolds chased after the foremost child, shouting. They were all just over a meter tall, very young. Ansell looked back and saw the kobold child dressed as a mage flash a magic ring on his finger. A small fireball shot toward the kobold pups behind him. The pups scattered, and one holding a small round shield stepped forward to block the incoming fireball. The small fireball exploded upon contact with the shield, sending a burst of air. The little kobold with the shield was knocked back by the blast, and intricate magical runes flickered on his fine clothes. The little kobold was unharmed, quickly scrambled to his feet, and sneered at the child dressed as a mage. "Human mages are nothing special. Everyone charge. Roar, charge. Capture the human mage alive." The kobold children armed with small daggers and short swords quickly surrounded the mage kobold. "No fun, no fun. I don't want to be a human mage anymore. I can't beat anyone." The little kobold playing the mage tore off his cloak, hurled the magic ring to the ground, and said angrily, they were playing a game of kobold warriors versus human mages. These kobold pups were full of energy, and their clothes and props were far from ordinary, a stark contrast to the scenes witnessed earlier. A ray of warm sunlight shone down, lending a touch of tranquil serenity to this kobold noble district. Ansell squinted and teased Sandrew. "These little kobolds are quite amusing. Their parents must have told them that human mages are evil and weak. A classic case of spiritual victory." Spiritual victory. Sandrew savored the term, finding it apt. 1,000 years ago, they had been driven into this underground world by humans not daring to show their faces, yet in the children's game the human mage was weak and easily defeated by kobold warriors. Their parents' teachings were indeed thought-provoking. No wonder the master could coin such a fitting phrase. Sandrew's soul flames blazed as he gazed at Ansell with adoration. "Marvin, why are you back in the slums again? Have you forgotten today is our gathering?" A flashily dressed kobold fop with a lecherous face stood before Marvin, speaking with familiarity. He glanced at Ansell and Sandrew on the guard's shoulders and urged, "Let's hurry. Our fathers are all busy today for a change." Ansell's eyes lit up. A gathering. This should be interesting. This gathering referred to a party of young, influential kobolds in the tribe. However, from Marvin's memories, most of the time he spent ogling pretty kobold ladies, so Ansell couldn't glean much useful information. "Let's go to this gathering." Ansell transmitted the command to Sandrew through the soul imprint. "As you wish, my king. Lead the way. We'll go now." Sandrew controlled Marvin to reply. "Now? With them?" The kobold fop pointed at Ansell and Sandrew. "It's fine. They're unconscious and won't wake up. Besides, they're just two ordinary kobolds. What difference does it make? They can't go back anyway." Marvin gave the fop a knowing wink, and the fop grinned in understanding. "Then it's settled. Save one for me after the party." "No problem," Marvin replied generously. The lecherous kobold flashed a satisfied grin and led Ansell and the others through a narrow path to a wide open space at the center of which stood a massive tree stump. Several dozen young fit kobolds were already waiting there. "Marvin, you're late again." Another kobold fop, stronger than Marvin, stood with a pretty young kobold lady in his arms, eyeing Marvin provokingly. At the sight of this rival and the beauty in his arms, Marvin's soul rippled violently. Fortunately, Sandrew had it under control, like a single drop in a vast ocean, only a momentary disturbance. Nevertheless, it was clear that while Marvin could throw his weight around in the slums, he had a rough time among this circle of young kobold nobles. "Get lost." Sandrew had no intention of tolerating anyone except Ansell. He made Marvin emit a small soul shock. "Ah!" The strong kobold's smug and disdainful expression twisted in pain. He clutched his head, suffering from a splitting headache. "Darling, what's wrong?" "Marvin, what did you do?" The beautiful kobold supported the strong one, looking at Marvin with fury. Marvin simply rolled his eyes at the two kobolds, pushed them aside, and strode toward the central stump. The two kobold guards followed closely. Sandrew and Ansell shared no appreciation for kobold aesthetics. Beauty among them was meaningless. "You..." The beautiful kobold pointed at Marvin's, retreating back, her heart a mix of anger, disappointment, and an obscure emotion she couldn't name. She had never felt such complex emotions toward Marvin before. The obnoxious kobold sidled up to Ma Wen and spoke. Ansell and Chandelou had both seen Ma Wen's memories. This annoying kobold was a childhood friend he used to play with. While the game was essentially the same, kobold warriors versus human mages, but the two poor souls were both playing mages, the marginalized outcasts of the kobold community. I didn't do anything. Maybe he just had a fit. Of course I had to get out of the way so he wouldn't blame me. Chandelou, controlling Ma Wen, imitated their conversation and answered in the same obnoxious tone. Haha, I knew you were still the same as before. The annoying kobold patted Ma Wen on the shoulder, completely oblivious to anything amiss about him. Truly a fool who was drawn to Ma Wen, a cowardly and incompetent scoundrel. Ansell stopped paying attention to the two kobolds, and Chandelou couldn't be bothered to keep controlling Ma Wen, letting him simply reply with mm. Their gazes were drawn to the tree stump in the middle of the clearing, which was already surrounded by kobolds. Clearly they had arrived quite late and could only stand at the periphery. But it was no big deal since Ansell and Chandelou had bought elevated seats. These two kobold guards were mediocre in strength, but at least they were tall. Sitting up high gave them a good view. Ansell stretched his dragon head and saw a crystal ball placed at the center of the stump. The crystal ball emitted a faint blue glow, revealing intricate runes. Having studied the basics of magic for a few days, Ansell could recognize fundamental runes, but this one was clearly not a basic rune. Nevertheless, Ansell didn't ask Chandelou. The magical world was indeed wondrous, but he had little interest in theories. It was not yet dark, only nearing dusk. Under the glow of the setting sun, the light from the crystal ball was no less brilliant than the sunlight. Suddenly a kobold face appeared on the crystal ball, then enlarged and gradually floated off the sphere, suspended in the air. The scene was like a holographic projection. Ansell had little recollection of this kobold face, as Ma Wen was considered a complete waste among the second-generation kobolds and spent every gathering ogling pretty female kobolds. However, seeing the worshipful expressions on the other kobolds, Ansell could guess that the kobold appearing in the crystal ball held a high status. Boss, he's of legendary strength. A newly ascended legendary kobold priest Chandelou introduced to Ansell. Having legendary strength barely earned him a mention in Chandelou's records. Newly ascended. Ansell seized on the term. He had heard Chandelou repeatedly emphasize that the underground races had no successors. Moreover, this was an exceedingly rare legendary kobold priest. Every race had its flaws. Humanity's flaw was short lifespans. Kobolds and gnolls suffered from inherently weak magical traditions, while elemental beings required long periods of sleep, and dragons were plagued by greed and laziness. But every crack in creation is where the light enters. Though humans were short-lived, their vast population, abundance of prodigies, and rapid growth allowed them to sweep across all races on the continent after the gods vanished, and every race was severely weakened. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. Though we are not from the same tribe, I am glad we can stand on the same front and meet. The kobold image in the crystal ball smiled and spoke. The young second-generation kobolds around the stump beamed and gazed at the crystal ball with reverence, listening in silence. Only Ma Wen and that obnoxious kobold paid no attention, secretly eyeing the pretty female kobolds around. The beauties among these second-generation kobolds were far superior to those in the slums outside. Through the efforts of all our kobolds this month, our tribe has promoted a full 10 gold-rank kobold warriors and 2 gold-rank kobold priests. Compared to humanity 1,000 years ago, this is the power they could only muster from 12 cities. Our kobold race is steadily growing stronger. Our cowardly forefathers waste their days watching commoners fight in the arena. They are rotten and foolish to the core. The future of the kobold race lies entirely in the hands of everyone here. Follow my lead and strive forward. I believe that in the near future we will leave the underground, counterattack humanity, and return to our original homeland. There are not only monotonous plains, but also flowing waterfalls, winding mountains, and sweet little lambs whose meat is tender and fine. Nothing like the food we usually eat. All of this is recorded in ancient texts. For the brilliant and beautiful tomorrow of the kobold race, for a wider world, for more bountiful food, please accept my gift and cultivate diligently. With his grand speech, the kobold in the crystal ball stirred the young second-generation kobolds into fervor. A burst of magical light erupted from the crystal ball, scattering among the surrounding kobolds. The young kobolds joyfully spread their arms, letting the warm magical light pour into their bodies. Ansell extended a dragon claw to catch a fragment of magic. He could sense a slight surge of excitement. A stimulant. A morale-boosting spell. What a boring trick. This kobold is far too arrogant, my lord. Chandelou complained to Ansell. Indeed, there were too many flaws. Ansell didn't even know where to start. He had come from the human continent and had first-hand experience of humanity's level of development and their oppression of other races. Even the metallic dragons could only live in communities on Dragon Island. For these weak kobolds to think they could counterattack humanity was nothing but a fool's dream. These young kobolds had been born within the last millennium, or even just decades. Even that legendary kobold priest had never fought humans and couldn't comprehend the terrifying power of human mages, hence his arrogance. Not to mention a mere legendary kobold priest. Even a demigod kobold priest, if they dared to appear openly on the human continent, would become a new specimen in the magic capital within 3 days. And as for the claim that 12 gold ranks equaled the combat power of 12 cities, did they really think every city was a remote place like Lindong City? Ansell had heard from A.O. Simming that in the bustling central regions of the human continent a city lord was at least of legendary, or even demigod rank, not to mention their subordinates. Ansell shook his head. It was almost dark and he had no interest in watching these kobolds' foolishness any longer. The eerie, orange-red moonlight fell upon the toiling goblins, their faces etched with exhaustion and weakness. Even if they took shelter indoors, the crippled moon would still silently exact an irreversible toll upon them, let alone standing exposed under its direct radiance. Even the goblin aristocratic overseers, whose physiques far surpassed those of ordinary goblins, could not conceal the discomfort on their faces. As nobles, they were accustomed to pursuing pleasure and leisure in their daily lives. Had it not been for the summons from the tribal demigod, they would have merely delegated the chieftain's orders to their subordinates. A mood of sluggish defiance began to spread through the night. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a water vat detonated in the night sky, its lingering glow illuminating every exhausted face among the goblins. Continue working unless you receive explicit orders. A golden-ranked goblin priest resplendent in magnificent robes looked down upon this rabble with utter disgust. Such a foolish, lazy, weak, and filthy bunch. Lord Overseer, it is already late at night. Might we be granted some rest? Rest? What rest? Only useless goblins deserve rest. You are working for the great demigod. The goblin priest, overseeing the palace construction, spoke with righteous indignation. In truth, did he not yearn for rest as well? Would it not be a goblin's delight to lie in a warm bed and spend the long night with beautiful companions? However, the task of building a palace for Ansell had been personally entrusted to him by Vok, and he dared not shirk his duty. A powerhouse of demigod level possessed nearly absolute power to plunder any life form in this underground world. Even as a golden-ranked goblin priest, he felt not the slightest obligation to slacken his efforts. The other goblin nobles could only curse inwardly at the inflexible chief overseer, then vent their frustration over being denied leisure at home upon the common goblin laborers. The plight of the common goblin populace was even more wretched. Their bodies were already frail, subjected to relentless day and night labor, and they still had to endure the lashings of the goblin nobles. Slacking off. You devour so much grain daily, yet you dare to idle. I'll show you whether you still dare to slack. A goblin noble wielded a long whip, striking a common laborer who had merely paused to sit and rest. The commoner's flesh was torn open by the brutal blows, his coarse linen garments already shredded into ragged strips. Have mercy, my lord. Spare my life. The goblin commoner screamed in agony, his eyes filled with terror, yet his mind remained fixated on food. The physical punishment was secondary. The ruined clothing meant spending precious grain to acquire new cloth, while his young ones at home waited for him to bring back food to sustain the family. I'll beat you to death. The goblin noble grew increasingly fervent with each strike, showing no mercy despite the commoner's desperate screams. Such scenes were far from uncommon across the entire construction site. The common goblins possessed no means of resistance and could only endure the abuse without complaint. Suddenly, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, blotting out the moonlight. Ansell had already returned to his true form, his vast wings stirring fierce winds across the flat ground. Whether common goblins or the so-called goblin nobles, to Ansell, they were nothing more than insects scattering in every direction. Oh, rather gravel. But they weren't even sufficient to pinch the soles of his feet. As Ansell landed, a miniature tremor erupted from the impact, instantly shattering the combined defense arrays erected by the goblin priests. Massive clouds of dust billowed in all directions. The fallen goblins struggled to their feet, but could scarcely orient themselves. Ansell surveyed the surroundings with his magic. The goblin's construction speed, aided by enchantments, had indeed surpassed his expectations. The stone walls, hewn from massive boulders, stretched 4 times his current footprint, though their height barely reached his toes. Thanks to the magical reinforcement, these barriers had not collapsed. Weak goblins, I must rest now. Believe me, you would not wish to face a dragon disturbed from its slumber. Resume your labor only when I awaken. Ansell's voice thundered through the heavens like a bolt from the blue. The ordinary goblins felt as though their eardrums might burst, unable to make out any words. Yet the goblin nobles understood his meaning perfectly. Finally, they could return to their rest. The goblin nobles broke into smiles, finding the common goblins somewhat more tolerable, and quickly dismissed them. Though these goblin nobles had served merely as supervisors for a single day and possessed sturdier frames, they felt utterly exhausted. Ansell tucked in his head and adjusted his posture, preparing for a proper beauty sleep, for he was still growing. Sandro landed beside him, producing a magical measuring ruler, hoping to determine how much Ansell had grown during the day while he slept. "Oh, Dragon Lord." Ansell's draconic eyes snapped open, brimming with impatience. "You insignificant goblin, do you seek to test the majesty of a dragon?" Ansell didn't even lift his head, yet his fearsome aura suffocated the golden-ranked goblin priest standing before him. He had no desire to disturb Ansell's rest either, but Vok had specifically emphasized during his appointment as chief overseer that he must remind Ansell to write. "O Dragon Lord, this humble one dares not disrupt your repose. Lord Vok previously commissioned me. Please entrust today's manuscript to me, and I shall deliver it to Lord Vok afterward." The chief overseer goblin spoke with profound humility, his head bowed low. He dared not meet Ansell's gaze, for those eyes were infinitely more terrifying than the fractured moon overhead. Ansell suddenly remembered. He had been wandering about all day and had yet to produce the manuscript for Vok. What a troublesome affair. It's just like working a day job. Earning money is truly difficult. Ansell grumbled, suddenly feeling constrained and deeply uncomfortable. "My lord, if I have disturbed you, please forgive me." The chief overseer goblin's legs trembled as he spoke. He feared Ansell might devour him in a fit of rage given the ferocious scene earlier that morning when Ansell had threatened to eat goblins. "Precisely, my lord. If you're displeased, simply refuse to write. We need not fear some mere Vok," Sandro urged him on from the sidelines. Cold sweat traced a path down the chief overseer goblin's forehead. This creature hidden beneath the cloak dared to disregard their own great demigod Vok, and his own life might truly be forfeit. Yet Ansell merely shook his head. Thinking of the generous compensation, he forcibly suppressed his overwhelming drowsiness and produced his magical pen and parchment, writing furiously. In merely a quarter hour, he had penned 4,000 words. Indeed, the night did seem to stimulate one's writing potential. The trouble lies in the fact that the frenzied moon exerts too great an influence on living beings. Faced with a horde of gigantic beasts that fight without fear of death, even gold-rank warriors would be decimated. Nevertheless, Vokker ultimately decided against handing over the management of the underground first floor to other tribes. The Minotaurs had essentially monopolized grain production, while the distribution of meat remained firmly in the hands of the Doghead tribe. Although the agreement stipulated equal distribution among all races based on population, occasionally sneaking a little bite wouldn't be excessive, would it? By the time Vokker had finished arranging matters on the underground first floor, it was already late at night. Bathed in the orange-red moonlight, Vokker appeared entirely unbothered. As a demigod, the influence of the crescent moon upon him was exceedingly weak. As Vokker passed by Ansell, the dragon was snoring like thunder, stirring up vast clouds of dust across the ground. Meanwhile, Shankaloo darted back and forth across Ansell's body, his face filled with admiration as he continuously measured every inch of the dragon's scales with his magical ruler. Liches required very little sleep, and he was clearly still buzzing with excitement. Vokker adjusted his tie and shook his head at Shankaloo, finding not a trace of demigod dignity in the creature. However, he merely passed by lightly and headed straight back to his own little wooden cabin, making no effort to disturb this peculiar pairing of dragon and lich. After a hard day's labor outside, he was about to return to his warm, cozy little wooden cabin, filled with the fragrance of books along with today's newly released manuscript. Having lived in the underground world for 1,000 years, there had never been a day he had felt so eagerly anticipatory. The mundane, boring days were behind him. Each day brought new stories, and Vokker felt that his existence as a doghead had never been so full of anticipation. This was perhaps the joy of eagerly awaiting the next update. If Ansell were to learn what this creature was thinking, he would surely shake his head and look down on him in scorn. So undignified. In his past life, if an author didn't update tens of thousands of characters each day, hardly any readers would be satisfied. The moment Vokker drew near his little wooden cabin, the chief overseer Doghead emerged from the shadows, reverently presenting a stack of parchments with both hands. Vokker's eyes lit up at the sight, and he said to him, "Well done." The chief overseer Doghead looked up, his eyes brimming with joy and expectation. He had not only risked his life to request the manuscript from Ansell, but had also waited outside for Vokker for so long, and finally received a word of affirmation. Vokker took the parchment and noticed it felt considerably lighter than yesterday, which caused him to furrow his brow. But at the thought of the new plot within the manuscript, his heart filled with fervor once more, and he hurriedly activated the magic array to enter his study. The chief overseer Doghead watched Vokker with eager eyes, yet never expected that Vokker would take the manuscript and walk away directly. Truly only a single word of affirmation, with not the slightest benefit granted. Vokker left the chief overseer Doghead shivering alone in the midnight cold wind. Once Vokker sat at his desk in the wooden cabin and brewed a cup of rare black tea from the underground world, the parchment beneath the dim yellow glow of the magic lamp exuded an enchanting allure for Dogheads, like a demon whispering tenderly in Vokker's ear, overflowing with temptation. Vokker was an experienced veteran who had devoured countless manuscripts. Restraining his thirst for the new plot, he first reread the preceding sections before picking up the fresh pages to continue reading. The new manuscript was extraordinarily detailed, and Vokker nodded in satisfaction, quickly immersing himself in the storyline of battle through the heavens. He kept turning page after page, completely unaware that the parchment in his hands was nearly exhausted. Vokker let out a long sigh of emotion. He had already reached the point where Xiao Yan had become a disciple of the powerful elder, regained his former talent, obtained a new devastating skill, and was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of a doghead's life, slapping the faces of those clansmen who had once despised him, winning over all the beautiful females. Vokker suddenly understood the anticipation that Ansell had spoken of. Just as he spread a wide grin and looked back, all he saw was an ancient wooden tabletop. The wooden table once so intimately familiar had accompanied him like an old friend for over 1,000 years. Yet at this moment it filled him with immense vexation, for it meant today's manuscript had been finished. The smile on Vauquer's face stiffened. The wooden cabin fell into an eerie silence, and the magic lamp flickered on and off. Though the manuscript in his hand was noticeably fewer than yesterday's by Vauquer's long experience as a reader, this could not possibly be less than 4,000 characters. 4,000 characters. In a renowned geographical work, that would be enough to introduce several small nations. Yet within Ansell's manuscript it contained merely a brief 1 or 2 plot points. Vauquer counted the parchment in his hands over and over again in utter disbelief. Indeed, there were 4,000 characters. How could he have read through them so quickly? Vauquer lay sleepless throughout the night, haunted by thoughts of the thrilling plot ahead. He rekindled the magic lamp and examined Ansell's manuscript once more, yet all he could extract was a single word. Water. He hadn't consciously thought of this character, but the concept already existed in his mind. Vauquer raised his bloodshot eyes and gazed toward the distance where Ansell lay in slumber. Dragons were indeed dragons after all. Even metallic dragons were insatiable in their greed. Vauquer could already foresee that in the near future his little treasury would certainly be hollowed out by Ansell. The manuscript in his hand was like a pact with the devil. From the moment he first read what Ansell had written, he had already affixed his signature to the contract from which there was no escape. Vauquer did not worry about depleting his gold, silver, and jewels. These held limited value in the underground world and held little appeal for him. But without these treasures, Ansell would undoubtedly depart the underground world without a second thought. Vauquer gazed at the sun rising on the horizon. The warm morning light bathed his face, yet he felt not the slightest warmth. Clenching the parchment tightly, Vauquer, despite being a demigod, could only feel a creeping chill. Ansell's arrival was undoubtedly the goddess of art's blessing upon him, once more bestowing such an exceptional masterpiece. But if this masterpiece could not be read to its conclusion, Vauquer could not fathom what devastating blow this would be to him. It would rival the utter powerlessness he had felt 1,000 years ago when forced to lead his tribe into dwindle existence within the underground world. He had to find some way to keep him here, at the very least until this story was finished. Coercion would certainly not work. 2 demigod-level powerhouses alone, just Shankala's unfathomable strength, was more than enough to give Vauquer a headache. Lord Ansell, you are awake. Vauquer flew before Ansell's massive head and spoke with a smile. Aside from the bloodshot veins in his eyes, he seemed no different from before. Ansell nodded. Sandrew also rose from the ground to fly at the same height as Vauquer. Vauquer did not look at them, but instead turned to command the legendary-level kobold priests below him. Begin. A powerful aura erupted from them, and wondrous magical artifacts and materials swirled around them. Ansell swept his gaze across the legendary kobold priests. Among them, the newly promoted legendary kobold priest he had seen in the crystal ball the day before was absent. These kobold priests who wielded mighty magic were already quite aged. They were among the few remaining treasures of the entire kobold tribe aside from Vauquer himself. Yet now all of them had been summoned by Vauquer to construct a palace for Ansell, a testament to Vauquer's attitude toward him. These legendary kobold priests showed no aggressive aura, so Ansell and Sandrew calmly watched, anticipating their performance. Suddenly, a massive 6-pointed star formation descended from the sky. The legendary kobold priests' faces flushed red as mana poured out wildly, and their staves blazed with dazzling light. Ansell looked up at the descending formation. Vauquer showed no intention of evading, and Ansell and Sandrew stood still, allowing the formation to fall upon them. The formation passed through the bodies of the 3 demigod-level beings. The intense magical fluctuations stirred the mana within Ansell briefly before subsiding. Sandrew's soul flame flickered slightly, a minor disturbance. Vauquer, gripping his scepter, floated gracefully like a dog, unaffected. After all, he had not studied magic. The 6-pointed star formation landed on the ground, leaving a massive imprint beneath Ansell's feet. At the same moment, the magical materials in the kobold priest's hands shattered and scattered in the wind, while the magical artifacts dimmed and ceased to shine. The kobold priests had also expended considerable energy. They nodded to Vauquer and turned to return to their respective tribes for rest. Now the foundation is finally stable, Vauquer said with a smile. He had spared no expense in building the palace for Ansell. The earthquake-proof formation alone, jointly laid by several legendary high priests, could endure for a millennium. Ansell moved slightly on the ground, finally free from the sensation of earth shaking. He nodded in satisfaction. Lord Ansell, you have slept for so long. You must be hungry again. Let me prepare food for you, Vauquer said warmly. Ansell glanced at him and thought to himself. Flattery and favor. Vauquer's treatment of him must be motivated by some ulterior motive, probably hoping he would write more. But that was impossible. At most 4,000 characters per day. Writing even 1,000 more would feel like labor, unfree, too exhausting. Labor? Never. A lifetime of labor? Never. Ansell had seen through Vauquer's thoughts, but he calmly followed Vauquer to eat. After all, as a disciplined dragon, he needed to use the feast to increase his size daily. When enjoying fine food and sunlight, Ansell preferred to take the form of Jean. Though a bit simple, it allowed him to eat for a while. When he had eaten and drunk his fill, Ansell lay on his back on the ground. Sandrew knelt beside him, gently massaging his wings with small hands. Ansell patted his belly lightly with a dragon claw squinting in the warm sunlight of the second underground layer. The sunlight was much warmer than that of the first layer, yet not uncomfortably hot. It was pure bliss. Perhaps after a year of diligent monster slaying in the first layer, now that he had servants in the second layer, Ansell had grown lazy again. During the break, Ansell told Vok about what he and Sandrew had seen and heard in the Kobold tribe. "Well, I rarely interfere in their internal affairs," Vok replied after a moment of silence. "As the only remaining demigod of the Kobold race, can you really watch them degenerate and corrupt like this?" Ansell asked curiously. He was not particularly concerned about the internal affairs of the underground tribes, but he could not understand why Vok did not lead the other races to strive for development. "Lord Ansell, you may possess demigod-level power and extraordinary writing talent, but in the end you are still too young," Vok answered bitterly. "Degeneration is an inevitable path that all races will eventually tread. Moreover, we have never seen any hope of counterattacking humanity. It is better to just drift along." Ansell fell silent upon hearing this. He had not expected Vok's answer to be so defeatist. For humans, they mostly faced internal conflicts among their own kind. For the underground races here, there were struggles against the environment, internal tribal conflicts, and worst of all, a lack of hope. The gods had vanished for many years, leaving no trace to prove whether they still lived or might one day return. When we first arrived in the underground world, we also thought about striving to develop and then fighting our way back to the surface to avenge our fallen kin and lost homeland. But as time passed, hatred did not diminish, yet our power did not grow much either. We once captured a human space mage who accidentally came here. His memories starkly proved how terrifyingly human magic had developed, far beyond what it was 1,000 years ago. Though unwilling to admit it, we are all rats scraping by in the gutter. Vok calmly stated his true thoughts to Ansell. He took out a bottle of wine and 2 jade cups from his storage ring. This was a wine he had preserved for 1,000 years, never shared with anyone else. "Lord Ansell, would you like some wine?" Vok invited with a hint of melancholy. Ansell felt that Vok had grown much older. Though he dressed elegantly and appeared spirited, he was after all a kobold who had weathered countless storms and lived for who knows how many years. He had witnessed too many of his kin die at human hands. "Give me a cup." Ansell took the cup and Vok drank and chatted with him about his past experiences. Ansell had not drunk much since arriving in this world. Although a dragon's digestive system was extraordinary, Vok's wine had been aged for over 1,000 years, and its after-effects were truly potent. After a few cups, Ansell felt a bit dizzy. Seeing the opportunity, Vok pleaded with him. "Lord Ansell, I hope you can grant me one request." Ansell, already somewhat tipsy, saw Vok's earnestness and waved his dragon claw generously. "Speak. If I can do it, I will not refuse," Vok declared solemnly. "Then I hope you can update at least 10,000 characters every day." Ansell's intoxication instantly cleared by half, and he slapped Vok flying with a single blow. Thanks to magical assistance and the tireless labor of countless kobold commoners, Ansell's dragon fortress has been completed. What was said to be a palace for Ansell was in truth merely a dragon's nest. After all, his colossal size made constructing an equally scaled palace would likely drain even Vok, a demigod, to his last coin. However, Ansell was already quite satisfied. At least during heavy rains, he need not suffer the absurd sight of Jen taking shelter. Though rain had little effect on him, Ansell simply disliked the feeling of being drenched. Over these 3 months, Ansell had demonstrated remarkable self-discipline, adhering daily to the use of bountiful feast to enlarge his size. The kobolds responsible for preparing his meals suffered greatly, laboring diligently each day to select suitable provisions for Ansell. Since Ansell had already stacked bountiful feast 6 times over, he was extraordinarily discerning about which beast meats he would consume. No sooner had Ansell left the underground level than he reverted to his characteristic lazy dragon nature, spending his days lounging in his dragon nest, basking in the sun. He made no further visits to the other tribes afterward, finding them rather uninteresting. Do Petit Xiong continued updating at its steady pace of 4,000 words per day, which sorely tested Vok's patience as a daily reader. Yet he could do nothing about Ansell's laziness. As the plot developed, newly introduced comic relief characters kept Vok increasingly hooked on the novel. After 3 months, Ansell had completely lost the enthusiasm he once possessed when writing for Vok, growing ever more negligent. He had discovered a new, more efficient method to extract wealth from Vok. When he explained the rules of Do Diju to Vok, Vok immediately agreed. After all, Ansell had already swindled a large sum from Vok in royalties. Without devising ways to recoup his losses, given Ansell's nature, Vok would likely never see the conclusion of Do Petit Xiong within his lifetime. Vok was currently savoring his hand king, AQJ10. He had calculated that no one at the table held a bomb. As long as either Ansell or Chandelou played a single card, Vok would win effortlessly. Ansell flicked his wooden cards with his dragon claw. QJ10-9-8. This straight happened to contain one more card than Vok's hand. Pass. Watching Ansell's cards diminish substantially, Vok felt a momentary panic. But recalling his strong hand, confidence quickly returned. Pass. Chandelou shook his head. 3 6s with a 5. Ansell slammed down 4 cards. Passed. Vok clenched his wooden cards tightly, anxiously watching the mere 3 cards remaining in Ansell's hand. There must be singles, certainly all singles. Pass. Chandelou shook his head and spoke. Ansell did not immediately play, instead casting a sideways glance at Vok. Vok immediately concealed his cards to prevent Ansell from peeking. Ansell pondered for a moment, then leaned close to Vok's ear and softly asked, "Do you know what the most sorrowful thing in this world is for a kobold?" Vok blinked in surprise. Were they not playing cards? Why the sudden question? The most sorrowful thing for a kobold is watching something without a conclusion. Vok spoke the answer from his heart. Ansell revealed a mysterious smile, shook his head, and played the cards in his hand. Wrong. Vok nervously watched the wooden cards Ansell played, his heart pounding. A pair of 3s. Glancing at his own hand full of scattered singles, Vok's heart ached. He suddenly understood what Ansell meant by the most sorrowful thing for a kobold. Cannot beat it. Woohoo. The peasants have won. Pay up. Ansell threw his final card into the pile and cheered. Yeah, our lord is the best. Chandelou shouted enthusiastically, seizing the opportunity to embrace Ansell's dragon claw. He had transformed into Jin's size to play cards with them. Ansell, preoccupied with the joy of winning gold, did not push Chandelou away. After all, Chandelou's money was essentially his own. Oof, I'm done. Vok fiercely tossed his cards to the ground and withdrew several gold coins from his storage ring, throwing them at Ansell and Chandelou. He had always lost more than he won at cards. Today alone he had lost dozens of gold coins. How many chapters could those buy? Vok felt as though his heart were bleeding. Wonderful. If Vok does not wish to play with me, the underground world is too dull. Chandelou, let us be going. Upon hearing Vok no longer wanted to play, Ansell rose as if to leave, while Chandelou enthusiastically seconded him. Yes, yes. I have long wished to venture outside. From now on my lord shall have only one lich beside him. Let us abandon this stinking kobold. Wait. Upon hearing Ansell was about to depart, Vok immediately jumped up and seized him. He was now in a dilemma. Playing cards meant losing gold and reading fewer chapters. But not playing meant Ansell might truly leave, and no amount of gold would allow him to witness the ending of Do Petioncio. Vok was thoroughly trapped by Ansell. Just as Vok wrestled with his predicament, 7 or 8 powerful beings with legendary level auras flew toward them from the horizon. Lord Vok, Lord Chandelou, and the Dragon Lord. These were tribal chieftains of various races, most powerful tribes, who bowed reverently before the trio. These legendary chieftains were all part of the generation that had signed their contracts 1,000 years ago, and they knew both Vok and Chandelou. We have long heard that Lord Chandelou has brought forth a Dragon Lord, but we of humble status dared not presume to disturb you. For this occasion we have specially organized a magnificent duel for your viewing pleasure. Of course Lord Vok and Lord Chandelou are also most welcome. These chieftains, despite being legendary level powerhouses themselves, humbled themselves profoundly, extending sincere invitations to Ansell. They could not pierce through Ansell's innate illusion charm, nor would they ever believe he was merely a young golden dragon. Ansell, upon hearing this, also grew interested. He had previously only caught a hasty glimpse from above the arena, and this presented a perfect opportunity for entertainment. He ascended into the sky, dispelling his innate illusion charm, and his enormous form instantly shrouded the heavens. All the legendary chieftains gazed upward in adoration, their innate instincts driving them to follow a mighty dragon. Ansell's majestic voice echoed from the heavens above. I shall attend tomorrow's duel in person. I hope it proves sufficiently entertaining and not too tedious.